The story is set in 19th century England during the 1830s, a time marked by the Industrial Revolution, where scientific advancements thrived amidst the clattering of steam engines. Yet the lives of ordinary people were fraught with dire working conditions and relentless exploitation. The protagonist, Arthur Hastings, is a modern soul who finds himself transported to this era, accompanied by a devil named Agares. Agares ranks as the second of Solomon's 72 pillars of demonology, having been cast out of hell after a failed confrontation with Beelzebub. Arthur enters into a pact with Agares, who assists him in becoming an exemplary university graduate, but at the cost of Arthur's soul, which he must continually provide. However, both parties have buried traps within the contract, rendering it devoid of substantial binding force. Chapter 1. Arthur Hastings. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the slats of the window, the bed adorned with white linens lay empty. The room's occupant had already completed his morning rituals and was now dressed, standing before the mirror to arrange his appearance. Before a full-length mirror, Arthur Hastings meticulously fastened each button of his tailcoat with deliberate care. Clad in a black top hat, a deep blue high-collared tailcoat, gray riding boots, and pristine white trousers adorned with gleaming silver buttons and a leather belt, he bore a wooden truncheon on his right side and a Victorian-style officer's dagger sheathed to his left. Dressed in this uniform, you truly appear quite distinguished. Who would have thought such a noble and remarkable young man could be a scoundrel contracted with a devil? A sinister voice echoed in his ear. Strangely, there was no one else in the mirror besides Arthur. However, to him, this was evidently untrue. A faint red glimmer flickered in his deep black eyes. Were it not for your meddling, I would be seated in the London Stock Exchange or a bank, admiring the picturesque views along the Thames while indulging in gourmet food and coffee. Effortlessly trading stocks worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of pounds, uttering mere words that could drive the greedy into frenzies. Instead, I am forced to navigate the filth and chaos of East London, risking my life to deal with thieves and murderers for a meager stipend of 12 shillings a week. A spectral figure gradually took shape before Arthur, dressed in a colorful jester's outfit, adorned with a clown hat and nose, and with exaggerated red and white makeup. A young man with bulging eyes and horn-like protrusions lay sprawled across the mirror's frame, his bloodshot gaze fixed intently on Arthur. Arthur paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow slightly. Agares, what is this absurd attire you don today? As soon as the words left his lips, a cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted in his ears, the piercing sound threatening to rupture his eardrums and lift the roof off his head. Agares laughed uncontrollably, reveling in Arthur's bewildered expression. Arthur regarded this eccentric demon with indifference before calmly bending down to retrieve the red clown nose that had fallen to the floor. Here, your nose has fallen. Agares, lifting 3 fingers to delicately pinch the red nose, corrected him with gleeful exuberance. "Oh, my dear Arthur, that is not my nose but rather my breakfast this fine day." "Your breakfast?" Arthur peered closer and was taken aback to discover that the red nose bore the visage of a tormented human face, one he recognized all too well. The face on the nose wailed, "Arthur, I beg you, do not let this demon torment me any longer. I admit it was wrong to deliberately hinder your studies, but I arranged for your smooth graduation. Why, oh why, must you treat me this way?" Arthur paid no heed to Professor Dumple's desperate pleas, merely shaking his finger lightly. "Mr. Dumple, your words are rather unjust. Allow me to clarify the facts. Your reason for facilitating my graduation was not out of benevolence, but rather because I caught you in the act of attempting to coerce Eliza. My presence. There was no coincidence, it was orchestrated by me. You promised that as long as I kept silent, you would do anything I asked. Given that, offering up a soul seems quite reasonable, does it not?" But before Dumple could finish his protest, Agares swallowed him whole. With a violent crunch, crimson blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Agares' features contorted in satisfaction, and with a contented pat on his belly, he let out a resounding belch. For breakfast, that was indeed a rather lavish meal. Arthur, clearly accustomed to such sanguinary scenes, even found the leisure to inquire, "How did it taste?" Agares' lengthy tongue swept across his lips like a windshield wiper, collecting the last remnants of blood and debris. "Delicious, albeit a tad foul. Now, let us see what lunch might entail." With a snap of his fingers, flames danced at his fingertips, conjuring a menu bound in leather that materialized in his palm. He flipped through several pages before his eyes gleamed as he pointed to an illustration. "Hey, Arthur, what do you think of this?" Arthur, adjusting his hair, glanced at the menu depicting a stunning young woman with pale golden hair, holding a lace-trimmed white parasol. He casually remarked, "You wish to devour Eliza." Agares closed his eyes in rapture, saliva uncontrollably pooling at the corners of his mouth. If I recall correctly, this young lady seems to harbor some affection for you. A love-struck maiden is easily deceived. With just a touch of your abundant charm, you could effortlessly lead her to my jaws. A young woman, heartbroken by betrayal, would surely make for a delectable feast. Perhaps he'll add a dash of seasoning. Arthur, do you think that after winning her over, you could betray her multiple times before my very eyes? Would that enhance the flavor? Are you not concerned it might taste bitter? Agares clasped his hands together, a grin plastered across his face. Oh, my dear Arthur, you misinterpret my intentions. When I suggest betrayal, I do not mean with women that would be too conventional. You must remember, I am a demon. Arthur, unfazed, merely lifted the cup of red tea from the table and took a delicate sip. Do demons prefer to betray men? Agares' head swelled, his features contorting in rage, nearly pressing against Arthur's own. Arthur, it is not that demons favor betraying men I am speaking of you. You. Do not misconstrue my meaning. Yet Arthur remained unimpressed, accustomed to Agares' frightening theatrics. So it is only you who enjoy such things? Agares, you truly are quite the outlier. I am instructing you to betray men. Agares roared, the force of his voice sending Arthur's hair flying. Why? Because the burden is too great. For Eliza. For me. Agares deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving only a flattened form on the carpet. Very well, very well. Regardless, you must first win Eliza's affection. We can discuss the matters of betrayal later. I refuse. Why this time? This is primarily due to two considerations. First, Eliza and I share no vested interests, and she has previously assisted me with Professor Dempsey's matter. As a person of conscience, I have no intention of repaying kindness with malice. Oh, what do I hear? Conscience. Arthur, I never imagined that a pauper like you could possess such a luxury. Agares' form swelled instantly, his ethereal body extending its head to intrude into Arthur's chest, twisting his neck with unimpeded ease. It's pitch dark and utterly empty here. I can see nothing. Conscience? Where is that golden heart of yours? No sooner had he spoken than Arthur raised his teacup and downed its contents in one gulp. He conjured a handkerchief from thin air to wipe his brow and spoke with displeasure. Now, please proceed with your second point. Secondly, it is because you hold no credibility with me. You promised to help, yet you have not delivered. How have I failed? Agares' fury ignited, flames burning atop his head, while boiling oil rolled through his hair. You expressed a desire to attend university, which is why I went to great lengths to arrange for you a befuddled old squire to act as your benefactor, leveraging his connections to secure your admission to the newly established University of London. In return, you were to provide me with a steady stream of souls. This was our agreement. Now that you have achieved your goal of becoming a distinguished university graduate, I have fulfilled my promise. It is now your turn to honor your end of the bargain. Arthur regarded Agares' wrath with indifference, responding coolly, I am honored to be deemed a distinguished university graduate by you. I only wish the bankers and politicians shared that sentiment. Agares could not suppress a grin at this, though the mirth at the corners of his eyes betrayed him. Arthur, do not be so pessimistic. I believe that one day, the University of London will undoubtedly receive a charter from the Crown and Parliament. By that time, your degree will be recognized by society. However, until then, you must endure. A devil, advising me to endure? Arthur loosened his collar, seeking comfort for his neck. Agares, perhaps you should consider becoming a Calvinist Christian. The profession of devilry does not seem suited for you. Or are you already aware that the University of London will never obtain a charter, and thus you deliberately directed me towards this unqualified institution to cultivate my antisocial tendencies, thereby better serving your interests? Agares' mouth nearly split to his earlobes as he intertwined his fingers and spoke softly. Arthur, you are indeed a little worm in my belly. You see right through my intentions. But how did you come to know my thoughts? Arthur cast him a sidelong glance and opened the door, tugging at his leather bag. Naturally, it is because this is not my first experience. Acquiring knowledge yet failing to find corresponding work is bound to breed rebellion. A gaping maw suddenly loomed before Arthur, filled with the flesh and bones of various creatures, while enormous tonsils dangled in midair like a swaying pendulum. But what if you see through it? Praying to the devil for happiness is inherently foolish. Behave and do my bidding, and perhaps you may have a chance to alter your fate. Arthur frowned slightly, repulsed, and raised a hand to cover his nose. Agares, you ought to see a doctor. Such a degree of halitosis cannot be attributed to a mere cold. Our contract states clearly, Arthur Hastings, that your soul has long belonged to me. If my hunger cannot be satiated, then I shall have to feast upon you. What did you just call me? Arthur Hastings, Agares cackled boastfully. Surely you are not so frightened that you have forgotten your own name. Arthur grimaced, and, exasperated, inquired, who on earth informed you that my name is that? A shadow of unease crossed Agares' mind. You do not go by that name. Impossible. Arthur rolled his eyes, then extended his middle finger towards Agares. I have told you numerous times that my name is Young Fan. As for the Arthur Hastings you mentioned, I too am curious as to where he has gone. If you manage to find his soul, please summon him before me so I may inquire. Furthermore, if you lack the ability to make me wealthy, kindly remove yourself from my presence. The little worm in your belly must return. Chapter 2. New Opportunities? In 19th century London, a city straddling the precipice of light and shadow, the dawn sun had risen. Yet its rays failed to illuminate the inky surface of the Thames, which lay shrouded in a thick, oppressive fog. The mist swallowed the river, leaving only the faint glow of red lanterns emanating from small boats moored at various docks. In the distance, the cityscape was dominated by a forest of chimneys, eagerly belching forth noxious smoke that obscured the scarce sunlight and exacerbated the already dismal weather. Narrow streets along both banks were littered with hungover drunks, homeless farmers, and unemployed workers aimlessly wandering, inhaling the toxic air that had rendered their complexions a sickly yellow, a testament to their deteriorating health. Amidst the shadows, pickpockets with glinting eyes began to scout for new prey. Prostitutes sang from doorways of their squalid lodgings, attempting to attract customers. Compelled to extend their working hours in hopes of earning a meager crust of bread and a morsel of sugar due to the recent economic downturn. In stark contrast, Arthur, impeccably dressed, felt utterly out of place. The disdainful glares and verbal assaults he encountered underscored the fledgling Metropolitan Police's tarnished reputation among the impoverished populace. In the chaotic, noisy, and filthy East End of London, individuals like Arthur were often derogatorily referred to as peelers, likening the police to apple peelers, who stripped away their already meager skin, meddling in their affairs and encroaching upon their livelihoods. Initially, Arthur might have reacted to their vitriol, but after more than 6 months, he had grown numb to it. Just ahead, 2 ragged drunks were locked in a brawl. As a seasoned officer, Arthur was adept at managing such situations. The principle was simple. If one sought to reason with intoxicated individuals, it was wise first to deliver a blow to rouse them from their stupor. This invaluable lesson had been learned after numerous encounters with unruly drunks. Without hesitation, he drew his baton and struck each of them on the head. Stop right now, you 2 ruffians, or I shall have no choice but to throw you into prison, he bellowed. The 2 men, stung by the blows, seethed with fury, rolling up their sleeves to retaliate. However, before they could turn, Arthur's officer's blade was pressed against their throats. I shall reiterate, if you do not wish to court trouble, best leave this place at once. The cold steel of the blade snapped the drunks back to reality. One wiped the blood from his nose and hastily apologized. This was merely a friendly scuffle. We hail from Salford in Manchester, and our people express camaraderie this way. No need for such a fuss, officer. The other, missing half a tooth, echoed. Yes, officer. We meant no trouble. We shall depart immediately. They quickly retrieved their discarded hats, and, leaning on each other, staggered away. As Arthur dealt with the pair, he noticed a number of street vendors pushing fish and chip carts, clutching woven bags of food. They too recognized the uniformed Arthur. Yet their responses varied. A small fraction chose to vacate the area discreetly, while the vast majority stubbornly clung to their bustling street, unwilling to relinquish a prime opportunity for sales. With the sun just rising, it was the perfect moment to sell breakfast. Leaving now would mean sacrificing more than half their daily income, a burden too great to bear. Thus, even in the face of a well-equipped officer who had just asserted his authority, they stood their ground. Agares, a spectral presence swirling around Arthur, cackled maliciously. Arthur, behold their eyes, ferocious and venomous, as if they wished to drown you in the icy, foul Thames. In their eyes, you may well resemble a devil more than I. Indeed, perhaps in these past 6 months, I have embodied more of a fiend in you. The street vendors deem me a lackey of the authorities. The authorities suspect I harbor Jacobin sympathies. Jacobin supporters see me as a spy, while the very soldiers surveilling them believe I might betray them. The magistrate perceives me as complicit with criminals, and the criminals regard me as an enemy wishing to send them to the gallows. This world is truly absurd. Arthur removed his top hat, gazing at the Metropolitan Police insignia, murmuring, Agares, I have been contemplating that perhaps it is time to alter my course. Agares' eyes gleamed with excitement, and he offered a rare soothing tone. Oh, my dear Arthur, you have finally come to your senses. Had you partnered with me sooner, you might already be a prime minister. Eliminate your adversaries and feed them to me, just as you did with Professor Dumptis. Let us commence planning your next target. starting with that insufferable sheriff who constantly vexes you. I sincerely appreciate your enthusiasm, Arthur replied, but my desire for change does not align with that notion. Not that notion? Agares exclaimed, bewildered. What do you mean? Elder, having heard Arthur's call, cursed under his breath as he complained to a vendor before hastily making his way to Arthur's side. Ah, Arthur, this dreary weather has soured my mood, yet seeing you has brightened my spirits. Arthur inquired, what were you arguing about with the vendor? Elder could not contain his exasperation. Arthur, you have no idea how rude that wretched man was. 3 out of the 4 oysters he sold me were rotten. Yet he demanded 4 pence. It was outright robbery. Had you not called me, I would have surely had to go with him. Calm yourself, Elder. If you were to engage him in a brawl, it would cause me considerable trouble. I just dealt with 2 fighting drunks. Elder pulled out his pipe, filled it with tobacco from a tin, and lit it with a match, taking a deep puff and exhaling smoke rings, feeling a bit more at ease. Let us not dwell on that. Regarding the matter I inquired about a few days ago, have you given it any thought? Rather than remaining in this cesspool, why not join me on a ship? We are in need of a learned naturalist like you to accompany me on my travels. Life would be easy and enjoyable. With doubled wages and perhaps encounters with exotic ladies, what could be more delightful? Without waiting for Arthur's consent, he produced another pipe, filled it, and shoved it into Arthur's mouth, lighting it for him. Elder, busy with his hands, continued to persuade, Arthur, you must seriously consider this. Continuing at the Metropolitan Police holds little promise. I've heard that most of the officers there are unemployed textile workers or farmers from the Northeast. And even the Irish manage to slip in. Us graduates from London University may not be recognized. But that is merely the result of the Oxford and Cambridge elites conspiring with parish bishops. When it comes to knowledge, we far surpass them. However, individuals as exceptional as ourselves cannot obtain a degree solely due to the school's acceptance of non-state religion practitioners. Is there anything more absurd in this world? Arthur took a puff from his pipe and replied, of course, there are worse things. Such as? For instance, I know a fellow of privileged background and illustrious lineage. He professes adherence to the state religion and boasts an uncle holding the rank of Rear Admiral in the Royal Navy, yet insists on attending the University of London. He claims he wishes to carve out a niche for himself through his own abilities, but in the end, he still relies on his uncle's connections to secure a livelihood on a ship. Elder laughed heartily, delivering a playful punch to Arthur's shoulder. Arthur, your words are rather harsh. I used to be oblivious to this, but I have come to understand. We are all swimming in a cesspool, if you believe you are not aware of the filth. It is not because the environment has improved, but because you have already submerged yourself. Arthur fell silent at this. Elder inquired, Arthur, why are you not speaking? Elder, I find it truly hard to imagine. What is it? Arthur sighed. I cannot believe you graduated in classical literature. Elder burst into laughter. This is attributable to your ignorance of classical literature. Nero once stated that no one, regardless of gender, possesses a body that is pure. Rather, most simply conceal their ugliness cleverly. Although he was a despicable wretch, he did not err in this assertion. For a literary figure, regardless of gender, none possess a clean tongue, and most are even too apathetic to disguise it. I, too, fervently wish to be part of their ranks. But enough of this. Have you given any thought to my invitation? Will you join us on the ship? Agares, who had been aimlessly drifting, was suddenly enraged by this remark. He conjured a pitchfork from seemingly nowhere and pointed it at Arthur's back, bellowing, Arthur, this is of no benefit to me. I am a devil, a devil. Are you planning to have me accompany you on the sea for the next few years watching whales mate? Elder, clearly oblivious to Agares' complaints, exclaimed in delight, so? You are in agreement? Arthur nodded. I cannot think of a reason to refuse. Splendid. Then it is settled. Elder joyfully whistled. You will surely outperform that Cambridge graduate. Cambridge graduate? Arthur inquired. Do you have other candidates? Not exactly other candidates. He was initially meant to serve as the ship's chaplain. However, if we cannot find a suitable naturalist, the captain said that chaplain could fill in. After all, he had studied medicine at the University of Edinburgh before pursuing theology at Cambridge. Arthur further asked, when do you plan to set sail? Elder replied, that depends on the monsoon's direction. If the Admiralty presses us, we will depart in September. If they are not in a hurry, we might have to wait until winter. Arthur self-deprecatingly remarked, I am certainly not concerned about the salary, as even skilled factory workers earn more than I do. I simply do not understand why the Royal Navy is organizing a circumnavigation for scientific exploration. From what I gather, the gentlemen at the Admiralty do not seem particularly inclined to sacrifice for science. Elder waved his hand dismissively. Scientific investigation? Of course, that is merely a pretext. The Admiralty could not care less about scientific inquiry. Our main orders involve surveying and charting significant maritime routes in South America, examining the conditions of the Pacific region and the nearby Indian archipelago, and providing intelligence support for the future operations of the Royal Navy's fleet in this area. However, due to the North American colonists' insistence on adhering to the Monroe Doctrine, rejecting Britain's and other European nations' interference in American affairs, we can only label ourselves as a scientific expedition to avoid conflict with them. After all, we did not gain much from our 2 wars of independence against them, so maintaining a facade of cordiality is necessary. In summary, if the position of naturalist can yield some scientific results, that would be splendid. If not, it is of little consequence. Aside from enduring the tumultuous waves in the cramped quarters of the Beagle, there is little else to complain about. Arthur, you are my dearest friend. I could never deceive you, even if I were to deceive my uncle. Chapter 3. Piercing the Scotland Yard after parting ways with ELD. Arthur strolled slowly towards Scotland Yard along his usual patrol route. He paid little attention to the street vendors encroaching upon the sidewalks, only reluctantly offering polite admonitions when shopkeepers protested vehemently. This was a philosophy of life Arthur had acquired after 6 months of service at Scotland Yard. The jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Police of Greater London encompassed an astounding population of 1.5 million, of which 1/10 were directly or indirectly engaged in the trade of mobile retail. The prisons surrounding London had long been overcrowded, rendering it impossible for Arthur to incarcerate everyone. Despite the Royal Navy's prowess in navigating the seas and vanquishing the Dutch and Spanish fleets, even their might could not expel all of London's street vendors to Australia. Thus, Arthur found himself grappling with the difficult decision of whether to apprehend or refrain from apprehending individuals. Fortunately, he would no longer have to confront such dilemmas. Agares, like a defeated rooster, sulked behind Arthur, lacking any semblance of spirit. Arthur noticed his friend's dismal demeanor and inquired, "Agares, what troubles you? Your sour face resembles that of a vanquished Frenchman." "Arthur, you are dragging me along to see whales at sea, and you expect me to wear a smile?" Agares retorted, then hastened to a nearby fish stall, squatting down in disgust as he gazed at the half-dead herring bubbling on the counter. With a hand against his forehead, he sighed. "How many virtues must I have accumulated to find myself in this predicament? For the next few years, must I subsist on this repulsive, slimy creature?" Arthur felt no sympathy for Agares' lamentations. Instead, he sought to correct his friend's misguided values. Years ago, in an effort to promote mercantilism and bolster the fishing and shipbuilding industries, Henry VII had instituted the Fish Ordinance, mandating the consumption of fish during Lent and on fasting days. By the reign of Elizabeth I, the designated days for fish consumption had expanded to 3 days a week. Eating fish was a duty and obligation of every subject under the crown. Agares, fuming with indignation, conjured 3 torches from thin air, hopping around and mockingly performing juggling tricks akin to a circus clown, taunting Arthur. "You wield the law of Britain like a Duke of Hell, Arthur. What authority do you possess? If I refuse to eat, what can you do? No one governs me, so why bring it up? I do not need your explanations. If you truly wish to provide an explanation, use that clever mind of yours to think of alternatives beyond floating on the sea." "Unfortunately, Agares, it is too late for that. Had you sent me to Oxford or Cambridge to study, or had I not encountered economic downturns upon graduation, perhaps I would have had other options. But now, the sea is my only path." "This is all you're doing," Arthur replied. "Oh, my dear Arthur," Agares implored in a subdued tone, "is there still time for me to apologize?" Arthur pointed to the badge on his hat and retorted, "If apologies were effective, what need would there be for police? Damn, so you are resolute in your decision? If so, why not shed that revolting uniform? Has tea this week's pay already been dispensed?" Arthur replied, "This is a matter of prudence. I must fulfill my final duty. As long as I have not formally tendered my resignation, I remain a member of the Metropolitan Police." "Oh, Arthur." Agares picked up a handkerchief, feigning tears. "I nearly believed your deceitful words. What wicked intentions do you harbor?" Arthur cast him a sidelong glance. "I have been disgusted by this place for half a year. Do you think I would depart lightly?" "Oh, that's the spirit." The devilish grin spread across Agares' face. "What do you intend to do? Set Scotland Yard ablaze, or stab your wretched superior?" "Neither. I plan to stab Scotland Yard, and then ignite a fire beneath my superior's seat. Isn't that essentially the same?" "No, Agares, you do not comprehend. It is not the same at all." Arthur suddenly halted, standing at a bustling street corner. Behind him lay the cacophony and squalor of London's East End, permeated by the stench of decay. In stark contrast, the world before him transformed entirely. Neat houses line the streets, their Gothic spires rising alongside opulent medieval architecture harmonizing with intricately designed modern buildings. Lavish reliefs juxtaposed with dark, peculiar railings. While ornate carriages and elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies populated the vicinity of Parliament Square, within a mere 3-mile radius. The essence of the entire United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland converged. To the east stood the Palace of Westminster, representing the nation's legislative body, to the north. Whitehall brimming with administrative offices, to the west, the Supreme Court of Great Britain, and to the south, Westminster Abbey and St. Margaret's Church. Emblematic of the National Church of England, this splendid tableau stood in stark contrast to the darkness and filth behind him, dazzling to behold. Arthur's destination lay within this magnificent realm. His gaze drifted through the throngs of people towards the north, for Whitehall Street, headquarters of the Metropolitan Police. Chapter 4. What is hell? Before Arthur could step through the front door of the police headquarters, a colleague, also clad in a police uniform and clutching a thick stack of documents, intercepted him. Upon recognizing Arthur, the colleague wiped the sweat from his brow. His expression one of profound relief. Thank goodness, Arthur, you finally arrived. If you had been late, I wouldn't have known how to handle those troublesome jurors and the pompous magistrate. Come on, we must hurry. Time is of the essence. Arthur was pushed forward. Responding with indifference, Tony, you simply lack a bit of necessary confidence. The magistrates are not as intimidating as you think. All you need to do is read the prosecution materials aloud. You know how to read, so what is there to worry about? Tony, feeling disheartened, replied, Arthur. You know that before this job, I was merely a cobbler. If it weren't for the fact that so many people in our town have been reduced to having no shoes to wear, I might never have come to London. Although I can recognize the characters, my education was limited to the Sunday school I attended as a child, and the only book I have ever read cover to cover is the Bible. How can someone like me compare to someone of your esteemed university education? Arthur consoled him kindly. Tony, you're already better than many clergymen. At least you have read the Bible in its entirety. You jest, Tony responded. By the way, I wanted to ask you, is the tuition at London University very expensive? Arthur raised an eyebrow. Are you considering furthering your education? Tony blushed and shook his head fervently. I wouldn't dare entertain such lofty aspirations. Why do you ask? After a moment of hesitation, Tony finally mustered the courage to share. I suppose my life will remain as it is, but my child must not endure the same hardships I have faced. After years of toil in this quagmire, it is not for him to suffer as I did. He must attend school, not just any school, but university. Although he is still too young, I must prepare funds for his education in advance. Wouldn't you agree? Arthur, upon hearing this, appreciatively patted Tony on the shoulder. Tony, I never imagined you to be such a responsible father. If only you could exhibit this courage while on duty. Tony's face, already flushed, grew even warmer. It's all right. I have already forgiven you. Arthur patted the officer's sidearm. At least since that incident, the higher-ups have finally agreed to issue us some decent weaponry. Glancing at Agares, who was sulking nearby, Arthur remarked, Leave that to me. I have my methods. Next time such a situation arises, you should run if necessary. You are now a father. Do not joke with your family. Tony felt an overwhelming sense of shame and chuckled awkwardly. Actually, I'm still quite far from being a father. I have only recently decided to marry. I have submitted the marriage application, and once it is approved, I shall be officially wed. Arthur couldn't help but frown. What nonsense is this? Why does one need approval to marry as a police officer? No drinking, no growing beards, no gambling, no debts, no vices, no inappropriate attire, and no disgraceful conduct. Furthermore, there must be no mental illness in the family. As for the individual officer, one must possess a suitable religious belief, a certain level of education, and must refrain from engaging in any private business or even keeping pets. In every public setting, even off-duty, one is expected to actively uphold public order, bearing the responsibility of maintaining societal moral standards. Even more absurdly, they were only willing to offer a wage of 12 shillings a week for such stringent requirements. And now they are even meddling with marriage. Why don't they just assign us a wife? Then they could monitor us 24 hours a day. Tony, empathizing with Arthur's grievances, replied, Oh, come on, Arthur. Your wife cannot monitor you for 24 hours. Have you forgotten? We work 14-hour shifts daily, and if luck is not on our side, we might even face an additional hour or two of reprimand from above. As for your wife, she would be lucky to keep an eye on you for 8 hours a day. With a resigned sigh, Tony added, But complaining about this is futile. By the way, you still haven't told me how much the tuition at London University is. Arthur took a breath and replied, "It's 23 pounds and 6 shillings for the academic year." "Goodness." Tony gasped. "That's incredibly expensive. I only earn about 30 pounds a year. Supporting my child's education would consume most of my earnings. It seems I need to start saving." "That's still quite reasonable." Hugh Haventy inquired about the tuition at the 4 major inns of court in London. "How much do they charge?" Arthur raised 3 fingers. "That amount per year." £30? Tony frowned, gritting his teeth. "My salary should rise, and if I work hard, perhaps I can manage to afford it." "Lawyer? Little Tony the lawyer?" Now that is a respectable profession, far superior to his father's. Just as Tony was lost in thoughts of possibility, Arthur doused his enthusiasm with a dose of reality. £30? Tony, what are you thinking? It's £300. Upon hearing this figure, Tony felt as if the world was spinning around him. They must be trying to take my life. I may never be able to save for his tuition. Even if you can't save, it doesn't matter. That institution was never meant for ordinary citizens like us. Most of the students there are bankers, factory owners, or the offspring of the nobility. Don't they usually attend Oxford or Cambridge? Indeed, that is the norm. But there are always those who wish for a change of pace, are there not? Just as one may grow weary of potatoes and occasionally crave bread to accompany their meal. Simply for a change of flavor, an additional £300 a year? Tony gazed at the overcast sky, feeling a sense of foreboding about his future. "Arthur, why did you have to tell me all this? If I had remained in ignorance, I might have found life a bit more bearable. Now, I can hardly endure it." "Arthur, what you are doing will lead you to hell." "Hell?" Arthur rarely displayed a smile. "Tony, as unfortunate as it may sound, we are already here." Chapter 5. A thorny case. The magistrate's court was situated not far from Scotland Yard, and thus Arthur and his companions arrived on foot in a short while. However, at that moment, Tony had long lost his focus on work, consumed by worries about the days to come. Yet, he was not the most anxious among those present. A visibly tense officer stood at the entrance of the court, pacing slowly, his brow furrowed deeply. Even from a distance, Arthur could clearly see the beads of sweat forming at his temples. Arthur raised his hand in greeting. "Tom, are you responsible for escorting the suspect today?" Officer Tom, upon seeing Arthur's familiar face, was nearly moved to tears. "Arthur, you must help me." Arthur turned to glance at the forlorn Tony behind him and then asked Tom, "What's the matter? Is your child heading to university?" "University? No, my wife has just become pregnant, and it's uncertain whether she will deliver smoothly." "Have you encountered any difficulties?" "Not yet. However, she has suffered 2 miscarriages previously, and this time you must save me." Arthur shrugged and raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Tom, you must be in a frenzy." "I am, like you, merely a policeman. My domain is crime, not childbirth. If you wish to ensure your wife has a safe delivery, you should provide her with proper nutrition and hire an experienced midwife. Either option, however, falls outside my purview." Tom, his palms slick with sweat, stammered, "I have already contacted a midwife. Although I am not wealthy, I have been saving a portion of my meager salary to buy her meat. Everything seemed to be going well until my wife had a dream about God last night. God told her that she miscarried because I, as her husband, am burdened with too many sins, and I must atone. Otherwise, this child will also perish." "Atone? Isn't that the priest's responsibility? St. Margaret's Church is just behind me. You should head straight and then take a left." Tom covered his face, speaking incoherently this time. "It seems the priest won't be of any use." "Not of any use?" Arthur pondered, stroking his chin. "Perhaps you should purchase a ticket to the Ottoman Empire to consult an imam? Her journey is to seek guidance from a venerable monk. If God disregards the priest, he must at least consider the sentiments of the Almighty and Buddha. If they prove ineffective, I know a red-nosed clown who practices witchcraft. He could also assist you." The shadow of Agares flickered momentarily. "Arthur, I am not a clown." Tom's eyes glistened with tears as he teetered on the brink of despair. "Oh, Arthur, at such a time, please do not mock me. God appearing in my wife's dream at this moment must bear significance. This morning, I pondered incessantly and concluded that God must be referring to little Adam's case." "Little Adam's case?" Upon hearing that name, Arthur's thoughts darkened. The notoriety of little Adam was well known among the patrolling officers in the vicinity, though merely a 9-year-old child. Adam's criminal record could not be contained within a single page. As an experienced thief, his range of offenses spanned from trespassing and stealing handkerchiefs to pilfering fruits and snatching toys. However, due to the minor amounts involved, his sentences were relatively short. Arthur took the file from Tony and quickly located the relevant information about little Adam. While perusing the documents, he muttered, I have spoken to that little rascal before, trying to persuade him to tone it down. But upon learning about his home situation, I realized that would be impossible. Tony inquired, why is it impossible? Doesn't he fear imprisonment or corporal punishment? Arthur closed the file, fixing his gaze intently on Tony. Adam told me that prison is more comfortable than his home. He can take a hot shower upon entry and receive clean clothes and socks. Although he might sometimes be bullied by other inmates, the guards and some benevolent criminals intervene. Tony, we are merely police officers. We can address some public order issues, but Adam's criminal behavior is a societal problem, and we are powerless to remedy it. Furthermore, Arthur added, turning to Tom, who was praying in repentance, if you feel guilty about little Adam, rest assured there is no need for him. Sending him to prison is an act of kindness. God will not hold it against you. If you can arrange for him to be placed in a decent prison, God might reward your goodwill. This was because the Home Office had recently issued a new directive stating that a low conviction rate could tarnish the social image of the Metropolitan Police, thus requiring us to strive for a 100% conviction rate. You know the character of that old curmudgeon Wilcox. If we mess this up and tarnish his glorious record, we might find ourselves dismissed. My wife is about to give birth. I cannot afford to lose this job. Yet I also cannot stand by and watch little Adam meet his demise. Nothing of the sort. Tom trembled. He merely stole a lady's umbrella. Hearing this, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Tom, can you refrain from dramatics? What could an umbrella possibly be worth? The magistrate will likely sentence him to a year in prison. Just arrange for him a good place, and it's no great matter. Tom was shaking uncontrollably. No, Tony, it was a very exquisite lace-edged parasol, valued at 7 shillings and 6 pence. 7 shillings and 6 pence? Tony exclaimed in shock. Good heavens! Anything over 5 shillings could lead to the gallows. Even if the magistrate and jury show leniency, he would still be exiled to Australia for 7 or 8 years. A 9-year-old boy, exiled to Australia? He would likely perish on the ship before reaching land. Tom gasped for air. If it comes to that, I will confront that old curmudgeon Wilcox. This is God's will. I should be fine. Just as Tom clenched his fists, prepared to take a stand, Arthur placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, offering a warm, sunny smile. Behind Arthur's smile, Agares also bore a satisfied grin. Oh, Arthur, I can almost see your barefaced malice. Tom's face lit up with surprise. Have you devised a win-win solution? Oh, heavens. I knew it. After all, the sharpest mind in all of Scotland Yard stands before us. He clenched his fists and raised them triumphantly towards the sky. Arthur, show them that your 4 years at university were not in vain. Oxford and Cambridge cannot compare to the worth of a single leg of London University. His deep voice resounded like a demon's murmur. And while you're at it, please send my regards to Sheriff Wilcox. Tell that uncouth scoundrel that Arthur Hastings, patrol officer of the Metropolitan Police in the Greenwich District, has no intention of continuing. Chapter 6. In the name of the devil, as the hour was still early and the jury had not yet assembled. Arthur did not take his seat immediately upon entering the magistrate's court. Instead, he walked along the carpet, making his way forward. He was quite familiar with the court officers responsible for guarding the prisoners, and greeted them as usual. Ah, is that you, Arthur? Once again representing Scotland Yard today? They might as well assign you permanently to the court. Why bother sending you every time there's a prisoner? Arthur smiled and nodded, replying, I wouldn't take this job if I had a choice. But alas, we're short-staffed. One must be stretched thin. You know how high our turnover rate is. Of the new recruits who joined with me last year, only a third remain. The officers sighed in agreement. Life is tough for everyone. So, are you here for a temporary interrogation? Which individual are you looking for? A child named Adam Evans. There are some details we need to clarify. Meticulous work, my friend. Let me see. Adam Evans is in room 4. Do you need me to guide you? Having been here so many times, I could navigate this place blindfolded. The officer laughed heartily, retrieving a hefty keychain from a hook on the wall and tossing it to Arthur. Then be my guest. Arthur took the keychain and adeptly made his way to the waiting area of room 4. He inserted the key and opened the heavy iron door, through which a blinding beam of light streamed in from the skylight, illuminating the swirling dust particles. In this cramped, barely half-meter-long waiting area, there was only a wooden plank secured with iron chains serving as a seat. Young Adam, dressed in a faded coarse shirt, sat quietly in the corner, clutching the cold chains with his small hands. His frail body leaned against the moss-covered wall, as if seeking stability. Upon hearing the door open, his bewildered eyes met Arthur's gaze. Mr. Hastings? Arthur quickly closed the door behind him, placing a finger to his lips. Shoo, just call me Arthur. Adam couldn't contain his excitement. His little face flushed with joy, and despite his efforts to lower his voice, his delight was unmistakable. It's really you. I suppose the trial is about to begin. I'll get to enjoy free meals and lodging in prison again. Arthur looked at Adam's innocent face, ready to convey the truth, but before he could speak, Agares's figure reappeared. Unfortunately, due to the narrow confines of the waiting area, only Agares's face could fit through the bars of the iron window. The red devil clung to the edge of the bars, straining to pull his head out while bellowing. What the hell is this place? Even our cells in hell are more spacious. Arthur, can't you take people where they need to go? Arthur chose to ignore Agares's complaints and turned to Adam. Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Of course I do. Arthur's heart sank, and he gently ruffled Adam's hair. I'm glad you have such noble intentions in mind while serving your time. However, Adam, I must deliver some unfortunate news. This time, you may be facing the death penalty. Death penalty? The once joyful Adam turned pale at the mention of those words. His lips trembled as he questioned, Sir, you're not trying to scare me, are you? Arthur replied earnestly, I seldom intimidate others, and I would never frighten a child. Given our rapport, do you think I would lie to you? After a long silence, Adam finally spoke. Most police officers are bad people. They hit me on the head with their clubs and call me a little bastard, a petty criminal. That captain with the hooked nose even kicked me in the backside. But you, and Officer Tom, you are good people. You once gave me a shilling and talked with me. Officer Tom took me to his home for a meal. And his wife is very kind. She mended my torn trousers. Perhaps she merely wished to save young Adam or to accumulate some good karma for her unborn child. What she did not foresee was that her act of kindness would nearly drive her husband to madness. Seeing Arthur's silence, young Adam cautiously asked, Sir, if I don't want to die, what should I do now? Noticing Adam beginning to feel fear, Arthur felt a sense of relief wash over him. He reassured him. As long as you listen to me, everything will be all right. Remember, when court begins, you must greet the judge and the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Although I will do my utmost to defend you, the final decision is not in my hands. The verdict will largely depend on their perception of you. Thus, you must leave a good first impression. It is crucial for the final outcome. Adam nodded gently. Is there anything else I need to do? If the magistrate speaks harshly to you, do not argue, do not retort, and do not let anger surface from feeling wronged. You must sincerely admit your mistakes and demonstrate a good attitude toward repentance. I just received today's jury list, and it includes several married women. They will view you as they would their own children. Therefore, the more sorrowfully you cry in court, the farther your neck will be from the gallows. Adam blinked, seemingly rehearsing his tears. Then think of your parents. Arthur took a deep breath and said, Adam, think of how your father and mother would beat you. As soon as Arthur finished speaking, Adam began to quietly sob. His tears fell like pearls strung on a thread, plopping onto the damp floor of the waiting area. Drawing the attention of the court officer, Arthur quickly covered Adam's mouth, gazing intently at his face, and reiterated his instructions. Adam's eyes reddened slightly as he sniffed, his throat dry and scratchy, making it difficult to speak, yet he nodded firmly at Arthur. In response to Adam's trust, Arthur embraced him tightly. In his deep, dark eyes flickered a faint red light, the smile of Agares. Chapter 7. The Deception of Agar's Silence. Bang! As the gavel struck, the cacophony that had filled the courtroom abruptly fell into an eerie stillness. The magistrate, adorned with silver hair and clad in a black cloak, commenced the proceedings by leading the jury in the oath after confirming their presence. I swear, as a reputable citizen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, to participate in this trial in accordance with the law, to faithfully perform my duties as a juror, to base my judgments on common moral standards and a sense of public conscience, and to deliver a fair verdict on the outcome of the case, thereby upholding social order and integrity. Once the oath was recited, the magistrate addressed the somewhat anxious jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you may be appearing here for the first time and have not studied any related legal knowledge. However, that is of no consequence, for your duty does not require such expertise. All you need is a heart that is just, free from personal biases. Each juror has been randomly selected from the vast citizenry of London, possessing no criminal record, a good reputation, and sound values. Thus, you need only rely on your social experiences and moral sensibilities to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant based on the evidence presented in court. I must also make a reasonable request. You shall consider only the evidence presented in court and refrain from contemplating specific legal statutes. Any questions regarding the law will be addressed by me. Do you understand? As the magistrate spoke, the 12-member jury comprised individuals from diverse backgrounds. Their professions and educational experiences varied. Among them were clerks from trading companies, skilled laborers from factories, surgeons, and homemakers. Most had never participated in a court ruling before, and the solemn atmosphere inevitably made them feel tense. A woman, elegantly adorned with a fashionable feathered hat and a ruffled skirt, raised her gloved hand slightly resting on her abdomen, addressing the magistrate. "It is an honor to be chosen as the spokesperson for the jury. We have heard your words clearly, Your Honor." Arthur, who had been organizing documents at the prosecution table, suddenly furrowed his brow at that remark. "Madam?" He was certain he had not misheard the magistrate, who had referred to her as lady. This indicated that the woman who had just spoken either hailed from nobility or had married into it. Arthur's pace in sorting the documents gradually slowed as his mind began to race with possibilities. As he pondered how to exploit this unexpected factor, his peripheral vision caught sight of Agares, the red devil, perched atop the magistrate's head. Agares had also noticed the distinguished lady. He leapt down from the magistrate's head and landed on the prosecution table, grinning as he pointed at the lady. "Arthur, if you can procure that lady's soul, I shall overlook your trip to the sea to watch whales." Whether it was the allure of the university student Eliza or the interest in a married woman, Agares' taste seemed to shift rapidly. "Oh, 10 Elizas cannot compare to a lady of such stature. Arthur, you are still young and do not comprehend the allure of such power." Droplets of saliva dripped from the red devil onto Arthur's prosecution documents. "She exudes an aura of authority. A taste of her would satisfy me for months. Unlike that naive little girl Eliza. Given your penchant for power, why did you not choose a contractor from a prominent lineage? How could a poor fellow like me ever hope to fill your insatiable desires?" "Humph. It is not that I did not seek one. When I followed King Solomon into Jerusalem, your ancestors were likely still wandering aimlessly." "My ancestors? They should have completed the Second Crusade by then." "The Second Crusade? You mean the Crusaders?" "Arthur, what happened to the history lessons you learned in university?" "The Second Crusade occurred in the 12th century. Realizing he was engaged in a futile argument, Arthur lost interest in continuing the conversation and instead inquired, "Agares, can you assist me?" "Assist you?" Agares squinted one eye, the other wide open. "Arthur, do you take me for a mere rag? After you have soiled me, do you expect me to wipe up your mess? I am aware of your powers. Since you can amplify the hidden desires within others, surely you can also magnify Lady Pl's empathy and maternal instincts for me." "Arthur, I have yet to agree to your request. Time is of the essence, Agares. You are my partner. Why did you not mention this when you agreed to accompany me on the ship to watch the whales this morning?" Bang! The gavel struck the desk with authority. The magistrate declared solemnly, "I hereby announce that the London Magistrates' Court is officially in session to hear the case of Adam Evans, charged with theft. The prosecution may now read the charges and present the related evidence." Arthur composed himself, his face serious as he began reading from the document in his hand. Detective Constable Arthur Hastings of the Metropolitan Police, representing the Greater London Police, formally charges the defendant, Adam Evans, a 9-year-old male residing at 27 Church Lane, St. Giles, London. On March 25th, at approximately 3 p.m., the victim, Nancy Lewis, attended a local council election speech in the Greenwich area. The event concluded around 4:30 p.m. And upon returning home, Ms. Lewis discovered her portable sunshade had been stolen, prompting her to seek assistance at a nearby police station. Agares, observing Arthur with a righteous expression as he read the charges, spat disdainfully on the floor. "Damn it, don't you inquire about your surroundings? Whether it was King Solomon, the dwarf Pepin, the white-clad Halfdan, or William the Conqueror, which of them dared to address me in such a manner?" He cast a glance at Lady Peel seated nearby, only to notice a middle-aged man in a black top hat sitting in the corner of the audience. "Oh, how could I have overlooked this one?" Agares' eyes gleamed mischievously as he rubbed his wicked little finger, murmuring to himself, "Arthur, just you wait and see. After this trial concludes, I shall relish watching how you make your way to the sea." Chapter 8. The Seed of Doubt upon receiving the call. Sergeant Wilcox of the Greenwich Division of the Greater London Police immediately led his patrol team to search the roads near the campaign rally venue. Ultimately, at 5:03 p.m., the patrol team discovered the suspect, Adam Evans, in a small alley not far from the venue, attempting to flee with the stolen goods. He readily confessed to his crime and willingly submitted to arrest. Considering Adam Evans's demeanor at the time of the incident and his method of operation, the Greater London Police decided to prosecute him for theft. Given his prior record of multiple thefts, the severity of his crimes, and the short interval since his last release, it was evident that he harbored no intention of repentance. Consequently, after internal discussions, The police suggested that the court impose a stringent sentence to deter other wrongdoers in Greater London and uphold societal integrity. Arthur let out a soft sigh upon reflecting on this. Though he wished to manipulate the indictment, he realized he had learned of the case too late. The indictment had already been submitted to the court. Any last-minute alterations could arouse the suspicions of the magistrate, potentially leading to a belief that the police had been compromised by the criminal. Rather than securing a not guilty verdict for young Adam, the magistrate might impose a harsher sentence. Everyone was aware that the magistrates were eager to assert themselves against the newly established Scotland Yard. Many old-fashioned judges believed the creation of Scotland Yard was an encroachment on their authority. Previously, they held the power to command local constables to apprehend criminals. But the emergence of a professional police force had extinguished the local constables' relevance, reducing them to mere judges. As anticipated, upon hearing Arthur's account of the case, the magistrate meticulously cross-referenced the indictment until he was assured of its accuracy before nodding slightly. "Present the evidence," he commanded. The already prepared umbrella was tremblingly placed on the evidence table by Officer Tom, who was sweating profusely and wearing white gloves. The magistrate inquired, "What troubles you?" Fearing the magistrate might sense his anxiety, Tom clutched his stomach and replied, "Apologies, Your Honor. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Perhaps I've caught a cold from perspiring too much during patrol days ago." The magistrate, noticing his discomfort, jested, "Is it the 25th of March? No. Tom hastily waved his hands. "This has nothing to do with the case. It's just my own health." He was anxious that the magistrate would place blame on young Adam. The magistrate, however, did not dwell on it. He remarked, "Once the hearings conclude, you may take a moment for tea, but for now, please endure a little longer. This case is quite clear and should be resolved swiftly." Hearing this, Tom turned pale, glancing towards Arthur with a look of desperation. Arthur seized the opportunity to interject. "According to the victim, this umbrella is a costly custom piece, valued at 7 shillings and 6 pence. Only one batch of this type was produced, giving it unique commemorative significance. Therefore, she hopes the magistrate will assess the stolen item based on both its practical value and its collectible worth." The magistrate asked, "Has the victim appeared today?" Arthur replied, "Due to her busy work schedule, she has applied for absence from this trial, which was formally approved by the court beforehand." The magistrate, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and pretended to massage his temples. "I truly am getting old. How could I have forgotten this?" He struck the gavel lightly. "Next, summon the defendant." Adam Evans. As the iron door opened, the slight figure of young Adam, handcuffed and clad in thin garments, was led to the defendant's stand by a bailiff. Due to his diminutive stature, only half of his head was visible above the stand, prompting the magistrate to grant him permission to stand outside the defendant's box to allow for better observation of his expressions and demeanor during the proceedings. Young Adam surveyed his surroundings with trepidation. The expansive area around the defendant's box felt desolate, with only him standing there in solitude. Though he had visited this place numerous times, today was the first time he felt the weight of so many eyes upon him, a truly terrifying experience. His gaze swept over the attendees, ultimately resting on Arthur, who stood tall and poised like a sword. From Arthur's calm and confident demeanor, Adam drew courage. Despite his lingering fear, he mustered his strength and addressed everyone present with a slightly trembling voice. "Your Honor, officer, and esteemed ladies and gentlemen who have come a long way to see me, thank you for your efforts. Good morning." At this, a ripple of light-hearted laughter erupted from the jury box. Even the usually stern magistrate could not suppress a chuckle. "Adam, they are not here to see your performance. They are here to determine your guilt." In that moment, Adam recalled Arthur's earlier admonition, prompting him to promptly admit, "I am guilty." The magistrate, stifling a laugh, inquired, "Why do you admit your guilt so readily?" "Because I did indeed steal the item," Adam confessed. "I was wandering around Central Avenue, hoping to chance upon a few coins from the brick crevices. Suddenly, I noticed a large crowd gathered ahead. So I blended in and spotted a beautiful lady with an exquisite umbrella. I thought, goodness, she must be daft to carry an umbrella on such a splendid day." At that moment, Arthur had signaled for him to cease speaking, representing their agreed-upon cue. Young Adam naturally fell silent. The magistrate, unaware of the interruption, continued, "And then you stole her umbrella?" Arthur interjected, "At least that is what our indictment states." The magistrate expressed his displeasure at Arthur's sudden interruption, frowning as he remarked, "Officer Arthur, please remain silent while I question the defendant. You will have your opportunity to speak shortly. Now, Adam, you may proceed. Did you steal Mrs. Nancy's umbrella?" He mirrored Arthur's earlier words, At least that is what the officer's indictment states. I am guilty. I'm sorry, I am guilty. At least the indictment states that? The magistrate regarded young Adam, who hung his head, tears brimming in his eyes, then glanced at the impassive Arthur, weaving together the statements from both sides. The magistrate's brow furrowed deeper. Suddenly, it appeared he had come to a realization, and his expression darkened. Agares, witnessing this scene, burst into hearty laughter. Resting a hand on Arthur's shoulder as he leaned in to say, Arthur, you truly are the rogue I envisioned, a natural devil. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it can never be uprooted. Now, it is up to you to guide this befuddled old magistrate. Chapter 9. The grand performance begins. Faced with the stern inquiries of the magistrate, Adam trembled in fear, his gaze flitting between the accused Arthur and the magistrate, who appeared to be ablaze with indignation. Tears welled in his eyes as he stood there, utterly alone, frail and pitiable, overwhelmed by confusion. Arthur spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone unwavering, as if he were not a human being but a finely tuned machine. The entire interrogation unfolded under the strict adherence to police protocols, designed to withstand scrutiny from both you and the broader public. Hearing Arthur's voice, Adam could not help but nod incessantly while tears streamed down his cheeks. The reactions of Arthur and Adam infuriated the magistrate, reinforcing his suspicions. He brought down his gavel with force, nearly roaring as he demanded, Adam, I am asking you, why do you concern yourself with what the indictment states? Why repeat the words of the police? Why unconditionally acquiesce to others' opinions? Do you understand what it means if the police's charges are upheld? Your neck would dangle from the noose, and you would be sentenced to death. Oh, child, do not be foolish. Do you know which side you stand on? I am offering you an opportunity to reveal the truth to the public. Only then can you hope for a fair judgment. Terrified by the magistrate's fury, Adam fell to the ground, sobbing, I'm sorry, I am guilty. Your Honor, I apologize for angering you. No sooner had he uttered these words than a plump middle-aged woman from the jury sprang to her feet. Like a spring that had endured too much pressure, vehemently addressing the magistrate, I do not understand the law, nor do I know the principles of the police. However, as a mother of 3, I believe you cannot shout at a 9-year-old child like this, let alone threaten him with the death penalty. This is not only undignified but also immoral. You cannot treat him this way. The woman's words resonated among the other mothers present, who loudly condemned the magistrate and Arthur, questioning why a child so young had been subjected to such torment in court, threatening to protest at the Supreme Court for the injustice suffered. The magistrate struck his gavel several times, but he could not silence their voices. In fact, their protests grew louder. The bailiffs attempted to restore order, but upon witnessing the fervor of the women, they hesitated, knowing that reasoning with them would be unwise. Most of the bailiffs were married and understood that engaging with these enraged women was not a prudent course of action. Besides, regarding this matter, they were inclined to support the women. Before the women had finished speaking, the men began to voice their opinions as well. A bespectacled office worker interjected, Your Honor, if I recall correctly, Adam Evans is merely a suspect and has not yet been convicted. Yet your tone suggests that you are interrogating a confirmed criminal. Moreover, I find this child quite polite. He has conducted himself appropriately since his arrival, making it difficult for me to believe he is capable of wrongdoing. A robust factory worker nodded in agreement, adding, This boy named Adam is far better than my mischievous child. Mine is 2 years older. Yet he doesn't even greet his father properly. This child appears well-mannered. If my son were like him, I would have so much less to worry about. Faced with the indifferent bailiffs and the restless jury, the magistrate, in a state of helplessness, wiped the sweat from his brow while humbly requesting, Please, gentlemen and ladies, let us maintain some semblance of order in the courtroom. I assure you, I will be more mindful of my tone henceforth. This is my fault, and I apologize to you. The gentlemen ceased their discussions, prepared to observe if the situation might improve. A profound silence enveloped the room, yet within the still air lingered a palpable tension. The court clerk, seated beside the magistrate, noted the wintry atmosphere and could not refrain from suggesting, Sir, I believe this situation is unsuitable for continuing the proceedings. I propose a 10-minute recess to allow everyone's minds to cool. The magistrate, eager to agree, replied, In that case, let us take a 10-minute recess. Ladies, what do you think? The ladies, however, were unwilling to acknowledge the magistrate, and at that critical moment, Mrs. Pierce, who knew the magistrate, stepped in to mediate. This development is not something anyone wished to see. Therefore, we respect your decision. The magistrate felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he hurriedly retreated to the back room for a cup of tea to calm his nerves. The women of the jury, witnessing his distraught state, felt their hearts break for him. Seeing this, Mrs. Pierce, unable to bear it, suggested, "Let me accompany him. I know how to soothe the child's emotions." Though this may not be conventional, if Adam's distress cannot be alleviated, the trial may not proceed. At that moment, the magistrate lacked the courage to utter a single refusal. Even the slightest hint of reluctance would likely provoke the women to a fervent outburst. He nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your kindness, Mrs. Pierce." The other ladies quickly chimed in, "Madam, I shall accompany you as well. This is utterly outrageous. I can hardly fathom that court proceedings are conducted in this manner. My husband had even considered having our child study law to become a judge, but now it appears to be a dreadful idea. If he were to learn the law, he might not even recognize his own mother." The magistrate endured a barrage of complaints from the women, yet he dared not utter a word in response. At this juncture, he simply wished to escape this contentious environment. However, before he could rise from his seat, Arthur, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "I apologize for taking up your precious break time, but would you be willing to sacrifice a mere 10 minutes to hear me speak?" Arthur unfastened the buttons of his tailcoat. Placing his police uniform and Officer S badge on the chair behind him, he rolled up the sleeves of his crisp shirt, resting his sturdy arms on either side of the witness stand, and addressed the audience in a simple white shirt. "Like all of you, I am merely an ordinary citizen of London, possessing a basic moral compass and conventional values. I am a friend to the defendant, Adam Evans, familiar with his family circumstances, interests, habits, and past deeds. I would like to share my experiences regarding this case and the events of the past 6 months." Chapter 10. The most powerful voice from Scotland Yard. As Arthur's words echoed through the courtroom, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. The apprentice judge turned to the magistrate and inquired, "Sir, is this in accordance with the rules?" The magistrate, visibly irked by Arthur, found himself too fatigued to concern himself with trivial matters. It was recess, and it was Arthur's prerogative to act as he wished. After all, he could not silence him. Though the magistrate raised no objections, the jury still harbored biases against Arthur's earlier behavior, presupposing that he had coerced young Adam. If that were not the case, why had Adam been rendered speechless, weeping uncontrollably? Just as the gentlemen of the jury prepared to step outside for fresh air and the ladies busied themselves comforting young Adam, the boy at the center of the storm, he stifled his tears to remain present. He softly declared, "Officer Arthur is a good man." Some of the ladies, incensed, retorted, "Adam, you need not be afraid. We are here, and he would not dare harm you. You need not utter such disingenuous words." Mrs. Peel, with tender concern, grasped his small hand, saying, "While I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you. If you wish to cry, do so, let your grievances be known, and we shall ensure you receive a fair judgment." Yet young Adam shook his head through his tears, insisting, "No, I speak only the truth. Officer Arthur is the second best man in my eyes, surpassed only by Officer Tom's wife. Officer Tom's wife has mended many of my tattered clothes and told me delightful stories. Officer Arthur is the only one on the entire street who genuinely listens to me, and he has even given me some money. He is my good friend." The ladies, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback. "My God, but he just tried to send you to the gallows. Are you certain he is truly your friend?" The gentlemen, too, were perplexed and turned to Arthur, asking, "Officer, could you clarify why your actions appear contradictory?" Feeling the weight of their gazes, Arthur's heart steadied as he spoke candidly. "It is my duty as a prosecutor and a police officer to bring the defendant to justice. From the inception of the Greater London Police, I have been instilled with the responsibility to hold all criminals accountable. Young Adam did indeed steal that umbrella. He has never concealed this from me, for he is a remarkably honest child. From the very first day I met him, I recognized his integrity. We could converse freely, exchanging thoughts and discussing our troubles while offering each other counsel. Since he has committed theft, I, as the prosecutor, cannot, in good conscience, deny his wrongdoing and allow him to evade the law's repercussions. Such an act would not aid him in rectifying his behavior. Rather, it would only exacerbate his misdeeds and nurture deeper malevolence within him. Conversely, young Adam is also my dear friend. Thus, when I vacate the prosecutor's seat, I must consider his predicament. Although he has broken the law, is sentencing him to the gallows for stealing an umbrella not an excessively harsh punishment? I wish to salvage my friend, even if he has erred, and I hope he is afforded the chance to amend his ways rather than have his life abruptly extinguished at the tender age of 9. I must apologize for my prior actions, as my personal reasons may have led the jury and the magistrate to form an erroneous impression, thus affecting your judgment. For this, I am profoundly ashamed and deeply sorry. Arthur inclined his head in a slight bow. I apologize to you all. The jury regained their composure, and even the magistrate hesitated to retreat for tea. The gentlemen, sheepishly waving their hands, remarked, "We owe you an apology." "Our sincerest apologies, officer. We misunderstood you." The ladies, blushing, expressed their regrets. "I nearly mistook you for a rogue." "Good heavens! You are indeed a gentleman. You appear well educated, articulate, and possess a clear sense of right and wrong. We ought to grant you the opportunity to speak." "Officer, this is not your fault. It is our misunderstanding. I tend to be rather impatient, as you know, a mother's nature." The magistrate awkwardly adjusted his wig. "Arthur, I acknowledge I harbor certain opinions about Scotland Yard. But they are not directed at you personally. Rather, they stem from legal concerns. I do not dislike you. In fact, I hold a modicum of admiration for you." Noticing the palpable shift in the atmosphere, Arthur smiled and asked, "May I begin my address?" "Of course, without a doubt. This is your right, and no one can impede you." Arthur rose from his chair, donned his uniform, and gestured to his badge, stating, "As you can see, I am a police officer of Scotland Yard. I am fortunate to have begun this career immediately after graduating from university. Yet, I am also unfortunate to have embarked on this path straight out of academia. Like all my colleagues, I earn a weekly salary of 12 shillings. Working 7 days a week, 14 hours a day, patrolling over 15 miles. I do not wish to deceive you. This job is exceedingly arduous and lacks dignity. But these are not the most challenging aspects I face in my work. I completely understand why the gentlemen and ladies present harbored such animosity towards me at the commencement of this trial. For even in our daily duties, we encounter such malevolence, often in a more blatant and direct manner. During my 6 months at Scotland Yard, there have been 60 assaults on police officers in the Greenwich area, yet ironically, we have fewer than 30 officers on duty. Many of my colleagues who joined at the same time as I have since departed, and fewer than a third remain. Some left due to inadequate pay and excessive demands, but the vast majority departed because we feel utterly devoid of respect in our roles. We often feel more villainous than the criminals themselves. People across the globe regard us with hostility, constantly seeking to provoke us. Yet, I do not blame them. Just as I would not cast blame upon you present today, for if I were at risk of being sent to the gallows at any moment, I too would likely not extend a warm demeanor. But do all police officers genuinely wish to see criminals hanged? Take young Adam's case as a poignant example. I do not wish to see him condemned, yet my duty forbids it. Look at our laws: destruction of roadways, death penalty; cutting down trees, death penalty; stealing an envelope, death penalty; salvaging wrecked ship artifacts, death penalty; venturing out at night with a blackened face, death penalty; stealing items valued over 5 shillings, death penalty; an unwed mother concealing a miscarriage, death penalty. If I were to elaborate on our capital punishment statutes, we would be here until nightfall. This peculiar phenomenon is not solely my observation. Lord Samuel Romilly proposed reform in Parliament as early as 1808, yet regrettably, his efforts bore no fruit. In 1808, we enacted over 160 capital offenses, and after more than 20 years of effort, we have since added more than 70 additional offenses. However, has the rapid increase in the death penalty effectively improved the public safety environment? Unfortunately, I must present another set of data. In 1805, there were 605 arrests for criminal offenses in England and Wales. And last year, yes, last year, ladies and gentlemen, do you think this number has diminished? No, certainly not. Last year, criminal cases in England and Wales reached an astounding 30,000, a 6-fold increase. This indicates that the rise in capital offenses has not only failed to enhance our environment, but has also led to a dramatic surge in crime rates. Of course, my assertion does not imply that I advocate for the abolition of the death penalty. Rather, I hope for a more appropriate measure in addressing minor crimes. I find it incomprehensible that our society imposes a death sentence for the theft of 5 shillings. In 1825, over 70 banks collapsed, resulting in significant losses for countless depositors. Those bank partners embezzled amounts far exceeding 5 shillings, yet I have not witnessed any of them hanging from the gallows. I cannot fathom it. I do not understand this society. I am uncertain of the purpose of my role. While I am executing the law and fulfilling my duties, I often feel as though I am the one committing a crime. I am utterly bewildered, and no one has provided me with an explanation for this. Why must my friend die for 5 shillings, while some individuals who caused losses of £500,000 continue to live comfortably? Upon joining the force, I often recited the police orders, which instruct that the police should always maintain a good relationship with the public, honoring the historical tradition that the police are the public, and the public are the police. Yet now, the public informs me that I am not a part of them. Despite being a police officer, I find myself yearning to voice sentiments that seem at odds with my responsibilities. It is precisely for this reason that I have chosen to stand here today. No one is an isolated entity, detached from the world. Each individual is a part of the vast continent. If the waves erode a rock, Europe diminishes. Like a cape losing a fragment, or like your friend or your own territory losing a piece. Every death is my sorrow because I am a member of humanity. Thus, do not ask for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. Thank you all, for this may well be my final appearance in the magistrate's court. Thank you, truly. Thank you. Arthur's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, sweat soaking his white shirt, accentuating his broad chest. Although he was aware that his emotions would be heightened by the speech, he was still taken aback by the intensity of his feelings. The courtroom fell into silence. Every gaze fixated upon his face. But after a brief moment of tranquility, scattered applause began to ripple through the court. Soon, everyone rose from their seats. The applause quickly coalesced into a thunderous ovation, echoing like lightning and thunder within the magistrate's court. Amidst cheers and shouts of approval, Officer Tom collapsed at Arthur's feet, weeping profusely. Arthur, I am heartbroken, deeply heartbroken. Why must we lose such an outstanding colleague as you? I do not understand. I truly do not understand. Well done. Officer Arthur, that was splendid. Why impose a penalty of £500,000 yet cling to 5 shillings? I cannot fathom it either. This law should have been amended long ago. I do not condone the execution of Adam. It is a gross irresponsibility towards public life. Even the magistrate could not help but cast a look of admiration toward Arthur, applauding while addressing the audience. Allow me to reintroduce to you Britain's finest police officer. A paragon of the public, the strongest voice from Scotland Yard, Officer Arthur Hastings. However, upon hearing this, Arthur momentarily froze, then slowly lowered his head. Officer Arthur Hastings? He stroked the badge on his uniform, revealing a hint of a bittersweet smile. I am sorry, I am no longer that. Just as the crowd erupted in jubilation, a gentleman in the audience wearing a black top hat suddenly gestured to his servant beside him. He lowered his voice and instructed, "You must go to Scotland Yard immediately. I need to obtain the personal details of this Officer Arthur Hastings without delay." The servant bowed slightly and replied, "As you wish, Sir Peel." Chapter 11. The bribery incident. Amidst the enduring applause, the gavel struck once more. The magistrate, beaming with delight, proclaimed, having listened to Officer Arthur's impassioned speech, "I trust that you now possess a deeper understanding of the case and have fortified your convictions. I hereby declare the recess concluded, ladies and gentlemen. Please return to your seats as we shall continue the proceedings." The once boisterous courtroom fell into a hushed silence again. The magistrate turned to Arthur and inquired with a smile, "Do you have anything further to add?" Nodding, the magistrate addressed the jury. "We have nearly completed the trial process. I now request that the gentlemen and ladies of the jury retire to deliberate. Upon concluding your discussions, you must render a verdict of either guilty or not guilty. Should you find the defendant guilty, I will, taking into account his conduct in court and from the perspectives of social morality and justice, determine a fitting sentence before delivering my final judgment." At this juncture, the magistrate paused, grasping the Bible before him and placing it over his heart. With solemnity, he declared to the jurors, "Ladies and gentlemen, I swear upon my honor and faith to God that I will issue a just verdict that does not betray my conscience. Please trust in my vow." The jurors comprehended the underlying message of the magistrate. Although Arthur's address had indeed moved him, the transgressions of young Adam were indisputable. Thus, the magistrate hoped that personal sentiments would not sway the jury towards an unjust acquittal. He also assured them that, should young Adam be found guilty, the court would certainly consider a lenient disposition, affirming that this 9-year-old child would not face the gallows. Upon hearing this, the jurors remained hesitant, although they had risen. They lingered without proceeding. They understood that leniency was likely, yet they were uncertain about the criteria by which such leniency would be determined. In this era, the law was an expensive knowledge, wielded solely by lawyers and judges, a fact that the jurors evidently did not possess. Seeing the impasse, Mrs. Pear promptly sought to ease the tension. "Your Honor, may I pose a legal inquiry?" The magistrate smiled and nodded. "Of course. It is my duty to clarify any uncertainties for the jury." After a moment of contemplation, Mrs. Pear devised a question that would not place the magistrate in an awkward position. "Pray tell, if a thief steals property valued at over 5 shillings, and during the trial exhibits profound remorse, coupled with the fact that he is a minor, what verdict might the court render? Ah, an excellent question. I trust you noted a significant figure during Officer Arthur's address, Lord Samuel Romilly, though the name may be unfamiliar to those present. He is a luminary in our legal community and a scholar whom I greatly admire. Although the reform bill he proposed in 1808 did not garner full parliamentary support, certain provisions were nonetheless enacted. One of these pertains to additional exemptions for juvenile offenders, which I shall elucidate, given that minors lack complete judgment. For those who commit lesser offenses, alternative penalties such as companionship with gypsies for a month, flogging, or pillorying may replace imprisonment. However, from my perspective, should the offender's physical condition be poor or if they are exceedingly young at the time of the crime, I would not consider such punitive measures. Thus, in a case where a juvenile commits theft involving over 10 shillings, I would decree 8 years of imprisonment. For amounts between 5 and 10 shillings, a sentence of 5 years would suffice. A stout woman, who identified herself as a mother of 3, interjected. And what if the theft amounted to 7 shillings and 6 pence? Madam, you present quite the conundrum, the magistrate replied. For years of imprisonment, perhaps? Upon hearing this, the jurors again hesitated, feeling the proposed sentence was excessively harsh. At that moment, Mrs. Pear spoke up, drawing forth a pristine lace-trimmed parasol and placing it upon the table. Your Honor, might you compare this parasol with the evidence in your possession? I suspect they may originate from the same source. Excuse me? The magistrate quickly donned his spectacles. Please submit the item for examination. The bailiff promptly placed the evidence parasol alongside Mrs. Pear's. Upon meticulous comparison, the magistrate exclaimed, "Good heavens! These two umbrellas are virtually identical. Officer Arthur, did not the indictment state that this umbrella was produced in a single batch? Could it be that the victim, Miss Nancy, has perjured herself?" Arthur, equally perplexed, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yet before he could reach a conclusion, Mrs. Pear interjected once more. Your Honor, Miss Nancy would not have committed perjury. This umbrella was indeed produced in a single batch. It was custom-made for Mr. George Morris, recently elected to the House of Commons, who presented them as tokens of appreciation to his supporters. The rally was organized by Mr. George Morris himself, during which he distributed 100 umbrellas of this design to the ladies present. He explicitly stated that these were mere trifles intended to express gratitude and held no significant value, not meant as a bribe. It was precisely because Mr. Morris assured us of this that I accepted the umbrella. Had he informed me it was worth 7 shillings and 6 pence, I would have refused it outright, as it would tarnish his unblemished reputation. Should you doubt my word, I can write to Mr. Morris at once, and I am certain he would gladly appear in court to clarify this matter. Chapter 12. The mysterious gentleman. Mrs. Pierce's words could be described as both gentle and firm. Those present were astute individuals, fully aware that the exquisitely crafted parasol held considerable value. However, should George Morris be summoned to testify in court, he would, even under duress, never concede to the high worth of such an item. As a young politician who had only recently emerged from a grueling election battle, being entangled in a bribery scandal at the outset of his career would undoubtedly plunge his promising political future into turmoil. While everyone acknowledged that bribery was not an uncommon occurrence in those times, both the Whigs and the Tories tacitly agreed to keep such matters discreet and maintain silence regarding their opponents' corrupt practices. Should anyone be foolish enough to expose the issue, daring to defy convention, they would be swiftly suppressed by a united front, regardless of their standing. George Morris, being an inexperienced newcomer, lacked the audacity to challenge the party grandees and seasoned politicians, nor was he prepared to jeopardize their livelihoods. He was even disinclined to summon Morris for court testimony, fully aware that the young man would surely not speak the truth. If pressed, Morris might even insist that the parasol was worthless. Even if he were to concoct a tale about having suddenly mastered the craft of parasol making overnight, the magistrate would find such fabrications unremarkable. Having served as a magistrate for over 20 years, he had encountered similar scenarios repeatedly. The magistrate feigned contemplation, stating, "Mrs. Pierce, given your esteemed reputation, I trust your judgment. However, if this parasol is merely an inconsequential souvenir." Before he could finish, the jury members began to jeer from the gallery, asserting that it was quite ordinary, hardly worth anything, and too poorly made even to be a toy for a child. Your Honor, how long do you think one should be sentenced for stealing a toy? The magistrate chuckled, replying, 10 days seems about right. The jury members erupted into hearty laughter. That's your word, they declared, and we believe we can render a verdict. Indeed, they concluded that young Adam was guilty of the theft of a toy. Mrs. Pierce glanced at the animated jurors behind her and smiled, saying, Your Honor, It appears we need not deliberate further. The jurors unanimously find Adam Evans guilty. You may pass sentence. The magistrate, relieved, acknowledged that he had many other cases to attend to and saw no reason to prolong the proceedings over young Adam. With a bang of the gavel, the magistrate solemnly announced, by the jury's determination, the defendant Adam Evans is found guilty. Therefore, in the name of the London Local Magistrates' Court, referencing the relevant legal statutes, I hereby sentence defendant Adam Evans to 10 days of imprisonment and a fine of 1 shilling. Huzzah! The jurors cheered. Young Adam, tears brimming in his eyes, could not contain his gratitude towards the magistrate, exclaiming, thank you, Your Honor." As the magistrate organized the documents on his desk, he smiled at young Adam, saying, "You should thank Officer Arthur." "Yes, I will," replied young Adam, turning to Arthur and bowing deeply. "Officer, you saved my life." Arthur smiled, offering no words, merely placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder before producing a shilling from his pocket and approaching the magistrate. "Your Honor, this is his fine. I am paying it on his behalf." Arthur jested, "When you ascend to heaven, do remember to save me a good spot beside you." "No need for that, Arthur," the magistrate replied, rising with documents in hand. "For by then, your position will surely be closer to God than mine. I will require your intercession to sing my praises before him. Is that permissible within the bounds of the law?" "Of course, I am a magistrate." The two shared a knowing smile, and Arthur turned to bid farewell, saying, "Goodbye, Your Honor." The magistrate's voice followed him. "Shall I see you here again?" Arthur hesitated. "Perhaps not." The magistrate pondered for a moment, then said, "Arthur, heed my advice. Continue on your path, or you may regret it. You belong in this profession. I cannot find anyone more suited than you. I may despise all the other officers of Scotland Yard, but you are an exception. With you, everything will improve." With that, he silently departed the courtroom, as if he had never been there at all. The magistrate sighed heavily, observing the retreating figure of Arthur. Young people these days. "Officer Arthur, wait." The magistrate, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle and sigh again. Young people these days. Arthur stepped out of the courthouse into a bustling street under a clear sky. The wind rustled through the treetops, stirring up dust that momentarily obscured his vision. He raised a hand to shield his brow, glancing up at the azure heavens, muttering, "What a rare fine day, albeit the sun is rather blinding." At the court's entrance, a sleek black carriage awaited, where a middle-aged gentleman, adorned with a black top hat and monocle, stood. Upon seeing Arthur emerge, he approached with a smile. "Good day, Officer Arthur." Arthur scrutinized the gentleman's features, puzzled. "Do I know you?" The man chuckled. "You do not know me, but I am familiar with you. That was quite a remarkable speech you delivered, was it not? Even though I merely came for a leisurely outing, I was profoundly moved by your compelling address from the spectators' gallery. Thank you for your support of my work. Frankly, you epitomize the ideal image of a police officer in my eyes: calm, composed, intelligent, confident, just, and ambitious without losing your sense of propriety. Your demeanor is exemplary. A true model for all. You are the pride of Scotland Yard." Arthur managed a strained smile, noting that this was the second instance of such praise he had received that day. "I am unsure whether I deserve such accolades, but that no longer matters. Starting tomorrow, I will no longer be a police officer of Scotland Yard." The gentleman inquired, "Are you truly not considering continuing at Scotland Yard?" Arthur nodded, wishing to speak but finding the words elusive. His hand rummaged through his pocket, unexpectedly finding the pipe gifted to him by Elder that morning, still containing unsmoked tobacco. He had only taken a couple of puffs earlier before extinguishing it, and now it seemed fitting to bring it forth. Noticing Arthur produce the pipe, the gentleman naturally retrieved a match from his pocket to light it for him. Arthur took a deep drag, only to be taken aback by the acrid smoke that brought tears to his eyes. Yet, he bore the discomfort and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, sir." The middle-aged gentleman smiled. "So you are not accustomed to smoking. Why then do you wish to learn?" With the pipe clenched between his teeth, Arthur found it distasteful. The smoke was harsh and bitter, and the acrid fumes made him feel quite uncomfortable. "Once I resign from this job, I plan to venture to sea. I have heard that to truly bond with sailors, one must partake in smoking and drinking. Otherwise, life aboard a ship may prove quite challenging. Have you secured a vessel?" "Indeed. The HMS Beagle of the Royal Navy is preparing for a global scientific expedition and is in need of a naturalist." The middle-aged gentleman's gaze reflected a sense of regret. "The loss of such an exceptional officer as yourself is truly disheartening. It is a loss for Scotland Yard and for the citizens of London. However, I respect your decision. Thank you for your understanding. Until we meet again, sir. I appreciate your match." With that, Arthur turned to depart. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he noticed Officers Tom and Tony tumbling out in a frantic rush. They shouted as they pursued the direction in which Arthur had vanished. "Arthur, please do not act impulsively. We cannot afford to lose you." "Oh, I feel utterly useless." "These burdens should not fall upon you. My son must attend the University of London. Even if Oxford and Cambridge waive tuition, he must, by all means, go to the University of London." The middle-aged gentleman found the scene somewhat amusing. Just as he was enjoying the impromptu race between Tom and Tony, his reverie was interrupted by a voice. "Sir, did you happen to see a man in a white shirt with a police uniform draped over his shoulder exit from here?" Turning around, the gentleman recognized the young court clerk who had inquired. "Are you referring to Officer Arthur? Do you have business with him?" "Indeed. Do you know Officer Arthur?" The court clerk exclaimed with delight. "That is splendid. You see, although I am a court clerk, I also work part-time as a reporter for a newspaper. The speech delivered by Officer Arthur today was incredibly inspiring, and I wish to publish its contents in our paper. I wonder if you could convey this request to him?" "I shall certainly relay your message. I believe he would be inclined to accept your request. May I ask which newspaper you are writing for?" The middle-aged gentleman replied with a smile. "Oh, it is nothing. I happen to know a few editors at the Times who are currently lamenting their lack of articles. If you do not mind, once your piece is complete, would you allow them to reprint it? I am certain they would be generous with compensation. Helping me would also assist them. What do you think?" Chapter 13. Another Arthur on the flat streets of Whitehall. A black carriage ambled along. A middle-aged gentleman sat within, perusing a stack of documents, while Mrs. Peel occupied the seat opposite him. She smiled and said, "Oh, my dear. I never imagined you would have time today to see me attend the court session. Aren't you usually at the official residence at this hour?" The middle-aged gentleman, or perhaps Sir Peel would be a more fitting title, replied, "What compares to your exquisite beauty over the paperwork at the residence? Given the choice, I would prefer to sit here and gaze at you all day long." Mrs. Peel's complexion flushed, and though she felt a tinge of shyness, she could not suppress the smile that danced at the corners of her eyes. "Robert, we are long married. You needn't indulge in such flattery with me. If you claim the documents are dull, then what is that in your hands?" "This?" Sir Peel lifted the document. "It is the personal file of Officer Arthur Hastings." Upon hearing the name, Mrs. Peel's interest piqued. "Ah, you have also taken note of that exceptionally talented young officer? His performance today was nothing short of brilliant. Unless I am blind, it would be hard not to notice him. Have you observed how remarkably similar he is to our other friend named Arthur?" "Very much so." "Mrs. Peel pondered for a moment. "I presume you are referring to the Duke of Wellington, Arthur Wellesley?" "Oh, dear, you must be mistaken. While the Duke is indeed an honorable gentleman with a strong sense of justice, he cannot match the grace of Officer Hastings. If today Officer Hastings were to be replaced by the Duke of Wellington, before the court could even convene, he would have delivered 2 lashes to the magistrate." "Ha ha, my dear, you do not know him well enough. The Duke is not always so irritable. He only displays such temperament in the presence of His Majesty. He has often impressed upon me his principles regarding friendship. He can tolerate a fool or a rogue, but he cannot abide one who is both foolish and wicked." At this, Mrs. Peel nearly burst into laughter. Wishing to laugh heartily, yet feeling it would be impolite, she raised her handkerchief to her mouth. "Does His Majesty know that you and your fellow cabinet members speak of him in such a manner?" Sir Peel raised an eyebrow playfully. "What I just said were independent remarks, not related to one another. My dear lady, His Majesty is not involved in this matter. Robert, you truly are a wicked man." Mrs. Peel chuckled, her shoulders shaking with mirth. "Now, tell me about the similarities between the Duke of Wellington and Officer Hastings." "Everyone knows what a remarkable commander the Duke of Wellington is. He is a born military genius. When the world believed Napoleon would sweep across Europe, it was he who, at the Battle of Waterloo, demonstrated who truly deserved the title of conqueror. From India to Iberia, and then to France and the Netherlands, he was undefeated in every battle. Look at his accolades. Not only is he a field marshal of the British Army, but also a field marshal of Russia, Austria, Prussia, Hanover, Spain, Portugal, and the Netherlands. Yet, this man, born for war, often complains to me that the thing he despises most in life is war. After every battle, he states that it would be his last time on the battlefield. However, when the nation calls upon him with just a gentle nudge, he rises once more to stand at the forefront of conflict, braving the cannon fire." Mrs. Peel reflected for a moment and asked, "Do you believe Officer Hastings is such a man?" "Indeed." Sir Peel nodded with a smile. "What I must do now is merely give him that gentle push." Mrs. Peel concurred. I too believe Scotland Yard cannot afford to lose such an outstanding officer. It would be irresponsible to the public. However, hasn't he already decided to leave? How do you intend to push him? Mrs. Peel glanced outside, observing a 4-story building with crimson walls and a green dome. The Admiralty? What are we doing here? Sir Peel chuckled. Officer Hastings just informed me he intends to seek a position in the Royal Navy. Yet I believe the Navy is already well-staffed with excellent talent. They hardly need one more. More importantly, as the Home Secretary overseeing Scotland Yard, I have no intention of letting my most exceptional officer slip away. Thus, I have come to discuss matters with some old friends at the Admiralty. My dear, you wouldn't mind if I indulged in a drink with them, would you? Oh, Robert. Mrs. Peel appeared somewhat vexed. You have work to do this afternoon. But Sir Peel had already devised a countermeasure. I have completed my duties for the day. The only one still busy in the cabinet is the Duke of Wellington, who is off to Windsor Castle to meet His Majesty. Wellington? What is he doing at Windsor Castle? Sir Peel shrugged. It is unlikely he is going there to duel with His Majesty. At this moment, outside the audience chamber of Windsor Castle, an enraged elder was hot on the Duke's heels. His upper garments were extravagantly adorned, a deep crimson cloak trimmed in gold, complemented by a silver-gray coat embellished with wheat tassels, clearly of considerable worth. Strangely, however, the elder's lower half was clad only in knee-length shorts, a clear indication he had rushed so hastily that he had not the time to don a complete formal outfit. He bellowed at the Duke. Wellington, stop this instant. The Duke obediently halted, yet he did not turn around. His cold voice was reminiscent of the December north wind. Your Majesty, what is it? The elder, none other than King George IV of the Hanoverian dynasty, glared with wide eyes and trembling hands, reproaching, What do you mean by the documents you just submitted to me? The Duke replied, I mean it quite literally. If you do not understand, I could summarize it for you. The Parliament and Cabinet have been at odds over Catholic emancipation for over a decade, and only now have they reached a consensus, resulting in the universally accepted Catholic Emancipation Bill. This is a hard-won document, and I do not intend to draft it anew with the Parliament or Cabinet, for that would only lead to endless wrangling. You now have two options. Either accept the initial draft of the Catholic Emancipation Bill that I just submitted and assure the House of Commons and Cabinet that you will not use your influence among the peers in the House of Lords to impede its passage. Or you may choose to accept the collective resignation of myself and the other 14 members of the Cabinet, allowing you to appoint a trusted member of the majority party to form a new government. Alternatively, if you prefer, you could call for new elections. In any case, whoever wishes to deal with this mess may do so. I will not touch it again. King George IV, upon hearing this, was so enraged that his voice trembled. Wellington. You. But the Duke seemed unfazed by the king's demeanor, stating, If you still consider yourself the legitimate monarch of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, then approve the bill. I must clarify that, although I, like you, am a devout Protestant, the issues surrounding the emancipation of other Catholic sects can no longer be delayed. The kingdom teeters on the brink of civil war, and I have received credible intelligence that should the bill be rejected, a widespread rebellion will erupt in the Irish territories. Thus, I must once again caution you. If insurrection arises in Ireland, I shall not accept your invitation to assume the role of Commander-in-Chief of the Army. As for the manner of your selection, that is your prerogative. You may decide as you see fit. With that, the Duke of Wellington swept his sleeve and departed. George IV bellowed at his retreating figure. Wellington, you, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Nearby attendants hurried to support the elderly king, who was nearly tumbling down the steps, offering words of consolation. Your Majesty, perhaps it is best to let it go, if he does not fear Napoleon. Do not expect him to fear you. Aye. George IV's vision darkened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Your Majesty? Your Majesty. The attendants shook the king's body, and upon realizing he was unresponsive, panic ensued. Quick, summon the doctor. Chapter 14. Famous quotes. Officers Tony and Tom pursued Arthur, following his trail through the bustling streets of London, although they were in good physical condition. Catching up to Arthur amidst the throngs of people proved to be a formidable challenge. When they finally caught sight of him again, they found themselves standing in front of the Greenwich police station of the Metropolitan Police Service. Arthur stood there, facing off against a burly police sergeant in his 30s. With an eagle-like nose, none other than Wilcox Roberts, Arthur's direct superior. Though slender, Arthur towered over his counterpart, who, despite his shorter stature, bore an intimidating demeanor. A faint scar marred the sergeant's neck, and a portion of his eyebrow was missing. Every scar on his body told a story. His neck scar was a remnant from the War of the Seventh Coalition, where he fought as a soldier in the British Army against the First French Empire. The missing part of his eyebrow was a mark from the Peterloo Massacre in 1819. Between 1793 and 1815, Britain engaged in 7 wars against France, resulting in significant disruption to domestic trade and a harsh crackdown on internal dissent by the authorities, exacerbating societal tensions. This long-standing discord erupted on August 16, 1819, when a massive gathering of 80,000 people convened at St. Peter's Field in Manchester, demanding electoral reform and the repeal of the Corn Laws, as well as the abolition of laws prohibiting workers from forming unions. The organizers even invited the renowned radical reformer Henry Hunt to address the crowd. In a panic, the Manchester authorities ordered the arrest of Hunt and the event's organizers, escalating tensions. To regain control, the British authorities deployed military and police forces against the assembly, including the illustrious 15th Light Dragoons, who had previously distinguished themselves on the battlefield at Waterloo. Their intervention was tragically effective, resulting in 18 deaths and over 700 injuries. This incident would later be mockingly referred to as the Battle of Peterloo. Sergeant Roberts had been among those present during this fateful event. Having retired from military service last year, Wilcox accepted an internal appointment as sergeant at the newly established Greater London Police. He circled Arthur slowly, his snake-like eyes scrutinizing him. Before finally speaking, "I've heard about your exploits at the Peace Court. Impressive, isn't it? Do you think I would commend you, Arthur?" Arthur cast a sidelong glance at him. "What luck do I have to earn your praise?" With a derisive snicker, Wilcox replied, "At least you have some sense. Let me be frank. I'm furious, absolutely furious. And you're quite fortunate, very fortunate. Had I still been in the army, you'd be lying on the ground, clutching your stomach, unable to rise. Do you think you're something special? You're merely a police officer. What you need are orders and obedience. Not some absurd sense of public morality that's for the MPs and cabinet ministers to ponder. Arthur, do you wish to overstep your bounds? To brazenly attack legal statutes at the Peace Court? Do you have any idea what chaos that could unleash? What would the Supreme Court think? What would the legislators say? What would those 2 magistrates overseeing Scotland Yard think? Are you willing to drag me down with your trivial conscience? Answer me, Arthur." Arthur calmly responded, "I came here today specifically to provide an explanation. All matters are my sole responsibility. The consequences are mine alone to bear. I, Arthur Hastings, Constable of the Greenwich Precinct of the Greater London Police, hereby resign." Wilcox, hands clasped behind his back, bore a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Compared to the bright day, his countenance was dark and brooding, reminiscent of a cold, rainy night. He suddenly seized Arthur by the collar. "You take full responsibility? Resignation? Who do you think you are? The Prime Minister of Great Britain?" Arthur gazed at his face, inching closer, then slowly closed his eyes, his clenched fist cracking audibly. Hearing this, Wilcox glanced down at Arthur's fists, and with an arrogant laugh, he challenged, "Come on, strike me. Haven't you always wanted to take a swing at me? I've faced greater foes on the battlefield than you. Do you dare to confront me?" Taking a deep breath, Arthur placed his hand in his pocket. "Wilcox, don't say I didn't warn you. I brought a gun while patrolling the East End last night, just in case." As soon as Arthur's words left his lips, Wilcox felt something cold pressing against his stomach. Cold sweat trickled from his temples as time seemed to freeze, both men locked in their standoff. Officers Tony and Tom rushed to intervene. "Arthur, Sergeant Wilcox, let's all calm down. We are colleagues. This isn't necessary. Yes, it could turn deadly if it continues like this." Yet Arthur appeared unfazed by their pleas, turning to Wilcox instead. "Your intellect could serve as a bell." Wilcox's pupils constricted in rage. "What did you say?" Arthur shook his head slightly. "That remark isn't mine. It's from Victor Hugo." Wilcox bellowed, "Which precinct does Victor Hugo oversee?" Arthur coolly replied, "He is not a police officer. He is a French writer." Wilcox, feeling humiliated, prepared to unleash a tirade at Arthur, but as he opened his mouth, he felt the object that had been against his stomach shift to his chest. Sweat streamed down his forehead, and he had no choice but to amend his tone. "Oh, Arthur, I know you're a university graduate and a book lover, but let me advise you, read less of the French. It will poison your thoughts. You might consider our classics, like Shakespeare." Arthur nodded, feigning understanding. "Your brain capacity is less than that of earwax." "What did you say?" "Don't be angry, Mr. Sergeant." "As you wish." That line was indeed from Shakespeare. Seeing Wilcox fall silent, Arthur continued, "You uncultured swine." Wilcox seemed to relent, taking a deep breath to restrain his anger. "Fine, let us consider this a lesson for me." "Who said that last line?" That was said by Arthur Hastings. Farewell, Mr. Sergeant. He tossed the object pressing against Wilcox's chest aside, hands in his pockets, and strolled away, disappearing into the crowd. Wilcox looked down to find it was not a handgun but an unremarkable pipe, its tobacco scattered on the ground. A wave of emotions, shame, rage, disgust, washed over him as he clenched his fists, roaring in the direction Arthur had departed. Arthur, you wait for me. Do not presume that shedding this attire will grant you escape. I shall initiate an internal investigation against you. I am resolute in my determination to commence an internal inquiry. Chapter 15. In the distant past and future on the banks of the Thames, Arthur, clad in a disheveled white shirt and clutching a bottle of wine, gazed vacantly at the litter-strewn river and the setting sun. The specter of Agares floated beside him, the red demon wrinkling his nose in revulsion, lamenting to Arthur, "By the devil, how long do you intend to linger in this place? The stench is nearly on par with Baal's feeding grounds." Arthur took a swig from the bottle and inquired, "Who is Baal? You don't know Baal? Perhaps this name will resonate with you. Beelzebub, the moniker of Baal. You must be referring to that fellow who governs flies?" Agares erupted in laughter. "Indeed, the Lord of Flies. Yet, it is this most undignified demon who reigns over hell. While a cultured, knowledgeable gentleman like myself, adept in music and multiple languages, is condemned to dwell among mortals. Is that not absurd?" Arthur ruffled his tousled hair. "No wonder you find yourself here. It seems you oppose Baal." Agares placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder. "Precisely. Just as Scotland Yard cannot accommodate someone of your exceptional talents, hell similarly has no place for a genius like me. We are kindred spirits, my dear brother." He gestured towards the wine bottle in Arthur's hand. "Share a sip with me." Arthur glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, before pushing the bottle towards Agares. "Be careful, don't let anyone see." Agares raised the bottle and drank it down in one go, followed by a loud belch. "This wine is rather subpar. Back in the day, when I followed King Solomon into Jerusalem." "Don't mention King Solomon. My ears are nearly calloused from hearing about him." Arthur interjected. "Is it so? With your longevity, you must have other tales to share. Surely, after Solomon, you engaged in some noteworthy endeavors?" Agares retorted angrily. "What of it? When I accompanied King Solomon to Jerusalem, I completed my life's work." To prove his point, he pulled a handful of colorful marbles from his pocket, declaring, "Arthur, do you see this? These are all souls I've amassed since that time. Otherwise, with your lackadaisical work ethic, I would have starved years ago." Arthur observed the marbles, each bearing an expressionless face, and sighed. "So you have such a stockpile. Why then do you constantly pressure me for souls?" "Arthur, I am a demon. My delight lies in tormenting, not feasting. These souls have endured my torment for millennia and are now utterly unafraid, leaving me with no interest in playing with them. Unless I am starved, I can hardly be bothered to examine them. And even when I do feast, I prefer fresh fare. Would you consume rotten food? A demon. Yet so finicky. No wonder you struggle to find a suitable contractor. Arthur, you must respect my profession. It is a venerable trade. Those in our line of work adhere to the principle of not opening shop for a millennium, and when we do, we feast for a millennium. Even if I don't seek a contractor, I cannot simply accept any. Better to wait for the right one. What do you propose? Shall we depart this very moment? York is not far from London." "No, Agares, you fail to comprehend. I hail from the future." Agares furrowed his brow, pondering for a time before asking, "Is this today's cold joke?" Arthur shook his head. "No, the cold joke comes later." "Then continue. I am listening." Arthur gazed at the barges on the Thames and spoke. "In the future, the Royal Navy will possess only 97 vessels. Oh, that is indeed dreadful. But that is not the worst of it. What could be worse? The worst is that the French will have 98 vessels." Agares erupted into uncontrollable laughter, gasping for breath. "Arthur, you must be mad. Did not the Royal Navy obliterate the French naval power in the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805? How long could it take them to amass such a fleet? A century?" Arthur swayed the bottle, draining the last dregs. "A century? Perhaps two." Seeing Arthur's playful demeanor, Agares finally exhaled in relief. "Arthur, you are indeed mercurial. I thought you were on the brink of despair, yet here you are, unfazed." "Who says I am unfazed? I am eager to reach the future. I have had my fill of the cesspool. Is the future so promising? It surely cannot be worse than the present," Arthur exclaimed, hurling the bottle into the Thames. With a splash, the surface erupted in dark waves, a foul odor wafting forth. Agares quickly pinched his nose, admonishing, "Arthur, I must offer you a piece of advice. If you are aware of the stench of the cesspool, do not stir it with your bottle." Arthur dusted off his hands and stood from the railing, declaring, "I relish it. You truly disregard counsel. Agares floated alongside him. Now that you have resigned, what shall we do tomorrow? Do you have a plan? Arthur replied nonchalantly, smoke, drink, and perhaps buy a rabbit to keep at home. Will you also randomly seek a woman to marry on the street? That depends on the circumstances. Agares placed his hands on his hips, blocking Arthur's path. Arthur, this is not a plan. It is merely a rebellion against Scotland Yard's internal regulations. Arthur paused, pondering, then asked Agares, what is it? Teach me to do something wicked. Oh, my dear Arthur. Agares chuckled ominously, rubbing his hands together. You must have misunderstood me. I never instruct anyone in wrongdoing. But are you not a demon? A demon is merely a moniker bestowed upon me by those of differing beliefs. They also call me Satan. Do you know? In ancient Hebrew, Satan simply means the adversary, but it has since been personified. Long ago, I was revered as a supreme deity by some. Do you truly think I would instruct my followers to commit evil? They treated me well. I could not harm them. Intrigued, Arthur inquired, what then do you teach them? Agares smiled slyly, I do not teach them. I believe they are good people. So I merely advise them to follow their hearts and grant them their desires. Be it wealth or power, I provide them with what they seek. I have always trusted them to use these gifts for good. But, as you know, the results have often disappointed me. Thus, I reclaim their souls as punishment for their transgressions. I have never regarded my actions as malevolent. I have consistently done good. I have made beggars wealthy overnight, allowing them to lead dignified lives. Once again, the homeless are elevated to kings, spawning numerous offspring, relishing the warmth of home. Where have I erred? Arthur, it is not I who embodies malice, but those blinded by power and wealth. Consider yourself. You too have reaped assistance from me, yet have you committed any transgressions? You have punished the university professor who preyed upon female students and saved a child's life. You have wrought much good from the aid I bestowed upon you. When wielded by virtuous hands, the same power manifests as benevolence. In the hands of the wicked, it transforms into malevolence. Reflect upon the gazes of those in the courtroom today. In their hearts, you are a savior, a deity. Arthur, for societal collectives, a god is essential. Without one, nothing can be discussed. And you possess all the requisite qualities to become that god. Arthur fixed his gaze upon Agares' smiling visage, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. Agares, are you attempting to bewitch me again? How could that be, Arthur? Agares beamed with an apparent sincerity. I am genuinely here to assist you. Arthur placed a hand on his shoulder. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for today. Regarding the matter of Mrs. Pierce, I owe you a soul. When I discover a suitable target, I shall act. Oh, my dear Arthur. Agares extended his half-meter-long tongue to moisten his parched lips, nearly dampening Arthur's shoe. Have you not already found a target? Chapter 16. The Royal Navy's examination system. Today's weather is evidently less favorable than yesterday's. The sky is shrouded in mist, and a bothersome drizzle permeates the air, creating an atmosphere saturated with a penetrating dampness. In times past, Arthur would have cursed the heavens before stepping outside. Yet now, he remains indifferent, utterly unconcerned. Well, at least that's what he professes. In a nondescript tavern in East London, the revelry of the night before has only just concluded. The waitstaff have yet to clear the tables of the remnants of spilled drinks and grease, and a rickety table, missing a leg, is occupied by two newcomers. One of the patrons, a peculiar gentleman clad in a sailor's cap, baggy trousers, and oversized shoes, smokes a pipe with an air of eccentricity. The other is even more curious, his gaze fixated on the serving girl until her cheeks flush with embarrassment, prompting him to inquire politely, Madam, may I marry you? The eccentric gentleman, unable to contain himself, erupted in exasperation. Arthur, what in the blazes are you doing? You appear less like a rogue and more like a fool. For heaven's sake, your handsome face is utterly wasted. Have you forgotten what I just taught you? Step aside. Let me show you how it's done. With that, the eccentric man approached the serving girl to demonstrate. Go play with your mother, you scoundrel. A sharp slap reverberated through the air, leaving a vivid handprint on Elder's left cheek. The serving girl, hands on her hips, pointed an accusing finger at Elder. You've picked the wrong person to provoke. Do you not recognize the name Chili Penny that the local drunks speak of? Crouching on the ground, clutching his cheek, Elder winced in pain. Damn, how can a woman hit so hard? Arthur glanced at the tray laden with beer mugs in the serving girl's hands and shrugged innocently. I believe anyone capable of balancing 12 pints of beer in one hand, even if she is a petite lady, must possess considerable strength. Be quiet, Arthur. You don't seem much better off than I am. At least I haven't been struck. Am I not demonstrating for you? A misguided demonstration? Arthur's retort left Elder momentarily speechless. After a moment, he finally spoke. Arthur, what is it? You truly have a talent that deserves better than to be confined to the history department. Arthur appreciated the compliment. Nodding in agreement, I share that sentiment. If you pursued classical literature, you would undoubtedly become a literary giant. Shelley? Byron? They would be unworthy to carry your shoes. You are the true master of satirical literature. Elder, you flatter me excessively, Arthur humbly replied. I merely consider myself capable of standing alongside them, not surpassing them. Are you serious? Of course. But that is contingent upon your previous statement being sincere. Elder raised his hands in surrender. All right, I concede. Let us sit and have something to eat. You didn't summon me out into the rain merely to engage in banter, did you? Not quite. I wanted to inquire about your plans moving forward. Is there truly nothing for me to do before we set sail? Elder reclined in his seat. One leg draped over the table, nearly toppling the oil lamp. Not quite. While the Royal Navy's management during downtime may be lax, given that it's your first voyage, you will undergo some fundamental training. However, that's of little consequence, as the majority of the duties aboard will fall to the sailors and officers. Just ensure you do not perform so poorly that it becomes a disgrace, because after your training, the Navy may conduct a few simple assessments. If you fail, it could lead to significant troubles. Arthur ordered a bowl of mashed potatoes, inquiring as he ate, that sounds rather formal. Why does it differ from your previous descriptions? Did you not say the Royal Navy was rife with internal corruption, nepotism, and rigid management? Elder rolled his eyes. Unfortunately, Arthur, while the Royal Navy is indeed a flawed organization, I must concede that it possesses certain merits. For instance, take the officer selection mechanism of the Royal Navy. Weren't you the one who claimed that most selected are merely connected individuals? By the way, I almost forgot, your uncle is a rear admiral in the Royal Navy. If that's the case, why not leverage that connection to become an officer? Lieutenant Elder sounds rather impressive. Elder snatched the wine from Arthur's side, forcibly uncorking it and taking a swig. Impressive, my foot. The rank of lieutenant is merely the lowest tier among commissioned officers in the Navy. Arthur jested. Surely that is cooler than being a constable, Arthur? That is true, Elder laughed heartily. But you are no longer Constable Arthur, you are now Naturalist Arthur. You still have yet to explain why you did not pursue a military career. Simply because I have aged out of it. Had I truly intended to join the Navy, I should have entered naval school at the age of 12. After a year of training, I would have had to serve 6 years as a cadet, undertaking nearly every duty aboard the ship. Arthur, do you think that resembles a life worth living? Oh, Arthur, what are you thinking? Even after those 6 years, there's no guarantee one will become a naval officer. Some spend 6 years and do not even achieve the rank of a junior lieutenant. Arthur questioned. If that is the case, why do you still regard it as a merit of the Royal Navy? Elder took another swig of wine, having consumed nearly half of Arthur's drink. Though passing this examination often requires connections, one must also possess some skill. Moreover, even the least competent candidates have spent 6 earnest years aboard a ship, which is far better than those languishing ashore in luxury. Arthur remained skeptical. Is there truly no one whose connections are strong enough to bypass this examination? Elder shook his head earnestly. That is precisely one of the rare virtues of the Royal Navy. Are you aware of Prince William? He is the son of the king. Yet he too must serve 6 years aboard a vessel and pass an examination to earn a commission. The Navy's rigidity often resembles a medieval relic. Yet I must acknowledge this aspect. Then why did you not attend naval school back then? Wasn't your uncle a rear admiral? Elder rolled his eyes. How was I to know he would ascend to rear admiral? When I was 12, he was merely a colonel. Had I foreseen his rapid rise, I would have been less obstinate. Chapter 17, The True Literary Giant Within the Tavern. The dining table was adorned not only with beer mugs and a few sausages, but also with an array of banknotes and coins. Arthur and Elder's faces were shrouded in shadows, beyond the reach of the flickering kerosene lamp. Each held 2 cards in hand. Arthur glanced down and noted he possessed a pair of 5s. Elder similarly cast his eyes over his cards, then boldly pushed all the chips forward. I'm all in. Arthur remained silent, merely glancing behind Elder. The Red Devil, Agares, stood there, laughing maniacally, his tongue lolling out. Arthur, that fellow is merely bluffing. He holds but a pair of 3s. Let us take him down and win his trousers today. However, upon hearing this, Arthur not only dismissed Agares' suggestion, but also threw his cards onto the table. Elder, you win. I fold. Your bravado overwhelms me. Upon hearing Arthur's concession, Elder clutched his head in despair, his face ashen as he slumped onto the table. He revealed his hand, displaying a pair of kings. Agares feigned astonishment, covering his mouth as he lied. The lighting here is so dim. How could I mistake a pair of kings for a pair of 3s? Arthur merely smirked, well aware that this devil would not be so benevolent. Agares' earlier revelations about Elder's hand were merely a ruse to gain Arthur's trust, only to ensnare him in a significant loss later. This was a familiar tactic of the Red Devil, one Arthur navigated with ease. Oh, Arthur, are you serious? Elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. Noticing Elder's slow demeanor, Arthur raised his hand to collect the money on the table. Yet, just as his hand reached out, Elder swiftly swept away the banknotes. Naturally, he left Arthur with 5 pennies, representing his stake. Arthur, you have always been so magnanimous. Today, let me cover the cost of drinks and food, so we may celebrate your liberation from the wretched Scottish precinct. Come, let us toast to a splendid new life. Elder raised his beer mug and clinked it vigorously against Arthur's. A series of dull thuds echoed as a pint of beer slid down Elder's throat. However, Arthur, after enduring 4 large glasses, found it impossible to continue. He clutched his stomach and waved his hand. Elder, do those who make their living at sea possess such formidable drinking capacities? Elder laughed heartily. Of course. At sea, alcohol is a precious commodity. First, spirits have a long shelf life. Fresh water can become contaminated, but alcohol remains untainted. Second, if a crew member is injured, alcohol can be used for disinfection, aiding us in combating illness and keeping warm. You might not realize how cold it can be in certain waters. Most importantly, life at sea is dreadfully monotonous. For months, or even a year, one faces an unchanging horizon, the same scenery, the same life, and the same foul-smelling men. Only alcohol can grant us fleeting joy, allowing us to forget our troubles and temporarily numb ourselves. Oh, Arthur, you cannot fathom how unbearable life at sea would be without it. I've even heard of old sailors who have lived their entire lives without drinking water, sustaining themselves solely on alcohol. Arthur, feeling slightly dazed, inquired, that sounds rather miserable. Have you never considered seeking a better job on land? After all, you have far more connections than I do. It seems there are plans everywhere for railway construction, and the London docks are expanding. Once they are completed, you could find work with a railway or shipping company. With your Royal Navy credentials, securing a job would be much easier. Who knows, you might even become a university professor. After all, you rival Shelley and Byron, wouldn't you agree? Arthur waved his hand dismissively, clearly intoxicated. Enough, Elder, spare me the flattery. I am merely a lowly constable from the Scottish precinct, and one who has been dismissed at that. Have you ever seen Byron or Shelley take up the badge? They would scorn the very notion. No sooner had Arthur spoken than a gentle voice inquired from the side, Officer Arthur? Arthur squinted as he turned to see a somewhat familiar young man. I believe I know you. Arthur rubbed his head. You were once a court clerk, correct? I've seen you a few times. The clerk, surprised, exclaimed, I cannot believe you recognize me. This is splendid. I just completed my news manuscript and was hoping to get your insights. Arthur grinned widely, nearly sliding off his chair. I am no connoisseur of literature. You should consult the gentleman across from me. He is a brilliant scholar of classical literature, albeit from London University. No. You should definitely consult Officer Arthur. He is akin to Shelley and Byron, despite being from the Scottish precinct. The court clerk found the situation amusing, realizing both drunken men were quite inebriated. Nevertheless, he presented the rain-soaked manuscript to Arthur. Given the high praise, the inebriated Arthur, not one to shy away, resolved to offer his critique. He took the manuscript and began to read aloud in the tavern. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. As Arthur reached this passage, a jolt of recognition surged through his drunken mind. The words seemed familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered them. Oh, this is my fault. From the Scottish precinct, the most formidable constable. Officer Arthur Hastings, author. Charles Dickens, Chapter 18. The Orders from the Admiralty in a solitary villa on the outskirts of London. Sir Pierre reclined comfortably on the sofa beside the fireplace, savoring his delightful holiday. One hand cradled an exquisite cup of red tea, while the other grasped a freshly delivered Times newspaper. Just as he finished speaking, he looked up to see Lady Pierre entering with a neatly stacked pile of newspapers. Sir Pierre could not help but jest. Oh, my dear lady, why have you purchased so many newspapers? Are you planning to take up a second job as a news vendor? Lady Pierre shot him a disapproving glance. Robert, you informed me that there might be news about Officer Arthur today, but you did not mention it would be this extensive. I merely requested a paper featuring Officer Arthur from the vendor, and he seemed eager to hand me every publication he had. While I am indeed a devoted fan of Officer Arthur, the cost of such a multitude is rather exorbitant. Sir Pierre chuckled and shook his head. No, no, my lady. I only spent money on the Times. The rest of the papers were generously sponsored by our young and promising Member of Parliament, Mr. George Morris. He is a man of considerable social responsibility, and upon showing him the article about Officer Arthur, he immediately offered to contribute. Lady Pierre, puzzled, asked, I know Mr. Morris has just inherited his father's bank shares, but even with wealth, can he afford such extravagance? Moreover, for someone so willing to spend, his initiative is astonishing. I counted, and he sought out over 30 publications from large to small. How did he manage to contact so many? At this, Sir Pierre could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. My dear, Mr. Morris would indeed go to great lengths to secure those papers. For I told him that if the public's attention is not fixed upon Officer Arthur's illustrious image, then the matter of his electoral bribery with an umbrella would certainly come to light. George Morris, like myself, is a member of the Tory party, and as his senior, I must guide him on handling public relations crises, mustn't I? Lady Pierre, now laughing uncontrollably, tossed the newspapers aside and playfully slapped his thigh. Oh, no, no, no. Sir Pierre wagged his finger. My dear, in the realm of politics, we refer to this as a win-win collaboration. Mr. Morris preserves his future and receives my gratitude, while I, at minimal expense, have retained Scotland Yard's finest officer and showcased the Yard's admirable image to the public. You see, I have constructed Scotland Yard from top to bottom. Its success reflects my own accomplishments. In this transaction, there are no losers, only victors. And what of Mr. Morris's wallet? Robert, you are quite the little rogue. Sir Pierre raised an eyebrow and drew his wife into an embrace. Ah, my dear, therein lies your misunderstanding. After all these years of marriage, you still do not comprehend your husband as profession? I am a seasoned parliamentarian. Do not expect me to divulge any unsavory details. Do I not refrain from speaking ill of civilized individuals during parliamentary sessions? Oh, my dear, those seated in the House of Commons are hardly civilized. They are akin to a pack of baboons. Do you believe a trainer would speak kindly to his animals? My outbursts at the zoo are entirely justified and theoretically sound. Lady Pierre buried her face in Sir Pierre's arm, laughing so hard she could scarcely breathe. Robert, your words are exceedingly impolite. How can you liken the members of Parliament to baboons? Because they, too, regard me as one, and they attack me for our differing breeds. My dear, you must understand. Respect is always mutual, just as it is between you and me. Before the gates of the Royal Naval School in Greenwich, Arthur gazed vacantly at the teaching building with its pale blue roof and cream-colored walls. Elder, beside him, passionately elaborated, this is where you will soon study. It is not merely a school but an artistic masterpiece, designed by Sir James Thornhill, embodying pure Baroque style. By the way, there is a dedicated hall of paintings that someone with your artistic sensibilities will surely appreciate. The oil paintings therein are the largest in Europe, taking over a decade from conception to completion, passing through many hands before being finalized by Sir Christopher Wren in 1696. The overall architectural design of the school was conceived by the renowned designer Louis Trey. Are you familiar with him? He was Louis XIV's chief gardener, responsible for the gardens of Versailles, a true masterwork. In addition, the school houses numerous fragmented artworks, primarily depicting the glorious history of the Royal Navy. From the defeat of the Spanish Armada at the Battle of Gravelines to the complete annihilation of their forces during the Sea d'Is expedition of 1596, or the severe reprimanding of those North American colonial rebels who burned their Congress and White House during the Battle of Chesapeake in 1814. Naturally, the Royal Navy takes immense pride in the Battle of Trafalgar in 1805, where we decisively obliterated the combined French and Spanish fleets. Though it is lamentable that the soul of the Royal Navy, Admiral Horatio Nelson, fell heroically in that battle. However, while Admiral Nelson may have departed, his command relayed through signal flags before the battle remains etched in the hearts of every serving officer in the Royal Navy, as he expressed England's expectation for all to fulfill their duties. Elder, speaking fervently, suddenly turned to find Arthur seemingly lost in thought, his eyes vacant. Elder, exasperated, placed his hand on his forehead and exclaimed, "Blast it! Arthur, are you still reeling from last night's drinking? I could tell the moment I tasted it that the wine was diluted with water, merely a cheap brew. Is it truly so potent that you remain incapacitated?" Elder had long forgotten the events of the previous day until Arthur reminded him of the court clerk named Charles Dickens. Arthur inquired, regarding literary matters, "You are the expert. What do you think of his writing style?" Elder pondered for a moment, brushing off cobwebs from his long-unused literary criticism skills, and remarked, "His prose is passable. Yet he still lacks the maturity required to become a great author. In what way does he fall short? He begins every sentence with sir and sir again. His politeness is excessive. In my view, unless he undergoes a transformation, such a person cannot attain literary greatness." Arthur had anticipated Elder would provide a more earnest rationale, but was surprised by this assessment. Just as he was about to probe further, he caught sight of a man in naval uniform approaching them from the corner of his eye. Elder noticed as well, and the awkward figure straightened up and saluted. "Good morning, Colonel Fitzroy." The middle-aged man did not regard Arthur as an outsider, but addressed Elder directly. "I was just looking for you. What do you require of me?" Colonel Fitzroy, smoothing his wrinkled white gloves, replied, "The individual you recommended to me a few days ago. I no longer require him." Why not?" Elder exclaimed, alarmed. "Colonel, you cannot simply dismiss him like that. I had already arranged everything." Fitzroy found himself in a state of helplessness. "Elder, it is not that I am unwilling. Rather, it is the directive from above. Is there something amiss with the individual you are seeking, or perhaps a connection to some prominent figure? The nature of this command is rather peculiar, and the hierarchy involved is exceedingly high. I cannot fathom what possessed that individual to issue a direct order to the fleet commander solely for the sake of a mere naturalist, which has now found its way to me. I noticed that the person you recommended bears the surname Hastings. Could he possibly be related to the Marquis of Hastings? Is he, perchance, his grandson?" Chapter 19. An eye for an eye. Upon hearing this, Arthur politely raised his hand and remarked, "I do not recall having such a grandfather, nor do I possess any interest in becoming someone else's grandson." Colonel Fitzroy appraised Arthur from head to toe and inquired, "Who are you?" Arthur replied, "I am the naturalist you do not intend to keep." Fitzroy was momentarily taken aback, then smiled sheepishly. "What a remarkable coincidence to find you here. However, it provides me an opportunity to explain the reason for your dismissal in person. It is not that you lack merit. You entirely meet the requirements for a naturalist on the Beagle. It is simply a directive from the Admiralty, and as captain and a soldier, I must resolutely adhere to orders." Elder, however, wished to protest, but Fitzroy interrupted, "No buts, Elder. The individual who issued the orders is someone your uncle would not even be able to negotiate with. Your friend here possesses commendable qualifications, and I am confident he will find a position suited to him. Furthermore, you are aware that the Royal Navy is a highly disciplined organization. Obedience to orders is our duty. So now, close your mouth and follow orders." With that, he nodded apologetically at Arthur, saying, "Young man, I truly apologize." Arthur sighed softly but quickly accepted the reality. "It is quite all right, Colonel. As you mentioned, the Royal Navy is a disciplined organization. I understand your predicament, for I have previously been part of a similar institution." Fitzroy pondered for a moment, deducing the answer himself. "Oh, I knew you were not without connections. A military organization. Indeed, you must have been assigned by your family to serve in the army, correct? I am pleased to hear that there is even some semblance of organization there." As soon as he uttered those words, Fitzroy realized his faux pas and apologized. "I meant no offense to the army. It is a splendid place, is it not?" Elder seized the opportunity to quip, "Indeed, the army not only has organization but also discipline." Fitzroy recognized that he could not linger on this topic and hastily bid farewell. "I wish you both a pleasant time. I have official matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he hurriedly entered the Royal Naval Academy. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two, Arthur glanced at Elder, who wore an odd expression, and asked, "Does Colonel Fitzroy look down upon the army?" "What are you saying, Arthur?" Elder replied, "It is not just Fitzroy. The entire Royal Navy holds the army in contempt. It is a veritable den of rogues, prostitution, bullying, brawling, cursing, corporal punishment, drunkenness, gambling, unpaid wages, a strict hierarchy, and the survival of the fittest. All the vile terms in the world can be applied to the army. Is the Royal Navy really any better?" Arthur countered, "Of course not. The Royal Navy was once equally barbaric. But the difference lies in the fact that all our officers have at least 6 years of experience at the grassroots level, thus understanding the sailor's struggles. They take this into account when assigning duties. Moreover, the mutiny that occurred off the west coast of Puerto Rico in 1797 served as a wake-up call for the Admiralty. The sailors aboard the HMS Hermione endured prolonged abuse at the hands of their officers, forced to labor long hours, and suffering verbal and physical assaults as a matter of course. Any minor infraction could lead to the captain ordering them to be tied to the mast for hours on end. One fateful night, unable to bear the torment any longer, the sailors united and attacked the sleeping officers with sabers and bayonets. The surviving officers, along with the sadistic Captain Hugh Piggott, were bound to the bow of the Hermione and dragged for several nautical miles before being thrown overboard to feed the sharks. In the end, the sailors of the Hermione sailed to the North American colonies and pledged their allegiance to the United States government. Since that incident, the Royal Navy has instituted the position of navigator, responsible for maintaining the ship's log, documenting all occurrences aboard, and securing it in a safe. No one is authorized to command him to open the box before the voyage's conclusion. The Admiralty also conducts regular inspections of the log, and should any officer be found guilty of abusing soldiers, they face punishment. While this may not always prove effective, it must be said that the internal atmosphere of the Royal Navy has indeed improved somewhat since the Hermione mutiny. However, such an event has yet to transpire within the Army, which remains in a primitive state, where even officer positions can be obtained through donations. How can one expect them to uphold military discipline? At this juncture, Elders suddenly seemed to recall something and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Damn it, Arthur! I should not have shared this with you. It is entirely my fault. I should not have let you quit your job without securing a deal." Elder wore a look of guilt, utterly at a loss as to how to face Arthur. Just as he contemplated how to apologize, a police officer approached, a baton at his side. "Arthur, is that you?" Arthur turned to see an old colleague. He waved and said, "Good morning, Dennis. I thought once I shed that uniform, I would be far removed from the police." Dennis, upon hearing this, was both surprised and delighted. Arthur furrowed his brow, going to the Scotland Yard? "That old bastard Wilkes has indeed launched an internal investigation against me?" "Oh no, the investigation has indeed commenced, but you are not the subject. It is Tom and Tony." What has happened to them?" Arthur felt a sense of foreboding rise within him. Dennis lamented, "Ever since you resigned the other day, Tom and Tony have been increasingly uneasy. The nature of this issue is quite serious. Losing their jobs is one matter, but they could very well be sent to a magistrate's court for trial. You know, those two poor souls cannot afford a defense attorney. It seems you are their only hope." Arthur's expression darkened, and he grasped Officer Dennis's arm. "You must take me to them at once." But before he could move, Elder spoke again. "Arthur, I am truly sorry for what happened today. However, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Trust me, I can help you find a professional lawyer." To Elder's surprise, Arthur seemed unconcerned. He nudged Elder with his elbow. "It matters not. If I cannot board the ship, then so be it. Your tale of the sailor's mutiny was quite captivating. I have gained something from this. At the very least, your story has imparted a valuable lesson." "What lesson?" Elder asked, somewhat bewildered. Arthur paused, standing still, before responding. Elder pondered for a moment. "It seems to make sense." Meanwhile, the Red Devil, who had remained silent for a long time, re-emerged, slinging an arm around Arthur's shoulders and laughing heartily. "Indeed, Arthur, you have finally come to a realization. Go and take down that sheriff, whose head is filled with nothing but obedience and orders. Reasoning with him has proven futile. You must resort to force." Chapter 20. The taste of betrayal. Arthur followed Officer Dennis through the streets of Greenwich, navigating the bustling throngs of people. As time passed, he noticed the number of pedestrians dwindling, and the streets grew increasingly narrow. The sky above became obscured by low, crowded awnings, and the damp cobblestones were marred by the refuse of daily life, waste trickling down the uneven terrain behind Arthur, ultimately pouring into the already beleaguered Thames. The world was eerily quiet enough for Arthur to hear the distant whistle of a steamboat on the river. Yet it was also tumultuous enough to make his blood surge, rendering him dizzy and unable to discern the truth of his surroundings, prompting an urge to strike Dennis beside him. He halted before an alley barely wide enough for two to walk side by side. "Arthur, why have you stopped?" Dennis attempted to feign calm, but the sweat glistening on his brow betrayed his facade. Arthur retrieved his newly purchased pipe from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. Yet he did not ignite it. He remained silent, gazing at Dennis with eyes that conveyed a complex mix of emotions, anger, melancholy, but predominantly a profound indifference born from heartache. Dennis dared not meet his gaze, bowing his head and hunching his shoulders as if he were a criminal caught in the act rather than a principled officer. The weather was overcast, yet it did not rain. Nevertheless, something still dripped from Dennis's chin onto the ground. Clear droplets fell from his jaw into the puddles of filth on the cobblestones, staining them so that their original hue became indistinguishable. Officer Dennis inhaled sharply, as if a knife had pierced his lungs. I do not seek excuses, nor do I deserve any. Yes, I am a coward by nature. I cannot compare to Tony and Tom, nor will I ever catch up to you. Dennis took a deep breath. Arthur, strike me twice. It may ease your heart and mind. Come, strike me. The Red Devil whispered in Arthur's ear, chuckling to the point of aggravation. Arthur, what are you waiting for? This scoundrel has betrayed you. Flay his skin and hang it from the rooftops of Scotland Yard. Only then will others learn to fear you and understand the price of betrayal. Arthur remained silent for a prolonged moment before producing a box of matches and offering it to Dennis. With tear-filled eyes, Dennis looked up at Arthur in surprise. Arthur still said nothing, merely gesturing to the pipe he held in his mouth. Dennis, grasping the implication, trembled as he accepted the matchbox and attempted to strike a match repeatedly with shaking hands. His efforts were clumsy, and it was only after the fifth attempt that a flame finally flickered to life. In no time, a thin wisp of smoke began to rise in the alley. Arthur inhaled deeply. The tobacco was as bitter, acrid, and irritating to the throat as ever, yet he found himself gradually acclimating to its flavor. He began to comprehend why some individuals were drawn to this peculiar indulgence. Exhaling a ring of smoke, he gazed at the roofs of the shanties looming over him and mused to himself, the sensation of smoking is truly sublime. Turning toward Dennis's familiar yet estranged face, he inquired, Your child must be nearing a year old, yes? Dennis paused, then nodded gently. Arthur pressed him against the wall of the alley with a weighty force that knocked Dennis's hat to the ground. Staring at Arthur's darkened visage, Dennis braced for a beating, only to hear Arthur's voice whisper in his ear, You are the worst colleague. Dennis closed his eyes, nodding with a faint smile, a sense of understanding washing over him. Indeed, but that does not preclude you from being a great father. In that instant, Dennis felt as though his heart were being cleaved in two. Arthur bent down to retrieve the hat from the ground, placing it back atop his head, the brim obscuring his expression. With his hands in his pockets, Arthur's silhouette elongated in the alley, an image tinged with solitude and melancholy. Arthur. Dennis's voice pierced through the alley. Do not go. He awaits you just ahead. Arthur's footsteps hesitated momentarily, but soon the sound of his stride echoed once more. If you must go, take this with you, Dennis shouted, summoning every ounce of strength to hurl his officer's knife to the ground. Take it. At least you are more deserving of its use than I. He bent to reclaim the officer's knife, flicking his fingertip against the guard. With a sharp sound, the blade was drawn. Its gleaming white steel indicated it had been well cared for, reminiscent of one he had once possessed. So pristine was it that it could serve as a mirror, reflecting both Arthur and Dennis's faces, as well as the myriad shades of humanity in the world's harshness. Arthur accepted the officer's knife and turned, striding deeper into the alley. Officer Dennis watched his retreating figure, his body gradually sliding down the filthy wall. The brief exchange had drained him of all strength. His legs wobbled, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. He sat amidst the filth, gasping for breath, murmuring to himself, Oh God. Dennis, what have you done? At the end of the alley, another man leaned against the wall. His hat was pulled low, much like Arthur's, and his simple attire did little to conceal his formidable, rugged musculature, nor the faint scar on his neck. He tilted his head back, rhythmically thumping the back of his skull against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. Every constable in Greenwich knew to keep their distance at such moments, for it signified his impatience. Those who had served in the 15th Royal Hussars understood this as well, but they differed in interpretation, believing it to herald his readiness to kill. Wilkes had not brought his officer's knife today. Instead, a well-kept saber hung at his side. The round hilt bore the inscription of his identity, Wilkes Roberts, Sergeant of the 3rd Troop, 15th Royal Hussars. Chapter 21. The knights charged. The footsteps drew nearer, transitioning from a faint rustle to a resounding tread. Suddenly, the sound ceased, coinciding with a thud against the wall. Wilkes twisted his neck, his cold voice slicing through the tranquility of the alley. You finally arrived. With a forceful push, he detached himself from the wall. His malevolent gaze immediately fixated on the officer's knife in Arthur's left hand. I knew it. That useless coward, Dennis, can never accomplish anything. Arthur replied softly, his voice slightly hoarse. Dennis is not a coward. He simply had no choice. Wilkes spat on the ground. To put oneself in a position of no choice is, in itself, an act of cowardice. He could challenge me like you, but he lacks the guts. He deserves what he gets. Even Tom and Tony, those punching bags, have the courage to act, though they only end up beaten and face an internal investigation. At least they understand rebellion. But Dennis? He only knows how to betray others, What else could he be but a coward? Once we resolve our matters, I shall have a proper talk with him. Willick's lips curled upward. Arthur, you know I will have that talk. Arthur maintained a serene demeanor, so tranquil that he scarcely believed it himself. He rummaged through his pocket, extracting the playing cards from the previous night's game, meticulously selecting his favorite suits and hands. Observing this, Willicks laughed even more maniacally. Arthur, what are you doing? Planning to play a few hands before you die? Arthur drew 4 cards from the deck, flicking them with his fingertips into the puddle before Willicks. Choose your preferred method of demise. Willicks looked down at the filthy water where 4 jacks floated, each adorned with illustrations of figures. In English, many words commence with J. For instance, junior, signifying those of lower status or youth's impulsiveness. Just, denoting integrity and righteousness. Justice, representing fairness and equity. And judge, symbolizing final judgment and resolution. Arthur discarded his gloves onto the ground before Willicks. You shouldn't have come looking for me. Can your underdeveloped brain not recall that I am the only officer brave enough to patrol the East End alone at night? Willicks stared at the 4 cards in the puddle, his neck scar twitching grotesquely. Arthur, how about a little refresher course today? I may not be a good student, but I'm always eager to learn. Why limit ourselves to just 1 card? Why not discuss all the card figures? Arthur replied coolly, your suggestion is audacious, but I accept. Willicks slowly drew his saber, its cold gleam accentuating the terror of his visage. Arthur glanced at the blade, commenting, a fine sword. Have you tasted blood? Of course. At Waterloo. And beyond, Willicks grinned. Notably at St. Peter's Square in 1819. Arthur's heart sank. Willicks, you truly are a wretch. Willicks cackled wildly. I remember that. It's a quote from Arthur Hastings. I'll never forget it. He lunged at Arthur, aiming his first strike at Arthur's vital points, intent on piercing his opponent's heart. Agares appeared in the alley, perched atop the wall, exuberantly cheering for Arthur. Arthur, my legendary swordsmanship master. Show him everything you've got. Don't forget how I trained you. In response to Willick's assault, Arthur made no attempt to draw his sword. Instead, he delivered a powerful kick to Willick's abdomen, sending him crashing into the wall 2 meters away. Arthur pierced the jack of diamonds in the puddle with the tip of his officer's knife, aligning the illustrated side towards the fallen Willicks. Today's first lesson, the Jack of Diamonds, son of King Priam, brother of Paris, the legendary warrior who fell at the hands of Achilles, Hector of Troy. In an unavoidable war, Achilles fought for honor, Paris for a woman, Agamemnon for profit. But only Hector fought for his country and people. Willicks clutched his abdomen, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips. He felt as though his rib had been shattered by the earlier blow. Arthur, you've got some skills. He grunted. Enduring the pain, he rose, swinging his saber at Arthur with all his might, aiming to cleave open Arthur's skull. This time, Arthur drew his sword, intercepting Willick's attack and using his elbow to strike Willick's cheek. Blood gushed forth like a faucet unable to contain its flow. Arthur lightly tapped the water's surface with his toes, retrieving the next card, which he pinched between his free hand. Second lesson, the Jack of Clubs. The pawn of King and Queen Helen, nurtured by the water nymph, Arthur's close comrade, the legendary dragon slayer, Sir Lancelot from England. Humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, spirit, honesty, justice. He embodies the very essence of chivalry. Willicks wiped the blood from his nose, his bridge now askew. The intense pain and humiliation nearly drove him to madness. Arthur, you bastard, he shouted. He swung the saber again, but his footing faltered, rendering this attack far less threatening than the previous 2. Arthur merely sidestepped gracefully, then darted forward like a wasp, instantly piercing Willick's left arm. Arthur bent to retrieve the card that Willicks had stepped on, presenting it before him. Third lesson, the Jack of Spades, son of King Geoffrey of Denmark, both foe and ally to Charlemagne, victor over the Umayyad dynasty, blessed knight of the 6 maidens, bearer of the holy sword, Sir Hogel from the north. He perished in the battle against the infidels in the Pyrenees. Yet every Dane believes death is merely a prolonged sleep. He still watches over Denmark from his tomb. Whenever Denmark calls for him, Hogel will rise without hesitation, wielding his long sword to defend his nation and people. Willicks clutched his left arm, his right trembling uncontrollably around the saber. Blood flowed like a stream along his veins. He swallowed hard, aware that he could no longer attack. Defense was his only chance of survival. Yet Arthur was indifferent to whether Willicks was on the offensive or defensive. He lifted the final card, thrusting his sword towards Willicks. Final lesson, the Jack of Hearts, attendant to Charles VII, follower of St. John, an invincible war god, commander of the Battle of Orleans, glory of France, the irascible knight Rahel, who accompanied the maid. Rahel told the oppressors, "If you wish Rahel to serve you, you must serve him in return. If you are Rahel, you are God." He told Charles, "No monarch as glorious as you would willingly surrender his country and people to his enemies. His name is immortalized alongside Saint Joan. His words will not perish with the decay of flesh, but will endure, growing ever more profound with the passage of time." With a resounding clang, the saber clattered to the ground. Willicks knelt, eyes wide with disbelief. "Arthur, you damned." With a thunderous crash, Willicks collapsed. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and embedded in his chest was a vibrant, dripping red heart-shaped card, the Jack of Hearts. Chapter 22. The moment of farewell before the grand and opulent Parliament Square. Arthur, clad in a wrinkled garment, appeared strikingly out of place amidst the elegantly dressed crowd. Although the attack from Willicks had not physically harmed him, it had nonetheless left several tears in his coat. The surrounding gentlemen and ladies regarded him with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend why this seemingly neat and tidy young man donned such a soiled and tattered outerwear. Yet, Arthur paid no heed to their gazes. Walking with a nonchalant demeanor, as though traversing the narrow alleyways of East London he once patrolled. Accompanying him was Agares, the Red Devil, whose incessant laughter echoed along the way, often critiquing the avant-garde attire of the nearby ladies. "Look at what she has on her head. 2 feathered plumes? Is she intending to masquerade as a peacock? For heaven's sake, can't she tone down the perfume a tad? The stench is rivaling that of the Thames." Perhaps wearied by the incessant chatter of the loquacious Red Devil, Arthur halted and took a deep breath. "Agares," he called, prompting the Red Devil to widen his eyes and approach. "What is it?" "I apologize for today's events." Arthur glanced at the officer's knife he held and continued. "I should not have been so heavy-handed. I ought to have left him a breath, forcing him to surrender his soul instead. I'm sorry for ruining your lunch." Upon hearing this, Agares's grin stretched from ear to ear. "Oh, Arthur, my dear brother, why are you being so courteous? I am a devil. I desire souls solely for my amusement. What you did today brought me immense pleasure. You cannot fathom the joy I felt when you took the life of that wretched constable. It felt as though it was I standing there, not you. The scum that fell to the ground was not Willicks, but Ball. How delightful it was. One day, I shall have my turn. Ball will surely meet his end at my hands." Seeing the Red Devil so ecstatically pleased that even his tail stood upright, Arthur was convinced of the sincerity behind his words. He exhaled deeply. "I am uncertain if my actions were justified. Alas, I have taken a life, but with Willicks dead, the internal investigation shall falter. With no witnesses left, how can they pursue inquiries against Tom and Tony?" Agares raised an eyebrow, chuckling. "Tom and Tony are spared. But what are your plans henceforth?" Arthur gazed upwards at the sky, where the gray clouds were parting to reveal a glimmer of brilliant sunlight. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he squinted and replied, "I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. If all else fails, I might set sail to the Americas. ISNT that where those who cannot thrive at home typically go. Some head north to North America, others to South America. I could immerse myself in the jungles of the Amazon or tend sheep on the Pampas Plains. By the way, I've heard the roughnecks in the North American colonies are engaged in some westward expansion. I wonder if they've discovered gold mines there. If they have, perhaps I could take advantage of the gold rush and sell water." Agares looked quizzically at him. "Arthur, what sort of thinking is that? People go to the gold rush to mine gold, not to sell water." Arthur shrugged. "I am not certain, but it is something I learned from a text in my childhood. It stated that selling water during a gold rush could lead to wealth and even commercial success. I intend to verify if it is indeed a deception." Agares scoffed. "You might as well abandon that notion. How much can one earn from a barrel of water? And why not stay in Britain?" Arthur sighed. "I must first ensure my stay. After I visit Tom and Tony one last time at Scotland Yard, we can prepare to purchase a ticket to America this afternoon. Is your savings sufficient for the journey? Unlike Tom and Tony, who have families to support and weddings to plan, I am a carefree bachelor and can save quite swiftly. To be frank, combined with the academic awards I earned during my university days, I have accumulated a substantial sum of £10. A playful smile crept onto Agares's face. "Oh, that is indeed a considerable amount. I hope you truly managed to embark on your journey." Arthur scrutinized Agares's expression for a moment, sensing something amiss. "Agares, are you concealing something from me? Am I?" Agares conjured a small file, polishing his pinky nail as he spoke. "In truth, I have quite a number of things hidden from you. Which one would you like to hear about? Then begin from the start. Oh, and please, do not start with King Solomon." Upon hearing Arthur's request, Agares's ire flared. and he flung the file to the ground. Arthur, if that is the case, I have nothing more to say. Fuming, Agares vanished in a puff, leaving Arthur to sigh in resignation. He rubbed his face, hoping to appear more presentable, then set off towards Whitehall Street. Number 4 Whitehall Street was not too distant, and he arrived in no time. Gazing at the imposing headquarters of the Metropolitan Police, Arthur felt a strange unfamiliarity. Though he had visited numerous times, this was his first appearance as an ordinary citizen. He pushed open the door, finding the London officers as busy as ever. Upon noticing his entrance, the former colleagues seated at their desks glanced up, only to avert their gazes as soon as they met his eyes, burying their faces in the newspapers they held. Everyone continued with their tasks, as though he were merely an invisible presence. His existence added no value to the world, nor would his absence diminish it. Arthur's hand trembled slightly on the doorknob. After a moment of silence, he finally released it, preparing to leave this place that no longer belonged to him, just as he no longer belonged to it. Yet, as he turned to depart, a gentle, resonant voice called from behind, "Excuse me, are you Officer Arthur Hastings?" Chapter 23, A Dreamlike Reality. The middle-aged gentleman, adorned with a black top hat and gold-rimmed monocle, observed Arthur's lack of response and reiterated his inquiry. "May I inquire, are you Officer Arthur Hastings?" Slowly, Arthur turned to face him, recognizing the familiar countenance. "Are you looking for me?" The gentleman smiled as he removed the white glove from his right hand and extended it toward Arthur. "Not looking for you, but rather awaiting you." Arthur, somewhat dazed, grasped the offered hand. "Have you been waiting for long?" 2 days, he replied. "What were you waiting for?" The gentleman beckoned to a servant behind him, and soon a document was placed in his hands. With a smile, he shook the document before Arthur. "Look, I have come to deliver a letter of appreciation from the police." Upon hearing this, Arthur offered a resigned smile. "You must know that I am no longer a police officer." "No matter," the gentleman replied, then inquired, "If you would not mind, might you accompany me? I have some gifts I wish to present to you. Even though you have decided to resign, I still wish to offer this token of gratitude from the citizens of London for your fair enforcement of the law." Arthur initially contemplated refusing, but the specter of the Red Devil suddenly resurfaced. Agares subtly urged, "Arthur, even if your £10 savings could take you to America, there won't be much left when you arrive. Accept his gift. It is well-deserved. You still need to eat, and finding a rogue of your caliber is rare these days." Reasoning with Agares's words, Arthur found merit in his counsel. After a moment of hesitation, he acquiesced to the gentleman's request. "Thank you for your generous donation. I could indeed use this gift." The gentleman merely smiled, choosing silence as he led Arthur to the staircase platform leading to the second floor. Just as Arthur began to feel perplexed, the gentleman turned to address the gathering crowd. Recently, the Adam Evans theft case, overseen by the Greater London Police, has garnered significant attention from the citizens of London and the British public at large. Esteemed publications such as The Times and the Manchester Guardian have featured Officer Arthur Hastings of the Greenwich Precinct, praising his outstanding performance in the magistrate's court. The citizens of London have lauded Officer Hastings' actions, prompting widespread discussion among members of Parliament in the House of Commons, while the Supreme Court has echoed calls for a revision of the Bloody Code. All of this is attributable to the tireless efforts and dedication of Officer Arthur Hastings. His exemplary conduct in the magistrate's court has established a model of justice, integrity, and responsibility for the public. He has faithfully adhered to the historical tradition and professional ethos encapsulated in the police motto, "The police are the public, and the public are the police." This has been the unwavering pursuit of Scotland Yard since its inception. Thus, the gentleman unfurled the document in his hands, proclaiming with clarity, "The Home Secretary of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, the Chief Commissioner of Scotland Yard, Robert Peel, hereby presents Order No. 23 of the Home Office for the year, following deliberations by the Internal Administrative Committee of the Home Office, in conjunction with the recommendations of the 5 police chief constables of the Greater London Police, and in response to the fervent appeals of the citizens of London. Arthur Hastings is hereby promoted to the rank of Superintendent of the Greenwich Precinct within the Metropolitan Police Service of London, overseeing 4 divisional sergeants and 144 constables, managing the patrol districts E1, E2, E3, and E4. This decision shall take effect immediately upon the issuance of this administrative order." As Sir Peel's voice resonated, a chorus of synchronized standing arose within the office. Arthur, in a daze, turned to see his colleagues facing him, each standing tall like a sharpened blade. To the Superintendent of the Greater London Police, Arthur Hastings, salute. With a resounding cheer, countless hands rose to their brows in unison. Arthur felt his mind swirling. Even in the face of Wilcox's attack, he had not felt this weak, so feeble that he needed to grasp the handrail to remain upright. Yet, despite his exhaustion, he summoned the last vestiges of strength to raise his hand to his brow, mirroring the salute of his colleagues. Sir Peel smiled as he presented the commission to the bewildered Arthur. With a serious demeanor, he saluted Arthur and then declared, "Welcome back to the fold, Superintendent." Arthur's hand hovered over the familiar police uniform. After a moment's hesitation, he finally pressed his perspiring palm against the emblem of the Greater London Police. The officers standing at attention, unable to contain their excitement, erupted in cheers, tearing the newspapers on the table into shreds and tossing them into the air. The fragments floated down like snowflakes, settling in every corner of the office. Yet, amidst the torn remnants of the newspapers, Arthur discerned some headlines and content with great difficulty. The conscience of Great Britain beats within Scotland Yard. The honor of Great Britain, we are fortunate to have such an outstanding officer. The citizens of London call for the retention of Officer Arthur Hastings. A glimpse into Officer Hastings through the eyes of Court Clerk Charles Dickens. The Duke of Sussex submits a joint petition of 800 jurors to the House of Commons, urging the swift completion of the Bloody Code revision. The House of Commons is set to convene a hearing in collaboration with the Supreme Court this week. Home Secretary Robert Peel declares in the House of Commons, "It is time for change." Officer Hastings graduated from the University of London, that godless institution on Gower Street. Yet, no one embodies the essence of a true believer more than he. God resides in his heart. The Iron Duke, Wellington, compels the king to comply. The Catholic Emancipation Act successfully passes the House of Lords. Non-Anglicans will enjoy the same rights as Anglicans, freely assuming public office. The Civil War is over. All factions in Ireland declare their intention to set aside grievances and construct a united Britannia. The king mourns the passage of the new law. It is said that Windsor Castle echoes with his cowardly cries throughout the night. Oxford University vehemently criticizes the Catholic Emancipation Act, deeming it a betrayal of British historical traditions. Sir Peel has officially altered his constituency from Oxford University. The Duke of Wellington, I thank my friend Peel for his support of the bill. He has made significant efforts in the House of Commons. As Arthur gazed at this surreal tableau, he could not help but cover his forehead. He murmured, "Heavens, could this truly not be a dream?" Chapter 24, The Value of Life. Arthur dipped his hand into the water, meticulously sweeping his hair back from his forehead. Once he was certain everything was flawless, he finally donned the round, high hat adorned with the emblem of the Metropolitan Police of Greater London, a symbol of the Scotland Yard officers. Just 3 days had passed, yet he felt as though he had traversed through time. He gazed into the mirror at the familiar yet foreign figure staring back, slowly raising his hand in a salute. The voice of Agares echoed softly. "Inspector Arthur Hastings of the Greenwich District, East London Metropolitan Police, TSK, TSK, TSK. Arthur adjusted his collar, retorting, "Agares, your words sound rather bitter. I am merely a humble inspector managing 4 police divisions. How could I possibly compare to you? The Duke of Hell commanding 31 legions of demons? Oh," Agares covered his mouth, "that is all in the past. Now, I have not a single minion under my command. Thus my words carry little weight in hell. Whereas you, Inspector, wield life and death over those within your 4 precincts." Arthur scrutinized him, sensing a peculiar tone in Agares's recent speech. Leaning against the wall, Agares appraised Arthur's new appearance. "Arthur, though I despise you in this guise, I must admit, you do look increasingly like a good man." Arthur replied, "Agares, if my memory serves me correctly, the term good man does not hold a favorable connotation in the devil's lexicon. Does it?" Agares chuckled. "While good man may not be a beautiful descriptor, I assure you I am complimenting you. Arthur, have you not heard the saying? The most elite hunters often appear as their prey. Your semblance of a good man is quite beneficial for my soul harvesting plans." Arthur relaxed his shoulders, which had grown sore from tension, and spoke, "Is that so? My understanding diverges from yours. I have only heard that the finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. What nonsense are you spouting? I cannot comprehend your words. We are in this together. Cannot you be a little more candid with me?" Arthur gently shook his head. "If there were only one pair of trousers, I would rather one of us wear them while the other remains bare." "Why?" Agares pondered, glancing down at his own attire before looking back at Arthur. He then elongated his response, "Marvelous. But, Arthur, if there were indeed one pair, I would prefer you to wear them first. Is there something about to be revealed?" At this, Arthur was taken aback. He slapped his forehead, muttering, "Damn, I almost forgot about Willix." He turned and strode purposefully towards the door. Agares inquired, "Where are you going?" "To escape, of course." This trip to Scotland Yard has not been in vain. At the very least, I acquired a new suit. Agares. We shall meet again in America. Arthur grasped the doorknob, but before he could pull it open, Agares's roar echoed in his ears. Arthur. Frowning. Arthur rubbed his ears. What is wrong with you? You are nearly deafening me. Must you always act with such urgency? Do you not realize you are an inspector now? What do you fear? If someone seeks to harm you, you can simply eliminate them. And what if I'm an inspector? Agares, this is not hell. At least not the one you are accustomed to. Here, murder is a grave offense. Stealing even 5 shillings could result in a death sentence. Do you still believe killing is a trivial matter? As an outsider, you ought to respect the opinions of us locals. Agares, incensed, replied, Hey, Arthur. Are you jesting with me? I see you would be better off as a theater actor than a policeman. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting you would assist me? Agares scoffed, of course. However, the red devil leaned against the table, intertwining his fingers beneath his chin, wearing a predatory smile. We must discuss the price. Arthur paused, struggling to raise 5 fingers. Agares exclaimed, 5 souls. No, 5 pounds, Arthur replied, hesitantly. I need to keep another 5 pounds for the boat fare. Just in case you fail. Arthur, can you forget about your boat plans? Do you not trust me to handle things? The red devil was becoming frenzied. I have never witnessed anyone bargain with a devil like this. You would do anything to save your impoverished friends, yet when it comes to me, you hesitate to part with anything. Arthur, enduring Agares's fury, sighed. 5 pounds is already a substantial amount. It equates to 100 shillings, 1,200 pennies. If the bloody code is not amended, that money could suffice to condemn 20 individuals. Then go by those 20 lives. I do not have a habit of shopping for myself. Are there slaves here? You could buy 2 for me. Agares, you have been asleep for too long. You are a bit muddled. Britain abolished the slave trade back in 1807. If caught, one would be fined 100 pounds for each slave. And what if I desire a slave? Arthur shrugged. Then you must keep 5 pounds for your boat. There are plenty of slaves in the North American colonies. Can you not let go of that wretched boat? Damn it, you only show your cunning when dealing with me. Do you know what Robert Peel has turned you into? He has exploited your story to shield the Catholic Emancipation Act, diverting public attention. He is also advancing his long-held campaign for the repeal of the Bloody Code. And you, remarkably, show no reaction. Arthur sighed in resignation. Agares, you are a devil and can't afford to disregard reality. I cannot. Besides, did you not say it yourself? I am now an inspector at Scotland Yard, and my voice carries more weight in London than yours. The Bloody Code is set to be revised. The Catholic Emancipation Act has passed. I cannot envision a more favorable outcome. As for Sir Peel, in these times, achieving a positive outcome is already quite a feat. I cannot fault the implementers for their actions during the process. If they wish to exploit me, so be it. At least our goals align. Agares glared at him. Inspector? Are you not planning to flee by boat? Are you truly preparing to escape? Otherwise, what? Agares inhaled deeply, sparks of fury flashing in his nostrils. Since forging a contract with Arthur, he felt his temper mellowing. Agares glared fiercely at him. You little rascal, put aside those thoughts of fleeing by boat. You will be just fine. Arthur, puzzled, asked why. Because someone desires Willox dead even more than you do. Arthur, the sheriff is not a formidable figure. Nor are you as an inspector. For some, as long as you obstruct their path, they will find a way to eliminate you. In London, are there not countless homeless and beggars perishing in the streets? Have you not seen corpses floating in the Thames? Arthur's expression shifted slightly as he gazed at Agares. You seem to possess an abundance of knowledge. Indeed, Agares replied with a knowing smile, let us not forget the profession I am engaged in. I can unravel all the mysteries of the world. With a profound tone, Agares continued, Arthur, you hold life in high regard. Yet, as you have observed, for those who once established the Bloody Codex, a single life is scarcely valued at 5 shillings. Above Arthur and Agares, on the upper floor of the changing room, lay a lavishly adorned office. A middle-aged man, clad in a police uniform akin to Arthur's, was diligently immersed in his work. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from the door. Come in. A composed police officer entered and saluted the middle-aged man before leaning in to whisper in his ear. Chief, the body of Wilcox has been found. Chapter 25. Underhanded dealings. Have you located the body of Willox? The middle-aged superintendent's brows furrowed at the question. Are you implying that we are not the assailants? The officer nodded in affirmation. Indeed, someone has acted before us. The superintendent rose, pacing slowly within the confines of his office, muttering to himself, who could it be? A buyer? An enemy? Or perhaps a rival in the field? The officer lowered his voice, seeking guidance. Should we initiate a public investigation? We have yet to handle the body. No need. The superintendent waved his hand dismissively. The attention on Scotland Yard is already excessive. All eyes are upon us. If news of a sheriff's murder were to surface now, it would only exacerbate the situation, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Then shall we conduct a covert internal investigation? The officer suggested. We have identified the last individual to have seen Wilkes, a constable named Dennis Lloyd from the Greenwich district. If necessary, we can start our inquiries with him. Let us refrain from disturbing him for the time being. First, ensure that Wilkes' body is dealt with discreetly. Make certain there are no traces left behind. By the way, have you clarified Wilkes' social connections? We must avoid any potential troubles. The officer placed a file on the desk, detailing Wilkes' background. He had lost both parents at a young age. Enlisted in the army at 14, and upon retiring, joined Scotland Yard as a sheriff. He had been married briefly, with no children resulting from the union. The superintendent smirked slightly. A straightforward social circle. I appreciate such individuals. Ruthless, violent, robust, yet simple-minded. Aside from a pronounced thirst for revenge, he bears no significant flaws. Once his usefulness has expired, he can be discarded without concern for future repercussions. I shall pin all the internal arms and contraband we have smuggled from Scotland Yard onto his name. It is fitting that this deceased man bears the blame. The equipment procurement list for this fiscal year is nearing finalization, and this incident will provide the perfect opportunity to rectify any discrepancies. With Officer Arthur's illustrious deeds preceding us, I trust Parliament and the Secretary of State will not obstruct our budgetary requests. The officer hesitated, voicing a concern. But won't Sir Peel grow suspicious? We are speaking of dozens of firearms, and the value of the stolen goods is incalculable. Though we have been meticulous, if the Home Office decides to investigate, they might uncover something amiss. The Home Office will not pursue this matter, the superintendent replied, casting a disdainful glance at the officer. Sir Peel has only just managed to restore Scotland Yard's reputation. Do you think he would allow a scandal regarding the Metropolitan Police's loss of numerous firearms and contraband to surface at this juncture? Such a revelation would obliterate all prior efforts and provoke severe backlash. The Whigs in the House of Commons are already seeking an opportunity to impeach him. He will not permit such an occurrence. Do not be deceived by Sir Peel's gentle demeanor. His mind is far more astute than most. He may harbor suspicions and might consider an investigation, but it will not be conducted overtly under the auspices of the Home Office. As long as we remain vigilant, we can navigate this situation with ease. Of course, the ideal scenario would be for him to feign ignorance. He continues his duties as Home Secretary. While we carry on with our police work, this would benefit all parties involved. The young officer appeared apprehensive, and the superintendent recognized the uncertainty in his shifting gaze. However, he neither reprimanded nor berated him. Instead, he placed a reassuring hand on the young officer's shoulder, saying, "Jones, you must understand. The Home Secretary will not remain in office indefinitely. Changes can occur at any moment. But you are committed to Scotland Yard for life. Are you truly satisfied with your weekly salary of 12 shillings? Do you genuinely cherish your dilapidated dwelling? Summer is approaching. Take this," he said, producing a wallet and folding 10 crisp pound notes, slipping them into the young officer's coat pocket. "You are a remarkable young man, deserving of more, and I have great faith in your future. Now that Wilkes is deceased, pardon me, I should say he has absconded in fear of his crimes. There will be a vacancy for a sheriff in Greenwich. Jones, I trust you comprehend my meaning. Do not misinterpret my intentions." The young officer trembled at these words, yet upon feeling the weight in his pocket, he stood at attention and saluted. "At your command, sir." Clenching his fists, he struggled to contain his excitement, a faint smile betraying his composure. Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a blood-stained playing card from his trouser pocket and placed it on the desk. "Ah, sir, I found this on Wilkes' chest. It might prove useful." The superintendent picked up the card, revealing a pierced jack of hearts. He reclined in his chair, holding the card up to the window, sunlight illuminating its surface. The red hue striking and vivid. Interesting. In the isolation room of Scotland Yard, Tom and Tony found themselves confined together. Both lay on the floor, gazing at the oppressive darkness, their breaths feeling stifled. Regardless, getting a chance to beat that old bastard Wilkes was worth it. But didn't we get beaten ourselves? Be quiet. Tom, it's your fault. You couldn't even manage to place the sack over his head properly. Even if it was askew, it doesn't matter. You were supposed to strike him from behind with the stick, but you failed at that too. Tony, that's a rather ungrateful thing to say. I broke the stick. What else was I to do? Willicks was like iron. Had I known, I would have chosen a hammer over a wooden stick. You struck in the wrong place. A hit to the back of the head would have knocked anyone out, but you hit his back. Now look where that S gotten us. Willicks isn't scathed. While we've been beaten and locked up. Hearing this, Tom felt the weight of despair settle in. Oh Lord, save me. I am merely trying to atone for my sins, to do something for Arthur. Why must I be punished so? As Tom lamented. The iron door of the isolation room creaked open. Tony, lying with his back to the entrance, waved his hand impatiently. Is it food? Just place it on the floor. We can take it ourselves. Tom, however, stared in astonishment at Arthur, who stood smiling before them. In a daze, he nudged Tony's side. Tony, what now? Tony snapped. Irritation etched in his features. Look who has come. Who else could it be? Surely not Arthur? Tom felt his mind foggy, muttering, No, not Arthur. It is. It is God. Chapter 26. The performance on the river on a misty morning at the port of London. Arthur stood casually on London Bridge, clutching a bagel in his hand, savoring the scenic views of the Thames. Although the sun had only just risen, the river was already bustling with activity. Numerous vessels were congested at the river mouth, awaiting entry into the docks, while the shouts of sailors and dockworkers echoed in the air. Some spoke in various English accents, while others communicated in languages that eluded Arthur's understanding. Nevertheless, he could still glean from the sailors' flushed, rugged faces and the spittle that flew from their mouths the fervor of their exchanges. What the hell are those bastards doing up there? I've been waiting here since the stars were still in the sky, and now that the sun has risen, I'm still stuck here. Didn't they say the London docks were expanding? Where the hell is that expansion? Did those bastards in Parliament swallow all the funds? Think you're the only one in a hurry? If you're so bold, why not just capsize the ships in front of you? If not, then shut your foul mouth, you fool. You think I'm afraid? Let us see you try it. Look at your ancient, medieval ship. It looks as if it was just hauled up from the depths. The barnacles on the hull could sink you if a storm hits. What nonsense are you spouting? You're shipping durable goods, while I'm carrying seafood. If I don't dock soon, my fish will spoil. And mind your own business. Just because someone else is wrong doesn't mean you're right, idiot. You dare to curse me again? Damn you. Leaning against the stone pillar of London Bridge, Arthur finished his bagel and pulled out his pipe, striking a match with deftness. He inhaled deeply and mused. The daily theatrical performance on the Thames remains as captivating as ever. Far more thrilling than the productions at the Old Vic. Arthur Agares leaned against the bridge's edge, propping his elbow on the railing, his fist resting against his forehead, his tone betraying his dissatisfaction. Arthur, however, paid little heed to Agares's words, his attention still riveted on the tumult on the Thames. When Agares inquired, he merely waved his hand dismissively. It's still early. The ticket office isn't even open yet. I'm not in a rush. Why are you? Hey, Arthur, you bastard. Just as Agares was about to unleash a tirade, a figure approached and patted Arthur on the back. Hey, Arthur, how did things turn out with those two colleagues of yours? Do you need my help? Arthur turned to see his old classmate, Elder. Quite well. I leveraged some family connections and managed to get them out, Arthur replied. Family connections? Elder raised an eyebrow and chuckled as he threw an arm around Arthur's shoulder. Didn't he see that coming, Arthur? Are you related to some big shot? Arthur took a puff from his pipe. Of course, I used the connections of Arthur Hastings. Arthur Hastings? Elder pondered aloud. Do you have a relative with the same name? What do you think, Elder? It's my own connection, Arthur retorted. Elder dismissed the notion. Why would I care about that? Only those who need to learn would read the newspaper, and I'm already a top student of classical literature. Besides, what does your promotion have to do with my newspaper reading? They don't report such things. Occasionally, I might buy a paper, but it's filled with trivial stories about a duke's mistress, a lawyer's maid, or a tutor hired for children. Arthur's frown deepened with each word. What kind of papers do you read? I can't seem to find those. Elder grinned smugly. That's because you're not looking hard enough. If you really tried, you'd find them. He drew Arthur closer, whispering conspiratorially, Listen, in your Greenwich district, enter Christmas Road from the northern entrance. Walk about 200 feet, then turn left. There's a little alley with 2 chimneys. Every Wednesday afternoon from 3 to 5, as long as it's not pouring rain. There's a man in a gray hat and black coat, around 50. Arthur quickly covered Elder's mouth, his expression serious. Elder, you mustn't speak further. That kind of newspaper is clearly operating without a stamp duty. Operating without a stamp is illegal, and this incident falls within my jurisdiction. I could overlook it if I didn't know, but your intel is far too detailed. If you continue, I'll have to intervene. Elder gasped, clutching his forehead in shock. My God, I nearly forgot you're a policeman. Arthur looked at his eccentric friend, unsure of how to respond, and instead asked, "Elder, what brings you here today?" "Our ship is undergoing repairs nearby, so I came to check it out and complete a task given to me by Colonel Fitzroy. He asked me to meet with the naturalist who was supposed to replace you. Not anymore. Scotland Yard granted me a few days off, saying I've been overworked and need a week to recuperate." Elder exclaimed, "Damn, you've risen to quite a position. Scotland Yard is giving you time off?" Arthur chuckled. "It's not that grand, just a superintendent. I'm not familiar with Scotland Yard." "What rank does a superintendent equate to in the Royal Navy?" Elder inquired. Arthur nodded toward his pipe. "What rank does your uncle hold?" "Rear Admiral, of course. How could you forget?" Elder replied, incredulous. "Then it's equivalent to a Rear Admiral," Arthur stated. Elder grinned and playfully punched Arthur's shoulder. "You bastard. Let us celebrate since you're off work. Don't you have to meet that naturalist?" Elder waved dismissively. "Oh, let him wait. After all, he graduated from Cambridge. I value the friendship of our fellow London University students more." Chapter 27. The Beagle Elder stood beside the banks of the River Thames, guiding Arthur's gaze towards an old-fashioned, two-masted sailing warship entering the shipyard across the river. "Do you see that vessel? That is the Beagle, soon to embark on a scientific expedition. It measures 90 feet in length, 25 feet in width, and has a draft of 12 feet. Equipped with 10 12-pounder cannons, it can accommodate a crew of 120, launched in 1820 at a total cost of $7,800. Though it pales in comparison to contemporary naval vessels, even the most modest sixth-rate ships, it still possesses a modicum of defensive capability, sufficient to fend off ordinary pirates." As Arthur observed the Beagle's sluggish progress along the Thames, a realization dawned upon him. No wonder the river was so congested this morning. It was due to the ship. What is wrong with it that it moves so slowly? Elder sighed. What else could it be? It has sustained damage. To be candid, our upcoming expedition is the Beagle's second circumnavigation. Following the failure of the previous voyage, the Admiralty resolved to overhaul and upgrade the Beagle comprehensively. They removed 4 cannons, added a mast, reinforced the hull with copper sheathing to naval standards, applied a coat of linseed oil, and fastened it with iron and copper nails. He swallowed hard, concern evident in his expression. "Having made so many preparations, I hope this next voyage will proceed without incident." Arthur inquired, "If you were so apprehensive, why insist on accompanying the journey?" "Elder, you do not understand," he replied earnestly, shaking his finger. "The Admiralty adheres to a principle. Calm seas do not cultivate skilled sailors. Thus, high risks correlate with high rewards. If we complete this circumnavigation successfully, every crew member will be promoted." "Arthur, would I have sought you out if it were not for such an opportunity?" Arthur maintained his composure. "I suspect you merely seek a companion for conversation aboard the ship. After all, this is a circumnavigation, which will undoubtedly take 3 to 5 years. With your disposition, if you cannot find a suitable friend to accompany you, you may very well go mad." Elder conceded, "Indeed, you have seen through me." Arthur continued to gaze at the Beagle in the distance, asking, "But why does the Admiralty not provide you with a larger vessel? Perhaps convert a warship, like that sixth rate you mentioned?" Elder could not suppress his frustration. "I have pondered the same. However, even the smallest sixth-rate warship is nearly twice the size of the Beagle. If such a ship were to sail to the Americas, it could easily provoke tensions among the North American colonies." Arthur asked, "If a sixth-rate is that large, what about a first-rate?" "The Victory," he began, "is merely an old ship launched in 1778, yet it boasts a displacement of 500 tons. It can carry 108 cannons, 850 crew members, and store 35 tons of gunpowder and 120 tons of ammunition. Constructing it required over 2,000 oak trees and 38 tons of iron, with a total cost exceeding 100,000 at a time when the national revenue was merely 10 million. Nevertheless, the investment proved worthwhile. Such a first-rate battleship can remain at sea for 6 months, engaging in sustained combat for several days. Should the Victory, or a similarly substantial first-rate warship, be dispatched to the Americas, the rebellious colonists would undoubtedly raise diplomatic concerns. If we were to send one of the newer first-rate ships, displacing nearly 4,000 tons, those unrefined Americans would likely begin arming themselves for a third war of independence. By the way, speaking of battleships and the Victory, do you know who issued the order preventing Captain Fitzroy from hiring you?" "Who?" Elder leaned in conspiratorially. "The First Sea Lord, Admiral Thomas Hardy. Is he formidable?" "Oh, my goodness. He is not merely formidable," Elder exclaimed with fervor. "During the Battle of Trafalgar, he commanded Admiral Nelson's flagship, the Victory. Arthur, you must understand, He is a colossal figure within our Admiralty, presently the highest military authority in the Royal Navy. Captain Fitzroy remarked that even my uncle would not dare make demands of him, and rightly so. Even the Secretary of the Navy refrains from opposing him. In military matters, the Royal Navy genuinely defers to the First Sea Lord, just as Elder animatedly recounted the illustrious achievements of Thomas Hardy. A young clergyman with a round face and clad in black approached them. He waved a crucifix before them. I apologize for the interruption, but may I inquire if there is an Elder Carter among you? Arthur glanced at the clergyman, his visage striking a familiar chord. Yet he could not pinpoint where he had seen him. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, Wayne Rooney from Manchester United? Rooney? The young clergyman appeared bewildered. Sir, I believe you have mistaken me. My name is Charles. You share the name Charles? Arthur teased. I recently made a new acquaintance named Charles as well, Charles Dickens, who was quite a notable figure. Elder scoffed at this. What is a court clerk compared to a notable figure? Thomas Hardy is the true luminary. Arthur chuckled, refraining from direct contradiction. Even if he is not esteemed now, he shall be in the future. He gestured toward Elder. You must be the Cambridge-educated clergyman here to join the Beagle as a naturalist? Indeed, the individual you seek is this one beside me, Elder Carter. The cartographer of the Beagle, an exceptional student of classical literature, and the nephew of a rear admiral. Elder interjected, visibly displeased. Arthur, why reveal all my background? Arthur shrugged. You will be living aboard the ship together for 3 to 5 years. Given your propensity for conversation, even without my disclosure, you would eventually divulge it all. Mr. Carter, it is a pleasure to meet you. While you may already be aware, allow me to introduce myself out of courtesy. I am Charles Darwin, the Beagle's naturalist, a graduate of the theological department at Cambridge University. Chapter 28. Nonsense in a quaint tavern by the docks. Arthur and his companions sat before a modest array of dishes, a medley of stewed fruits, a platter of freshly baked, steaming bread, accompanied by heated smoked meat and a pot of coffee. Elder and Darwin exchanged brief updates regarding the Beagle, while also discussing subsequent precautions and itinerary arrangements. Their conversation soon meandered to other topics. Amidst laughter and banter, the bond between the young men swiftly deepened, as is often the case with youthful camaraderie. Elder, in a casual manner, inquired, I hear you hail from a family of physicians. Both your father and grandfather are surgeons? Darwin raised his teacup, taking a sip of coffee, and nodded. Indeed, our family has operated a clinic in Shrewsbury, Shropshire, for over 50 years, gaining a certain reputation locally. My father intended for me to inherit the family business, which is why he sent me to study medicine at the University of Edinburgh. Arthur tore off a piece of bread, stuffing it with a bit of smoked meat before taking a delicate bite. He then asked, So how did you end up studying theology at Cambridge instead? While Cambridge is commendable, Edinburgh is hardly lacking in merit. David Hume, Adam Smith, Thomas Bayes, these illustrious figures are all alumni of Edinburgh. What a pity you transferred to Cambridge. Otherwise, the University of Edinburgh would have gained yet another notable alumnus. Upon hearing this, Darwin quickly waved his hands in modest denial. Arthur, you flatter me excessively. I am leagues away from those esteemed individuals. I can only look up to them. How could I dare to place myself alongside such luminaries? Elder, resting a hand on the back of his chair, nodded in agreement. Countering Arthur, exactly. What are you saying, Arthur? Edinburgh is clearly superior to Cambridge. Only a fool would choose to study at Cambridge. Darwin appeared momentarily taken aback. Elder, realizing his faux pas, hastily clarified, do not misconstrue my words. I harbor no ill will towards your alma mater. Cambridge is at least superior to Oxford. Randomly executing 10 graduates from Oxford would yield no injustice, whereas with Cambridge, there is a chance a good soul might be mistakenly condemned. Arthur jested, Elder, you can't advocate for such slaughter. If we applied your standards, there would hardly be anyone left in Parliament, given that 7 or 8 out of 10 members are graduates of those schools. Elder slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, Is that so? Then splendid. If those people were to perish, the future of Britain would be bright indeed. Darwin, puzzled, asked, Why do you both hold such strong opinions about Oxford and Cambridge? Arthur couldn't help but chuckle. Charles, it's hardly our fault. These two institutions have long incited Parliament to deny us the charter to confer teaching degrees. Look at Elder. Despite having a major general uncle to support him, he is still relegated to a cartographer on board a ship, unless he is promoted to admiral on the spot. His grievances won't ease anytime soon. Darwin felt a bit awkward, scratching the back of his head. Is that so? I was unaware that the situation was so convoluted. Arthur then inquired, By the way, You haven't yet told us why you ultimately transferred to Cambridge. At this, Darwin involuntarily shivered. After that surgery, I could no longer bear to assist at the clinic. I found far greater joy in hunting, collecting minerals, and gathering specimens of flora and fauna. However, my father viewed these pursuits as mere frivolities. Nevertheless, he eventually realized that surgery was not my calling. He considered me too idle and timid, while my mother believed my reluctance to perform surgery reflected a kind heart. Thus, the family unanimously decided to send me to Cambridge to study theology, on one hand, to correct my thinking, and on the other, to align with my compassionate nature. Most importantly, my family held the view that being a clergyman was a respectable profession with a decent income. Arthur asked, "So after studying theology, were your thoughts corrected?" "Corrected?" Darwin rolled his eyes, waving his hand dismissively. "What nonsense. I had no issues to begin with. What was there to correct? My family insisted I study theology, and I complied with their wishes. However, they could not change my interests, no way." Shortly after starting university, I joined the Briny Society, a group of natural history enthusiasts led by Professor Robert Grant, a well-known Lamarckian. He provided me with much support and guidance, and I was fortunate enough to join their research team. At Cambridge, I devoted all my free time outside of lectures to studying natural history. Once, I even accompanied the research team to Firth of Forth, where we studied the life cycles of marine animals in the intertidal zone. After that excursion, I published a paper in the Briny Society about a common black object found within oyster shells. Did you know? That black object is not some mysterious creature, but rather the egg of a leech. Elder, who had been leisurely rocking in his chair, turned pale upon hearing this and covered his mouth. He exclaimed, "Damn it. Charles, why must you tell me this?" Darwin scratched his head in confusion. "What is wrong with you?" Arthur burst into laughter, explaining, "You see, Elder has a particular fondness for oysters, especially the leech eggs found within them. He often tells me how they have a delightful, bouncy texture, akin to eating pudding." Elder, still covering his mouth, retorted angrily, "Arthur, for heaven's sake, stop. I'm about to vomit." Arthur shrugged. "Elder, I've already told you to eat less of that stuff, as it is neither clean nor hygienic." With that, Arthur stood up and called to the waiter, "Do you serve oysters here? Make sure to remove the eggs." Darwin reassured Elder, occasional consumption is harmless. They're not toxic. However, Elder was in no mood for consolation, feeling thoroughly unwell. He leaned over the table, cursing, "It's not a matter of toxicity. It's simply revolting. Charles, only the French could stomach leech eggs. After all, they eat snails." Seeing Elder in such a state, Arthur decided not to tease him further and turned his attention back to Darwin, asking, "By the way, you mentioned being a follower of Professor Grant, the Lamarckian. But I've heard that Lamarckians advocate for continuous evolution in biology. Yet you are a clergyman, and clergymen typically assert that humanity is a creation of God. What is your perspective on this?" Darwin, upon hearing this, could not help but set down his bread. He made the sign of the cross before leaning closer to Arthur and said in a low voice, "I am a devout believer. I have faith in God." "Is that so?" Arthur responded, somewhat disappointed. But then Darwin leaned in closer, "Yet the claims of the clergyman are utter nonsense." Chapter 29, The Parish of St. Giles. As the sun descended and stars appeared in the pale blue sky, which had yet to turn to black, Arthur and Elder stood at the entrance of the Royal Theatre on Drury Lane in London's West End. They were surrounded by elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies of high society. The streets were choked with carriages, and Arthur and Elder found themselves wedged among the voluminous skirts of fashionable women, unable to move, while the air was thick with the cloying scent of perfume. Their peculiar demeanor, coupled with their ordinary attire, drew disapproving glances from the nearby servants. "What on earth is going on today, Elder?" Arthur exclaimed. "Has it always been this congested?" Elder, equally exasperated and trodden upon by the ladies' high heels, shouted back, "Damn it. I know tickets for the Royal Theatre are hard to come by, but it shouldn't be this chaotic. There must be a major artist performing today. Just look at this throng. It's as if they've all gone mad." No sooner had Elder finished speaking than Arthur raised his hand, pointing at the signboard outside the Royal Theatre, and shouted, "Damn it, Elder. I know why it's so crowded today. It's the renowned violin master, Niccolo Paganini, from the Apennines, performing at the Royal Theatre. I couldn't care less who he is. Even if he were Tsar Nicholas Pavlovich of Russia, he must let me pass." Typically, at such moments, Agares would leap forth to mock them, but today he was enthralled, standing atop Arthur's head, gazing into the theatre's grand hall. "Hey, Arthur, look at those hands capable of playing the violin. Why don't you go fetch them for me?" Arthur, overwhelmed and irritable from being jostled, retorted, I might as well fetch you 2 pig-ass trotters. Elder, struggling to hear over the din, bellowed, "What did you say, Arthur?" Agares cast a disdainful glance at the pair. "You two, devoid of any appreciation for music, this is art. Just look at your vulgar demeanor. You're nearly as bad as a barrow boy. Arthur, you received your paycheck just a few days ago. ISNT the constable's weekly wage £1.15. Plus, with your refunded boat ticket money, you should be able to afford a ticket to the Royal Theatre. Go buy one for me." Arthur replied with irritation. "You really are delusional. Regular tickets for the Royal Theatre sell for £3 to £5, and tonight, with a maestro like Paganini performing solo, I'd need to save for half a year just to see it." Agares shook his head in regret. "What a pity. If you miss this chance, who knows when you'll get another." After much effort, Arthur and Elder finally squeezed their way out of the throng. They stood in a clearing, bent over with their hands on their knees, gasping for breath. "I nearly thought I'd be trampled by them," Elder exclaimed. Losing interest, Elder waved goodbye. "Take care. I want to see you off. Maybe next time, I'll treat you to a play." After parting ways, Arthur strolled eastward down the street. He couldn't help but notice that the other theaters nearby were enjoying a prosperous evening thanks to Paganini's performance. To maintain order, even the Scottish police had deployed considerable manpower nearby, and officers could be seen with their truncheons at the ready. Additionally, there were local constabulary teams hired by wealthy West End patrons patrolling the area. The buildings here were clean and grand, the nights were illuminated. The roads were wide and tidy, and the theaters buzzed with life, all presenting a picture of orderliness. Here, one rarely encountered filthy children or the glint of thieves' eyes. And even the unrestricted rats seldom ventured into this realm. As Arthur surveyed his surroundings, he mused with his pipe in mouth, if only the Greenwich district could resemble this. He ambled contentedly along the streets of the West End, feeling that the future brimmed with promise. Yet, as he prepared to cross Oxford Street, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Before him lay a dark island amidst the brilliance of London's West End, a stark contrast to the surrounding brightness, signaling the arrival of night. The narrow, muddy streets were suffused with the stench of filth, crammed with rudimentary, yet towering houses arranged in a labyrinthine manner. Once luxurious residences of the affluent, the remnants of their former glory could still be discerned from the ornate carvings and decorations on many facades. Now, however, they served as abodes for the homeless, the wretched souls of misfortune. The weathered stonework bore age, coated in grime and dirt, forming a curious juxtaposition with the dilapidated environment. Some walls had crumbled halfway, crudely filled with stones, and old newspapers scavenged from the surroundings. The gables, seemingly from the late Middle Ages, had deteriorated to a point of near obscurity, their surfaces damp and stained by London's harsh weather and noxious industrial fumes. From an ajar door, a dimly lit stairwell could be discerned, its plastered walls marked with dark handprints. The grand handrails and intricately carved balustrades were missing large sections, creaking ominously in the wind. The flickering light from an oil lamp hanging in the stairwell illuminated a filthy drunkard sprawled on the ground, wearing a tattered felt hat, bloodied and clutching a bottle, clearly having recently tumbled down the stairs. As Arthur took in the scene before him, it reminded him of the East End where he worked. Beneath the murky night sky of the St. Giles parish, Arthur's face remained obscured, save for the glowing ember of his pipe flickering in the inky darkness. The red dot lingered for a moment, expanding into a thick cloud of smoke before he resolved to leave. However, just as he was about to take a step, he was startled by the sounds of curses and violence nearby. "Damn it! Hand over your wallet." Chapter 30. Dickens's social investigation in a dimly lit corner at the end of the street. A young man clutching a light green canvas briefcase was entangled with a knife-wielding vagrant on the ground. "Let go. If you don't release me, I'll give you a couple of hard hits." "Don't say I didn't warn you. I just sharpened this knife this morning. I can give you some money, but you will not take my bag." The vagrant, seeing that the young man was resolute, was consumed by rage and malice. He raised the knife high, poised to stab the young man in the abdomen. However, before he could strike, a hand, as strong as iron, seized his wrist. With a simple exertion of strength, the young man caused the vagrant to feel a sharp pain in his arm, and the knife slipped from his grip, clattering to the ground. The young man stepped on the knife, leaned in close to the vagrant's ear, and said, "You should count yourself fortunate that I'm not on duty today. Otherwise, a beating would be the least of your worries. Now, get out of here while I still have the patience to let you go." Once he released his grip, the vagrant clutched his aching wrist, glared fiercely at him, and then hobbled away. The young man extended a hand to help the dusty figure up from the ground. As night fell, the time for crows and vultures to scavenge began, and wandering into unlit areas could easily lead to an encounter with them. Upon closer inspection, he was pleasantly surprised. "Officer Arthur, I did not expect to find you here." Arthur recognized him as well. "Charles?" It was indeed his new acquaintance, court clerk Charles Dickens. Arthur, rubbing his neck, shook his head and said, "If anything were to happen to you here, it would represent a tremendous loss not only for British literature but for the entirety of world literature. You must cherish your life and keep as far away from danger as possible." Dickens replied with a smile, "Officer Arthur, you're beginning again. I'm merely a court clerk and a reporter, not the grand literary figure you speak of. Nonetheless, even an ordinary person should not be wandering in St. Giles at this hour. You must be aware of what this place is, right? It is the area with the highest crime rates in the entire West End of London, rivaled only by a few notorious slums in the East End. Fortunately, you encountered me today. Otherwise, your life could have been forfeit here." Dickens felt a sense of dread. He thought if the vagrant had merely wanted money, he could have given him all the coins and notes in his pocket. But since the vagrant insisted on robbing him of his bag, he felt he could not surrender it, or his entire day's work would be in vain. Arthur inquired, "Is there something of great importance in your bag?" Dickens nodded, excitement illuminating his face as he rummaged through his bag and produced an interview manuscript to hand to Arthur. "Thanks to you, I've gained some recognition from the article I wrote about you, and now several newspapers are seeking my contributions. Even a committee from the House of Commons has privately commissioned me to conduct investigative interviews. I came to St. Giles to gather material for this interview. Initially, I was quite enthusiastic about taking on this assignment, but once I arrived, I realized I had underestimated the situation." He continued, having never been here before. "My impression of St. Giles was still stuck in the memory of the 1814 London beer flood when the Meux Brewery's tanks burst, destroying 2 nearby houses and a tavern. I thought I could swiftly complete my investigation during the day, but I soon discovered how naive I was. The residents here mostly engage in low-level, labor-intensive jobs in nearby markets, factories, commercial districts, or government departments, leaving them no time to partake in my interviews. Even the homeless and pickpockets are aware that there's little to gain here, so they venture out to other areas in search of targets. You see, this manuscript I'm handing you is the result of my day-long efforts. No one is allowed to take it from me." Arthur scanned the manuscript. Although the content was brief, each word bore a heavy significance, as if a 1,000-pound stone rested upon his palm. Interviewer: Elizabeth Bentley. Reporter: Charles Dickens. What is your occupation? Elizabeth: I am a textile worker at a nearby factory. Dickens: When did you begin this work? Elizabeth: Around 1815, when I was 6 years old. Dickens: What is your role in the factory? Elizabeth: I am responsible for doffing the spindles. Dickens: Could you briefly describe your duties? Elizabeth: When the spindles are full, I stop the machine, remove the full bobbins and all the spools, take them to the winding machine, replace them with empty spools, and then restart the machine. Dickens: How many hours do you work each day? Elizabeth: From 5 in the morning until 9 at night. Dickens: Have you been working this schedule since you were 6? Elizabeth: Yes, but I have grown accustomed to it. Dickens: Such a heavy workload must keep you busy from dawn till dusk. Is it permissible to work a bit slower or arrive late? Elizabeth: No, they would beat me with a strap. Dickens: Have you experienced any physical deformities due to prolonged labor? Elizabeth: Yes, since I was 13, my chest has been somewhat sunken. My back is straightened, and I often struggle to breathe. Sir, can we conclude the interview? I just finished work and only wish to sleep. I am truly exhausted. My arms feel heavy, and my legs can hardly move. I have nothing more to say. Dickens: I apologize, madam. Please accept this shilling as compensation for your interview. Elizabeth: You are very generous, sir. This is equivalent to my daily wage. Thank you for your kindness. May God bless you. Arthur, having read this, looked at Dickens, speechless. Yet his expression spoke volumes. He felt a tightness in his chest that demanded release through a shout to the heavens. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Charles: You are correct. This is something no one can take from you. Dickens merely smiled, producing a pouch of tobacco from his pocket. He opened it and asked Arthur, Would you care for some? To be honest, I share your sentiments. I could use a bit of this as well. Beneath the dim moonlight, the glowing red ember transformed from 1 to 2. Arthur exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired, Which committee from the House of Commons commissioned your investigation? Dickens replied, To be precise, it is not officially from the House of Commons, but from a committee initiated by Whig Party members. They seek to investigate the impoverished living conditions of the St. Giles populace and subsequently aim to impeach the current Tory government. Moreover, they have dispatched other investigators to rural areas. You are aware, I presume, that several agricultural counties have been facing famine due to grain taxes and exorbitant rents, compounded by poor harvests. I've heard that in the most severely affected areas, laborers' income has plummeted to merely 2 to 3 shillings a week. While rural living costs may not match those of London, it is exceedingly difficult to support a family on such a meager wage. After listening, Arthur, unable to contain himself any longer, erupted in exasperation. The Whigs investigating the Tories? It sounds utterly absurd. The Whig Party is backed by factory owners, wealthy bankers, and prominent lawyers. They should reflect on why St. Giles is in such a state. As for the Tories, they are supported by the nobility, clergy, military, and those landlords profiting from the enclosure movement. It is no secret whose policies, protective grain taxes and unyielding rents, have contributed to the plight of the rural populace. These scoundrels truly have the audacity to investigate one another? I concede that there may exist some virtuous individuals among both parties, yet in terms of overall quality, they are merely two sides of the same coin. Chapter 31. The chaotic absolute neutrality. Dickens was taken aback by Arthur's emotional outburst. However, this was not a mere whim. Arthur had been in this world for nearly 5 years. Throughout these years, he traversed the rustic byways of Yorkshire, attended an atheistic academy on Gower Street in London, wandered through the bustling Royal Theatre, and ventured into the darkest corners of East London. In York, he beheld the opulent estates of the nobility and gazed upon the majestic York Minster, founded in A.D. 627, from a distance. Yet, he also witnessed the grim reality of laborers braving torrential rains to harvest grain in muddy fields during the rainy season, clinging to the last vestiges of meager income. The looms and family workshops creaked and groaned, yet even the most skilled woman could only produce half a meter of fabric in a day. Meanwhile, in the spinning mills by the river, the labor of these women was swiftly rendered futile. In London, he had observed the bustling docks during the peak seasons of April and September, where dockworkers, burdened with heavy sacks of tea and spices, moved like swarms of ants. He had also seen the desolation of winter ports, where thousands of laborers congregated before a few solitary merchant ships, clashing violently over the mere chance of a day's wage of 2 shillings. Arthur wished to avert his gaze from such scenes. Yet as long as he existed in this world, certain truths were inescapable. Whigs? Tories? To Arthur, these were merely labels devoid of real distinction. He found it perplexing and could not discern their differences. The internal regulations of Scotland Yard were numerous. Yet only one principle resonated with Arthur. The police must maintain political neutrality, neither favoring the Whigs nor the Tories. This, he accepted without question, silently puffing on his pipe. Arthur's previously organized thoughts slipped into a profound stillness. Observing his demeanor, Dickens could not restrain himself from placing a hand on Arthur's shoulder and inquiring, "Arthur, would you care to hear my tale?" Arthur glanced at him, tapping the ashes from his pipe onto the ground. Dickens chuckled and began, "You may find it hard to believe, but I came from a fairly comfortable background. While not wealthy, we were certainly well off. My father worked in the Navy's supply department, and my mother hailed from a modest family. Yet, after my father fell into debt and led us to bankruptcy, our circumstances swiftly deteriorated. As the second of 8 children, I was fortunate to receive an education in my early years. I recall vividly that when I was around 12, my father was imprisoned for his debts. He wrote home requesting money, but we had nothing left, leading to my mother and several siblings joining him in confinement. Luckily, I was working as a child laborer in a shoe polish factory, allowing me to repay the family's debts without being imprisoned myself. After a few months, my father borrowed some money from relatives, and we were finally released. From then on, I juggled work and studies. At 14, due to my good memory and neat handwriting, I was given the opportunity to join the British Press Association as a parliamentary reporter. I thought life would improve, but soon after, we were evicted for unpaid rent, and I had to abandon my studies. I took on various jobs, selling newspapers, running errands, and working as a street laborer. Through relentless effort, I earned an apprenticeship at a law firm where I acquired basic legal knowledge and learned shorthand. These skills eventually led me to a position as a court clerk while continuing my work as a freelance reporter. Then, I met you, Arthur. I cannot fathom how someone as striking as you exists in this world. Your speech that day profoundly moved me, articulating the very thoughts I had kept silent. I had long endured the world in silence, accepting my fate as a destined trial. I believed I was alone in this until I realized that many jurors shared the same sentiments. Everyone was discontented with the world and the absurd legalities. Yet only you dared to confront it all in court. I speak not to exalt you as the new police chief, nor to seek any favor. Arthur, you are a genuinely good person. You did not have to do what you did, yet you chose to. I share this with you to convey that your efforts are not in vain. Arthur, many injustices disturb you, and they disturb us all, but that is not your fault. This world is simply as it is. Perhaps you have not changed much, but you have at least made an effort. So, do not grieve or blame yourself. You have altered the fates of many, including young Adam and myself. You have enabled me to repay our family debts and even left some for my younger siblings' education. I am profoundly grateful to you, truly thankful. By this point, Dickens' voice wavered, and tears streamed down his cheeks like a gentle brook. He raised a hand to wipe away his tears, smiling as he said, I apologize. I intended to comfort you, yet I find myself in tears. I merely wished to emulate your actions, and if not for you, I might have lost my own articles. Arthur, I am perhaps an inadequate journalist, destined never to reach your heights. Arthur, observing Dickens' tearful smile, shook his head gently. Ultimately, the young man before him was merely 18, lacking the profound thoughts and perceptive insights that decades would bestow. He possessed only a fervent, pulsating heart. For a person, perhaps that was sufficient. After all, the one critiquing Dickens was merely a lad in his early 20s. He removed his bowler hat and placed it atop Dickens' head, shielding his tear-stained eyes. Although Elder was somewhat eccentric, he had indeed spoken the truth. Dickens still had a distance to cover before becoming a literary giant. With his eyes obscured, Dickens' expression remained hidden, yet his gentle smile was evident at the corners of his mouth. Arthur, a person like me may never become a great author. No, Arthur contradicted. It is precisely individuals like you who are most likely to achieve greatness. As we part, allow me to impart a thought, regardless of what others say or do. I shall strive to be a good person. Just as jade, gold, and purple robes are not revered solely for their innate worth, I wish to preserve my natural brilliance. With that, Arthur rose and departed with a composed stride. Dickens hastily rose to his feet, raising his voice to inquire, Did you utter that phrase? Arthur, with his back turned to Dickens, continued his stride, one hand tucked into his pocket while the other waved dismissively. I could never articulate such profound words. You ought to delve into Marcus Aurelius' Meditations, my dear lad. Dickens pondered for a moment, eventually recalling the hat that Arthur had placed upon his head. Arthur, your hat. I no longer require it. It's merely a 2-shilling hat. Consider it a gift. Observing this, Agares chuckled. The red demon remarked, all this just to appear dashing. Isn't it exhausting? Arthur shot him a glance, responding, It is not for show. I dedicate it to the new era. Chapter 32. The Whispers of the Devil in a seemingly ordinary 3-story building located at 18 Central Avenue, Greenwich. Night had fallen. Through the faded blue curtains, a flickering oil lamp illuminated a desk in the second-floor window. Arthur, clad in a police uniform, sat at the desk, his face aglow with the soft, warm yellow light. The muffled sounds of a couple arguing and a child crying occasionally drifted in from the adjacent room. Typically, during such times, Arthur would open the door to take a breath of fresh air, for his sleep had been shallow these past few years. Only when the surrounding noise subsided could he find a semblance of peace. However, tonight was markedly different. He felt neither irritated by the clamor nor tormented by insomnia. His entire focus was absorbed in the task at hand. Before him lay 2 documents, the regulations of the Metropolitan Police and the police orders, which delineated the principles and standards of police conduct. He would occasionally glance up at them, pausing for contemplation before jotting down his thoughts on a piece of old newspaper. Once he had carefully considered and refined his ideas, he meticulously transcribed them onto pristine white-lined paper, as if operating a printing press. The hours slipped by as he turned page after page of the regulations and the orders. When he finally closed the last page and looked up, the oil lamp on the table had nearly burned out, and the sun was rising outside. Leaning back in his chair, Arthur stretched lazily, only to be interrupted by 5 slender fingers, adorned with dark nails, pressing down on his desk, seizing the pages he had laboriously compiled overnight. Arthur closed his eyes and rubbed his face, asking without thinking, Agares, don't give me empty promises. By the way, where were you last night? I didn't see you at all. The red demon's laughter echoed in Arthur's ears. You were so engrossed in your work that I couldn't bear to disturb you. So, I took a stroll to Windsor Castle instead. Arthur, did you know? Your king is on the verge of death. Even his urine is purple. Arthur blinked in surprise. How do you know that? Because I saw it. Agares replied. Arthur sighed in exasperation. You have such peculiar interests. What is so fascinating about an old, fat man? Agares laughed heartily. While he may not be visually appealing, I must keep a close watch on him. He exudes a stench of decay that even crows can decipher. I followed the ravens from the Tower of London to find him last night. Arthur, think about it. How can a dying king, a coward afraid of death, willingly embrace his end? I assure you, he would gladly relinquish half his wealth and power, even his soul, for just a few more years of life. Such a deal is quite advantageous. Arthur, consider this. I only require the soul. Everything else remains yours. Arthur leaned back in his chair, running his fingers through his slightly greasy hair from sleepless nights. I must admit, Agares, I am beginning to be swayed. Upon hearing this, Agares' smile abruptly faltered. He first touched his own forehead, then reached out to feel Arthur's. The red demon pondered, "You're not ill, are you?" He glanced at the rising sun outside, and at Arthur's slightly darkened circles from lack of sleep. Agares, with a serious expression, declared, "You must be delirious from sleep deprivation. Your swift agreement is quite uncharacteristic." Arthur found Agares' reaction amusing yet perplexing. "What do you think of me? I finally resolved to negotiate a deal with you. And this is your attitude?" Agares furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before bursting into laughter and exclaiming, "Are you trying to deceive me? Arthur, you are far too young to play such games with me. I once followed King Solomon." He continued with a complaint, "Agares, can't you come up with something more original? After all, you are one of the foremost scholars in hell, well versed in the secrets of astronomy, mathematics, and language. Could you not elevate your discourse? Instead, he tentatively inquired, have you changed your mind? Do you no longer wish to escape this cesspool, nor continue to languish here? Is it possible to simply leave this cesspool by boat?" Arthur replied, twisting his sore neck. "To be honest, at this point, the North American colonies are not in a much better state. Going there means either farming uncharted land or starting from scratch as a factory worker in the cities. Though I detest it here, I still have a few friends. In the colonies, I would be a stranger. Not only would I have to start over, but I would also have to adapt to a new environment. Moreover, leaving simply out of disdain feels like an act of defeat. I cannot rest easy without stirring up a tempest." Gazing at Arthur's earnest expression, Agares' smile gradually returned. "My dear Arthur, you have finally grasped this truth." Arthur picked up the now cold cup of red tea, taking a sip, and leaned slightly forward, asking Agares, who was sitting at the table, "Tell me, what should I do?" Upon hearing this, the red demon's smile widened, as if his mouth were a pumpkin split open, nearly reaching the heavens. Yet his voice remained raspy, tinged with a seductive allure. He raised the manuscript that Arthur had toiled over for 3 days, saying, "Arthur, you already know what to do, don't you? However, as a valuable client and a carefully nurtured rogue student, I am both pleased and satisfied that you are preparing in advance for the upcoming lessons. Just as you displayed when confronted by Sheriff Wilcox, I concede that individuals may strike at the strong. Yet, I firmly believe that the masses will always prey upon the weak. Therefore, it is impossible for one man to alter the societal landscape and rectify the historical grievances. What the masses truly desire is not freedom, but subjugation. They yearn to obey, instinctively yielding to those who claim to be their leaders. The influence of a leader seldom stems from reason. Rather, it arises from reputation and emotion. Moreover, this reputation and emotion belong solely to the individual, entirely independent of title or status. As you cited in the meditations before that young court clerk, people scorn each other while also flattering one another, each hoping to elevate themselves above others while prostrating before them. The masses lack discernment. Thus, they cannot distinguish truth from falsehood, and many unfounded ideas receive widespread acceptance with ease. What you must do is assert your viewpoints and, through repeated actions, deepen the impression of those viewpoints in their minds. Once this repetition reaches a certain frequency, your rhetoric will be buried deep within them, becoming a creed they hold as truth. They will not tolerate any challenge to their beliefs, nor will they allow others to entertain notions they deem erroneous. This obstinate sentiment is deeply rooted and can only be shaken by an equally extreme emotion. When that time comes, you will become their deity, wielding power far greater than mere command over the elements. Perhaps this influence will endure for centuries within your descendants. The smile of Agares gradually faded, and his figure slowly vanished from Arthur's sight. The curtains fluttered as a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the manuscript into Arthur's palm. The bedroom lay in profound silence, and in Arthur's ears, only the faintest whisper of a devil's murmur could be heard. "Go forth, Arthur, for this shall be the fundamental foundation of your ascent to greatness." Chapter 33. The principles of Arthur Hastings within the equestrian grounds of Sir Pier South Suburban Estate, ensconced in verdant foliage and amidst blooming meadows. A figure darted by with the swiftness of lightning. Sir Pier, wielding his riding whip with finesse, expertly guided his prized English thoroughbred over a series of obstacles, while his equestrian trainer, clutching a pocket watch, stood respectfully at the finish line, timing the performance. In mere moments, Sir Pier completed his final sprint, exhaling deeply before turning to the trainer and inquiring, "Was there any improvement this time?" The trainer responded with a smile and a nod. "As a horseman, it pains me to admit this, but I must be candid. You possess remarkable talent. Your time was 2 minutes and 52 seconds, which is exceedingly close to the proficiency of an accomplished rider. Had we been in the Middle Ages, you would have been able to rally a few knights to assist our great King Henry V against the French." Sir Pier, unfazed by the trainer's flattery, jested. "Rather than engage the French, I find myself more inclined to charge against the Whigs and the extremists of my own party." Cautiously, the trainer asked, "Is it due to the Catholic Emancipation Act? I have heard that the former Chief Justice, the Earl of Eldon, has launched a severe critique against the Duke of Wellington and yourself for allowing the bill to pass, even threatening to withdraw with the faction that supports him from the Tory party." He failed to recognize that the times had indeed changed. The Clare incident was a testament to this transformation. If we do not grant the Irish the Catholic Emancipation Act, no Tory will ever win a seat in Southern Ireland again. The Irish would rather cast their votes for disqualified Catholics than accept our offered bribes of up to £50 for their votes. The formation of associations such as the Irish Catholic Association signifies the urgency of the emancipation issue. Should we fail to pass this vote, civil war is inevitable. Great Britain endured 50 years of civil strife over a Bill of Rights, resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands. No one understands the catastrophic dangers of civil war better than we do. Resolving internal issues through negotiation is a long-standing British tradition, one which must involve minimal recourse to force. The Duke of Wellington and I are proponents of this view. We owe our supporters a duty, yes, but even more so, we must be accountable for the future of our nation. The extremists, however, seem solely focused on their immediate interests. Some fear that allowing Catholics into Parliament would jeopardize their positions as MPs. The bishops of the House of Lords stubbornly cling to their outdated axiom that the Church of England is Britain, and Britain is the Church of England. They dread that should this door be opened, Protestant constituents would be siphoned off by Catholics, fearing that soon the bishops and senior clergy of England would once again be appointed by the Pope. As for the King, that greedy, vain, and insecure individual, he is the supreme leader of the Church of England and is decidedly opposed to permitting those who do not recognize him as the highest religious authority into Parliament. Fortunately, the Duke of Wellington ultimately withstood all pressure. His illustrious military achievements and formidable reputation eclipsed the King's objections. Alas, you may not be aware that on the day of the House of Lords vote, the Duke sat in the voting chamber, leaning on a cane, scrutinizing each noble as they cast their votes in favor. To be candid, in recent decades, there have been only 2 individuals in Great Britain with the stature and capability to accomplish this task. One is still alive, and the other has passed. The living one is the Duke of Wellington, Arthur Wellesley. The deceased is the very soul of the Royal Navy, Horatio Nelson. It is regrettable that some, willing to sacrifice for their country, are met with disdain, as others seize the opportunity to incite a total dismissal of the government and align themselves with the Whigs, thereby pressuring the Duke of Wellington to resign. They vehemently denounce the corruption within the government, telling the fervently Protestant public that it is due to the government's acceptance of Irish funds, manipulated by Catholics in the Roman Church, that the Emancipation Act has been allowed to pass. Oh, what a travesty. I can scarcely believe it. These scoundrels should take a long, hard look in the mirror. Who, after all, was the one most eager to accept bribes and act on behalf of others within the party? The most corrupt elements of the Tory party are precisely those now absent. Their current actions and promotion of such rhetoric will ultimately lead to their own undoing. Fools. Sir Pier, typically composed, could not contain his frustration, leaving the equestrian trainer momentarily taken aback. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a servant rushed towards the riding arena, an envelope in hand. Breathless, the servant approached Sir Pier, reporting, "Sir, there is a letter for you from Scotland Yard. Additionally, Prime Minister Wellington and the Marquis of Anglesey, the Secretary for Irish Affairs, have arrived at your invitation. They are in the sitting room, enjoying tea and awaiting your presence." A letter from Scotland Yard? What could be so substantial? Sir Pier inhaled deeply to regain his composure, removed his gloves, and instructed the servant, Please inform them that I shall join them shortly after I change." As he spoke, he began to open the envelope while making his way towards the estate. Upon opening it, he quickly discerned its contents. Oh, so it is this. Just as he intended to set it aside, his peripheral vision caught the signature, Arthur Hastings. Officer Hastings? Sir Pierre felt a surge of interest. He unfolded the letter and began to read. Initially, he intended only a cursory glance. But once his eyes fell upon the content, he found himself unable to look away. The letter provided a meticulous description and supplementary revisions to the original internal regulations, appending justifications and case analyses for each reasonable or unreasonable provision, to prevent Sir Pierre from becoming fatigued by lengthy prose. Arthur had thoughtfully condensed all his recommendations into 9 succinct principles of policing. 1. The efficacy of police fulfilling their duties relies upon public support for their actions. 2. If the law-abiding public willingly collaborates with the police must ensure and uphold the honor and dignity of the public. 3. The degree of public cooperation afforded to the police is inversely proportional to the level of force and coercion required to achieve police objectives. 4. Police must seek and earn the respect and affection of the public, not by pandering to public opinion, but through consistent and just enforcement of the law. They must provide personal service and friendship to all social members, irrespective of race or social status, winning public favor through courtesy, good temperament, and a willingness to sacrifice for the protection of the public's lives. 5. Police must adhere to legal provisions regarding the use of force, deploying it only when reminders, advisories, and warnings have proven ineffective. 6. Police should always maintain positive relations with the public, recognizing that the police are the public, and the public is the police, a historical tradition. Police originate from the public and serve within it. They are merely a member of society, wholly committed to fulfilling their duty to safeguard the interests of every member of the community. 7. Police should consistently act to fulfill their functions, never seeking personal or collective vengeance or arbitrarily assuming the role of judge and punisher of crimes and criminals. The assessment of police performance is grounded in the reduction of crime rates and the diminishment of societal disorder, rather than the sheer number of visible actions taken by the police to combat crime. Sir Piers found himself momentarily halted, even as he ambled, until a commanding voice resonated in his ear. "Robert, did you not say you were going to change your attire? What are you still doing here?" Sir Piers lifted his gaze to find that it was none other than his old friend, the Duke of Wellington. Growing impatient, the Duke had ventured out to investigate, only to collide fortuitously with Sir Piers at the door. Pointing to the letter in Sir Piers's hand, the Duke inquired, "What is this? Are you referring to this?" Sir Piers glanced at the title of the document, The 9 Principles of Policing to be released by Scotland Yard. However, he found the description overly formal and not to his liking. The Duke then asked, "What do you typically call it?" "Let us simply refer to it as the Principles of Arthur Hastings, straightforward and true to its essence," Sir Piers proposed. "Arthur Hastings?" The Duke mused. "Are you referring to the young Scotland Yard officer who has made headlines? In my view, the capable young Superintendent Arthur Hastings is indeed a commendable choice." Chapter 34. Yes, sir. The Duke of Wellington received the manuscript from Sir Piers' hands, casting a cursory glance over it, swiftly flipping through the pages until he reached the end. In a moment, the military commander, renowned for his iron will and unwavering seriousness, could not suppress a faint smile. "Robert, I believe you may have perceived everything. Yet you have overlooked his most critical appeal." The Duke turned the manuscript towards Sir Piers, indicating a line of text that nearly filled an entire page. "I fear this is what he truly desires." Sir Piers looked up. The text was straightforward and succinct, despite extensive revisions. "I find it exceedingly difficult to procure a qualified officer for a weekly salary of 12 shillings. Therefore, I request a raise for all frontline constables of the Scotland Yard." Upon reading this, Sir Piers could not help but chuckle, his earlier displeasure from internal party strife dissipating. He inquired of the Duke, "What is your perspective, Your Grace?" The Duke replied, "An interesting young man. It is rare to encounter someone bold enough to make such demands of those in higher authority." Sir Piers pondered momentarily. "Do you believe his request should be denied?" The Duke gently shook his head. "No, that is not my intention. I was once like him in my youth, if not more audacious. He merely articulates his demands, while I outright defied orders from above. You see, I have never been fond of being commanded." Sir Piers laughed. "I never imagined you had such an experience. Might you remind me of the particulars?" The Duke waved his hand dismissively, as if the matter were trivial. "There is nothing noteworthy, but since you wish to hear, I shall oblige. Do you recall the Battle of Vimeiro on the Iberian Peninsula in 1808? Of course, you were the supreme commander in that engagement. The Duke continued. In truth, I should not have been. I remember it was August 1st of that year when I successfully landed over 10,000 men at Mondego Bay, 100 miles north of Lisbon. However, shortly thereafter, I received intelligence that Napoleon's general, Storm-Jean-Andochi Junot, was stationed nearby. The army headquarters ordered me to remain where I was, as General Dalrymple was en route with an additional 15,000 troops to assume supreme command and instructed me to assist him in launching an offensive against the French. Yet, I disregarded their orders, for the opportunity was fleeting. Rather than wait, I chose to initiate the attack myself. Sir Peel, bemused, remarked, "Surely such actions did not land you in a military tribunal post-conflict?" He added with a wry smile, "I seem to recall that your charges were ultimately dismissed by the court." "Indeed. On what grounds could they stand?" "I emerged victorious." The Duke responded with certainty. "Anyone can sign a treaty, but how many battles can one truly win? If the War Office found my actions unsatisfactory, they could confront the French themselves and compel Napoleon to sign a more favorable accord." Sir Peel nodded thoughtfully. "And what is your stance on Inspector Arthur's request?" The Duke replied candidly, "A salary increase for the Scotland Yard officers is certainly warranted, but they must first secure a victory." At the Greenwich precinct of the Metropolitan Police, Arthur reclined in a chair at the round conference table, gazing up at the yellowed chandelier overhead. The lamp oil had not been replaced for some time, resulting in a dim light that barely illuminated Arthur's face. Outside, a torrential downpour lashed the streets of London, raindrops the size of thumbs pounding against the pavement like bullets. Occasionally, a flash of lightning illuminated half of Arthur's face near the window. He appeared calm and expressionless, devoid of joy, with the sole motion in the scene being the pin he twirled in his hand. This was the 9 principles of the London Metropolitan Police's operational manual recently ratified by Arthur Hastings. Before him lay a letter that arrived almost simultaneously with the new manual, sent from the Home Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland located on Whitehall. The content was uncomplicated, consisting of only a few lines, easily comprehensible even to those with the most rudimentary education. It proposed that a successful landing in Lisbon could dismantle Napoleon's continental system against Britain in exchange for a 25% salary increase for the Scotland Yard. Knock, knock, knock. A cautious rap resonated from outside the conference room. Enter. The inspectors gazed at the 9 principles displayed behind Arthur, their throats subtly constricting. They, too, had received the latest operational manual and recognized that this 20-year-old inspector was rising like the sun over Scotland Yard. Arthur gestured for them to take a seat. However, just as they settled, a brilliant flash of lightning startled the 4 inspectors, causing them to spring up once more. Only after catching Arthur's astonished gaze did they awkwardly retake their seats. But then, a thunderous clap resounded, prompting Arthur to suddenly stand. With a firm stance, he placed his strong arms on the table, reminiscent of his position at the prosecution stand in the court of law. "Although you should all be familiar with me by now, I feel it necessary, out of courtesy, to introduce myself. I am Arthur Hastings, the inspector overseeing the Greenwich precinct of the London Metropolitan Police. From this day forth, I shall be responsible for all policing duties within this precinct." At this juncture, Arthur paused and turned to inquire, "By the way, I hear there is a newly appointed inspector who has succeeded my former superior, Wilkes. Might I know who it is?" The young officer seated at the far end quickly stood to report, "Braden Jones, transferred from the headquarters of the London Metropolitan Police to the Greenwich precinct, at your service." Arthur leaned forward, extending a friendly hand. "Mr. Jones, it is a pleasure to meet you." The young officer hurriedly grasped Arthur's hand, which was damp with sweat. "It is my pleasure as well." In the dim light, he could only discern Arthur's eyes faintly glowing with a hint of red. Arthur's warm, resonant voice followed. "I have heard of Wilkes fleeing with public funds and firearms. Such an occurrence is truly unfortunate for Scotland Yard, and you must take heed from it." Jones stiffened, instinctively standing to salute. "Yes, sir." Epilogue. Thus, the first volume of this book, The Strongest Voice from Scotland Yard, comes to a close. In this volume, I sought to depict the early 19th century British societal landscape, allowing readers to gain a clearer understanding of the conditions of people and events during that era. As Dickens aptly noted, civilization and barbarism walk hand in hand on this self-proclaimed island. It is a place where archaic customs from the medieval period linger alongside the simple moral codes established since then, where the advent of the industrial age brings technological advancements, yet also gives rise to numerous social issues. The wealthy and the poor inhabit residences of varying sizes, with some enjoying living conditions superior to those of their descendants. while others struggle more than their ancestors did during the ecclesiastical era. This is an era of contradictions, an age of hesitance. It is a time of conservatism, yet also one of progress. Most importantly, it is a period where hope can still be glimpsed amid despair. Anticipate a better narrative, a brighter future. As we look forward to the next volume of Arthur in Scotland Yard, The Great Demon Holmes is also a captivating fantasy novel set against the backdrop of the Victorian era, offering an exhilarating reading experience, unlike my own work, which may seem rather tepid and lacking in the visceral thrill one might seek. Lastly, during the launch of my new book, I earnestly request my readers to support the endeavor, which means the world to me. Thank you all. Below is a list of references that guided me throughout the writing of the first volume, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the authors for their invaluable insights and inspiration. References: 1. Qian Qingdan, Su Jiaming. A Comprehensive History of England. 2. John H. Clapham. Modern Economic History of England. 3. Kenneth O. Morgan. Oxford History of England. 4. Adam Smith. The Theory of Moral Sentiments. 5. Adam Smith. The Wealth of Nations. 6. Zheng Yan. The Gentleman Image in 19th Century British Novels. Journal of Chongqing University. 7. Chui Lin. The Impact of Changes in 19th Century British Religious Patterns on National Constitutionalism. Shandong Normal University. 8. Chao Ge. A Study on the Development of Secondary Education in 19th Century England. Tianjin Normal University. 9. Panding Hua. Research on 19th Century British Middle-Class Women. European Studies. 10. Su Jiqiang. An exploration of the issues surrounding the education of street children in 19th century England. Guizhou Social Sciences. 11. Guijijun. A study on the reform of the death penalty in 19th century England. Huazhong University of Science and Technology. 12. Zhang Weiliang. St. Giles Parish. A typical slum in early 19th century London. Guizhou Social Sciences. 13. Sun Jiangli. Robert Peel and British Conservatism. Shandong Normal University. 14. Wu Taiwan. Zhang Yadong. Robert Peel and the Establishment of the Modern British Police System. Zhuhai 15. Zhuoming Yang. The Peel Principles in the Construction of Harmonious Police-Civilian Relations in Our Country. Management and Technology of Small and Medium Enterprises. Late Monthly. 16. Han Xiaohu. A Value Analysis of Robert Peel's 9 Principles of Policing. Journal of Hunan Police Academy. 17. Su Bin. Government Responses and Institutional Reforms During the 1825 British Financial Crisis. Historical Research. 18. Wang Yanin. Tradition and Change, a Study of Educational Debates in 19th Century England. Research in Educational History. 19. Narisi. The Evolution of British Police Law and Its Implications. People's Forum. 20. Gongmin. A discussion on the political and social oversight mechanisms and social corruption in early modern England. Journal of Hunan University of Science and Technology, Social Sciences Edition. 21. Sun Qianwei. An analysis of the high turnover rates in the new police force of 19th century England. Journal of Chongqing University of Technology, Social Sciences Edition. 22. Insini. From the Bloody Code to the Abolition of the Death Penalty. The Transition of the Death Penalty System in 19th Century England. Luojia Historical Review. 23. Jia Zhanyun. The Paths and Insights for Addressing Police Corruption in England. BJ Police Academy Journal. 24. Li Hongling. An Evaluation of the British Prosecution System. Legal Review. 25. Mao Jinyu. A Study on Juvenile Delinquency Issues in 19th Century Industrial Cities in England, with London as a primary example. Suzhou University. 26. Li Wan. A Review of the Urban Police Act of 1829, the foundation of the modern police system. BJ People's Police Academy Journal. 27. E. C. Felizan. I. R. Scott. Zhu Weiniang, trans. The Criminal Procedure in England, from Arrest to Trial. Global Legal Review. As the rain outside gradually subsides, the police meeting in the Greenwich district draws to a close. With the opening of the conference room door, the sergeants emerge, their faces adorned with bittersweet smiles. It seems the tasks ahead are only set to become more arduous. Shifting the focus of our future work onto major cases. Might Superintendent Arthur be indulging in fanciful thinking? Our current manpower is already stretched thin, and merely fulfilling routine patrol tasks is proving to be quite challenging. Matters such as murder and poisoning, which demand considerable energy, are perhaps best left to the professional thieves and detectives. Ultimately, our weekly pay is simply too meager. Those bounty hunters and detectives can earn substantial sums from a single big case, while we barely scrape by with 12 shillings a week. The officers beneath us hardly display enthusiasm even for patrolling, let alone undertaking additional assignments. However, if what Superintendent Arthur claims is true, that securing a few key cases could yield a 25% raise for all, then perhaps we can muster the resolve to push forward. Shall we proceed with taking down Fred? Are his men active in your patrol area? Active? That barely scratches the surface. Who can keep track of how many individuals serve under the thief General Fred? Half of the thieves in the entire East End of London could be connected to him, whether as his subordinates or through his extensive network for fencing stolen goods. Haven't you heard the saying? When something is stolen, Fred General will lend a hand in hiding it. When a heist occurs, one can find refuge in Fred General's lair. To be honest, I've long sought an opportunity to deal with him. Let us not dwell on it further. Let us band together and eliminate that scoundrel Fred. Without him, patrolling would certainly become less burdensome. As the conversation unfolds, the sergeants gradually drift away, leaving only Sergeant Jones behind, his expression appearing somewhat unsettled. Suddenly, a hand claps upon his shoulder. You don't seem well, Arthur remarks, leaning in closer. Do you need a few days off? Hearing this, Arthur nods slightly and produces a file from his coat, handing it to him. Since you're fine, I do appreciate your running an errand to Scotland Yard. This document contains today's meeting minutes, and given that your patrol area is closest, please ensure it reaches there when you have a moment. Yes, sir. I'll head there immediately. Jones salutes and hastens away. Arthur watches him depart, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Red Devil appears mysteriously, chuckling. Arthur, is something amiss? Arthur raises an eyebrow. Is that a question you genuinely wish to pose? The investigation report from Wilcox indicates he absconded with 40 firearms from Scotland Yard and smuggled a significant amount of loot. Is this mere coincidence? Thus, I deduce that a portion of the stolen goods that Wilcox took has undoubtedly ended up in Fred's hands. My initiation of an investigation into him is completely justified. Agares narrows his eyes, grinning. But we both know Wilcox's escape is likely due to his guilt, don't we? Arthur scoffs. If the report states it, then it is so. I only recognize the written documents from Scotland Yard. Are you not considering digging deeper? Dig deeper? Arthur glares at the Red Devil. What if I actually uncover something? If you fear the truth, then why pursue Fred? Are you not concerned someone might retaliate against you? Arthur adjusts his top hat and smooths his cuffs. To target a notoriously infamous thief for the sake of the current brightest star at Scotland Yard? I am convinced that these individuals undoubtedly possess more than one avenue for disposing of stolen goods. If he can only seek assistance from Fred, then I have no reason to fear him. How formidable can someone be if they are limited to collaborating solely with a thief's leader? With that, Arthur stepped forward into the rain outside the police station. Agares inquired, where are you off to? Given that major crimes, serious cases, and murders are to be prioritized in the future, it is only natural that I supplement my knowledge with some medical insights. I have arranged to meet Charles at a nearby CAF. I must seek his counsel. Which Charles are you referring to? Of course, I mean the Charles who studied medicine for a year at the University of Edinburgh. He sat in the office that once belonged to Wilcox, gazing out at the rain. His mood complex and inscrutable. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. Come in. Officer Dennis pushed the door open and entered. Have a seat. Jones smiled as he poured a steaming cup of tea for Dennis, thoughtfully adding a piece of sugar. He then slid the cup across the table, saying, It's cold today. Have some tea to warm yourself. Dennis's expression appeared somewhat constrained, his hands resting on his knees as he seemed unaccustomed to sitting before the chief. Chief, did you need me for something? Oh, nothing of great significance, Jones replied with a smile. I merely heard that you were the last person to see Wilcox before his disappearance. So, I wish to inquire if you know where he might have gone. Dennis bit his lip. Regarding that matter, I have already provided a detailed report to Scotland Yard. All I know is that Sheriff Wilcox was last seen heading south, armed with a saber and dressed in plain clothes. As for his exact destination, I am unaware. Jones nodded. Indeed. Your account aligns perfectly with what I observed at Scotland Yard. You have not changed your story. Dennis breathed a sigh of relief. May I take my leave now? It's raining, and the patrol routes are treacherous. I ought to return to duty soon. Certainly. I am pleased to see such dedication to your work. Upon hearing this, Dennis stood and said, Then, farewell, Chief. He opened the door and was about to leave when suddenly, Jones's voice rang out. Wait a moment. Jones propped his head on one hand atop the desk and gestured to the teacup with the other. But truly, won't you have a sip of tea? You seem to be shivering a bit. Could it be the cold? Dennis's heart tightened slightly, but he feigned calmness. I'm fine, Chief. I can manage. Very well. Jones chuckled. However, before you go, I feel compelled to say this. If there are matters you are currently unaware of, it may be best for you not to discover them in the future. Should the day come when you suddenly learn of them, it could create difficulties for everyone involved. Dennis replied evenly, Mr. Jones, what do you mean? Jones beamed even more brightly. I am merely saying you are free to go, Officer Dennis. As Dennis turned to exit, he felt a wave of relief wash over him at the moment the door closed behind him. His lips moved slightly, yet the sound was inaudible to anyone but the most skilled lip readers, capable of deciphering the meaning behind his words. Betraying Arthur, once, was already more than enough. In a CAF at the street corner, Darwin and Arthur occupied a table in the corner. Their conversation accompanied by several textbooks Darwin had used during his studies at the University of Edinburgh. Darwin generously imparted his extensive knowledge of pharmacology, while Arthur listened attentively, occasionally jotting down what he deemed significant points on his notepad. Whenever Darwin reached a pivotal aspect, Arthur would raise his hand to pose a few questions. So, the most commonly used anesthetic is opium tincture, and it is quite easy to procure. Even for ailments like fever, colds, and headaches, doctors prescribe it. What? They even prescribe it for insomnia? The side effect is addiction? Ah, I am aware of that. You employ bloodletting as a treatment? I have indeed witnessed that in the clinic. Upon reflection, I find the use of leeches to draw blood seems less repulsive. At least the patient does not appear to suffer. As time passed, Darwin glanced at the page of notes filled with Arthur's writing and sighed deeply. Arthur nodded, packing his notes into his bag and lifting his teacup for a sip. Thank you for your efforts today, Charles. With that, Arthur cast a glance at Elder, who sat nearby engrossed in a newspaper. But Elder, what brings you here today? Did you not mention that you have been diligently honing your drawing skills lately? Unable to contain himself, Arthur interjected. Even if you enjoy reading that newspaper, must you announce its price in my presence? Everyone knows that a newspaper incurs a 3-penny stamp tax, so anything priced below that is an illegal publication. Elder, I am still in my police uniform. At the very least, wait until I have removed it before discussing such matters. Arthur glanced at the newspaper, which primarily reported on the recent swine riots erupting in rural areas. The laborers, unable to endure the exorbitant cost of living imposed by the Corn Laws, coupled with recent agricultural crises, banded together to raid landlords' estates and set fire to their granaries, while also damaging their threshing machines as night fell. This phenomenon was particularly severe in Hampshire, Wiltshire, and Kent, where several reports of landlords and clergy being burned alive by enraged farmers had surfaced in recent days. Such instances of widespread destruction under the cover of night were not uncommon in England, having developed into a standard pattern of riots, not exclusively confined to agriculture. The most notable example was the Luddite movement that erupted in 1811. At that time, sock manufacturers in Nottinghamshire, disregarding industry regulations, produced inferior long socks that severely undercut the earnings of hand-knitting workers. Consequently, some knitters secretly organized under the fictitious banner of General Ludd, destroying the machines of the manufacturers and sabotaging their wool and sock factories, executing factory owners on sight. The flames of Nottingham quickly spread throughout England, resulting in a multitude of diverse riots blossoming within a mere year. At the peak of the Luddite movement, the British army tasked with quelling the rioting workers even outnumbered those deployed against Napoleon. In response to the Luddite movement, the British government hastily passed 2 pieces of legislation, the Machine Breaking Act and the Malicious Damage Act of 1812. However, it was evident that the rioting workers, caught up in the fervor, paid little heed to such laws. The Luddite movement was largely spontaneous, lacking a unified organization. Thus, British authorities faced wave after wave of unrest, which continued intermittently into the 1820s, with riots under the banner of General Ludd still occurring. Although the Swin riots did not explicitly invoke General Ludd's name, they merely substituted it with Lieutenant Swin, and the methods of rebellion remained unchanged. Nonetheless, the Tory cabinet, led by the Duke of Wellington, displayed an unusual reticence regarding the Swin riots, even as they dispatched military and police forces to restore order. Simultaneously, they uncharacteristically stated that as long as the situation did not escalate further, they would refrain from deploying army units to suppress the unrest. In the following days, the situation took on an increasingly surreal quality. Almost simultaneously with the outbreak of the Swin riots, Lord Saffield delivered a speech in the House of Lords advocating for the establishment of a land allotment system. He proposed that 50 acres of land be designated in every parish across the nation to be rented at a modest price to landless agricultural workers. emphasizing that such a measure would not only effectively reduce poverty and enhance employment for agricultural laborers, but also mitigate the tensions between tenants and landowners. Indeed, Lord Saffield had previously made similar suggestions numerous times, but this particular instance garnered unanimous acclaim. The Speaker of the House of Lords even lavished praise upon him, declaring his proposal to be outstanding, exceptional, and remarkably innovative. He remarked that although he had heard Lord Saffield present this idea many times before, each presentation remained vividly etched in his memory. Nearly 8 days after Lord Saffield's address, MP Briscoe expressed his support for the initiative in the House of Commons, intending to propose a feasible bill on the matter. The traditionally conservative Tory party made a dramatic reversal, catching the Whigs, who were already poised to impeach the cabinet, completely off guard. With both parties in agreement, the implementation of the land allotment system had nearly become an irreversible decision. Only the timing of the legislation remained. Elder chuckled heartily, finding the situation to be a source of amusement for the day. As the newspapers noted, the donkeys had indeed ceased their braying. As for Arthur, he stroked his chin, as if he had discerned something profound. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him, and a faint smile graced his lips as he seized the newspaper from Elder's hands, murmuring, "It seems that sometimes a well-placed whip can indeed spur them to turn the millstone." The founder of the Poor Man's Guardian, Hetherington, was a figure of interest on Scotland Yard's surveillance list. Although the Combination Act of 1824 had been repealed and the censorship of publications had gradually relaxed, the overt barriers had dissolved, yet covert stratagems remained abundant. Since the laborers primarily belonged to the impoverished class, they rarely had surplus funds to expend beyond basic necessities. To prevent labor unions from establishing influential publications, the British government began imposing stamp duties on newspapers, raising their prices to 4 pence in an effort to curtail sales. As the authorities devised their plans, the underbelly of London thrived with a plethora of clandestine tabloids. Regrettably, Arthur had never had the opportunity to procure such affordable and quality publications. Just moments earlier, street vendors had been hawking penny newspapers, yet whenever he approached, he was left with only the likes of the Times, Morning Star, and Manchester Guardian as his options. Having snatched the newspaper from Elder, Arthur left him conversing with Darwin while doodling absent-mindedly on his notepad. After perusing the newspaper, Arthur was about to initiate a conversation when he suddenly noticed Elder's sketch of a little figure. Furrowing his brow, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he snapped his fingers, asking, "Elder, how has your drawing skill progressed?" Elder yawned. "It's passable, but why do you ask?" Arthur replied with a smile. "I have a favor to ask of you. If it comes to fruition, the reward shall be substantial. The Greenwich Police District has some surplus funds this quarter." "Oh?" Elder perked up at the mention of a reward. "Are you asking me to draw a map?" "Not just a map." Arthur lifted his teacup for a sip. "You must be acquainted with General Thief Fred." "Yes?" "Fred?" "Of course. I asked him to help me dispose of some contraband I brought over last time." Arthur, who had been sipping his tea, nearly choked at Elder's revelation. "What did you just say? You? Smuggling? And you're involved with Fred?" To which Elder appeared utterly unconcerned, reclining back in his chair with his legs propped up on the table, responding, "What's the big deal? The Royal Navy smuggles." "Who doesn't know that?" Darwin, who had been quietly reading, turned pale at this explosive revelation. Arthur leaned closer, propping his elbows on the table. "Tell me more. I could use a significant case right now." The moment Arthur finished speaking, Elder turned pale as well. He lowered his voice, cursing, "Arthur, are you planning to get me locked up? Besides, that contraband wasn't mine. I was just helping my uncle sell it. After I sold it, the old man was unsatisfied, complaining that I sold it too cheaply and didn't give me a penny." Arthur lowered his voice in response. "That makes you an incriminating witness. I can negotiate leniency for you, as long as your uncle goes down. A rear admiral in the Royal Navy could sustain me for many years. Rest assured, when I rise in rank and wealth, I will not forget you." Elder retorted angrily, "If you get him locked up, who will protect me? Do you have a screw loose? If you arrest him, wouldn't you also have to imprison the commander of the Mediterranean fleet?" Hearing this, Darwin chimed in. "So there's also a matter involving the commander of the Mediterranean fleet?" Elder snapped, "Of course. Are you planning to drag First Lord of the Admiralty Thomas Hardy into this as well?" Arthur had intended to make a jest, but before he could even inquire, Elder was almost ready to divulge everything. He quickly called out, "Stop. Please don't say any more. Are you trying to implicate even Admiral William?" Elder was taken aback, then raised a fist to Arthur's chest, saying, "You little rascal. No wonder you can be a constable. How did you know?" "I know nothing." Just mention the Royal Navy. Don't involve specific individuals, Elder replied, spreading his hands. It's really not a big deal. Think about it. While the officers in the Royal Navy are well compensated, the sailors' pay is dreadful. It's somewhat better during wartime since they can share the spoils of war, but alas, we are in peacetime now. Under normal circumstances, merchant sailors earn significantly more than sailors in the Royal Navy, 3 to 4 times as much, and during peak transport seasons, even 5 to 6 times more. Moreover, the training in the Royal Navy is so stringent, and the regulations so rigid, who would willingly choose to be a sailor? Drifting at sea every day while earning hardly anything. You must have heard similar tales in your homeland, where when the naval press gang comes to recruit sailors, the local farmers are reluctant to enlist, so they band together to abduct passing travelers to fulfill their quota. Or they take those who should have been exiled and put them on ships, only to find they can't disembark once aboard. With such poor conditions, if the Admiralty doesn't allow the sailors to smuggle a few items, how can they live decently? Darwin nodded slightly, though I don't know why. I feel there is some truth to what you're saying. Upon hearing this, Arthur chuckled helplessly. Every time I hear you speak of the Royal Navy, it makes me think that the place is rotten to the core. Yet, given this, how are they still so formidable in battle? Elder rolled his eyes. It all comes down to money. Although everyone receives a fixed salary, during wartime, the Navy offers explicit rewards for the destruction of an enemy ship. Each crew member is awarded 5 shillings for every enemy vessel they eliminate. As for the spoils of war, the internal regulations dictate that the captain receives 1/4, the fleet commander 1/8, with the remainder shared among the sailors. This incentivization enables the Royal Navy, despite its shortcomings, to instill such fear in the French that they dare not venture out of their ports. In their eyes, the French ships are not adversaries, but mere gold floating on the sea. During the Battle of Trafalgar, the Royal Navy could complete 2 rounds of cannon fire in a mere 3.5 minutes. Admiral Rosherham's frigate boldly pursued French battleships, engaging in close-quarters combat even when outnumbered, with him single-handedly dispatching over 10 French sailors with his sword. As for the French, given 3.5 minutes, they would likely still be fumbling to retrieve their cannonballs, though they would have ample time to wave the white flag. At this point, Elder leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper. Let me share a secret, but don't tell anyone. I heard from my uncle that some captains, after 22 years of the Napoleonic Wars, amassed fortunes exceeding £300,000. The captains feasted while their sailors equally benefited. In such circumstances, how could one lack fighting spirit? He sighed deeply, lamenting, it's a pity Napoleon didn't last longer, if he had held out another decade. Perhaps I too could have reaped such wealth. What a useless fellow. Arthur glanced at the other patrons at the table, noticing their curious stares. He cleared his throat, redirecting Elder's attention. Let us discuss how you know Fred. Outside, the rain continued to fall, droplets cascading down the transparent glass. Through the window, one could observe the exchange between Arthur and Elder. Time slipped by, and soon, Arthur's second page was filled with information regarding General Thief Fred. Name: Fred Matthews. Gender: male. Age: 40 to 50 years. Background: 1. Speaks with a southern accent, suggesting origins from a farming family in Sussex or Kent. 2. Served in the army in his youth, gaining knowledge of firearms and hand-to-hand combat. The specific unit is currently unknown. 3. Discharged after the conclusion of the Napoleonic Wars in 1815, he faced employment shortages due to the disbanding of numerous regiments. During this period, Fred was active at various London docks, working as a dock laborer. He later organized a band of retired soldiers, resorting to violent means to seize control of dock transportation businesses. 4. Post 1820, he gradually shifted to other ventures, engaging in activities including but not limited to fencing stolen goods, theft, robbery, extortion, and blackmail. 5. In 1825, after complaints from the Dockers Association, his group faced severe crackdowns, with several key members sentenced to execution. 6. After a period of silence, Fred and his associates resurfaced in 1828, establishing a private detective agency named Blackpool at 75, Brick Lane in the East End of London, claiming to offer services including theft recovery and investigations. 7. However, the agency's daily operations are typically handled by Fred's subordinates, as he has rarely appeared in public since 1825, with few aware of his true identity. As Arthur wrote this, he found the situation increasingly complex. Most of Fred's visible crimes occurred before 1825, making it challenging to gather evidence for prosecution. While it was possible to surveil Fred's detective agency, The information currently available suggested that he had been operating discreetly since his return. When engaging in illicit activities like fencing stolen goods, he carefully selected his trading partners, opting for low-value, one-on-one transactions that left little trace. For larger, traceable transactions, he would only involve individuals like Elder, who had the endorsement of the Royal Navy or other solid backgrounds. In short, the places where he could be investigated are difficult to scrutinize, while those that are straightforward to examine are beyond reach. After all, Arthur couldn't simply waltz into the Navy and arrest people. Faced with a tangled web of information, Arthur felt a sense of unease. Capturing Fred would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. Elder chimed in, "Arthur, why bother with him? He's merely a retired soldier without much skill, but he's entangled with far too many influential individuals. Even if you were to apprehend him, it would have to be posthumously, never alive. If you were to imprison him at Scotland Yard, many in London would lose sleep over it." Arthur reclined in his chair. "Does that include you? Me?" "Of course not," Elder replied nonchalantly. "I have my uncle's protection, who is backed by the fleet commander, who in turn is supported by the Navy, and the Navy is safeguarded by Parliament. Everyone is aware that the cesspit beneath the toilet is filled with filth. They know it stinks, but who has the leisure to lift that lid? When nature calls, one must hold their nose and answer, right? Are we truly considering blowing up the latrine?" He lamented, "Elder, did you really graduate from the Department of Classical Literature?" Elder raised an eyebrow. "Why do you ask?" He picked up a piece of dried fish and chewed while gesturing. "Charles, you can't go on like this. When you're aboard a ship, if provisions run low, you'll have to swallow rotten fruit and moldy biscuit crumbs." Just then, the CAF door swung open, ringing the bell at the entrance. Two drenched figures in police uniforms approached Arthur. Elder glanced at them, pondering for a moment before suddenly leaping from his seat. He pointed at Arthur, exclaiming, "Arthur, are you really planning to turn me in? Did you call for backup to subdue me?" Arthur, perplexed by his friend's erratic behavior, patiently explained, "Just sit down and enjoy your fish. They aren't tea here for you." Elder, skeptical, asked, "Then what are they here for?" "I called them over to attend Charles's medical lecture." With that, Arthur glanced at the clock in the CAF and addressed the two officers, "Tom, Tony. You've arrived quite late today." Officer Tony apologized. "Arthur, we truly didn't mean to. We're so accustomed to working on the front lines that we only remembered halfway through our patrol that you've assigned us to the district station. Who told you that I moved you to the district station for clerical work?" Tom and Tony paused, bewildered, and asked in unison, "Then why did you call us over?" Arthur replied earnestly, "Patrolling is a task anyone can undertake. However, solving cases requires a particular skill set. I brought you here to train you from patrol officers to detectives. Since you're set to become detectives, it's essential to enhance your knowledge in relevant areas. Do you know what distinguishes humans from monkeys? The greatest difference lies in humans' understanding of the need for continuous learning to pursue higher skills. Before me stands Mr. Charles Darwin, a man well-versed not only in the ways of monkeys but also in the intricacies of humanity, and particularly in the evolution of monkeys into men. Thus, for the ensuing 3 months, your primary task will be to accompany Mr. Darwin in the pursuit of knowledge in natural history and medicine." However, as soon as Arthur finished his statement, before Tom and Tony could respond, Darwin voiced his dissent. "Arthur, although I am a Lamarckian, I do not believe there is an inevitable connection between humans and monkeys." Arthur, unfazed by Darwin's protest, waved his hand dismissively and replied, "That is quite all right. You are free to hold that opinion in the future." This left Tony and Tom in a quandary. "Arthur, we can manage the patrols, but this learning." Arthur was fully aware of the disposition of his two colleagues, thus he refrained from further comment and simply raised 3 fingers at them. With a furrowed brow, Tony asked, "Arthur, what does this signify?" Arthur calmly stated, "You two will receive a temporary stipend of 3 shillings each per week, drawn from my salary. If, after 3 months, you pass your evaluations, this stipend will be permanently incorporated into your weekly wages." Tony and Tom exchanged glances, and without a moment's hesitation, they stood at attention and saluted Arthur, exclaiming in unison, "At your command, sir." Arthur relinquished his seat to Tony and Tom and took a place beside Elder. Upon hearing Arthur mention the stipend, Elder recalled their prior business discussion. He inquired, "Did you not say you wanted me to draw a map? What format do you envision for this map?" Arthur replied, "In actuality, it is not a map that I seek. Did you not mention in the intelligence you provided that very few have seen Fred's true visage? Moreover, in instances where there are few witnesses to a crime, the police often struggle to create an accurate likeness of the perpetrator based on the victim's information. Therefore, I intend to employ a novel criminal investigation technique. A novel technique? Elder pondered for a moment, but could not grasp Arthur's intent. Just tell me straight, what do you want me to draw? Arthur articulated. I wish to divide the human face into 9 segments, and then I will find 100 individuals with distinct facial features for you to create likenesses of each segment, culminating in 900 unique portraits. This way, we can provide samples of the 9 segments for victims to select from, ultimately assembling a likeness that closely resembles the perpetrator. This is what I refer to as simulated portrait technology. Elder was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Arthur, what is it? Arthur took a sip of tea and exclaimed, that is a stroke of genius. You are indeed born to be a policeman. Arthur raised an eyebrow and queried, so, does this mean you agree? But I cannot draw. Elder replied sheepishly. I studied cartography, I could manage a map. But when it comes to portraiture, I lack the requisite skill. Hearing this, Arthur found himself in a predicament. This complicates matters, aside from you. I know no one else who can draw. Observing his friend's distress, Elder interjected, however, while I may not possess the skill, I know where to find those who do. Moreover, not only can they draw, but their work is of excellent quality, and their rates should be quite reasonable. Such a place exists? Elder nodded affirmatively, certainly. You should visit the Royal Academy of Arts near Trafalgar Square. Are you jesting? The Royal Academy is home to renowned artists, and a single painting could cover the annual operational budget of the Greenwich Police District. Elder retorted, do you truly hold a grudge? I was merely jesting. If you persist, I might just have to lock you up. Elder continued, I am not suggesting you seek out the professors. While they may be well-fed, the apprentices studying under them are often from impoverished backgrounds. During a prior visit with my uncle, I observed that many of the apprentices are indeed children of the less fortunate. For a straightforward sketch of a portrait as you require, they could likely complete it within 10 days to a fortnight. Offer them a fair price, and you will undoubtedly have many eager to take on the task. Initially, Arthur thought Elder was merely speaking off the cuff, but his words began to sound increasingly plausible. He inquired, that venue must not be freely accessible. How would I gain entry? No need to sneak in, Elder assured him. On a day when you are free, simply stroll around Trafalgar Square in the evening. Many struggling painters selling their work are students from the Royal Academy. You can casually approach one who catches your eye and inquire. Just then, Darwin, who had been lecturing Tony and Tom, interjected, Arthur, speaking of this, I believe your quest for knowledge should extend beyond medicine. You want to delve into chemistry and pharmacology as well. Although I can impart some knowledge, there are numerous recent advancements that elude me. If you wish to acquire more advanced insights, consider attending lectures at Graham College, hosted by the Royal Society. There you will encounter the foremost scientists of Great Britain, and new findings are presented nearly every month. Attending would undoubtedly be beneficial. Arthur expressed curiosity. Lectures from the Royal Society? Are the admission fees exorbitant? Darwin shook his head. Even the highest ticket prices cannot surpass those of the Royal Theatre. Moreover, the cost of attending depends on one's perspective. For merely a shilling, one can access the most cutting-edge scientific knowledge, which I find remarkably reasonable. At first, Arthur assumed the fees for such lectures would be measured in pounds, only to discover they were merely a shilling. As Darwin pointed out, attending the Royal Theatre for a single performance would cost as much as attending numerous lectures. This seemed incredibly affordable. He promptly asked, when are these lectures typically held? Recently, due to financial constraints, the Royal Society has been hosting lectures daily. However, if you wish to attend, it is advisable to book tickets in advance, as these lectures are quite popular among the middle and upper classes, particularly the ladies. You may not be aware, but due to recent frequent technological breakthroughs, the scientists of the Royal Society have frequently made headlines, and they are gradually becoming as celebrated as artists. As Arthur began to reconsider, Elder chimed in again. Arthur, if you wish to go, I can procure a few tickets. You can obtain them? Arthur scrutinized Elder. Did you not claim to be a scientific outcast? When did you develop an enthusiasm for scientific lectures? Elder replied, I may lack interest in science, but my cousin is different. Did you not hear Charles mention that attending scientific lectures is currently in vogue? My cousin revels in such trends. Whether it be intricate pleated skirts or fine French perfumes, she adores anything fashionable, even if it involves scruffy scientists. Arthur expressed astonishment. Is your cousin that wealthy? Elder responded proudly, indeed. Have you forgotten what I previously shared? Some Royal Navy captains amassed fortunes of £300,000 to £400,000 after the Napoleonic Wars. Though my uncle only became a fifth-rate captain towards the latter part of the wars, he did capture 2 French naval vessels. Plus, he garnered a share of the spoils from his previous position as first mate. He can certainly muster up 100,000 pounds. My uncle has long been stationed with the Mediterranean fleet in the Ionian Islands and Malta, often neglecting my cousin. What else could I do but let her be? In the CAF, Elder and Arthur were engaged in discussions regarding the Royal Society and the Royal Academy of Arts. Suddenly, Officer Tom, who had been attentively listening to Darwin's lecture, stood up, apologetically nodded to Darwin, and then approached Arthur to speak in hushed tones. Arthur, I would like to request some time off this afternoon. Arthur inquired, time off? Is there something at home? Tom, with his hands clasped and head bowed, appeared somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, there is a matter I need to attend to. Tony, observing this, couldn't he help but exclaim, Tom, must you always appear so timid? Can't you stand tall as a man? Just ask for time off without looking guilty. Arthur isn't Willix, do you really think you would dock your pay? Arthur didn't take the matter to heart, but sensed that Tom was troubled. He pointed to the clock in the CAF and said, It's no big deal to ask for time off. However, it's nearly noon. Why not stay for lunch before you go? Today. There is no need to be formal. I'll cover the meal for all four of you. Elder, sitting across from Arthur, chuckled and remarked, Arthur, being a superintendent certainly has its perks. Your generosity has increased. Just how much do you take home annually? Arthur cast him a sidelong glance and replied, About 100 pounds. 100 pounds without counting your clandestine earnings? Then I shan't hold back. Elder turned to the bartender and called out, Bring me 4 oysters. And do remember to remove the leech eggs. After that, Elder cheerfully asked Tom, Brother, what will you have? I'll order for you. Tom quickly waved him off. No need for me. I'm pressed for time and will skip lunch. Seeing Arthur's concern, Tom felt compelled to reveal his burden. Arthur frowned and asked, What relation does Adam's release have to you? Are you planning to pick him up? Tom flushed, and after a moment of hesitation, summoned the courage to respond. Arthur, Tony, you may not be aware, but the other day, Adam's gambling father got drunk and ended up in a brawl, severely injuring someone. The verdict from the magistrate's court came out yesterday. He was sentenced to 14 years of transportation to Australia and fined £20. When I went and collected the debt from Adam's family as per the court's order, I discovered that Adam's mother had absconded with everything valuable from their home, with his father exiled and mother missing. You can imagine the fate that awaits a child in such circumstances. They either end up toiling in factories, perishing on the production line, or continue to steal on the streets, with the unfortunate ones possibly meeting a violent end. In any case, he is unlikely to reach adulthood. After discussing this with my wife last night, she suggested that we adopt Adam. I pondered, and she made a valid point. After all, a child is a child. Whether 1 or 2, it should make little difference. Upon hearing Tom's words, the others remained silent, gazing at him with smiles. Tom's face flushed with embarrassment as he waved his hands. Why are you all staring at me? Elder, with a toothpick in his mouth, gave Tom a thumbs up. Bravo. Brother. Darwin closed his book and remarked, Officer Tom, you have repeatedly apologized to me for being incapable of learning, but in my view, ignorance is not the issue. A lack of conscience is. Tony playfully smacked him on the head, jokingly cursing, Damn it, you. I thought you were up to something nefarious. Why hide such a matter? As for Arthur, he stood and patted Tom on the shoulder, smiling. Tom, everyone says I am the bravest man in Scotland Yard. However, I disagree, for in my eyes, you are the bravest man here. Upon hearing this, Tom's crimson face finally broke into a smile. Despite the sweat pouring down his face, it did not prevent him from standing at attention and saluting Arthur with utmost respect. Learning from you, sir. Arthur patted his arm and pulled out 2 banknotes. Tucking them into Tom's pocket, Go on. You may skip the meal, but I shall cover your expenses today. Refusal is not an option, it's an order. Yes, sir. Arthur watched as Tom exited the CAF, the gray clouds and drizzle outside transforming into something beautiful. Everyone, feel free to order whatever you desire. Just as he finished speaking, the CAF's bell rang again. A uniformed officer entered, glancing around until he spotted Arthur and rushed over. Sir, someone from the district police station is here to see you. To see me? Is it to report a case? The officer shook his head. Not likely. This person has been coming for several days. However, you were on leave, so he left empty-handed. Today, knowing you are here, he insists on seeing you. Elder, slurping down an oyster, muttered, Who is this person, so adamant? A clergyman? Elder jested with Arthur. I hope he isn't a puritanical extremist from the National Church. Come to trouble you, a nonconformist superintendent. Arthur, if you find it difficult to handle him, Why not just convert on the spot to save yourself some trouble? In truth, Arthur was indifferent to religious beliefs. His lack of faith in the national church stemmed from the sheer number of national churches in London. Due to a troublesome regulation in Scotland Yard, if a police officer is a member of the national church, they must attend church service every Sunday morning. To steal a Sunday off, Arthur feigned adherence to Catholicism. He had also consistently claimed to be a fundamentalist, hence viewing all churches in London as inauthentic and incompatible with his understanding of the church, leading him to refuse participation in any religious activities organized by Scotland Yard. Were it not for the fact that unbelievers were still largely unaccepted by society in this era, Arthur would not have had to exert such effort. After hearing the officer's words, he sighed in resignation. Very well, lead me to meet him. At the Greenwich police station in Arthur's office, he and the rumored uninvited guest sat at opposite ends of the desk. Just as the officer had described, the guest was cloaked in a black robe, wearing a white-collared shirt underneath, adorned with a silver crucifix. His gaunt face bore a prominent nose, and his hands were pale and devoid of calluses, indicating he had never engaged in any laborious work. All of this suggested that the visitor hailed from a middle-class family and had received a considerable education. Arthur, unsure of the visitor's intentions, employed the most amicable tone he could muster. I believe I do not know you. How should I address you? The guest smiled politely and replied, Mr. Hastings, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. I am the vicar of St. Mary's Church at Oxford University and a special researcher at Oriel College, John Newman. You may call me Vicar or Mr. Newman, or if you prefer, simply John. Oxford University? A vicar? Arthur couldn't help but take a deep breath. For him, facing one of these two elements is already quite challenging. Encountering the amalgamation of both is beyond comprehension. To make matters worse, the guest before him is none other than a researcher from Oriel College, Oxford University. If Oxford stands as the bastion of conservatism in Great Britain, then Oriel College, dedicated to the study of theology and the training of clergymen for the established church, is its very heart. It is no exaggeration to assert that, based on Arthur's values and knowledge of Oriel, everyone within should be condemned to death, and that sentence should be executed repeatedly. Fortunately, Arthur had previously encountered Darwin, a graduate of Emmanuel College, Cambridge, so when faced with Mr. Newman from Oriel, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. However, this did not prevent the red devil seated at the desk from erupting into laughter. Agares, pointing at Arthur's face, doubled over in mirth. Arthur, look at your expression, on the verge of tears and laughter. One might think you've just caught a whiff from the dung heap at Barl. Arthur, upon hearing this, merely exhaled through his nose, muttering, Agares, I do not permit you to insult excrement in such a manner. Unfortunately, Mr. Newman, seated across from him, evidently did not catch Arthur's words. He blinked in confusion. What did you say? Arthur quickly donned a cheerful facade. Oh, nothing. I merely remarked that the rain today has rendered the office rather dim. Seizing the moment before Newman could ponder further, he hastily redirected the conversation. I wonder what brings you here today? Upon hearing this, Newman produced 2 books from his leather satchel, placing them upon Arthur's desk. Arthur glanced down to find that the tomes were Thomas Paine's Rights of Man and Common Sense. His brow twitched, and he inquired, May I reconfirm your profession? You are a clergyman? Newman nodded affirmatively. And you graduated from Oxford? Newman continued to affirm, Indeed, I graduated in 1820. Arthur inhaled deeply, pinching his lips together. He looked at Newman, then at the 2 books. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. To be frank, Mr. Newman, I find it somewhat perplexing to reconcile an Oxford-educated clergyman with these 2 works. At this, Newman suddenly smiled. Ah, you have indeed read them. Arthur shook his head, vehemently denying, I have not. Newman, taken aback, queried, Then how do you know that an Oxford clergyman cannot be associated with these books? Arthur lifted his teacup, taking a sip, because of the regulations of the Scottish Yard. Thus, I cannot, at least, admit to having read them. Although these 2 books are no longer considered illegal publications, they have only been decriminalized for a year. Moreover, we, the officers of the Scottish Yard, are nominally under the direct command of His Majesty, and you are well aware of how these books refer to the late King George III. Newman picked up Common Sense, expertly flipping to the marked page, and read aloud, George III is merely the royal beast of Britain. He is the principal architect of the North American troubles. The British monarchy is not sacred, for according to the chronicles of conquest in the British Isles, the ancestors of the English kings were merely the leaders of a band of ne'er-do-wells. Lose your job? Why would that happen? Newman stood, perplexed, and pointed at the text in Common Sense. Isn't this the truth? Arthur cast a sidelong glance at the words, his lips pressed together, his voice trembling. Mr. Newman, you must understand that in most cases, the truth can be the most injurious. The Red Devil seized the opportunity to pat his shoulder, feigning comfort as he said, Arthur, if you wish to laugh, then laugh. Bottling it up is not good for your health. But at that moment, I found myself persuaded. Though he is an atheist, his actions and ideals resemble those of a devout believer more than anyone else. Do you forgive him so easily? Arthur responded, I recall him criticizing the church, stating that the Christian system within religion is an affront to common sense. Because of such statements, Oxford University would frequently drag him out for public condemnation. Newman, looking bewildered, replied, Perhaps others think that way, but I believe it is because they do not understand Thomas Paine. Look at the ideas he expressed, the contributions he made. He advocated for public education, proposed minimum wage standards, criticized George III, and consequently had to flee Britain. He aided the North American colonies in their liberation from Great Britain. Personally engaging in battle, every American soldier possessed a copy of Common Sense, and his words are recited by all Americans. Yet after American independence, he was marginalized and dismissed for exposing governmental corruption, leaving in disgrace. He participated in the French Revolution but was forced to leave France for opposing Robespierre's execution of Louis XVI and their bloody policies. He opposed Napoleon's rise to power, rejecting his summons and invitations, yet that did not diminish Napoleon's admiration for him. Often, he could have lived a life of comfort and wealth simply by remaining silent, rather than dying alone in a rented room. But he did not. He never ceased to speak out, steadfast in his beliefs, committed to his principles. Much like you did in court previously. Is he truly an atheist? I believe he is a genuine, devout believer. Regrettably, Paine has passed, leaving me without answers to my questions. However, I find solace in seeing you in the newspapers. Thus, I have come here today to inquire how you, a voice unwilling to be silenced like his, perceive these matters. Upon hearing this, Arthur fixed his gaze upon Newman's face for a considerable time, before rising with a smile to fetch a tea set from a nearby table. He placed a teacup before Newman, pouring tea as he spoke. Mr. Newman, perhaps you should first hydrate, as I suspect this may evolve into an extended discussion. Newman glanced out at the sky, nodding. No matter, Mr. Hastings. If time becomes an issue, I can return tomorrow, or even the day after. As Newman's attention was wholly focused on Arthur, Agares stealthily snatched a piece of sugar from the bowl and popped it into his mouth. The Red Devil scoffed, Arthur, do you know why I ultimately descended to hell? Because heaven is filled with such single-minded individuals. He is not in a hurry. I, however, am. Leaning both elbows on the desk, he continued, Mr. Newman, it seems you are genuinely eager to know the answer. Individuals like you ought not to be attending Oxford. Why? Newman queried, confused. Oxford offers the finest education in all of England. Arthur shook his head. Is that so? Cambridge makes the same claim. Such rhetoric is inherently contradictory. Just as a true Oxford clergyman cannot endorse Thomas Paine, England cannot simultaneously house two institutions of the highest caliber. Newman appeared somewhat bewildered, asking, Why can't an Oxford clergyman acknowledge Thomas Paine? Arthur then questioned, May I ask what your opinion of Mr. Paine is? Newman hesitated, reflecting for a long time before uncertainly responding, I do not harbor disdain for some of his statements. I merely find myself in disagreement with them. Yet for the remainder of his assertions, I hold them in high regard. Arthur, cradling his teacup to warm his hands, inquired, Have you ever pondered why such a phenomenon occurs? Newman's expression appeared somewhat strained. His right hand tightened around the cross at his chest, veins bulging. Yet after a moment of silence, he seemed to relinquish his struggle, slumping wearily back into his chair. I am a devout believer, and while I admire Paine, he is an atheist, and I would rather die than betray God. Without faith, what difference is there between me and the dead? At this, Arthur couldn't help but smile slightly. He waved his hand, attempting to ease Newman's distress. Mr. Newman, perhaps you are overestimating the gravity of the matter. Appreciating Paine does not inherently equate to betraying God. Although Mr. Paine has consistently proclaimed himself an atheist, based on his actions, I believe he embodies the essence of a true Protestant. Newman, taken aback by this assertion, opened his mouth slightly, almost springing from his seat as if witnessing a miracle. Mr. Hastings, what do you mean by that? Arthur shrugged, chuckling as he replied, Perhaps it is due to a divergence in our standards for judging a person's faith. I contend that one's faith should be gauged by their actions and the rationale behind them. As you mentioned, Mr. Paine is an idealist, devoid of base interests. and dedicated to the most arduous yet righteous path. Yet, have you not noticed that in his brief but magnificent life, the principles he upheld encompassed both Calvinism and Lutheranism? From my perspective as a Catholic fundamentalist, Mr. Paine exemplifies the finest traditions of both Calvinism and Lutheranism. Calvinism eschews materialism in life, holding its adherents to stringent moral standards while fervently engaging in various charitable and poverty alleviation efforts. According to statistics from our Scottish community, there are hundreds of relief organizations spontaneously formed by Calvinist believers in the Greater London area alone. Moreover, during fundraising efforts, it is often these Calvinists, many of whom lead austere lives themselves, who are the most enthusiastic participants. They are the last glimmers of hope in the darkest corners of London, offering a flicker of optimism to those teetering on the brink of despair. In certain respects, their contributions to reducing crime in London surpass even that of the police force. They are admirable individuals, much like Mr. Thomas Paine himself. Lutheranism, on the other hand, staunchly advocates for equality among all. You should be more aware than I that Lutheranism has consistently upheld the spirit of the priesthood of all believers, asserting that every Christian possesses equal status and rights within the church, able to assume clerical roles without any privileges. Does this not align with the paramount idea emphasized by Mr. Paine in The Rights of Man? Furthermore, both Calvinism and Lutheranism endorse justification by faith, asserting that only through genuine faith can one become a true Christian and attain salvation. Mr. Newman, you are more acquainted with Mr. Paine's life than I. Can you find anyone with a faith purer than his? You are merely deceived by his label of an atheist, mistaking it for mere idealism. However, I believe that idealism alone could not have sustained him as he traversed the English countryside, the American prairies, and the fields of France. It is only when ideals are transmuted into genuine faith that they can bestow such resilient strength. As a devout believer and a Catholic fundamentalist, irrespective of Mr. Paine's statements during his lifetime, I take pride in his attempts to redeem both himself and the masses, and I mourn deeply for his passing. His body may have decayed, but his soul shall ascend to heaven alongside his noble faith. I can almost envision him, traversing the celestial abode, flanked by 12-winged angels, basking in the eternal, immortal light emanating from the depths of his soul. As the rain on the streets gradually ceased, Pastor Newman gazed out the window, and through the shimmering, multicolored droplets, he imagined seeing Thomas Paine's solitary silhouette and his indomitable arms amidst the retreating clouds. Arthur smiled at him, simply drawing a handkerchief from his pocket and extending it. It was then that Newman noticed that, unbeknownst to him, tears had already moistened his cheeks, cascading down his prominent nose, drop by drop, onto the copies of The Rights of Man in Common since resting on his desk. Mr. Hastings, I apologize. Newman took the handkerchief, wiping his tear-stained eyes, and with a bittersweet smile, he said, "Your words are truly remarkable. I now understand why you can persuade judges and juries in court. Your speech possesses an almost magical quality, capable of rendering one utterly captivated." However, Arthur shook his head in response. "My words possess no magic. Their poignancy arises solely from their resonance with the thoughts and feelings harbored within people's hearts. It is precisely because you share these sentiments that such seemingly unremarkable words can evoke your reflections, eliciting both joy and sorrow. Your confusion stems from the discord between your observations, thoughts, and the beliefs you hold dear, which plunges you into a painful abyss. Thus, I maintain that Oxford cannot be deemed England's foremost university. The knowledge imparted there, though elegantly presented, has ultimately become estranged from this world. Perhaps students like you may be enchanted by their meticulously constructed Babylonian gardens while in school, but no matter how beautiful, such gardens remain mere edifices lacking a foundation. Upon graduating and stepping into society, all illusions shall collapse. If you do not break free from silence to effect change, you shall gradually succumb to it. Do not forget Mr. Thomas Paine's assertion in his writings. Times are changing, and all affairs must adapt accordingly. The cherished past will inevitably fade, and the dawn of a new century is upon us. While I do not believe that all remnants of the past will vanish, if they are to endure, they must present themselves in a wholly new guise to the public." Arthur rose with a smile, extending his hand towards Pastor Newman, his eyes gleaming with the unique, faint red glow of a devil. "Mr. Newman, it has been a pleasure to converse with you today." Newman, somewhat dazed, stood and grasped Arthur's hand. "Mr. Hastings, I too have greatly enjoyed our conversation. However, I fear I may not return tomorrow or the day after. If I come again, it should be next month? No. Perhaps the month after? I must reflect deeply on the questions you have raised." With a soft click, Newman, in a daze, exited the office, closing the door behind him. Agares observed his departure, muttering, "What a madman." Arthur, holding his teacup, approached the window, having overheard Agares' remark, and simply shook his head. He is not mad. He is merely a poor soul, much like I once was, struggling to find his place amidst the waves of a new era. At 4, Whitehall Street, Arthur, impeccably dressed in police uniform, stepped out of the Greater London Police Headquarters. Accompanying him were several inspectors overseeing other districts in London, engaged in lively discussions regarding the tasks outlined in this morning's police meeting, occasionally exchanging light-hearted banter. Most of the inspectors were in their 30s, and among them, the youthful Arthur stood out conspicuously. The older inspectors displayed a certain protectiveness towards this rapidly ascending young man, yet their words were laden with a palpable distance, revealing a veneer of politeness. Everyone was aware that this young man was highly regarded by the Home Secretary, Robert Peel. But such special treatment only served to make Arthur feel uneasy. Agares, with a knowing glint in his eye, scrutinized the beaming faces of the older inspectors and cautioned Arthur. They are but feigning warmth. Observe their eyes. No smile can conceal the truth within. They are simply envious, wishing to see you falter. Arthur, it seems your swift ascent has made you many adversaries. Perhaps we should devise a plan to teach them a lesson? However, Arthur had long since developed an immunity to Agares' provocations. Had he acted upon Agares' suggestions over the past 4 years, he would likely have dispatched an entire regiment by now. With a sigh, Arthur attempted to compose himself, but before he could regain his equilibrium, Elder, who had been waiting across from Scotland Yard, approached him with a beaming smile. Elder produced 2 tickets from his pocket, waving them before Arthur. Look what I have here. Tickets to a lecture at the Royal Society. I had quite the struggle to obtain these from my cousin. Arthur was well aware of the underlying message in Elder's words and hailed a passing public carriage. I understand. Today, I shall cover your expenses. Elder climbed into the carriage after Arthur, laughing heartily. How generous. But I shall not let you bear the cost alone. Did you not specifically instruct me to seek out lectures on chemistry and pharmacology? The carriage swayed as it set off, and Arthur's head bobbed along with it. Elder, emboldened, cleared his throat. Arthur, whether something is deemed art hinges on one's perspective. One must critically engage with it. The beautiful ladies are so impoverished they can barely afford a bodice. What does that signify? Our society is certainly facing some grave issues. Arthur shot him a sidelong glance. Is this why you vanished right after the performance? While society may indeed be troubled, your intellect does not seem particularly sharp either. If you desire to indulge in vice, just do so. The issue lies in the fact that it was a male escort, and alas, your aunt caught you in the act. In the end, who had to bail you out? Upon hearing Arthur expose his sore spot, Elder erupted in anger. Arthur, you scoundrel. I had no idea he was a man before I arrived. Who doesn't he know that sodomy is a serious crime? I am a law-abiding citizen. Can a law-abiding citizen engage in smuggling? Arthur retorted. Is that even comparable? Smuggling merely risks a hanging, while sodomy tarnishes my reputation. Elder, ever the smooth talker, was about to launch into a crude joke when he noticed Arthur removing the quick handcuffs from his leather belt. Arthur gazed at the cuffs, muttering to himself, regarding smuggling. I cannot apprehend you. However, if you are engaging in lewdness at the Royal Society. Elder, sensing the gravity of the implication, quickly raised his hands in surrender. Giving Arthur a salute, Arthur tentatively inquired, Michael Jackson? Elder, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Indeed. It must be Michael Jackson. I knew he was famous. Look. You recognize him. Taking a deep breath, Arthur replied, Elder. Elder beamed, What? You needn't thank me. Just treat me to dinner. I am determined to put you in cuffs today. Alas. Arthur, you truly mean to lay hands on me. The carriage ambled along the streets, weaving through the throngs of Londoners, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at their destination, Gray's Inn College in the northeast of London. The carriage door swung open, and Elder, hands cuffed behind his back, stumbled awkwardly from the vehicle. He staggered forward, nearly colliding with the crimson brick wall of the college. Arthur courteously doffed his hat to the driver, then extracted 2 shillings from his pocket to offer him. It's difficult to hail a cab here, so I would appreciate it if you could wait for us for 2 hours. We will require your services for the return journey, and I assure you we will pay double the fare. Just as Arthur disembarked, before he could firmly plant his feet on the ground, he heard Elder's furious roar. Arthur, look at this. I told you the speaker today is named Michael, yet you refuse to believe me. Arthur glanced up to see Elder bouncing before a sign introducing today's speaker. He was hopping with indignation, his language far from decorous, for heaven's sake. Hurry up and unlock these cuffs. Most of the attendees are ladies from London. How can I pursue revelry with them looking like this? Arthur surveyed the surroundings and found that Elder had a point. Though it was still early, several carriages were already stationed outside Gray's College, and ladies adorned in splendid pleated skirts and silk gloves were in abundance. Some, with the assistance of their coachman, descended from their carriages, lifting their long skirts, while a footman stood by with a small broom to clear away horse droppings and refuse, ensuring their pristine garments remained unblemished. Others held fans before their mouths, chatting animatedly with familiar friends. A few cast furtive glances at Elder, unable to suppress a smirk that only served to infuriate him further. Arthur understood that he must not allow Elder to lose face. Otherwise, the lad would likely ignore him for the next 6 months. Elder twisted his reddened wrist and pointed angrily at the display board beside him, cursing at Arthur. Arthur, do you see what it says? Have you bothered to read it? Today's speaker, Michael Faraday. Inside the lecture hall at Gray's College, Arthur and Elder occupied seats near the front. The air was thick with voices and the scent of expensive perfume. The audience was predominantly female, comprising over 70% of the attendees, each adorned in opulent attire. Their bell-shaped skirts billowed like grand chandeliers, layer upon layer of petticoats creating a frothy effect. As one gazed up from their lavish skirts, the ladies' waists were cinched tightly by corsets, resembling butterflies with expansive wings. Though summer had not yet arrived, they seemed to have collectively opted for short sleeves, the vibrant, fluffy sleeves blooming upon their shoulders, adorned with decorations that Arthur could not even name. In terms of neckline, the young ladies favored lower cuts, draping themselves in semi-transparent lace capes, through which their fair skin and delicately contoured collarbones could be glimpsed. The older women, however, opted for a more conservative style, often choosing the popular rough collar from the Renaissance period, concealing other areas while accentuating their elegantly swan-like necks. Beneath the elaborate wide brims of their hats, the ladies' eyes remained hidden, revealing only the poised tips of their noses and the subtle, enigmatic smiles that danced at the corners of their lips. The charm of young girls lies in their youthful innocence, while the grace and poise exhibited by ladies radiate a distinctive allure. Elder was almost dazzled, excitedly tugging at Arthur's sleeve. Despite his efforts to lower his voice, the flush of his cheeks and the tremor in his tone betrayed a surge of hormones within him. Oh, Arthur, look at that lady. She is simply enchanting. I wouldn't dare hope to be her lover. I would gladly settle for being a little dog nestled in her arms. Hey, Arthur, see that woman? Oh my, she just flicked her skirt at me. My God. Is she giving me a hint? Damn it. I should have brought my sister today. She could have helped me strike up a conversation. Approaching her so abruptly, she would surely think me uncouth. Damn it, science is truly marvelous. Oh God, why didn't you let me know about this place sooner? Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted my time studying classical literature. Shelley and Byron are nothing in comparison. I have decided, from this day forth, Sir Isaac Newton shall be the sole sun in my firmament. The gentleman seated beside Arthur furrowed his brow at Elder's behavior and leaned toward Arthur, lowering his voice. Officer, the lecture is about to commence. Could you please ask your friend to quiet down? Arthur replied calmly. No, sir, you misunderstand. I do not know him, like you. I merely find myself seated next to him by chance. Rest assured, as soon as the lecture concludes, I shall escort this disruptor of public order to Scotland Yard. The gentleman, upon hearing this, managed a somewhat apologetic smile, doffing his hat in gratitude. I truly appreciate your efforts. Not at all, Arthur replied, casting a glance at Elder to clarify to the gentleman. You see, it is well known that graduates of Oxford's classical literature program often exhibit such behavior. The gentleman was taken aback. Is that so for Oxford graduates? Arthur shot him a knowing look and inquired. May I ask, from which university do you hail? Elder was momentarily taken aback until Arthur nudged him. He huffed through his nose, adjusting his collar with a sense of pride. A genuine Oxford gentleman. Never shy about his alma mater. Just as Arthur finished speaking, the gentleman behind him chimed in. Indeed, as this officer states, Oxford gentlemen are like this. And you? Where did you graduate? I. The gentleman in the back thumped his chest proudly. Cambridge. Elder was poised to respond, but before he could utter a word, the previously clamorous hall fell silent. Everyone looked up to see a middle-aged gentleman at the podium, adorned with a bright red bow tie, a white shirt, and an old yet tidy black suit. Under his command, the Royal Society staff was busy setting up the experimental apparatus for the imminent lecture. In the quiet hall, someone shouted, Mr. Faraday, I will always support you. The gentleman on stage, upon hearing this, felt a flush of color rise to his cheeks as he broke into a bashful smile, kindly waving to the audience. The moment he waved, thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the hall. Witnessing this, Elder could not help but exclaim, "Goodness! My cousin was right. Michael Faraday is indeed the most beloved scientist at the Royal Society. Look at those ladies. They are all rising to applaud his achievements." Arthur, gazing at Faraday for a long while, finally shook his head. "I suspect it is not solely his scientific accomplishments that draw such admiration. Even based on his appearance and demeanor, he surpasses the majority of gentlemen present. However, seeing him here evokes a sense of wonder in me. For the last time I encountered him was within the pages of a textbook." Elder, astonished, asked, "Does your history department also teach chemistry?" Arthur shook his head. "Not in university, it was in secondary school." Elder scratched his head. "Is the secondary education in Yorkshire so progressive? Our schools still teach grammar and rhetoric." Arthur, "No wonder you became a superintendent at such a young age. Science is indeed a marvelous thing." The mischievous demon Agares perched on the back of Arthur's chair, grinning as he said, "Arthur, are you envious of this Faraday? Fear not. As long as you heed my advice, you too can achieve similar greatness in the future." Just as Agares finished his statement, Faraday stood at the podium, clearing his throat. His voice resonated clearly and magnetically in the hushed hall, much like his research findings. "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon." As Faraday concluded his greeting, applause erupted once more. He raised his hand, and the applause immediately ceased. With a smile, he continued, "I know that many of you may have anticipated a lecture on chemistry today. However, I regret to inform you that I may disappoint you in this regard. Several years ago, I was assigned by my mentor, Sir Humphrey Davy, to delve into the realm of electricity. Unfortunately, due to my own lack of aptitude, I had not produced significant results in recent years, which has deterred me from presenting myself as an electrical researcher on this stage. Nevertheless, from this day forth, that will change. I am about to present to you my latest research findings on the phenomenon of electromagnetic induction." All eyes converged on the podium, eager to witness what discoveries could possibly bring the typically composed and steady Mr. Michael Faraday such joy. Faraday smiled as he continued, "I trust that many among you are aware that the study of electricity and magnetism has been ongoing for many years. Yet in the earliest days, scientists regarded these as two distinct disciplines. However, merchants held a different view. In the 18th century, a London merchant made a remarkable discovery. A box of iron spoons he owned exhibited astonishing magnetism after being struck by lightning. This divergence in perspective between scientists and merchants remained until 1820, when Danish scientist Hans Christian Ørsted conducted an experiment. He positioned a wire parallel to a magnetic needle, and the moment he passed an electric current through the wire, he was astonished to see the needle twitch. After repeating the experiment numerous times, Ørsted confirmed that it was no mere coincidence. Soon after, he published a paper titled "Experiments on the Electrical Influence of the Current on the Magnetic Needle," and the scientific community dubbed this groundbreaking discovery as the magnetic effect of the electric current. From that moment on, we, the humble scientific researchers, finally recognized that electricity could indeed produce magnetism. When I was directed by my mentor, Sir Humphrey Davy, to transition into the field of electrical research, my first thought was, if electricity can produce magnetism, can magnetism, in turn, produce electricity? In pursuit of this hypothesis, I conducted countless experiments over the years, and just recently, I obtained a remarkable answer. Electricity can produce magnetism, and magnetism can indeed generate electricity. Electricity and magnetism are not separate disciplines, but rather interconnected facets of a unified science. With that, Faraday unveiled the black cloth covering the experimental table. Before the audience lay a 6-inch circular iron ring, densely wrapped in white cloth, with 2 insulated copper wires coiled around its left and right halves. The left copper wire was connected to a handmade battery, creating a self-contained circuit, while the right copper wire was merely attached to a galvanometer. Faraday enthusiastically introduced to everyone, "As you can see, these 2 circuits are independent and unconnected. We refer to the circuit on the left, equipped with a battery, as A, while the right one, devoid of a battery but connected to an ammeter, is designated as B. Thus, according to common sense, even if circuit A is energized, the ammeter in circuit B should not deflect. But is this truly the case?" With a smile, Faraday stepped forward and gently flipped the switch of circuit A. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, everyone present observed that the ammeter in circuit B indeed registered a slight clockwise deflection, only to quickly return to its original position. When Faraday turned off the switch, the ammeter unexpectedly deflected in the counterclockwise direction. "My goodness!" someone exclaimed. "Mr. Faraday, could it be that you merely jostled the table?" Faraday humorously replied, "Although the Royal Society is perpetually short of funds, we are not so impoverished as to afford an unsuitable experimental table. If you doubt this, feel free to test it yourself. I shall now remove my hands from the table." He invited the questioning gentleman onto the stage, who attempted the experiment 7 or 8 times and meticulously examined the experimental table, ultimately exclaiming, "While I know your lectures are always captivating, this one is undoubtedly the finest of all time. Please allow me to express my profound respect on behalf of all present." With that, the gentleman removed his hat and bowed slightly, placing one hand over his heart. The audience erupted into prolonged applause once more. At that moment, another gentleman rose from the audience, questioning, "Mr. Faraday, though I mean no offense, might it be that the iron ring used in your experiment is leaking current? After all, both circuits are connected to the iron ring, and although you insulated it with white cloth, perhaps some currents still traverse the ring." With that, he unveiled a black cloth covering another experimental table. Faraday retrieved a magnet from his pocket and placed it into the hollow coil. The magnet swiftly passed through the coil and landed on the table, and simultaneously, the ammeter deflected once more. The audience gasped in unison, "My God, this could be the greatest discovery of the year. Mr. Faraday, by uniting electricity and magnetism, you may indeed stand alongside Sir Isaac Newton." In response to the audience's admiration, Faraday merely nodded graciously, his face radiant with a smile. Although he was delighted by the recognition of his academic achievements, he remained steadfast in his mission. Conducting the experiment was merely the first step. The paramount importance lay in deriving experiential knowledge from the experiment, formulating a verifiable conclusion, and elucidating the causes and analytical processes behind the phenomenon. Elder, witnessing Faraday's seemingly magical experiment and hearing him discuss terms like magnetic lines of force, felt utterly bewildered. Unable to comprehend anything, he elbowed Arthur beside him and whispered, "Did you understand?" Arthur raised an eyebrow and winked. "I have a basic grasp of it. To be honest, this is my second time attending." "Ah, you secretly attended a lecture before? Why didn't you tell me?" "Never mind. Just tell me about those magnetic lines and how to differentiate the direction of current and magnetic fields." "This is too difficult. I finally came to a lecture, and I must learn something. Otherwise, I want to know what to talk about with those lovely ladies who adore science." Arthur replied, "Let me teach you an easy mnemonic." Elder, intrigued, asked, "What is the easy method?" Arthur explained, "If you wish to determine the direction of current, extend your right hand. Keep your 4 fingers together and your thumb perpendicular to them. Yes, just like that, all 5 fingers in the same plane. Next, orient your palm toward the magnetic field's north pole, with your thumb pointing in the direction of the conductor's motion, which is the direction the magnet falls. Thus, the direction of your remaining 4 fingers indicates the direction of the induced current." Upon hearing this, Elder exclaimed, "Arthur, you are truly a genius. How did you think of this method?" Arthur evaded the question. "Do you still want to learn how to determine the direction of force on the conductor?" "Of course. I want to learn. Now, extend your left hand. Stop with the unnecessary talk. Just listen to me." Just as Arthur was about to elaborate, a gentle voice inquired, "Excuse me, what are you discussing?" Turning around, Arthur was surprised to see Faraday standing beside him and Elder, suddenly making the 2 ordinary fellows the focus of everyone's attention. Faraday smiled kindly. "Sir, could you please reiterate the right-hand rule? I only caught half of it. As for the left hand, we can discuss that later." Gazing at Faraday, who stood before him with a warm demeanor and a familiar face, Arthur fell silent for a moment, realizing it might be better to read about him in textbooks. Even though Arthur believed his grasp of physics was commendable and his memory quite sharp, he pondered, what if he misremembered the theorem and faced eternal disgrace? Noticing Arthur's prolonged silence, Faraday assumed his sudden appearance had startled the science-loving Scottish constable. In the Royal Society, Faraday frequently encountered scientists who preferred not to attract attention. Thus, he naturally categorized Arthur as one of their kind. With a slight bow, he expressed, "Sir, I did not intend to interrupt your discussion with your friend. However, I believe the mnemonic you mentioned would indeed be quite beneficial for students venturing into the realm of electricity. If you feel uncomfortable sharing it publicly, we can discuss it after the lecture." Elder, noticing that the gaze of all the ladies in the audience was fixed upon the 3 of them, felt a surge of adrenaline and boldly addressed Faraday. "Mr. Faraday, my friend here is naturally shy and not adept at conversation. Please feel free to direct any questions at me." That's simple. The right hand is just the right hand, Elder stammered, perhaps due to his sudden rise, causing his blood oxygen supply to falter, leaving his mind blank. He couldn't even articulate a complete sentence, let alone reiterate Arthur's knowledge. After a moment of hesitation, Elder unexpectedly had a flash of inspiration. He grasped Faraday's right hand, scrutinizing it closely before slowly stating, Mr. Faraday. Your line of wisdom on the right hand." This remark elicited peals of laughter from the audience, filling the air with a jovial atmosphere. The reserved ladies covered their mouths with fans, their eyes narrowed in mirth. The gentlemen were less restrained, laughing until they gasped for breath, clutching their stomachs. Among them, a gentleman seated behind Arthur, an alumnus of Cambridge, laughed heartily while intermittently patting the back of his chair, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is how it is in their Oxford education." Arthur, unable to contain himself, covered his face with one hand. "Elder, you should not boast if you know nothing." Elder's face turned pale, sweat trickling down his forehead in a fit of anxiety. He muttered under his breath, Arthur, for heaven's sake, save me." With the situation escalating, Arthur had no choice but to intervene. Rising from his seat, he began to explain, "Mr. Faraday." Faraday, caught off guard by Elder's comical display, hesitated and asked, "You wouldn't want to help me examine my fate lines again, would you?" Before Arthur could respond, Elder, eager to escape the awkwardness, interjected, "Mr. Faraday, there's no need to trouble Arthur with such trivial matters. I've already assessed everything for you, and your fate lines are quite promising." The laughter in the audience reached a crescendo, almost suitable for a concert. Arthur, typically patient, could no longer contain his irritation and shot a glare at Elder, whispering, "What business is this of yours? To be quiet." Elder promptly fell silent, realizing that if he continued, his reputation at the Royal Society would be irrevocably tarnished. Taking a deep breath, Arthur composed himself. He stated, "Mr. Faraday, I use my right hand to determine the direction of electricity. Of course, in your second experiment, you utilized coils, which can also be applied." Faraday nodded vigorously, acknowledging, "Indeed, the coil can be interpreted using Ampere's law, specifically the right-hand rule. However, the right-hand rule you just mentioned seems distinct from the right-hand spiral rule." Arthur maintained his calm demeanor, characteristic of a Scottish constable, though the red devil beside him could hardly contain his laughter. Yet, Agares, noticing Arthur's perspiration, misinterpreted his thoughts. Arthur was not unfamiliar with the right-hand spiral rule, but he was astonished that Ampere had already been mentioned. After a moment of contemplation, Arthur cautiously replied, "I was inspired by Ampere's law to devise a method for determining direction using both hands. The right-hand rule entails positioning the thumb perpendicular to the other four fingers, all within the same plane of the palm, when placed in a magnetic field, with the magnetic lines perpendicular to the palm. The direction indicated by the thumb signifies the direction of conductor movement, while the remaining fingers point towards the direction of the induced current." Upon hearing this, Faraday eagerly gestured, and soon his furrowed brow relaxed into a smile. "Indeed, that is correct." As his words echoed, the audience's laughter gradually diminished, and they began to extend their right hands to compare gestures. Before long, a buzz of excitement filled the room. "What a brilliant summary, just as Mr. Faraday stated. This is indeed an excellent mnemonic for beginners." Observing the audience's engagement, Faraday fell silent, merely smiling at Arthur, who understood the unspoken gratitude in his gaze. Arthur extended his left hand to demonstrate. The application of the left-hand rule is similar to the right-hand rule. However, it is used to determine force rather than current. "Ladies and gentlemen, please extend your left hands, positioning the thumb perpendicular to the other four fingers, allowing magnetic lines to enter through the palm. The four fingers indicate the direction of current, while the thumb points towards the direction of the Ampere force, which is the force exerted on a current-carrying wire in a magnetic field. If the moving charge is positive, then the thumb indicates the direction of the Lorentz force, conversely. If the charge is negative, the opposing direction of the thumb signifies the Lorentz force." At this point, whether he was correct or not mattered little, after all. A master scientist like Faraday would undoubtedly correct him if he erred. Resolute in his intent to assist Elder, he was prepared to take risks. Yet, just as he intended to sit down, Arthur sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The audience, rather than gesturing enthusiastically or laughing, stared at him in bewilderment. Before he could process this, Faraday inquired apologetically, "Forgive my ignorance, but may I be so bold as to ask, what is the Lorentz force?" Arthur's heart sank at the question, realizing the gravity of the situation. As a graduate of the University of London's History Department, He was acutely aware of his ignorance regarding contemporary scientific advancements. Rubbing the back of his neck, he feigned embarrassment, responding, "Mr. Faraday, I apologize for any misunderstanding. I hail from Yorkshire, and my accent may not be as refined as that of a Londoner. What I actually referred to was not Lawrence, but Lawrence." Faraday raised an eyebrow. Lawrence? The two terms do sound quite similar. Arthur felt a wave of relief wash over him. The absence of electrons is inconsequential. The concept of charge suffices. With newfound confidence, he continued, "Mr. Faraday, you should know that Lawrence connotes both a crown and honor. This reflects my view of the Lawrence force. It appears to exist, yet in reality, it does not. Perhaps it exists solely in the realm of imagination. In essence, I hypothesize its potential existence, yet cannot substantiate it. It may merely be a nominal force." Faraday furrowed his brow, contemplating. "Are you suggesting that this so-called Lorentz force is merely conjectural?" "Precisely. And what, may I ask, is the current academic consensus on the definition of electric current?" Arthur smiled as he elaborated. "As you articulated during your presentation and experiments, electricity can generate magnetism, and magnetism can, in turn, generate electricity. You must be aware that there exists an interaction between magnetism and electricity. Thus, while observing your experiment, I speculated that if electric current comprises charges, then during the process of magnetism generating electricity, those newly formed charges must also be subject to force during their motion. The ampere force represents the magnetic influence on electric current, whereas the Lorentz force pertains to the force acting on moving charges within a magnetic field. Although both are forces exerted by electricity, one is viewed from a macroscopic perspective, while the other is from a microscopic viewpoint." Faraday, pondering Arthur's explanation, suddenly seemed to grasp something profound. He asked, "So, you propose that the ampere force is the resultant force of this so-called Lorentz force?" Arthur nodded in affirmation. "Indeed." Faraday, stroking his forehead, smiled. "I must say, this is a rather intriguing hypothesis, and it appears to be quite logical. However, in terms of current scientific research, while we acknowledge the existence of charges, they remain merely an imagined entity, mass without volume or shape, an extremely idealized model. No wonder you would label this force as the Lorentz force. Given the current state of affairs, it indeed embodies an intangible yet perceived honor." Arthur responded with a light-hearted tone, "I apologize for not providing you with substantial advancements. This is merely a whimsical hypothesis of mine." As soon as he spoke, the red devil beside him muttered under his breath, "Hey, damn it, Arthur, you're not far off with your guess. Although the so-called Lorentz force is merely a conjecture." Faraday unabashedly expresses his admiration for Arthur. He chuckles and pats Arthur on the shoulder, saying, "My dear boy, science thrives on conjecture. Until someone proves you wrong. You may very well be right. No one can easily dismiss your ideas. Before I obtained experimental results, many doubted that magnetism could generate electricity, yet it indeed did. Such is the wonder of science. Perhaps one day in the future, the Lorentz force you speak of will become a reality. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your name." Arthur slightly bows and replies, "Arthur Hastings." Arthur Hastings? Upon hearing this name, Faraday pauses momentarily, then muses, "I believe I have heard this name before. My God, could he possibly be the same Arthur officer who saved the life of that poor child in the magistrate's court? The embodiment of justice, a role model for the public, the strongest voice of Scotland Yard? Oh, it must indeed be him. Young and ambitious, yet so knowledgeable. Only someone of your caliber could persuade a jury and magistrate." In an instant, the previously quiet venue erupts in applause. Everyone rises to honor not only Faraday's new discovery, but also to pay tribute to Arthur's vast knowledge and past experiences. Faraday, witnessing the audience standing in unison and the composed yet slightly flushed Arthur waving in acknowledgement, cannot help but smile. "Officer Hastings, who says the Lorentz force represents the crown and honor. Look at these applauding individuals. Your surname Hastings is the true crown and honor. Let us not call it the Lorentz force. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Hastings force, even if it remains unseen and intangible. As long as the public does not deny it, your name shall endure." Arthur, taken aback, responds, "Is that truly permissible?" "Of course," Faraday replies with a smile, extending his hand to Arthur. "Additionally, I hope you might permit me to cite your two laws in my forthcoming paper for explanatory purposes. Would you consent?" Arthur contemplates for a moment before responding, "I can agree to your citation, but prior to that, I would like you to grant me one request." "What request?" Arthur states earnestly, "To be frank, I had originally intended to attend a lecture on chemistry today." Faraday bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "So that's the reason. I have even more confidence in chemistry than in electromagnetism. Should you wish to delve into that realm of knowledge, feel free to seek me out anytime. If I am not here, I will surely be at the Royal Society's laboratory. Oh, and I can procure a pass for you from the president, granting you access to the academy at will." As Faraday speaks, he turns to find the president, only to be interrupted by a servant in a similar black suit hastily approaching Arthur. The servant bows slightly and says, "Mr. Hastings, you are requested by the Duke of Sussex, the president of the Royal Society." The servant leads Arthur to a small, secluded room behind the auditorium's rear door. As Arthur approaches, the door opens of its own accord, revealing a robust elderly gentleman with a distinctive handlebar mustache and a black eye patch over his left eye. Despite his age, he stands as tall and imposing as a sheer cliff, leaning on a cane. Dressed in a meticulously clean and austere black suit that exudes an air of authority even from a distance. Bang! The elderly man, with a grim expression, forcefully slams open the door, causing it to crash against the wall, seemingly shaking the very ground. Upon seeing Arthur in his police uniform, he pauses, then, with his keen remaining eye, scrutinizes every inch of Arthur. After a moment, without waiting for Arthur to inquire, the elderly man strides forward and firmly pats Arthur on the shoulder. He states, "Pierre has spoken of you, talented, ambitious, and so young. However, if you adhere to tradition and convert to the national faith, your prospects could be much brighter. Young man, your journey is still long. Do not mingle with those liberals, or one day you will find yourself utterly consumed by them." With that, the elderly gentleman swiftly departs, supported by a retinue of sword-bearing attendants who call out, "Your Grace, please slow down, wait for us." Arthur, witnessing this, furrows his brow and inquires of the servant who led him, "Was that the Duke of Sussex?" The servant replies, "Mr. Hastings, pay no mind to that rude individual. It appears he lost his wits during his service in the Hanoverian army. He carries an air of stubbornness typical of a German." Noticing the tension, the servant cautiously asks, "Your Grace, have you had another falling out with the Duke of Cumberland?" The middle-aged gentleman, visibly agitated, responds, "I shouldn't have invited my own brother to witness Mr. Faraday's latest invention. Napoleon's army may have blinded his eyes, but it cannot penetrate the steel-like rigidity of his mind." Seeing the situation escalate, the servant quickly changes the subject, introducing Arthur, "Mr. Hastings, this is His Grace, the Duke of Sussex." Arthur is already familiar with the Duke's esteemed name. He is the sixth brother of the current King George IV, thus also known as Prince Augustus. The gentleman who just stormed out is his elder brother, Prince Ernst, Duke of Cumberland, the fifth brother of King George IV. Rumors abound regarding the strained relationship between the two princes. The Duke of Cumberland is known for his hardline Tory views, a military background, and has participated in numerous anti-French wars as a mid-level officer and commander of the Hanoverian army. His years in military service have fostered a volatile temperament, advocating for the supremacy of monarchy and staunchly opposing domestic reforms while insisting on a pure national faith. In stark contrast, the Duke of Sussex, Prince Augustus, is a perfect reflection of his elder brother. From a young age, he showed little interest in military affairs, choosing instead to dedicate his time to the study of science, art, and traveling across the European continent. Not only has he not taken offense at this, but he has also consistently voiced dissent against his father and later ascended brother George IV in the House of Lords. His proposals over the years have included, but are not limited to, reforming the Parliament, reforming the Church, abolishing the slave trade, and eliminating discrimination against Jews and dissenters of different faiths. In essence, the Duke of Sussex finds fault with every aspect of the country, believing that everything must undergo reform. Simultaneously, as reports of Arthur circulate widely throughout London, the Duke of Sussex seizes the moment to submit a petition with 800 signatures from jurors to the House of Commons, urging them to expedite the legislative revision process. Gritting his teeth, the Duke casts a fierce glare in the direction of his departing brother, and after regaining his composure, he turns to Arthur with a smile, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hastings. To be frank, I have long wished to make your acquaintance." Arthur placed his right hand upon his chest and his left hand behind his back, slightly bowing as he performed a royal greeting. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Your Grace," he said. The Duke of Sussex extended his hand in a friendly manner, remarking, "I had presumed you to be merely an upright and courageous officer, but I am pleasantly surprised to learn of your interest in science as well." Arthur grasped the Duke's hand, replying, "Science is indeed an integral part of police work. You may not be aware, but the security situation in the London area is quite dire. according to the records retained by Scotland Yard and the Home Office. The population of London has surged nearly 50% over the past 3 decades, while the crime rate has skyrocketed by 300%, with various heinous crimes proliferating. To unravel these perplexing murder cases, we must incorporate new scientific technologies to aid our investigations. Continuous learning and progress are essential to revitalizing the law enforcement capabilities of Scotland Yard. Upon hearing this, the Duke of Sussex's eyes brightened, and he smiled, saying, "I knew it. Even if the entire Scotland Yard were untrustworthy, I could place my faith in you. You are truly one of Britain's finest policemen. If I were to entrust you with the investigation of the St. Giles Parish, I am confident it would be completed successfully." The investigation of the St. Giles Parish? Arthur felt a twinge of unease, sensing danger from the mere mention of the area. The Duke nodded. "Indeed. Although I have recently been elected as the president of the Royal Society, I have not abandoned my previous commitments. You may not know this, but I have dedicated the past 5 or 6 years to investigating the criminal gangs in St. Giles Parish and the living conditions of local street children. Recently, I uncovered a peculiar phenomenon." "What phenomenon?" Arthur inquired. The Duke continued. "A private detective I hired informed me that a portion of the street children with whom they had maintained long-term contact mysteriously vanished after being incarcerated. Additionally, some beggars who had been roaming the St. Giles Parish for years also disappeared around the same time. My private detective found no trace of their bodies and, upon inquiring and visiting their temporary shelters, discovered that they had not even taken their meager possessions with them. This is no ordinary occurrence. I suspect there may be something amiss." Arthur furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Do you have an estimate of how many homeless individuals are missing? Have you reported this to Scotland Yard?" "When I requested their further involvement in the investigation, they informed me that Scotland Yard's manpower is severely limited and that they may not be able to allocate sufficient personnel for a large-scale investigation in the immediate future." Arthur pondered this, feeling that something was amiss. The Duke of Sussex's disappointment was palpable. "So, even you are unwilling to take on this case?" "Currently, pursuing Fred seems quite improbable. However, solving the Duke of Sussex's case would not be without merit." Arthur hesitated for a moment before finally stating, "I can take on this case, but you must agree to one condition." The Duke, elated, quickly inquired, "Please go on." "Firstly, the St. Giles Parish does not fall under my jurisdiction. Therefore, prior to solving the case, I cannot accept your report under the name of the Greenwich Police District. Instead, I will conduct a private investigation under my own name. If I uncover the truth, I will submit the relevant evidence to the Greater London Police, at which point you may request Scotland Yard to take over." The Duke nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable." Arthur continued, "To be frank, our Greenwich Police District is also facing a shortage of manpower. This way, we can free up some personnel to specifically investigate the St. Giles Parish." The Duke acknowledged this, saying, "While I may not be able to persuade those top scientists, we do have several scientific apprentices here. Although they may not be as learned as the scientists, they possess a fair amount of practical knowledge from their frequent assistance in laboratories. I can attempt to convince them and offer some compensation to see if they are willing to assist the Greenwich Police in solving this case." Arthur was momentarily taken aback by how readily the Duke of Sussex agreed to his 2 requests. Just then, the Red Devil appeared behind Arthur, whispering, "Arthur, can you guess why Scotland Yard is not investigating this case? Trust me, do not meddle with it. Otherwise, one misstep could lead to your utter ruin. Some things are better left unknown. Your life is quite satisfactory as it is. There is no need to wade into these murky waters." The Red Devil grinned widely, revealing jagged teeth. "Oh, my dear Arthur, now you understand why I chose you as my contractee, do you not? I simply adore this aspect of you." Hee. The Red Devil's crimson saliva dripped onto Arthur's boots, and the gleaming surface reflected countless faint souls, wailing and weeping, seemingly attempting to drag all visible beings into an endless abyss of blood. Arthur removed his hat and resolutely grasped the Duke of Sussex's hand, declaring, "Your Grace, I, Arthur Hastings, hereby formally establish a secret investigation commission with you on behalf of the Greenwich Police District of the Greater London Metropolitan Police." Seated in the district police office, Arthur reviewed the investigation report he had just received from the Duke of Sussex. According to the report, the number of known missing persons had reached a staggering 45. While 45 may seem significant, it is rather unremarkable when placed against the total population of the St. Giles Parish. As per the Home Office documents, St. Giles Parish, notorious as the most infamous slum in prosperous West London, contains between 500 and 6,000 houses, with an astonishing average of 12. 7 residents per dwelling. In the most chaotic area of St. Giles, known as Crow's Nest, this number can rise to an average of 18 residents per house. Thus, in this ancient parish, which has devolved into a haven for criminals, there are at least 70,000 impoverished Londoners crammed within. In contrast, in other well-regulated parishes, the disappearance of 45 individuals would have made headlines. Yet in St. Giles, this incident barely stirred a ripple. The streets were bustling with people, and the narrow roads were crowded. Even the brightest thoroughfare here was dimmer than the alleys near Trafalgar Square. In fact, Scotland Yard had once conducted a massive crackdown on St. Giles upon its establishment. However, the increased patrols led to 13 attacks on police officers within a month, one of which nearly cost an officer his life due to a brutal mob assault. Following that incident, the officer in charge of St. Giles ordered a relaxation of oversight in the area, conducting only 2 routine patrols during the day, requiring at least 3 officers to be present for each patrol. As Arthur contemplated the materials before him, he murmured, for a case of such magnitude to remain under the radar, it could only happen in West London's St. Giles Parish. However, this list of missing persons appears rather peculiar. Agares leaned in to scrutinize the details, exclaiming, "Let me take a look." The Red Devil glanced over the missing persons report and could not help but grin widely. "Oh, this is indeed my favorite puzzle game. Ah, Arthur. This riddle is not one to be solved easily. You must consider a multitude of factors. Any confusion regarding even the slightest detail could lead to a disastrous outcome." Arthur raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Have you arrived at an answer?" "Of course." Agares rubbed his hands together with a mischievous grin, "but should you wish to know, we must strike a bargain. A hint in exchange for a favor of mine." Arthur quickly saw through the Red Devil's linguistic trap. He clasped his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and began to shake his leg as he spoke. "A favor? More than just a soul, I presume. Agares, you are certainly raising the stakes. However, it matters not what price you demand, for I have no intention of acquiescing to your request." Upon hearing this, the Red Devil's left eye bulged as if it were a 2-meter-tall pendulum, his bloodshot pupils nearly leaping across the desk to meet Arthur's nose. "Hey, Arthur, you scoundrel. I never said there wasn't room for negotiation. My apologies. Even in dealings with a devil such as yourself, I prefer not to operate on credit." Arthur held a porcelain teacup in one hand while examining documents with the other, ultimately drawing some conclusions. Although the ages of the missing persons ranged from 6 to 50, their distribution was vast and utterly erratic. Strangely, however, the gender distribution among the missing was quite peculiar, with 36 males and only 9 females. Moreover, among those 9 females, 8 had vanished after being released from prison. In reality, only 1 person had truly disappeared from the streets. As for the male missing persons, 24 had gone missing from prison and 12 from the streets, displaying a relatively even distribution overall. Of course, this statistical regularity may not be entirely reliable, as it only reflects the known cases reported by the Duke of Sussex and does not encompass all data. The cases involving street disappearances remain ambiguous. To reach a genuine conclusion, it would be prudent to seek out a few individuals familiar with the St. Giles Parish for an in-depth investigation. Arthur was pondering this when he suddenly heard a fierce argument erupt outside the door. "You dare to be obstinate? Is this a marketplace? Shout again, and I'll use my baton on you." Upon hearing that voice, Arthur instantly recognized that Tony was outside. As he swung open the door, he saw Officer Tony brandishing his baton, prepared to strike a handcuffed suspect. Arthur quickly called out, "Tony, what on earth are you doing?" "Officer, I wish to report your subordinate for the rude arrest of a law-abiding citizen." Tony, his face flushed with anger, retorted, "Arthur, don't listen to this scoundrel. This fellow is a criminal caught in the act. I was nearby when the incident occurred, and the victim came running for help. I apprehended him on the spot. He cannot escape justice." "What crime has he committed?" Tony struggled to articulate his thoughts, seething with rage. "Let him tell you." Arthur turned to the suspect, asking, "What did you do?" The suspect, feigning innocence, replied, "Officer, I merely went to the store to purchase something. I intended to buy some food for my pet dog. But the shopkeeper, suspecting me to be a thief or a robber due to my unkempt appearance, insisted I bring my dog before she would sell me anything." "And did you bring your dog?" "Of course. To prove that I was capable of caring for a dog, I had to comply. However, the next day when I went to buy food for my pet cat, she insisted I bring the cat as well." "And did you bring the cat?" "Certainly. I am a law-abiding citizen with a good temperament." Arthur scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Tony, isn't this all quite normal? Why did you arrest him?" To this, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. It was normal until a few days ago, but today he was purchasing toilet paper. Lock him up. Put him in a cell. And when Tom arrives, both of you should come to my office. Hey, officer. I'm innocent. I'm wronged. Hearing the suspect insist on his innocence only fueled Tony's fury, and he struck the suspect with his baton, growling, "Be quiet. Who told you to drop your trousers and defecate in the store? You'll spend 3 days in here to think it over." The newly appointed sheriff, Braden Jones, hurriedly entered the precinct. As he stepped through the door, he collided with a junior officer carrying some documents. "Sheriff Jones, what brings you here? The district meeting is tomorrow. Have you mixed up the dates?" Upon hearing this, Jones paused, forcing a smile. "No, I oversee the holding cells, which are nearly full. So I intend to clear out some suspects and transfer them to the magistrate's court. Since I happened to pass by the district precinct, I thought I would inquire if there were any suspects here. If so, I would take them along." The junior officer smiled and replied, "Sheriff Jones, you are quite considerate. To be honest, we just apprehended one this morning, and he is currently detained. All right, please prepare his charges for me." "No problem. His case is quite straightforward. Please wait here a moment while I draft his report." "Fine. Go ahead. I will head to the back and put him in cuffs. Once you're ready, I'll take him with me." Just as Jones was about to step toward the holding area, he suddenly remembered something. He quickly called out to the junior officer. "By the way, Anthony, is Inspector Hastings in today? What is he up to?" "I'm not sure." "Oh, right. He brought along an 8 or 9-year-old child, claiming that Officer Tom just adopted him. Perhaps they are handling the adoption paperwork? Does the adoption paperwork require 3 people? That seems a bit odd. I am not clear on that. Could they be gathering information on Fred? The inspector has been giving Tom and Tony lessons lately, saying they should both become detectives and focus on solving cases. Speaking of which, Sheriff Jones, have there been any leads on Fred recently? The inspector might inquire about this at tomorrow's meeting, so you should prepare in advance." Upon hearing this, Jones sighed and rubbed his chin. Finding Fred is no easy task. According to those pickpockets, that old fellow hasn't shown his face in 2 or 3 years. Who knows what he has been up to? He could very well be dead. Those gangs operating under the name Fred might just be trying to scare off their competitors, similar to the workers rebelling under the banner of General Ludd. Thank you for the reminder. Jones tossed a piece of candy from his pocket, saying, "You've worked hard today. I will head to the holding area to find the suspect." The junior officer caught the candy and smiled. "Please wait just 2 minutes. The prosecution documents will be ready shortly." Jones nodded and then made his way toward the holding area. As he pushed open the door, he was met with the sight of 8 small cells separated by iron bars, each sparsely furnished. A wooden bucket for waste. A wooden plank secured to the wall with 2 iron chains, which could serve as either a seat or a bed when covered with a thin blanket. At that moment, there was only one suspect detained here, saving Jones the trouble of searching for anyone else. He first glanced behind him, confirming that no one was following, and then leisurely closed the door. With arms crossed, he sauntered in front of the suspect. "Fred, did I not inform you? At 7:30 this morning, a disturbance occurred at Carlson's shop on Thames Avenue 85. At that time, my patrol officer should have been there, ready to apprehend you, leading me to expedite the judicial process at the magistrate's court. In just 2 days, you will find yourself exactly where you desire, old ship prison. What folly possessed you to end up at the district police station?" The suspect, squatting on the ground, idly drew circles in the hay without bothering to look up at Jones, merely grunting in response. "How the hell was I to know that the passing officer wasn't one of your lackeys? Look at the rotten scheme you devised. All for the sake of a public disorder charge. My dignity has been compromised, yet you failed to calculate my losses. You imbecile. Do you realize that Superintendent Hastings is scouring the world for you? Yet here you are, delivering yourself right into his grasp." Fred erupted into laughter. "There's nothing to be done. Sometimes this world is just humorous." Little did he know, the Fred he sought is already imprisoned. Jones retorted angrily, "Do you still have the audacity to laugh? Thank heavens we managed to change your identity 6 months ago. Otherwise, your cover would surely have been blown. Do you comprehend the consequences of exposure? You would be hanged." Fred raised his head, arching an eyebrow. "Are you trying to intimidate me? A mere youth who has just stepped into the shoes of Willicks dares speak to me in such a manner? You ought to inquire about my past service in the army. Had I not gotten into trouble, I would not have been forced into early retirement. Who knows? I might have been serving at the Metropolitan Police Headquarters by now. If Willicks could become a constable, what should I have been? A chief inspector?" Jones scoffed. "Willicks? He is dead. Where do you suggest I go to question him? Indeed, I am well aware of his demise." Fred stood, gripping the iron bars tightly and pulling with force, producing a ghastly screech from the wrought iron as his head emerged from the confines. His forehead pressed against Joan's ass, his wide eyes seemingly capable of swallowing Joan's whole. I am not a deity, so I cannot summon Willix for your interrogation. However, I can certainly send you down. Sweat beaded on Jones's brow as his eyes darted to the bent bars of the holding cell. His throat moved slightly. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, a junior officer's voice echoed from outside the holding room. Sheriff Jones, have you not yet brought him out? I need the prosecution documents drafted. Jones took a slight step back, patting Fred on the shoulder. Once you're inside, do your job well. It will also help you avoid Superintendent Hastings' scrutiny. This is beneficial for both you and us. Fred smirked disdainfully. Come on, cuff me. Dressed in plain clothes. Arthur and others stood at the entrance of St. Giles. Closing his eyes, one could feel the earthly clamor, the raucous cries of vendors. The chatter of the bustling crowd, making it seem as if this place was akin to the opulent squares and streets of London's West End. In truth, it had its own illustrious past. In the 16th century, St. Giles was merely a suburban village outside London, home to a few clusters of hamlets and several dozen families residing for generations. However, a 1541 act transformed the area's fate. As the city council sought to extend the city into the outskirts due to the increasingly congested living conditions within London, a thoroughfare was laid from Holborn Tavern to St. Giles Church. With the establishment of this road, many affluent individuals residing within London began to frequent the area during their leisure, enjoying hunting hares and foxes in the nearby Marylebone Forest. As these high society figures arrived, St. Giles gradually flourished, and its population began to swell. During the reign of Charles II, an upscale residential area known as Seven Streets was established within St. Giles. The number of houses surged from a few dozen towards a target of 2,000. By the 1720 London map, it was hard to find any vacant lots in St. Giles. Yet, this luxurious upper-class community rapidly transformed into a haven for the impoverished and a refuge for vice as the 18th century dawned. The primary reason for this shift was the extensive development of other parishes in the West End of London. Amidst this wave of development, St. Giles struggled to commence renovations due to its chaotic land ownership. Many houses fell into disrepair from lack of maintenance. Wealthy residents fled, and the widening gap between rich and poor allowed some groups to gain stronger purchasing power, favoring noble estates in the suburbs over the once favored St. Giles. As the affluent departed, the destitute and impoverished discovered the area's value. First and foremost, St. Giles boasted convenient transportation, being in close proximity to Covent Garden Market, Soho's commercial district, Westminster Abbey, and the Thames River docks. These locales provided numerous job opportunities, sustaining a vast population engaged in labor-intensive service industries. They began to occupy the vacant homes left behind by the wealthy. Their origins varied: Irish, English, Scottish, and even French. Despite cultural differences, they shared a commonality. They were all outsiders who could not survive in their homelands and were compelled to seek a livelihood in London. Landlords in St. Giles recognized the unique value these individuals brought. Thus, with the influx of the poor, the urban scale of St. Giles not only failed to diminish but expanded even more rapidly than during the affluent era. The pace of construction surpassed previous years, and the once spacious thoroughfare became crowded with sprawling shanties, while unsuitable living quarters were hastily constructed on the foundations of older houses. The reputation St. Giles had amassed over 2 centuries was obliterated within a few decades. According to the statistics provided by the grassroots organization Society for the Suppression of Begging, over a quarter of London's beggars now hail from this parish. Yet, this was the very place where young Adam spent the entirety of his 9 years. Now, young Adam bore little resemblance to his courtroom appearance. His once long, yellowing hair had been cropped short, and he donned a deep blue jumpsuit, adorned with a white pleated shawl draped over his shoulder. Although the fabric did not suggest luxury, one could discern the care with which Mrs. Tom had crafted the shawl. Adam looked up at Arthur, blinking. Tony, overhearing this, could not refrain from asking, Adam, are you certain the items are still there? Did your wretched mother not sell off everything of value in your home? Before Tony could finish, Tom shot him a fierce punch to the gut. Pain seared through Tony, and he could not help but curse. Damn it, Tom, what are you doing? Adam pressed his lips together at this exchange, saying nothing, and simply walked over to Tom. Tom gently inquired, Adam, what troubles you? Adam gazed at his face for a long moment before suddenly reaching out, embracing Tom. Father. Tom was momentarily taken aback, but in an instant, tears had already moistened his eyes. He embraced Adam, and the two of them wept uncontrollably. Adam, my dear son. Tony, witnessing this poignant scene, initially smiled but then helplessly shrugged at Arthur. Arthur glanced at the father and son, then retrieved a pipe from the iron box in his pocket, lighting it with a sense of rare freedom as he was not in uniform today. After taking a puff, Arthur remarked, "Tom, the adoption papers for Adam are not finalized yet, are they? Why not change his name? Let the past remain in the past. What matters is the present and the future." Tony, seeing Arthur's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. "Can you wipe your tears, Tom? We still have work to do." Realizing he could not rely on Tom, Arthur shifted the conversation to his son. "Adam, I recalled during our previous conversations, you mentioned an old man who specifically adopted stray children. You also told me that your thieving skills were learned from him. Could you take us to meet him?" Cradled in Tom's arms, Adam wiped his reddened eyes and hesitantly replied, "Are you referring to Mr. Fagin? Do you intend to capture him?" "Fagin?" Arthur furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name, as if he had encountered it before. Just as he pondered, he suddenly heard someone greeting him from ahead. "Arthur." Upon looking up, he saw Dickens, wearing the hat he had gifted him and carrying a small cloth bag. Arthur's pupils contracted as he turned his head toward Tom. "Have you decided what to rename Adam?" Tom sniffled, his eyes still red, and said, "Let us call him Oliver." Under Adam's guidance, Arthur and the others arrived at the depths of the Crow's Nest area in the St. Giles parish. Arthur caught a glimpse of Dickens scribbling a few lines in his notebook. The streets were appallingly muddy, and the narrow, dim alleys were filled with the stench of excrement and vomit. A few small shops remained, but their shelves were nearly bare. Their only merchandise seemed to be the small children begging for scraps. Though the sun had just risen, they were already forced to crawl about at the entrance, while the sounds of crying infants intermittently echoed from within. The scene was one of desolation. Only the taverns appeared to be thriving, filled with the raucous voices of impoverished Irishmen. On either side of the narrow street, corridors and courtyards extended, revealing clusters of dilapidated shanties through the gaps. There, drunken men and women tumbled together, their bodies caked in mud, resembling pigs rolling in a mire. From various doorways, several imposing figures with fierce appearances occasionally emerged, their eyes furtive, clearly engaged in dealings of dubious nature. Observing this, Arthur exhaled a smoke ring from his pipe and mused, "There are no toilets, no trash bins, no water pipes or clean water sources. The entire area lacks even a single sewage pipe for waste disposal. Rather than living in one of the most prosperous cities in Europe, they exist in a primitive wilderness devoid of civilization and care." Upon hearing this, Dickens abruptly halted his writing, twirling his hat and inquiring, "Arthur, did you study classical literature at university?" "No, I majored in history." Dickens expressed surprise. "Is the educational standard at London University really that high? It seems the previous reports about your school were entirely erroneous, baseless slander. A history student like you possesses such an impressive command of language. One can only imagine the literary prowess of a classical literature graduate." Arthur took another puff of his pipe and asked, "What have the newspapers been saying about our school?" He intended to defend his alma mater's reputation, but suddenly, Elder's infuriating grin flashed in his mind. After a moment of silent struggle, he inhaled deeply and slowly replied, "While I disagree with the newspaper's views, it does seem that there are indeed individuals around me who indulge in what I would call sewer literature." Dickens, somewhat uncertain, asked, "Are you referring to me?" Arthur shook his head, denying it. No, Charles, I'm not speaking of you. I'm referring to that man you met at the tavern the other day." Dickens was initially taken aback, then exclaimed, covering his forehead in astonishment, "He actually studied classical literature? My God, were it not for your revelation, I would have assumed he was uneducated." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "That may be because you don't fully grasp the essence of education. Education can teach students certain skills, but it cannot teach them to think. It does not necessarily improve one's intellect. At times, it may even degrade it." Dickens appeared puzzled. "I'm not quite following your meaning." Seeing his confusion, Arthur posed a question. "If a stubborn fool receives a university education, how do you think he would change?" Dickens hesitated. "It might make him less stubborn." Arthur shook his head. "No, he would likely become even more troublesome. He would cherry-pick the aspects of his education that he favored to reinforce his nonsensical logic, rendering himself even more ludicrous. Charles, you must understand, even the sun can only illuminate those willing to embrace its light." Dickens queried, "Are you suggesting that foolish individuals should not receive an education?" Arthur shook his head again. "No, they should still be educated. Smart individuals struggle in this society without education. And if foolish individuals are not educated, how will they survive? Besides, even I cannot ascertain whether I am clever or foolish. What if I am among the foolish? We believe ourselves rational, that our every action is justified. Yet, in reality, arrogance and obstinacy are common traits across all types of people. Charles, when I criticize others, I am often criticizing myself. Thus, it is wise to leave oneself an escape route. At this moment, Agares laughed as he appeared, sitting on the half-closed awning of a small shop. Arthur, how could you be obstinate and foolish? You are a clever rogue. Just avoid mingling with those dimwits. Once people gather in a group, their intelligence diminishes drastically. To gain acceptance, they are willing to forsake right and wrong, trading intellect and common sense for a laughable sense of security and belonging. Isolated individuals possess the ability to control their reactions, while groups do not. Once they band together, they lose their intellect. Things they once dared not do or even think can be carried out one after another, provided there is a leader. What you need to do is subtly influence them, perhaps with a slogan or a gesture. Once they receive your message, you can lead them into peril while you quietly count your profits from the back. His mood was neither particularly good nor bad. Typically, when his mind was at peace, Agares found little reason to engage in lengthy discourse. After all, even Arthur knew that human beings are hard to tempt when in such a state of desirelessness. Agares had been a seasoned salesman since the days of King Solomon. Surely he understood this principle. Arthur contemplated for a moment, offering no further words as he followed the footsteps of the group ahead. In the narrow alley before them stood a dilapidated two-story building, its roof marred by a gaping hole, with remnants of last night's rain still visible, droplets trickling down from the eaves. Exchanging glances, Arthur and his companions began to retreat. Adam hesitated briefly before calling out to Arthur, "Mr. Hastings, are you truly not going to apprehend Mr. Fagin?" Arthur winked at him and smiled gently. "Have I ever deceived you?" He then approached the reinforced wooden door and lightly tapped 3 times on it. Knock, knock, knock. Following this, Adam curled his fingers into a ring and mimicked the call of a cuckoo with 2 shrill whistles before reciting, "The cake has blinded the eagle's eye. I have returned from the academy after a 10-day holiday, relaxed and joyful." As soon as Adam's words fell, a murky, yellow-streaked eye appeared through a small hole in the door, surveying Adam's surroundings until it confirmed there were no hidden threats. Finally, the door creaked open a crack. "Adam, you may enter." Almost simultaneously, Tom and Tony swiftly advanced. Tony clutched the edge of the door tightly, attempting to prevent it from closing, while Tom quickly lifted Adam, who was lingering at the threshold, and stepped back. Inside, the old thief Fagin's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, the elderly man, nearly 60, drew a gleaming carving knife from behind him without a moment's thought. Just as he intended to strike Tony with it, a powerful hand clamped around his wrist. Fagin winced in pain, and the knife clattered to the ground. Arthur, donning a bowler hat, raised its brim while revealing a flintlock pistol tucked in his coat. "No need for resistance, Mr. Fagin. We bear no ill will. We merely wish to converse briefly." Upon hearing this, Tony and Tom, standing behind Arthur, also unveiled their pistols from beneath their coats. Faced with such a display, Fagin reluctantly raised his hands in surrender, signaling his lack of intent to fight. The bald old man widened his eyes and inhaled sharply. "Very well. It seems today I am at your mercy. You have come to collect a debt, I presume? Please, come inside. Would you like me to brew some tea?" Arthur raised an eyebrow. "A debt? Do you owe a considerable sum?" Fagin regarded the group with astonishment. "So you are not here to collect? Are you perhaps with Fred? Has he, in a moment of conscience, decided to settle the outstanding payments for the goods I supplied him months ago?" Tom and Tony exchanged glances, and Dickens opened his mouth to respond but was restrained by the duo. Arthur pondered briefly, licked his lips, and leaned against the doorframe with a crooked smile. "Mr. Fagin, I believe you may have overlooked something significant. What else is there?" At this, Arthur remained silent, drawing his pistol and pressing it against Fagin's temple. "My apologies, old chap. I am new here and unfamiliar with your customs." As the gun was placed against his head, Fagin's hands, which had just lowered, shot back up in alarm. "Damn it. I detest you newcomers. You know nothing but violence." Adam, witnessing this, spoke up in pity. "Mr. Hastings, you promised me." Fagin shot a glance at Adam, who was cradled in Tom's arms. "Adam, how could you trust their lies? What have they offered you that you would betray me so easily? I have treated you well. Haven't I? When your parents cast you out, who took you in? Who taught you those delicate tasks? I merely took a small cut from your pilfered goods. Do not think my share of 40% is excessive. It comes with the risk of losing my head. In St. Giles, who doesn't he negotiate at half price?" Adam felt a pang of discomfort at this. "Mr. Fagin, they mean you no harm. No harm. By putting a gun to my head." At this, Arthur could only sigh in resignation, reversing the gun and pressing it against his own head. With a click, nothing transpired. Fagin, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, glared, "Is this how you jest? You nearly scared the life out of me. What exactly are you?" "As you can see, we are police officers." "Police?" Fagin clutched his pained heart, hunched over. "Sir, I believe there must be some misunderstanding." He rummaged through his pockets, trembling, before producing a nearly new gold pocket watch, attempting to slip it into Arthur's coat. "For Adam's sake, a small token of goodwill. Please accept it." "Mr. Fagin, you are aware I am a police officer. How can I accept such a gift?" Tom interjected, wide-eyed, chastising. "Adam, where did you learn this? You cannot give gifts like that. Arthur will not accept it. He does not need the money." Adam nodded thoughtfully, his bright eyes sparkling. Then Mr. Fagin, "You may give it to my father. We are in need." Dickens, observing, was taken aback and turned to Tony, asking, "Is this how the police in Scotland operate?" Tony shrugged. "Such characters exist everywhere, but at least we do not behave in such a manner." Old Fagin, flustered and at a loss, was saved by Arthur's voice. "Let it be, Mr. Fagin. Let us discuss matters inside." Realizing the identity of his visitors, Fagin wasted no time ushering them through the door. "Please, officers, come in. I shall brew some tea for you." "Tea is unnecessary." Once inside, Arthur surveyed the room, its windows plastered with newspapers, the floor damp with water, the walls blackened from smoke, a table missing a leg covered in chalk doodles. And there lay half-eaten rye bread alongside a chipped white porcelain cup and a teapot lacking a lid. In a corner, a thin black rat slept soundly in a small hole filled with straw. Faced with this disarray, Arthur found it impossible to muster any appetite. Noticing the discomfort of his guests, Fagin, embarrassed, remarked, "Officers, this house is considered quite decent in the vicinity. The landlord informed me it was once a noble residence, where a baron and baroness resided. Every wall exudes classical elegance. However, due to prolonged neglect, you may not perceive it now. Do not doubt me. Just look at this." As he spoke, Fagin rubbed his greasy sleeve along the intricately carved banister leading to the second floor. "Observe the craftsmanship of this railing. It is undoubtedly the work of a master. I have heard from Adam that you are a notable figure in this area, possessing much knowledge unknown to others. Thus, I have come to seek your counsel regarding certain matters. Reliable intelligence has indicated a spate of disappearances in the St. Giles parish recently. Do you have any insight into this? Disappearance incidents?" Old Fagin's gaze flickered, and he pressed his parched lips together. "You see, such matters have never been lacking in St. Giles. After all, you are aware of the situation here. People come and go every day. It's quite normal for a few to disappear." With that, Arthur tossed a list onto the table. "Can you read? If not, I can read it to you." Old Fagin was sweating profusely. "There are things I can't speak too clearly about, or I might find myself in trouble. Everyone is doing this. I'm just cutting off their source of income." Upon hearing this, Arthur produced another document. "Mr. Fagin, this document outlines the criminal charges against you. Given the scale of your fencing operations and your incitement to crime, the cumulative penalties could lead to either execution or exile. You must know that at your age, exile and execution are no different. However," he continued, "if you are willing to cooperate with our investigation, I can immediately withdraw these charges. After all, the St. Giles parish is not under my jurisdiction, and I have no obligation to meddle in such affairs." Fagin hesitated, but when he caught sight of Officer Tony's handcuffs, he gritted his teeth and spoke. "I can't claim to know everything, but I am willing to share what I do know." Arthur, upon hearing this, promptly tossed the charge document into the filthy fireplace beside him. "Please, go on." Fagin took a deep breath and inquired, "Officer, are you familiar with burial benefit societies? You know, the kind where families contribute a few pennies each week, and if a family member dies, they receive a burial allowance from the society? Burial benefit societies?" According to old Eugene, these societies were quite popular among the impoverished in London. Although the British Isles had entered the industrial age, many traditional customs had not vanished with the passing of the medieval period. Funerals, as significant ceremonies in Christian and British culture, still held a unique and important place in many people's hearts. In the St. Giles parish, every impoverished family adhered to an unwritten rule. Each week, fathers would save 3 pennies, mothers 2, and children 1, not for improving their lives, but to prepare for their eventual demise. In the traditional British view, regardless of how destitute the deceased may have been in life, they deserved a dignified and grand funeral, as it might be the only semblance of respect they could receive in their lives. Reflecting on this, Arthur felt a familiar pang of sadness. due to cultural differences. He often struggled to comprehend certain customs here. Yet, the emphasis on posthumous honor reminded him of the land he longed for. Only now did he grasp why the elderly were so fixated on funeral rites. Only those who had suffered their entire lives could truly understand the significance of the ritual. Perhaps seen as a bit old-fashioned, it was their way of declaring to the world that they had lived, leaving behind the last trace of their existence. "Arthur?" Officer Tom gently called out to him. "What is the matter?" "Nothing," Arthur replied, reigniting his extinguished pipe. "Are there many of these burial benefit societies among the poor in London today?" Tom, cradling Adam in one arm while scratching his head with the other, responded. "There should be quite a few. My wife has mentioned some to me. There are not only burial societies, but also medical aid societies, women's reading groups, textile workers support groups, and a host of other associations, some of which I can't even name." Tony frowned at this. "What kind of associations are these? They aren't radical Jacobin groups like the London Corresponding Society or the Sheffield Constitutional Society, are they?" Tom quickly waved his hands in denial. No. They are just simple mutual aid societies. For example, the Women's Reading Group is where ladies gather to read and learn together. Each member pays a few pennies weekly to borrow reading materials from their library for free if a member falls ill and cannot work. The society offers financial support until they recover. And the Medical Aid Society is where families unable to afford a doctor pool their resources to hire a long-term physician to serve all members. Of course, the fees are based on family size. The more members, the higher the contribution. This is merely a solution devised by the impoverished out of necessity, not a structured Jacobin group, he added. Arthur took a puff from his pipe. Even if they were, it wouldn't matter. After all, free association is permitted now. As long as they don't plot something akin to the Cato Street conspiracy of 1820 to assassinate cabinet members, we can turn a blind eye. I certainly do not wish to hear news of military mobilization in London. That would be ill-fated for both sides. If one day, London is filled with such mutual aid organizations, I believe the world will grow better, at least better than it is now. Perhaps then, we officers from the Scottish Yard 1T have to parade around with our clubs, and I could buy a penny newspaper. Tony shook his head in disbelief. Arthur, your thoughts are far too idealistic. I don't expect them to sell me a penny newspaper. I only hope that street vendors won't spit at us when they see our uniforms. Dickens pulled out the notes he had taken during his conversation with old Fagin, reading through them repeatedly as he inquired. According to Mr. Fagin, there are people nearby who are adopting vagrants and using them to fraudulently claim burial benefits. Arthur nodded slightly. While that's what he claims, upon further reflection, it doesn't quite add up. In fact, it fails to explain the disappearance of everyone. From the data we have at hand, those who have gone missing are not just vagrants and frail women but many able-bodied men as well. Notably, several of them have recently been released from prison. I specifically obtained the criminal records of these individuals from the Scottish Yard and the Home Office a few days ago, and some have been charged with violent crimes. It wouldn't be easy for those seeking to profit from death to compel this group to meet their demise. Before Tony could take a step, Arthur stopped him. He has likely shared all he knows. However, what he has revealed does not align with our inquiries. The situation of causing family members' deaths to fraudulently claim burial benefits likely exists, but it hasn't manifested on a large scale. If it had, the first to report it would not be the Duke of Sussex, but rather the other families involved in the Burial Aid Society. After all, any normal person would find it suspicious if a stranger family joined the society and began to experience a series of deaths. Arthur flipped through the list of missing persons in his hand. While conversing with Mr. Fagin, I reclassified the missing data and discovered an intriguing issue. Tony eagerly pressed for details. What issue? Arthur replied, the disappearance of young adult males has been relatively consistent, whereas the disappearance rates of women, middle-aged men, and vagrants have surged over the past 2 months. According to the Duke of Sussex's report, there have only been 9 female disappearances in the last 6 months. Yet 6 of those occurred in the past 2 months. The numbers for middle-aged men and vagrants have also soared during this period. Don't you find that curious? What does it imply? Nearby, the Red Devil suddenly stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. Oh, my dear Arthur, I never anticipated you would discern the anomaly so swiftly. Arthur took a deep drag from his cigarette. No, it is not merely one case at stake, but rather a multitude, possibly of various natures. As Arthur and the others traversed the narrow alleyway outside St. Giles Church, the passage was so constricted that 2 individuals could not walk side by side. Even a full-grown man had to hunch his shoulders to ensure that his coat did not brush against the damp, moss-covered walls. They formed a single file, with Officer Tony leading, Arthur bringing up the rear, while Dickens, Tom, and young Adam were shielded safely in the center. As they walked, Adam suddenly halted, captivated by a makeshift shed constructed from wooden planks and wire. Arthur glanced at the lone rusty nail crookedly hanging from the door, which bore a weathered sign indicating no. 27, Church Lane, the home Adam had resided in for 9 years. Arthur turned to Dickens and inquired, "Charles, are you unoccupied today?" Dickens chuckled. "I have been stationed here for the past month. This is my vocation, so it matters not whether I am busy." "That is reassuring," Arthur replied, turning around and inadvertently smearing mud across his coat. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door, asking, "Is anyone home?" At that moment, Adam stepped forward, stating, "Mr. Hastings, there is no need for formality here, for families reside within, and this door is communal." With that, he approached the door, placing both hands at its lower edge, and astonishingly lifted it overhead, creating a gap of several feet. Young Adam's face flushed red, clearly straining with effort. "Please hurry inside. I cannot hold it for long." Seeing this, Dickens quickly stepped in to take over, but to his surprise, with one push, the entire door detached from its hinges. Dickens stood there, bewildered, clutching the door, and stammered, "Did I break it?" Adam shook his head. "No, it was already broken. We merely used it to shield against the wind." Dickens breathed a sigh of relief. "That is good." He set the door aside, allowing the group a glimpse into the shed's interior. The first sight was a rather short, semi-outdoor corridor, aptly named as its ceiling was simply a layer of wooden planks meant to stave off the rain. On either side of the corridor were makeshift stoves constructed from the rubble that littered St. Giles' dilapidated buildings. Upon one stove rested a blackened cylindrical iron pot, which contained a pool of rainwater from the previous night, with several indistinguishable black insects floating atop. Adam shook his head as he led them up the staircase, saying, "No, do not retrieve it for him. I take pleasure in watching him get beaten." Arthur paused, perplexed. "Why?" Adam replied, "Kyle is not my friend. He is 2 years my senior, and he often resorts to fighting me due to his size and strength." Tom, intrigued, sought to understand his son's adversarial relationships. "What do you quarrel about?" Adam candidly recounted the grievances between him and Kyle. "We have accumulated a plethora of grudges. Sometimes it's over a penny in the brick crevice. Other times it's because I pilfered a newspaper he intended to sell. Or because he and his cronies looked down upon me." "Look down on you?" Tony laughed heartily. "Adam, do not fret. In this world, there will always be those who look down upon you. I patrol daily and am often scorned." Adam replied earnestly, "Kyle would never dare to look down upon a policeman. He only dares to belittle me. He boasts that he earns 6 pennies a day at the factory, while I can only manage 5. Yet he fails to realize that his 6 pennies are not due to superior work, but rather because he has an aunt who is a forewoman. His ignorance is one thing, but he even mistakes his boorishness for masculinity. Once, while working at the textile mill, he would tease Robin, lifting her skirt with a stick and jesting. "Come, let us see how white your thighs are." Robin cried from his taunts, and unable to stand by, I seized Kyle by the head and threw him to the ground, then mounted him to deliver a beating. I bloodied his nose, and he wailed like a beaten dog. I was on the verge of victory when his gang of ruffians, eager for a penny more from his aunt, charged at me, pummeling me with fists and kicking my stomach to separate us. Yet I refused to let go, determined to teach him a lesson. It was not until his aunt arrived, brandishing a stick and shouting "little rascal" while striking my back, that I had to relent due to the pain, and thereafter, I was banned from working at the factory. At this point, Adam fell silent. Observing him, Arthur recalled the insights he had gleaned from their previous conversation. Young Adam's eyes brimmed with tears as he nodded. Arthur smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair, then patted Tom on the shoulder, saying, "I must say, Tom, you are fortunate. He is quite a remarkable lad." Tom nodded in agreement. "I concur." He crouched down, wiping the tears from his son's eyes, lifting him onto his shoulders. Dickens, smiling, encouraged, "Young man, this is nothing to fret over. The reason they wish to expel you is not due to your failings, but rather from jealousy. They envy you the virtues and integrity that cannot be purchased for 5 pennies a day." Adam chuckled as he wiped away the corners of his eyes, saying, "Father, please set me down. What is the matter? I still must excavate my hidden treasures from the ground, though I no longer require them. I wish to gift them to Robin. She lives here as well, and she needs them more than I do now." Tony whistled teasingly. "Adam, I never would have guessed you were a romantic at heart. Robin, I recall that name. She is the girl you rescued from that rascal Kyle, is she not? You clever boy." Young Adam blushed, neither confirming nor denying, merely pointing to the ceiling. "She resides on the 2nd floor, the third room off the staircase. As they ascended to the second floor, Adam suddenly halted before a warped floorboard, crouching down to reach into the damaged hollow. After a moment of rummaging, he swiftly extracted a palm-sized wooden box and a nearly unstraightenable old book. Adam forcefully straightened the book and wiped the dust from its surface with his sleeve. Arthur recognized the cover as that of a magazine titled The Scourge. This was not due to Arthur's erudition, but rather because he frequented second-hand bookstores during his leisure. And The Scourge, known for its satirical illustrations, was quite popular among the citizens of London. Particularly, the editions from 1811 to 1814 were highly sought after, as during those years, the chief illustrator was the illustrious George Cruikshank. Tom inquired, puzzled, "What book is that?" "This is a fine specimen," Adam replied. "It is the June 1812 edition of The Scourge. I scoured many second-hand bookstores and could not find it, yet here it is with Adam." Tony leaned in and asked, "Has any significant information been published this month? Why are you so eager to obtain it?" Arthur, expressionless, took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "I am uncertain whether there is any noteworthy information, but last month, just before the June issue was released, the then Prime Minister Spencer Perceval was shot multiple times and fatally wounded right outside the Parliament building. Thus, I surmise this edition must be quite extraordinary, as I have been unable to locate this book in any second-hand bookstore, which is telling." Dickens inquired, "Are you referring to the Prime Minister who enacted the Injunction Act, which wreaked havoc on both the American and British economies, and who ordered the suppression of the Luddite movement, resulting in the execution of many rebellious workers?" Tom exclaimed, "My God! Is this book filled with attacks on those politicians? It is a miracle that it was not banned at the time." Arthur replied, "It is not solely an assault on politicians. Such critiques typically arise from particular circumstances. Like the Luddite movement, for example." Tom sighed in relief. "I see. During ordinary times, the cartoonist George Cruikshank primarily targeted the monarchy, such as when George III abandoned his first wife for the throne, a consequence of his excessive tyranny, which ultimately led to the independence of the North American colonies. Oh, by the way, Mr. Cruikshank rather presciently criticized the current king, George IV, even when he was still a prince, remarking that he did not resemble a true sovereign." As soon as Arthur finished speaking, Tom's relief turned to dread. He felt a chill run down his spine. How had this man not been imprisoned? "I have heard from the elders that times were different then. The king held considerable power, and George III was an atrocious monarch, petty and easily angered." A faint smile played at the corners of Arthur's lips as he explained, "The reasons are quite intricate. Firstly, by that time, George III had succumbed to madness due to his advanced age, and the royal authority had been transferred to the Prince Regent, George IV. Furthermore, owing to the old king's poor decisions in North America, Parliament had gradually curtailed his powers. Most importantly, Mr. Cruikshank was a clever man. Both the Whigs and the Tories recognized the hidden potential in the widely circulated magazine The Pestilence. Hence, Mr. Cruikshank received payments from the Whigs to attack the Tories and vice versa, ultimately profiting from both sides while also targeting the senile, bettered old king. Thus, he expressed all he wished to say and made quite a fortune in the process." Dickens, perplexed, questioned, "Even so, surely Mr. Cruikshank, attacking the monarchy and politicians daily, would not escape being labeled an incendiary and a traitor? After all, a war was ongoing, and the Treason Act and Seditious Meetings Act had presumably not yet been repealed?" No, Arthur waved his hand dismissively. "Cruikshank did not always attack the monarchy and politicians. He devoted only half of each issue to that." Dickens, confused, asked, "And the other half?" Arthur calmly replied, deriding the French and insulting Napoleon. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the group. No wonder The Pestilence could be published without issue. With this alone, they could not condemn Mr. Cruikshank as a traitor. Just as everyone was enjoying a hearty laugh, the door next door suddenly creaked open. Adam peered through the crack and exclaimed in surprise, "Robin." The door was slowly pushed open, revealing a small girl, shorter than Adam, leaning against the doorframe. She wore a tattered white dress with holes, her thin lips pale and blue, her yellowish-black hair disheveled, and her sickly eyes seemed devoid of spirit. She coughed gently twice, her chest heaving, before tremblingly extending her frail hand, which appeared nearly translucent in the sunlight, and asked in a barely audible hoarse voice, "Is it Adam?" Adam took her small hand with the book and wooden box in his grasp, rubbing her hands back vigorously in an attempt to warm her icy palm. "It's me. I've been released from prison. I almost faced the gallows, but I encountered many kind gentlemen who rescued me, and I brought them to see you. You see, These gentlemen behind me are my new father, Officer Tom, who invited me to his home for dinner. The one with the mole is Officer Tony. The one with the bag is Mr. Dickens, the writer, and the tallest one is Mr. Hastings. Do you remember how Mr. Hastings gave me a shilling 2 months ago? Which I used to buy candy, and we sat together in the yard eating it. Robin listened quietly with a smile as Adam spoke, then gently felt along Adam's arm until she reached his hair, patting his head reassuringly. Adam, you are a good person. I have heard that good people are rewarded. Meeting so many kind gentlemen is your reward. Adam gazed at Robin, and despite being only 9 years old, he sensed something was amiss. He slowly waved his hand in front of Robin's eyes. Noticing the sudden silence, she smiled and asked, Adam, why are you not speaking? Can you not see me? Adam's grip on the book and wooden box loosened, and with a thud, everything tumbled to the ground. The contents of the box were not particularly valuable, just a few poorly wrapped pieces of candy and some leftover pennies. Adam lowered his head, wishing to hide his face, but his trembling shoulders and body betrayed him. Officer Tom inhaled deeply, wanting to embrace his son, but Arthur stopped him, taking a puff of smoke and softly saying, Do not go. Men do not wish for their fathers to witness their tears. Robin gently caressed Adam's face, her warm tears wetting her small hand as she merely smiled. Adam, do not cry. I am not truly blind. It is just a joke from God, and perhaps, after a good sleep, I will be fine again. But perhaps this jest is a bit excessive. I have not been able to work in the factory for quite some time. Every night, I hear my parents sighing. When you have the chance to pray at church, please ask God for me. I must get better soon. The bills at home are piling up. And if no money comes in, we will be thrown out of here. Dickens, hearing this, could not help but cover his eyes, as Robin's words reminded him of his own past. Biting his lip, his eyes reddened, he pulled a bill from his pocket, preparing to approach her when suddenly 3 hands appeared from behind him, thrusting bills into his palm. Dickens felt a warmth in his heart and shot a meaningful glance at the 3, then bent down to pick up the wooden box from the ground, slipping the money inside before secretly handing it to little Adam. Adam, biting his lip and holding back tears, nodded and with an effort to sound cheerful, exclaimed, Robin, look what I found, lots of money. With this, your family won't have to worry about being thrown out for now. However, upon hearing this, Robin was momentarily stunned, and her smile gradually faded as she touched the bills in the wooden box, counting them carefully. Adam, did you steal this money? Did you not promise me you would never engage in such activities again? Adam vigorously shook his head, denying, I did not steal this money. Although I used to partake in such actions, that is all in the past. Moreover, even if I were to continue, what difference would it make? Those gentlemen and ladies have taken all the good things in the world. Why can't they share a little with us? They can spend dozens of pounds on a single meal, while all I might take is merely a cherry from a cake they have enjoyed. With this, your family would not have to be evicted from here. What is wrong with that? Robin, look at you. You have been blinded by them, Adam said, reaching out to embrace Robin, who, at the tender age of 9, knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably on another child's shoulder. Even when faced with a death sentence at the magistrate's court, he had not cried as sorrowfully as he did today. Adam, choking back his tears, asked Mr. Hastings, Do you know God? Perhaps only he can heal Robin now. Arthur slightly raised the brim of his hat and crouched down, beneath the shadows. A pair of dimly glowing eyes met Adam's gaze. I am sorry, Adam. Typically, I am far from God and quite close to the devil. Upon hearing this, Adam felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He turned his head, gently sniffed, and tears streamed silently down his face. However, Arthur's gentle voice soon followed. But if it is for Robin, I shall endeavor to know him. In the office of the Greenwich police station, Arthur changed out of his civilian attire and donned his familiar police uniform. Agares leaned back in his chair, mockingly inquired, How do you plan to save that little girl named Robin? To be frank, she may have contracted a lung disease from working too long in the textile factory. Such an ailment is unlikely to be easily cured. As Arthur fastened the buttons of his uniform, he retorted, Agares, spare me your sardonic remarks. If you have a solution, just say it. When it comes to medical matters, you would be better off consulting Bart than asking me. At least Bart knows how to create a plague, a skill that the king of flies possesses. Arthur retrieved the Royal Society pass given to him by the Duke of Sussex from his drawer. Agares, although I anticipated your response, I still felt compelled to express my thoughts. You spend your days selling crutches to the able-bodied and hiring the lame to push carts. And when you attempt to form a band, you gather a troupe of mute singers. You cannot blame me for your failure to procure souls. Rather, it is due to your sheer excess of absurdities. Upon hearing this, the Red Devil slammed his fist on the table in anger, exclaiming, "Arthur, do not fault me for my harsh words. Any deal made with the devil is bound by strict regulations. All contracts are governed by the laws of hell, conducted with fairness, transparency, and justice. If you have not received what you desired, you can only blame yourself for not articulating your demands clearly. Do not place the blame on me." The laws of hell? Arthur caught this new term. What are the laws of hell? Agares scoffed. "You wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Since you are a policeman from Scotland Yard, just interpret the laws of hell as earthly laws. In any case, regarding the terms of a transaction, I cannot deceive you. No devil would dare to mislead you in this aspect." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "So, the devils of hell are law-abiding citizens? Shouldn't such a realm be akin to heaven? How could it possibly be hell?" "Oh, my dear Arthur." The Red Devil rubbed his hands and chuckled. "If you had ever visited hell, you would understand. If a being merely adheres to the most basic laws, it is not a good sign, for it implies that they would engage in everything beyond the law. Are you truly convinced this would be favorable? For instance, collecting excrement does not violate the laws of hell, and consuming it certainly does not either. But could you tolerate your neighbor indulging in such behavior daily? If you could, I could sell you my villa in hell right now. We could sign a contract for 10 souls at a fair and reasonable price. Just because he constructed a restaurant next to my house, I am plagued nightly by thousands of flies hosting parties there. That house has been on the market in hell for thousands of years, and yet it remains unsold. You must know that my home was once in a high-end neighborhood." Arthur smirked. "I had thought your issues with Ball were merely personal. I did not realize there were economic disputes involved." "Agares, it seems I do not know you well enough." Agares waved his hand dismissively. "It's of no consequence. As you previously told Adam, let the past remain in the past. With time, I am confident we can forge a beneficial partnership. Arthur, lower your guard. I do not always intend to deceive you." Arthur tucked the Royal Society pass into his pocket. "Your statement is enough to make me uneasy. Enough for today. I must visit the Royal Society to find Faraday." "What do you need him for? Is he not an expert in chemistry and physics? How could he possibly understand medicine? But he should know someone who does. I have heard that the medical community is very attentive to advancements in chemistry, and many among them share deep connections with chemists. Mr. Faraday should be acquainted with some excellent doctors. Even if he is not, I can ask other scientists to assist me in making inquiries." As Arthur picked up the top hat from the table and exited the room, he was suddenly called back. "Sir, wait a moment. We have just received a report that 2 people have died on Central Street. Dead." The young officer stood at attention, then hurriedly added, "The Wells Hotel on Central Street reported that 2 guests have died in their room. The hotel owner suspects the cause may be gas leakage. We received the call just now, and following your instructions from the last work meeting, we dispatched officers to secure the scene. Would you like to go there personally?" Upon hearing this, Arthur immediately donned his hat and said, "Take me there at once." 10 minutes later, Arthur arrived with Tom and Tony at the Wells Hotel located at 24 Central Street in Greenwich. The hotel was bustling with a crowd of curious Londoners, all eager to peer inside and discover what had transpired. Meanwhile, the officers had already set up a cordon as per Arthur's orders, preventing the public from approaching. "Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, please make way." Tom and Tony shouted as they pushed through the throng, trying to clear a path for Arthur to enter the hotel. Upon seeing Arthur arrive, the surrounding patrol officers quickly stood at attention, saluting. "Inspector Hastings. Is that Arthur Hastings? The young officer who saved the little boy in court?" "It must be him." The newspapers reported that Arthur Hastings was promoted to inspector of the Greenwich district. "Indeed, it is he. My God, he is so young, tall, and handsome. It is evident he possesses great capability." They instinctively parted to create a pathway for Arthur, but perhaps in their haste, they inadvertently swept Tom and Tony into the crowd. "Curse it! Let us out!" Tom cried out in panic. However, Arthur could not afford to concern himself with them at that moment. Instead, he strode purposefully toward the front desk of the hotel. This was a very narrow corridor, and upon entering the front desk area, the price list hanging on the wall immediately came into view. The sign scrawled in a crooked handwriting read, "Special price every evening. From 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next day, overnight rooms available for only 2 pennies. The attendant at the front desk was a young man in his 20s. Upon seeing Arthur, he merely offered a strained smile, perhaps frightened by the sudden influx of police officers. "Officer, please step inside. The deceased are in a room on the 2nd floor, and the remaining guests have been gathered there as per police instructions." Arthur inquired, "Since all the rooms have been occupied, who rented these overnight accommodations?" The attendant shrugged. There will always be someone looking for a place to stay, especially at such a low price. You might find beggars who have stumbled upon a bit of luck, prostitutes seeking clients, or rural farmers who have just arrived in London without a penny to their name. At this, Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. Recalling the list of missing persons from the St. Giles parish he had seen earlier, he seemed less interested in the police precinct and more inclined to ask. I remember that many innkeepers are less than welcoming to such individuals. They believe that allowing them in could tarnish the establishment's reputation, deterring respectable guests from choosing to stay there. How does your employer's business approach differ? Seeing that the officer was quite amiable, the attendant's tension eased. Who knows? I've advised him countless times. After all, I am responsible for cleaning those rooms after they have been occupied, and I have had my fill of that work. You might not realize it, but the standards of those impoverished guests are rather low. They leave the linens filthy and often scatter bottles across the floor. I've brought this to my employer's attention many times, warning him that this approach would eventually lead to trouble, even if nothing happens. It reflects poorly on the other guests. But he refuses to listen, claiming he has his own ideas and that I should mind my own business. He believes that as long as the overnight guests arrive after 10 p.m. and leave before the other guests wake, there should be no issues. But look what happened today. For the past 2 months, there hadn't been any incidents, and Mr. Wells had been diligent about sending them away before 5 a.m. But today, I opened the door and found 2 dead prostitutes in the room. Mr. Wells is far too arrogant. He may have been running the inn for only a few months, but I have been a servant here for 5 years. In my opinion, his business practices are bound to fail. Upon hearing this, Arthur took a penny from his pocket and placed it on the front desk. Thank you for the information, good citizen. The attendant, taken aback by Arthur's sudden gesture, picked up the coin and glanced at Arthur's retreating figure up the stairs, pondering for a moment before saying, Officer, don't rush off. I can share more for another 2 pennies. On the second floor of the Wells Inn, the area outside the crime scene was crowded with guests. According to Arthur's orders, all guests were to be detained in the inn until the investigation concluded. The officers who had arrived earlier had completed their interrogations and were ready to submit their findings to their superior upon Arthur's arrival. Chief, here's the information we have gathered so far. Please review it. Arthur accepted the documents but did not examine them immediately. Instead, he surveyed the room's layout. It was a relatively narrow, irregularly shaped space, furnished simply with a bed barely large enough for 2 to lie down comfortably, a nightstand cluttered with miscellaneous items, and a gas lamp that had been extinguished. Directly opposite the door was a wooden window draped with black curtains, beneath which sat a small iron canister about 2 inches high. The 2 deceased lay on the bed, their faces covered with white cloths, and the sheets and pillowcases were stained with yellowish-white vomit. Arthur inhaled gently, detecting a faint trace of gas in the room. As he perused the documents, he inquired, Have the bodies of the deceased been examined? The constable nodded. Yes, we have checked. Neither body bore any wounds, nor were there signs of a struggle, leading us to preliminarily conclude that this was not a case of violent crime. And there was indeed a smell of gas in the room. It may not be very noticeable now, but it was overpowering when we first arrived, and it took some time to air out. Chief, I believe we can close this case. It appears to be an unfortunate accident due to gas leakage. There is not much to investigate further. As soon as the constable finished speaking, the guests outside began to voice their impatience. That's right. Please wrap it up. We've been confined here for over 2 hours. We all have our own matters to attend to. A burly middle-aged man beside the constable chimed in with a forced smile. Indeed, guests have things to do. I need to open my business. Officer, you may not realize it, but rent on Central Street isn't cheap. My profit margins are slim. Missing a day could mean a loss for the month. Arthur looked up at the middle-aged man. So, you are Mr. Wells, the innkeeper? The man removed his hat and held it to his chest, nodding obsequiously. Pleased to meet you, Inspector Hastings. Arthur closed the file and asked, How did you know I am an inspector and not a chief? Mr. Wells' smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly waved it off. Oh no. I've never worked at Scotland Yard. However, I have a nephew who used to be there. I heard it from him. Arthur chose not to press further, merely staring at Wells before stepping into the room and lifting the white cloth covering the deceased's face. The victim bore a pallid complexion, and beneath the ghastly skin, her face showed signs of a slight bluish hue. Arthur furrowed his brow, recalling some chemical gas knowledge they had exchanged after Faraday's lecture. He pried open the deceased's tightly shut mouth with 2 fingers and leaned in to sniff. He detected a faint sweetness emanating from her oral cavity. The onlooking guests, observing this, expressed their confusion. What is he doing? Officer, please hurry. We are all pressed for time. Ignoring their remarks, Arthur approached Mr. Wells directly. Mr. Wells, you stated in your testimony that the deceased died from gas leakage? Arthur positioned himself between the window and Wells, sunlight flooding the room. Yet Wells appeared to be shrouded in shadows. Wells swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and slowly nodded. Yes, I believe they may have died from gas leakage. Why do you think so? Upon hearing this, Wells' eyes widened, and he erupted in anger. Isn't it obvious? Someone is dead. And there's a smell of gas in the room. What else could it be but gas leakage? Officer, do you even know how to conduct an investigation? If you can't, then get someone who can. With so many officers at Scotland Yard, can't one of them handle this? You might as well call back the old chief. He did a splendid job, and you young ones should learn from him. Old chief? You mean Wilcox? Arthur suddenly smiled. How did he handle his cases? Wells, seething with rage, spat out, what am I supposed to do? You're the police. And you dare ask me how to solve this case? Damn it. We need officers who are efficient, swift, and do not hinder our livelihoods. After uttering this, he turned to the bystanders, urging, do you all agree with me? Agares, who had been perched by the window watching the spectacle, could not contain his laughter, his tongue nearly trailing to the ground. The Red Devil scoffed, what a fool. He might as well tattoo I did it on his forehead. His little tricks exposed, and he erupts in anger. I can hardly think of a second word to describe him other than incompetent. The onlooking travelers were bewildered by Wells's inexplicable fury. One person attempted to mediate, saying, Officer, isn't it enough? Mr. Wells is clearly upset. It's just an ordinary incident. There's nothing to investigate. The officers were initially taken aback. But in a crucial moment, Tom and Tony reacted swiftly, rushing forward to pin Wells to the ground. Furious, Wells flailed his arms, kicking Tony below the belt. Struggling to escape. In pain, Tony rolled away, cursing, damn it. What are you all standing around for? Get him down. Hell, I'm not even married yet. At that moment, other officers finally sprang into action, overwhelming Wells in a pile, effectively subduing him. With bloodshot eyes, Wells bellowed, on what grounds are you arresting me? I haven't killed anyone. Arthur crouched down, asking, did I say you killed anyone? As soon as Arthur's words left his lips, Wells's impending curse was lodged in his throat. The travelers were shocked by the sudden turn of events, unable to comprehend how the previously tranquil scene had devolved into chaos. Officer, could you explain to us what exactly is happening? Arthur pointed to the two deceased individuals lying on the bed. As far as I know, if the victims died from gas poisoning, there should be a strong foul odor lingering in their mouths. However, I detected a faintly sweet aroma instead. Moreover, the victims' faces did not exhibit the characteristic cherry red spots associated with gas poisoning, but rather a slight bluish-purple hue, which suggests suffocation rather than poisoning. Having said that, Arthur turned toward Wells. I've explained my observations. May I now inquire about the reason for your outburst? The travelers grew silent, casting suspicious glances at Wells. Whispers of disbelief rippling through the crowd. Goodness, could this possibly be a murder? Did the hotel owner kill two prostitutes? Wells's lips trembled, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. His body shaking uncontrollably, collapsing to the floor like a rag doll. Arthur glanced at him and asked with a smile, Mr. Wells, there's no need to panic. I still don't understand why the perpetrator would commit murder. Do you have any insights on this? Nitrous oxide isn't cheap. And it would have cost a canister of gas as well. By the way, you mentioned Wilcox. Did he investigate here before? Has there been a similar incident at this hotel in the past? In the interrogation room of the Greenwich police station, hotel owner Wells sat in handcuffs across from Arthur, flanked by Tom and Tony, who were monitoring him. Arthur tossed the delivery receipt from the London Gas Light and Coke Company onto the table. The receipt indicated that the last delivery of gas canisters to Wells's hotel occurred 23 days prior. We have searched all the rooms in the hotel, and the only gas canister present is the one from the crime scene. We also consulted with experts from the London Gas Light and Coke Company, who stated that a gas lamp can burn for 3 hours when fully fueled, which would suffice for a night's illumination. Each gas canister provides approximately 30 refills. Interestingly, the Wells Hotel only has 2 gas lamps, one at the front desk and the other in the crime scene room, while the remaining guest rooms are lit by oil lamps. This implies that if the gas canister in the crime scene room was used for normal lighting, it should have been nearly empty. And even if there was some gas left, it wouldn't be sufficient to cause death. Mr. Wells, can you explain this discrepancy? The gas lamp is a new product, and many perceive it as unsafe. Haven't there been numerous reports of gas lamp explosions in the newspapers last year? Initially, I thought it was unreliable, which is why I chose oil lamps for the hotel. As for the gas canister being nearly empty, that's absurd. our discounted rooms aren't occupied daily. So it's normal to have some gas left. Tom stepped forward, placing a thick stack of ledger books on the table. Arthur, with his hands clasped behind his head, replied, "We have ample evidence proving that you have purchased large quantities of nitrous oxide from various shops over the past 6 months. A regular person wouldn't buy such a substance without reason, nor would they know its effects. Only chemists, doctors, and the affluent elite are familiar with its applications. Why would a hotel owner like yourself associate with such a substance?" Wells retorted, "Who says only those people know about nitrous oxide? Don't you, a Scotland Yard officer, know about it too? Like those wealthy individuals, I merely seek amusement. Life is already dreary enough, and I need some enjoyment." "Very well," Arthur nodded. "At first glance, your statement seems reasonable. What you do is your own business, as long as it doesn't break the law. However, based on the information we have gathered, your financial situation appears rather dire. I recall that you openly admitted during your stay at the inn that the profits you earned, after deducting rent and other expenses, were rather meager. However, your expenditures on nitrous oxide over the past few months astonishingly approach 20. From where, pray tell, do your funds originate?" Upon hearing this, Wells's face flushed crimson, and he found himself at a loss for words. "What concern is it of yours where my money comes from? I neither steal nor rob. I merely engage in small business ventures. You have no justification to compel me to speak or to subject me to coercive interrogation. I deny all the accusations against me. This is a slander against my reputation." "Hey, you insolent wretch." Tony's eyes widened, nearly prompting him to draw the civil weapon at his waist. Wells, startled by his movement, trembled and asked, What do you intend to do?" "Coercive interrogation is against your own regulations." Wells instinctively shielded his head, crying out in pain. "They are assaulting me. The police are assaulting me." Tom hurriedly embraced Tony from behind. "Tony, that's enough. If we continue, we'll have everyone else summoned here." Arthur also interjected, blocking Tony. "Mr. Wells, it seems you are quite familiar with the regulations of Scotland Yard. Indeed, we cannot subject you to coercive interrogation, which is precisely why multiple individuals must be present during the questioning of suspects. Under legal provisions, you also possess the right to remain silent." Upon hearing this, Wells relaxed his grip on his head, interpreting Arthur's words as a sign of capitulation. He ceased his weeping and retorted fiercely, "Well, you know that. So why not release me at once? If you do not set me free, I shall report you to Scotland Yard for your use of violence." Tony, upon hearing this, felt his previously quelled anger flare up once more. "Tom, let go of me. This wretch dares to show his temper. If Wilcox were here, he would have already received several slaps across the face." Arthur, with his fingers interlaced and elbows resting on the table, supported his chin as he spoke. "However, Mr. Wells, are you truly certain you wish to remain silent? At this moment, all evidence points to you. You are the sole suspect. Should this case reach the courtroom, your previous statements will not absolve you from the gallows." Wells, upon hearing this, lost his arrogant demeanor. "Are you attempting to intimidate me? Do I need to frighten you?" Arthur replied, "Mr. Wells, you appear to have some understanding of the law, though your knowledge is limited." Arthur leaned back in his chair. "Let me be candid with you. Are you aware of the operational principles of many police districts within Scotland Yard?" Wells hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Pursuing the truth?" Arthur chuckled softly. "I regret to inform you that Scotland Yard is not in the business of pursuing the truth. In most cases, we seek an explanation. An explanation for our superiors. An explanation for the public. As long as we have an explanation, the truth is somewhat irrelevant. Moreover, regarding this particular case, your explanation closely resembles the truth. However, it is merely a resemblance. I have investigated your social connections, and you bear no enmity towards the two deceased. Furthermore, as a proprietor of a stable establishment, your life, while not particularly affluent, is certainly manageable. With no vendetta and a reasonable livelihood, what anger drives you to resolve your issues through murder? You ought to thank Providence that it is I handling your case and not another inspector. Had it been someone else, they likely would have lost interest in further interrogating you. They would have simply sent you to trial when the time came, chosen an auspicious day to hang you. And the public would applaud, the authorities would commend the work, and all would conclude with satisfaction. If you intend to take that path, I can certainly accommodate you. Thus, your interrogation concludes here, Mr. Wells. We shall meet again in hell." With that, Arthur stretched languidly, gathered the documents on the table, and stood. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob of the interrogation room, a voice called out from behind him, "Wait." Arthur paused, turning around with a smile. Wells trembled, his legs quaking. He lowered his gaze and, after a moment of hesitation, finally relented. "I did not kill those people. I merely ran errands for them, purchased some items, and provided a room, earning a small profit from it. Running an inn truly does not yield much profit. Without this business, I cannot survive. Prices are rising, and I am left with no choice." Arthur narrowed his eyes. "Profit? How can there be profit in murder?" Wells swallowed hard and slowly nodded. They are involved in the business of selling corpses. I refrained from mentioning this before for fear of their retaliation. I cannot contend with them. They are all desperate men." Upon hearing this, Wells felt a sense of relief wash over him. He finally ceased his concealment. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Officer, are you aware of the serial murders that occurred in Edinburgh 2 years ago, involving the notorious killers William Hare and William Burke? The individuals I dealt with are engaged in the same trade. They kill and then sell the corpses." The public carriage rocked back and forth as it traversed the streets of London. Inside, Arthur was engrossed in a freshly printed newspaper, with a stack of old ones beside him. Over the past month, he had devoted nearly all his energy to studying chemistry, enhancing his investigative skills, and searching for the elusive thief General Fred. Having just found a moment of respite, he received a commission from the Duke of Sussex to investigate the disappearance incident in St. Giles. Only yesterday, he learned from innkeeper Wells about the nefarious trade of body selling and promptly allocated a portion of capable officers from the Greenwich Police District to pursue the grave robbers concealed behind the murder case. The team worked tirelessly throughout the night, successfully apprehending 2 suspects involved in the murder-for-profit scheme at several residences in Greenwich, based on Wells's testimony. In truth, Wells knew far more than just these 2 murderers, but the commotion at his inn had caused some of the more cautious criminals to flee London prematurely. Arthur had already informed Scotland Yard of the relevant details concerning the murder-for-profit case early that morning. Scotland Yard, in swift response, dispatched messengers to England and Wales, to the Scottish and Irish police headquarters, to relay the incident. Naturally, to avoid alarming those who remained unaware of the body-selling operations and to prevent unnecessary panic among the citizens of London, Scotland Yard requested that Arthur and the involved officers maintain silence until the truth was revealed. Arthur had no objections to this, as he originally intended to proceed in such a manner. This large-scale case could not be thoroughly investigated solely by the resources of the Greenwich Police District. For Arthur, it sufficed to make a commendable start and ensure that the case garnered the utmost attention from the Greater London Police, regardless of how the investigation unfolded. The final report would inevitably circle back to him as its initiator. Moreover, according to regulations, such major cases were not the responsibility of their subordinate precinct. There existed specialized criminal and operational departments within the Greater London Police, overseen by an assistant commissioner from Scotland Yard. And Arthur had no desire to engage in a power struggle with him. Ultimately, this world remains a foul one. Although Arthur has been elevated by the rockets, there are unseen forces at play. Who knows the true power behind that assistant commissioner? Even a mere cartographer aboard the Beagle, Elder, boasts an uncle holding the rank of Rear Admiral in the Royal Navy. It seems hardly excessive that the assistant commissioner at Scotland Yard has a father who once served as a major general in the army. Most importantly, Arthur is acutely aware that Sir Peel's support for him is quite limited. He understands precisely his position in Sir Peel's eyes, merely a shield to take a few bullets when necessary. Given his current stature, it would be wise to avoid entanglement in the upper echelons of power struggles. If Scotland Yard is inclined to let him lead this investigation, Arthur can certainly recite a couple of lines from Shakespeare and perform a humble display of reluctance before ultimately accepting. However, if Scotland Yard is unwilling, he has no interest in strenuous efforts. After all, he has already identified the leads for the significant cases Sir Peel desires, and as the Interior Minister, he cannot possibly go back on his word regarding the pay raise for frontline officers. If he were to do so, while Arthur might swallow his pride, others certainly would not. Should word leak to the journalist Charles Dickens, who is investigating Tory scandals on behalf of the Whigs, it would be an embarrassment for all involved. Upon transferring the primary investigative authority of the case to headquarters, Arthur felt a great weight lift from his shoulders, allowing him to focus on how to treat the ailing little girl named Robin. Even the simple newspaper in his hands became a source of intrigue. The headlines revealed a fierce battle between the Whigs and the extreme factions of the Tories. The Catholic Emancipation Act's passage is wholly a result of political corruption. Deceiver Peel faces relentless questioning from Oxford University. Rumors suggest they may remove him from the alumni list. Wellington and Peel both have extensive service histories in Ireland. Insiders claim the Prime Minister and the Interior Minister have long accepted political donations from Irish Catholics. A decaying electoral system, the Tory party engages in widespread bribery, manipulating the nation's governance. A seat in the House of Commons can be bought for merely 3,000, and those sitting in Parliament are not from the ruling party, but rather a swarm of parasites. Among the plethora of newspapers and magazines, the Poor Man's Political Monthly, founded by the renowned radical William Cobbett, captured Arthur's attention the most. The previously idle Agares leaned in for a glance, instantly amused by its contents, the Red Devil chuckling with fiery enthusiasm. Parliamentary reform cannot be delayed any longer. Those with voting rights account for less than 2% of the population. Of the 202 constituencies established during the reign of Edward I in the 13th century, 88 towns now have fewer than 200 residents, necessitating a complete redrawing of electoral boundaries. Birmingham and Manchester boast populations exceeding 300,000, yet only have 2 parliamentary seats, while Gatton has a mere 5 residents, yet somehow elects 2 representatives. Falsehood. Due to a request from the cabinet for the magazine to verify the authenticity of certain reports, this publication has conducted a thorough investigation and confirmed that the aforementioned content is indeed disinformation spread by the Whigs. We, on behalf of the Tory party, clarify, Gatton does indeed have 5 residents, yet only 3 are eligible to vote, meaning it is actually 3 individuals electing 2 representatives, not 5 electing 2. Another refutation. Gatton's situation is an anomaly. Our detailed investigation reveals that most so-called decayed constituencies are in far better condition than Gatton. West Lou has 55 residents, with 12 eligible voters, translating to a ratio of 6-1. Meanwhile, the Old Salem constituency now consists solely of farmland, devoid of inhabitants, yet boasts 7 individuals with voting rights. Thus, we reasonably suspect that their presence must be due to divine intervention, resurrecting them from the Middle Ages. Shocking. During elections, the Royal Navy conducts grand parades at sea. Refutation. Our magazine has confirmed that the vessels appearing at sea during elections are not Royal Navy exercises, but rather voters from submerged constituencies casting their ballots. Sources indicate that maintaining these submerged districts without reform could provide the Royal Navy with a significant number of skilled sailors. Do you wish to engage in naval warfare with Great Britain? Do you know where your defeat lies? Napoleon? France. Arthur delicately perused the Poor Man's Political Monthly, stealthily tucking it into his coat. Agares, spotting this action, teased, "Arthur, what are you up to? Afraid others might see you, the superintendent of Scotland Yard, reading such dubious material?" The Red Devil grinned. It appears the cabinet is facing tough times. The Whigs are united in their push for parliamentary reform, and the extreme factions within the Tory party have turned against them over the Catholic Emancipation Act. If you could lend a hand to Robert Peel now, he would surely be grateful. Arthur scrutinized Agares for a moment before narrowing his eyes. The matter of parliamentary reform cannot be suppressed by merely handling a few cases. Agares, are you seeking to push me into the flames? No, perhaps it can be suppressed, but not at this moment. Agares smacked his lips, seemingly savoring the flavor of his own words. But the time is not yet ripe. Your old king is nearing death. His passing could ease some of the tension. After his demise, Arthur, your opportunity will arise. Trust me, it will be a splendid chance. However, before that, you must endure. Remember, no matter what occurs, you must endure. Upon hearing this, Arthur's brow slowly furrowed. Agares, you always speak in such ambiguous terms. Do I? The Red Devil rubbed his hands together, chuckling slyly. Arthur, you are still quite young, and your resolve does not yet rival that of King Solomon. There are things I cannot disclose to you, for you ought not to know them. All of this is for your own good. Arthur scoffed. If you do not tell me, how will I know what I ought to know? Agares, your circular reasoning may deceive others, but do not use it on me. As soon as Arthur uttered these words, the carriage came to a slow halt. At the Royal Institution Laboratory of the Royal Society, Faraday was deftly manipulating experimental apparatus while simultaneously jotting down data. In that moment, he was devoid of the fervor he had displayed during the lecture. His brow occasionally furrowed and then relaxed, deep in contemplation. After a moment, as if he had grasped a crucial insight, he clapped his hands together, beaming as he made his way toward the door. However, just as he reached the entrance, he noticed a familiar face seated in one of the laboratory chairs. Faraday was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Mr. Hastings, when did you arrive?" Arthur rose, removing his hat. "I have just arrived. If you are busy, please continue." Nearby, an apprentice chimed in, "Mr. Hastings has been here for a while." But he saw you engaged in your experiments, and didn't he wish to interrupt? Faraday smiled and waved dismissively. You need not concern yourself with that. Did I not mention before that if you encounter any scientific difficulties, you are always welcome to seek me out in the laboratory? By the way, I am nearly finished with that paper on electromagnetic induction. Would you care to review it and help me fill in any gaps? If you have no objections, perhaps you could sign your name at the end. Sign my name? Arthur quickly declined. I have merely contributed some trivial insights, at most a few experiential methods. It is nothing of great significance. Arthur, upon hearing this, was both amused and perplexed. Mr. Faraday, why must you insist on including me? I am merely an amateur enthusiast of science, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of electricity. My words are not to be taken seriously. Upon hearing this, Faraday's cheerful demeanor suddenly shifted, his expression growing somber. He took a deep breath and spoke with a newfound gravity. Mr. Hastings, science cannot be taken lightly. I believe your conjecture possesses a certain theoretical basis. It is not mere fabrication. More importantly, if this is indeed your discovery, it rightfully belongs to you. I can concede on many matters, but not this one. Although I am just an ordinary scientific researcher, devoid of status or wealth, I cannot compel anyone to comply. Nevertheless, I have my principles and shall never usurp another's scientific achievements. I have sworn this to God with my very life. I beg your pardon for my offense. It is not directed at you. However, I urge you to seriously consider my proposal, for I am not jesting. Arthur intended to decline further, but the experimental apprentice beside him suddenly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Mr. Hastings, do not contend with Mr. Faraday. He is a kind man, easy to converse with. Yet he is unwavering when it comes to scientific ethics. He has suffered in this regard before. You may be unaware, but Mr. Faraday was once falsely accused of experimental plagiarism. Had he not been a man of integrity and resolutely stood his ground, his career and reputation would have been irreparably damaged. Thus, please do not continue to refuse. It would sadden him. Despite the apprentice's words, Arthur found it difficult to press on. Faraday assumed he was merely hesitating. But in truth, Arthur felt entirely unqualified. Although pursuing criminals was within his capabilities, writing a paper on electricity was an entirely different challenge. Mr. Faraday, I assure you, I am not refusing. To be candid, I graduated with a degree in history. Writing an electrical paper is simply beyond my expertise. That is of little consequence. You have at least attended university, while I possess only an elementary school diploma. If I can manage to write, then surely a university graduate like yourself can as well. The profession of a scientist is not as daunting as you might believe. There are many in our field who lack formal higher education. My mentor, Sir Humphrey Davy, attended only secondary school, yet through diligence and perseverance, he became one of Britain's foremost chemists. If you lack confidence in writing the paper, I would be more than willing to assist you. As you can see, I am nearly always in the laboratory. You may draft an initial version, and once complete, I shall accompany you to revise it repeatedly. With hard work, we shall surely achieve success. Arthur, feeling the sweat bead on his forehead, finally relented. All right. I will consider it. Agares, witnessing this, could hardly contain his amusement. Arthur, I fear this Faraday intends to work you to the bone. Why not procure a soul for me, and I shall handle the paper for you? Seeing Arthur finally acquiesce, Faraday felt a wave of relief wash over him and cheerfully inquired, what topic do you wish to explore today? Electricity or chemistry? Arthur quickly shifted the conversation. To be frank, I have come with two purposes today. Mr. Faraday, the knowledge you imparted regarding chemical gases has unexpectedly proven useful. Faraday's eyes sparkled with surprise. Have you utilized it to solve a case? Arthur nodded with a smile. I cannot divulge too much at present, but should a positive outcome arise, I trust you shall read about it in the newspapers. Your teachings may have saved many lives. That is splendid news. Faraday exclaimed, clapping a hand on Arthur's shoulder. Do you know why I cherish science? It is because I believe it has the power to improve our world. Thank you, Mr. Hastings. You have allowed my ideals to come to fruition. Learning this news brings me more joy than the discovery of electromagnetic induction. What would you like to learn today? Distillation of benzene? Metallography? Liquefaction of chlorine and other gases? The synthesis of hexachloroethane and perchloroethylene? Or perhaps the methods and principles of electrolysis? I'm willing to teach you anything you desire. Arthur quickly waved his hands. Mr. Faraday, those subjects can wait until later. I have come today to inquire if you know of any specialists in treating pulmonary diseases. A fragile life in the St. Giles Parish desperately requires a professional doctor to intervene. A specialist in lung diseases? Faraday pondered for a moment before clapping his hands in realization. You have indeed come to the right person. Do you recall when I spoke to you about nitrous oxide? Nitrous oxide? Laughing gas. Arthur furrowed his brow at the mention of the term. Please, continue. Faraday smiled and said, It is interesting to note that the properties of nitrous oxide were discovered by my mentor, Sir Humphrey Davy, by mere chance. At that time, Clifton established a gas therapy research institute, where their primary focus was the potential of medicinal gases in treating lung diseases. My mentor was invited to assist in the research. He prepared a substantial amount of gases based on Joseph Priestley's experiments and observations on various airs, one of which was nitrous oxide. He had filled a large bottle with it when, by accident, Dr. Thomas Beddoes, the founder of the institute, shattered the bottle, scattering the gas throughout the laboratory. They both laughed for about 10 minutes until others entered and realized something was amiss, promptly pulling them out of the situation, thereby averting disaster. Later, when I apprenticed under my mentor, I visited that gas research institute. Please wait a moment, and I shall write down the address for you. Outside the window, the rain fell steadily. London had endured a night of relentless downpour, continuing into the early hours of dawn. The glass panes of Arthur's residence bore the marks of the rain that clung to them. Agares sat by the window, gazing at the sun struggling to rise amidst the gaps in the dark clouds, taking a deep breath. In his hand was a small piece of paper, the address of the Gas Research Institute that Faraday had given Arthur the previous day. Originally established in Clifton, the Gas Research Institute was merged into King's College's affiliated teaching hospital, St. Thomas Hospital, after the establishment of King's College in 1828. Its address is located at 10 Bessemer Road in the Southwark District, on the south bank of the Thames. The raindrops on the windowsill created a rhythmic tapping, while Agares's fingers danced along the edge of the window frame, producing a melodic symphony, a harmonious blend of sound that resonated with an indescribable joy. He slowly closed his eyelids, humming a lullaby, the enchanting melody filling every corner of the room, as if wishing this world would succumb to eternal tranquility with the song. As the rain intensified outside, Agares's voice gradually faded. He opened his eyes to find Arthur, unbeknownst to him, had risen early, seated at the table by the window, silently gazing at the downpour that threatened to engulf London in a vast ocean. Up so early? Agares murmured, That shouldn't be my composition. I hardly slept at all. Arthur held a cold teacup in his hands. You were humming like a mosquito throughout the night. Anyone would find it impossible to sleep. No need for that. Arthur rubbed his aching shoulders and mused, as soon as I lay down on the bed. I couldn't help but wonder if the Gas Research Institute recommended by Mr. Faraday can truly cure Robin. Although it may be the finest institution in all of Great Britain for treating pulmonary diseases, I still feel a sense of unease. After all, you previously mentioned that Robin's condition is quite challenging to treat, and even someone as extraordinary as you, a supernatural devil, has little recourse. Can the Gas Research Institute genuinely devise a reasonable treatment plan? Agares leaned against the window's edge, bursting into laughter. Indeed, that little girl's ailment is undeniably troublesome. However, it is not entirely beyond the reach of the devil. At least, I, as a devil, once had means to address it. Yet, due to certain peculiar circumstances, I am unable to employ that method. Peculiar circumstances? Arthur furrowed his brow and gazed at Agares. What peculiar circumstances? You aren't trying to incite me to commit murder and seize souls again, are you? No, no, no. Agares dismissed with a wave of his hand. Arthur, I need not resort to such methods to incite you to kill. The souls of ordinary people do not excite me, just as in this world, where there are ranks among humans, souls too possess varying flavors, some bitter, some sweet. Do not presume me to be so malevolent. If I were merely driven by immediate gain, I would not have awaited the arrival of someone like you to forge a pact. Arthur shot him a glance. Is it a matter of fishing with a long line to catch a big fish? Precisely. Agares replied with a smile. The larger the fish, the richer its experience. The better it conceals itself, and the harder it is to hook. The longer the line, the closer it approaches the center of the pool, increasing its concealment, making it easier for the big fish to take the bait. But you still haven't told me why you cannot save Robin. Why? Agares's words were laden with ambiguity. Because, ultimately, this is the realm of humans. If a soul falls into the hands of the devil, it is undoubtedly due to a transaction made between a human and a devil. If a soul finds redemption, it is likewise a consequence of human connections. Arthur, you must understand that it is easy to take a life, but saving one is a formidable challenge, a timeless truth that has endured since the days of King Solomon. Arthur held his teacup, gazing at him. So, you wish for me to trust in science? A devil urging me to believe in science. While the dying can only rely on God. This world is indeed absurd. In the past, Agares would have been infuriated by such remarks, but for reasons unknown. He remained unusually calm today. The red devil opened the window, allowing the cold wind to rush in, the icy rain splattering onto Arthur's nightclothes, prompting him to curse under his breath. Agares, have I offended you again today? Close the window at once. Although it is June, the morning rain still renders this place unbearably cold. You know how dreadful the weather in London is. Yet Agares appeared not to hear Arthur's words. Instead, he spoke unexpectedly. Arthur, do you know? Being God is not as comfortable as you mortals imagine. God does not always reside in heaven. He has his own hell as well. What nonsense are you spouting? Nothing much. I merely lament that with this rain pouring down, how can we possibly go to the Gas Research Institute? The streets are flooded with filthy water, and everywhere is a quagmire. Did you not recently purchase a new pair of boots? Those pristine, beautiful, and spotless riding boots. I assure you, if you dare step outside today, they will surely be ruined beyond recognition. Listen to me. Do not venture out today. Stay in the district police station's office, and let us drink some tea and peruse the newspaper. At noon, we can invite that unreliable friend of yours, along with Darwin, to engage in a spirited discussion regarding the matter of monkeys. There, countless souls abound, alongside endless beauty, wealth, status, and power. Everything you desire awaits you. Upon hearing this, Arthur's brow furrowed tightly, his posture straightening, and his tone grew rigid. Agares, the red devil clasped his fingers together, his gaze darting about. What is it that you are hiding from me? I am asking questions, yet you no longer ask for my soul. This is not like you. What, pray tell? Are you concealing? Arthur, the red devil suddenly erupted with anger. I have told you, there are some things better left unknown. You lack the capacity to know. Arthur inhaled deeply, seizing the slip of paper from Agares' hand, the address firmly clenched in his grasp as if etched into his palm. His eyes locked onto the red devil's, and after a heavy silence, it seemed he had grasped something. He took another deep breath, donned his police uniform, and slipped on his gloves. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the officer's knife hanging by the bedside. Seeing this, Agares hurriedly spoke up to deter him. Arthur, you cannot go anywhere today. Agares, it is natural for children to fear the dark. Such fears are not to be despised. The most terrifying thing in this world is that adults fear the light. With that, he left the furious red devil behind, opening the door and, in his riding boots, marched down the stairs with heavy steps. Agares, witnessing this, was consumed with rage. He shouted, Arthur, you will not withstand this, you fool. Arthur sat in the swaying carriage, his face betraying no emotion. He was soaked through, and the weather was dismal. After traversing several streets, he finally found a public coach operating that morning. The driver held the reins with both hands and, through the coach window, caught sight of the rain-soaked Arthur, awkwardly inquiring, Officer, do you require a towel? I have one for wiping sweat. If you don't mind, you may use it. The white one hanging on the armrest inside is available. Arthur, shivering from the cold, managed a faint smile. Thank you for your kindness. I shall not be shy about it. As he wiped his police uniform with the towel, he heard the driver chuckling from the other end of the carriage. The driver, sheltered beneath the rain shield extending from the top of the carriage, cheerfully remarked as he drove, It's a bit embarrassing to say, but you bear a striking resemblance to my little nephew whom I raised. Similar features, contours, even the same dark hair, looking quite healthy. If he had stayed in the country, perhaps he could have been a police officer in Scotland Yard like you. I imagine the pay there is decent since not everyone can afford public carriages. Arthur paused at the mention of income, reminiscing about many things. It's fair enough. At least one can get by. The driver continued with a grin. Indeed, in these times, any job that allows one to survive is a good job. My nephew left home because he could no longer make a living, so he borrowed money to sail to the North American colonies. They say that in the North American colonies, unlike here, there is a shortage of labor. Whether farming or working in factories, the conditions are quite favorable. Ah, it has been over half a year now. I wonder how my nephew is faring in North America. He hasn't even thought to write his uncle a letter. Arthur reassured him, perhaps his letter has not yet arrived, after all. It takes at least half a month for a ship to travel from Boston on the east coast of North America to Liverpool back home. Intrigued, the driver asked, You seem quite knowledgeable about North America. How do you know it takes half a month by ship? Arthur smiled slightly. Because I recently canceled a ticket to Boston. Canceled? You were planning to go to North America? The driver questioned, baffled. Why? You have a rather decent job, do you not? Only those of us who cannot make a living would think of trying our luck in North America. Arthur clutched a towel in his hand, gazing out at the fog-laden downpour beyond the carriage window. His tone conveyed a complex array of emotions, laden with an inscrutable significance. There existed numerous intricate reasons behind it. Young man, it seems you harbor some concerns. However, as someone who has traversed this path, I wish to impart a seemingly trivial piece of wisdom. In this world, the most paramount matter is singular: to survive. Life itself is the reason for living. Do not seek some grand significance, for existence inherently lacks it. The so-called meaning is merely a narrative crafted by individuals to justify their survival. If this narrative falters, we can easily forge another. After all, countless reasons abound. And surely one will resonate with you. At this juncture, the public carriage came to a slow halt. The driver extended his hand backward, bellowing, "Officer, we have arrived at St. Thomas Hospital. It's not far. I shall charge you the base fare of 1 shilling. 2 coins were pressed into the palm of the driver. He looked momentarily bewildered, observing the coins as he queried, "Sir, this is 1 shilling, not 2. Arthur disembarked from the carriage, adjusting his police uniform, his boots splashing upon the rain-soaked cobblestones. "Please accept it. Just as you mentioned. These 2 shillings represent the justification I have concocted for my existence, a meaning to my life." With purposeful strides, he approached the entrance of St. Thomas Hospital, leaving behind a trail of muddy footprints. The silhouette of Agares began to emerge from the driver's form, the red devil's head bubbling with boiling oil, as if flames were igniting between his eyes. He seethed with fury, his low murmurs barely perceptible, yet they seemed capable of tearing through the somber skies and the torrential rain that drenched the streets. "Behold, my servant, whom I have supported, chosen, and delighted in. I have bestowed my spirit upon him, and he shall deliver justice to the nations. He does not shout, nor raise his voice, nor let it be heard in the streets. A bruised reed he will not break, and a dimly burning wick he will not extinguish. In faithfulness he will bring forth justice. He shall be a light to the nations, proclaiming truth to the Gentiles. The chosen Savior, whom God delights in, will receive the Holy Spirit, and he shall carry forth justice to the nations, becoming a light for them, healing the blind, rescuing captives, and guiding those ensnared by sin." Supporting our hands, Agares covered his head, disbelief etched across his features. "Is it truly you?" Arthur stood quietly outside the dissection room of St. Thomas Hospital, observing the room filled with students from King's College School of Medicine, assembled for their lesson. The cold wind whisked away his round black hat, and icy raindrops pelted his face, but as the water pooled at his chin, it unexpectedly bore a hint of warmth, an almost feverish heat that felt as if it might scorch his skin. Inside the classroom, the voice of the medical professor intermittently broke the silence. "Students, please gather closer. Today's case is particularly special, a female child, not yet 10 years old. We can observe that the deceased's lungs are slightly pallid, exhibiting signs of partial powderization, indicative of a pulmonary-related illness. Such diseases are prevalent among our laboring class, and our research into gaseous medications is precisely for this reason." Arthur's grip on the officer's knife trembled, his breaths coming in rapid succession as he felt the world swirling around him, his vision blurring. A tempest of agitation churned within his chest, compelling him to take violent action in order to quell his inner turmoil. Through gritted teeth, he rasped, "Who did this?" The red devil stood behind him, fixing Arthur with a steady gaze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Agares, jolted back to clarity, inhaled deeply and urged, "Arthur, remain calm. You must calm yourself." "How can I remain calm? How do I explain this to Adam? Am I to tell him that his friend, that dear little girl, Robin, is laid open in the dissection room of St. Thomas Hospital?" Agares cautioned, "Arthur, I understand your distress. I have warned you about coming here. As Charles Darwin once said, good men should keep their distance from hospitals, for the matters within can be exceedingly gruesome. Is this merely a gruesome matter? Why did she die? How did her body end up here? I should never have listened to the Scotland Yard, had I disregarded their demands and made the news public. Perhaps Robin would have been spared. This is all my fault." Arthur gasped for breath, leaning against the wall for support, desperate to avoid collapsing. "Arthur, do not be so hard on yourself," Agares consoled, placing a hand on his shoulder. "This little girl was not meant to live long. It is not your fault." "Arthur, it's terrible. Robin is missing." Suddenly, a shout echoed through the air. Arthur looked up to see Tom and Tony, who were supposed to escort Robin for her appointment, along with Adam cradled in Tom's arms. Seeing them, Arthur attempted to rise, but each effort resulted in him tumbling into a puddle. Tony rushed forward, eager to assist him, but as he reached the window of the dissection room, he halted abruptly. Gazing inside, Tony felt his head swell with blood in an instant, tears streaming down his face. I'll kill these bastards. He drew the officer's knife, charging toward the classroom like an enraged bear. Yet before he could act, Arthur intercepted him from behind, and they both tumbled heavily into the mud. Tony struggled to pry Arthur's grip from him, but that ironclad hold refused to yield. Arthur, let me go? You must release me. If I do not kill these people, how can I face God after I'm gone? Tony, you cannot go, Arthur's hoarse voice interjected. You are about to start a family. You cannot commit such an act. Tony's eyes brimmed with tears as he cursed. What family are you talking about? Arthur, do not think you are the only one who is a policeman. I am one too. Then you cannot go either. Why not? Because that is my order. To hell with your orders. Tony fell to his knees, clutching his head, unleashing a cry into the heavens. Amidst the rain, only his bloodshot eyes were visible. Tom, holding Adam, remained behind, paralyzed by Tony's reaction. Arthur, Tony, what is happening? Arthur raised a hand toward Tom, swallowing hard as he said, Do not approach, Tom. You and Adam must stay there. Tom faltered. Is this an order as well? No, it is not. Arthur's hair hung wetly over his face, rendering him a pitiful sight. This is merely a request. If you wish to ease my burden, do not come closer. I will approach you. Arthur pressed a hand to his aching heart as he walked toward Tom, crouching down to meet Adam's gaze. Adam, I do not know how to convey this to you. I am sorry, and I am especially sorry to Robin. You placed your trust in me, and I have disappointed you. As he heard these words, Adam's eyes widened slowly, as if he began to grasp the underlying meaning. All children emerging from the St. Giles parish tended to mature more swiftly than their peers, and he understood the implications of Arthur's words. Mr. Hastings, Arthur could scarcely meet his gaze. I truly am sorry. Adam's eyes brimmed with tears as he extended his arms to embrace Arthur's head, resting his face gently atop it. You have never wronged me, and even if you had, I would willingly forgive you. Arthur knelt, slowly closing his eyes, as the tumultuous emotions within him found tranquility amidst the torrential rain. Adam, I assure you, and I assure Robin as well, that I will not spare anyone connected to the disappearance incident in the St. Giles parish. He took a deep breath, brushing his damp hair back with his hand, then rose and addressed Tom. Tom immediately dispatched someone to the magistrate's court to apply for a search warrant for St. Thomas Hospital of King's College. Following this, he called out to the sobbing Tony behind him, Tony, if you seek vengeance, come with me to the Home Office right now. The investigation into this disappearance will be led by the Metropolitan Police's Greenwich District. In London, at the Home Office located on Whitehall Street in the city of Westminster. Sir Peel sat in his office chair, holding a freshly printed copy of the Times. Beside him lay a damp copy of the Manchester Guardian, just delivered to the Home Office. He meticulously read every word on the pages, but with each line, his hands trembled more violently. Finally, he slammed the newspaper onto his desk in frustration. What utter nonsense! These individuals will stop at nothing to force the cabinet's downfall. Just then, his private secretary entered, startled by the scene. After a moment of shock, he recalled his purpose. Sir, the Duke of Wellington has sent word, requesting your presence at 10 Downing Street. Before the secretary could finish, a wet head peeked in behind him. Peel recognized the familiar face of the Duke's messenger. Sir, the Duke has sent me again to inform you that you need not go to him. He will come to you instead. As the messenger spoke, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hall outside the minister's office, and the Undersecretary of State for the Home Department pushed through the two men before exclaiming, Sir, the Duke's carriage has arrived. Before he could complete his sentence, the Duke of Wellington's voice erupted with fury from the hallway. Robert, have you seen today's newspaper? Those treacherous scoundrels have gone mad. Why do they not dare to say such things to my face? Sources say appears in every paper. Do they think that by omitting the word Tory, I would not know who those sources are? The Duke's voice coincided with his arrival, and he furrowed his brow at the messenger. The private secretary and the undersecretary, reprimanding them, do you have nothing better to do? Why are you all crowding here? The three exchanged glances, each defending themselves. Your Grace, we merely came to convey your orders. Convey my orders? The Duke, clearly irate, scoffed. I once thought the Prussian reinforcements at the Battle of Waterloo were slow. But compared to the three of you, I find Marshal Beelzebub quite efficient. The three men shared an awkward laugh before hastily stepping aside to allow the Duke to enter, gently closing the door behind him. The Duke, visibly agitated, dragged a chair across to sit at the desk. Sir Peel, witnessing his demeanor, could only muster a resigned smile, then rose to the office cabinet and inquired, "Would you prefer tea or a bit of sherry?" The Duke waved his hand impatiently. "You decide." Sir Peel shrugged and retrieved 2 goblets along with a cherished bottle of sherry, pouring a modest amount for each. The Duke swirled his glass, inhaling the golden liquid's aroma before taking a sip and commenting, "A fine wine. This flavor must originate from the port of Santa Maria in Andalusia, I presume?" Sir Peel nodded with a smile. "You truly have an appreciation for wine." Perhaps the wine had a calming effect, for the Duke's foul mood seemed to ease considerably. He spoke, "If you had fought in the Peninsular War, you would understand. From Lisbon in Portugal to Madrid in Spain, and then to Toulouse in France. I wish I had not become so knowledgeable about wine. Robert, do you recall what I told you? Constant warfare is a dreadful affair. Even the most ruthless individual, once placed upon the battlefield for a single day, will pray to God to spare him from even one more hour of combat. The Catholic Emancipation Act must be passed. Britain cannot descend into civil war. Those opposition members cannot fathom the significance of peace. They will only realize the pain once the cannonballs rain down upon their heads." Sir Peel shook his head. "Your Grace, those extremist factions within the party have a different viewpoint. A considerable portion believes that war is beneficial. The prolonged Napoleonic Wars led to a significant trade blockade for Britain, causing domestic grain prices to soar and rents to rise year after year. Had they not insisted on maintaining high rents, the recent swing riots would not have erupted." Hearing this, the Duke cursed. "That infuriates me. These individuals refuse to lower rents and oppose any amendments to the Corn Laws, only to shift the blame for the riots onto my shoulders. They have claimed all the good words for themselves, and now the Whigs are proposing reforms again. If all the declining constituencies are eliminated, I wonder how these people will ever return to the House of Commons." Sir Peel pressed his temples in contemplation. "This cannot continue. Some within our party are beginning to sway towards the Whigs. If we lose their support, we will struggle to maintain a majority in the House of Commons. We must devise a strategy to win over some of these individuals." The Duke replied, "I have calculated that with the passage of the Catholic Emancipation Act, we can secure the support of nearly all the members from South Ireland, and combined with some moderates from North Ireland, we should be able to garner at least 80 seats out of 105 in Ireland's House of Commons." He continued, "Currently, around 200 Tory members from England, Wales, and Scotland have explicitly stated their willingness to support us, totaling 280 seats. Sir Peel frowned and shook his head, "But that is still insufficient. With you presiding in the House of Lords, I am not concerned. However, the House of Commons comprises 658 seats. We must secure the backing of 330 seats. The fate of the cabinet hinges on whether we can win over those centrist members." The Duke sighed. "Robert, if it comes to it, I may as well reconcile with Huskisson. Though he has drifted further from the party's mainstream over the past 2 years, he has not formally declared his departure from the Tories. The followers of Huskisson likely account for around 30 seats." Sir Peel smiled at this revelation. "I did not expect you to broach this matter willingly. What other choice do I have?" The Duke of Wellington, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Surely I cannot be as the Manchester Guardian describes, tyrannical, utterly disregarding philosophical principles, harboring deep-seated biases, and stubbornly holding on to my mediocrity." Sir Peel, with a narrowed gaze and a smile, replied, "So you have noticed. I thought, given your temperament, you had come to instruct me to order the police in Scotland Yard to suppress them." "Suppress? I have no inclination to engage in such matters. Let them speak as they wish. Their mouths belong to them, after all." The Duke of Wellington stood, adjusting his attire. "Then it is settled. I shall first attend to Huskisson. The remaining seats depend on your assistance, Robert. I am aware of your cordial relations with some Whigs. Do see if you can win them over." Sir Peel nodded. "I will seek out a few intermediaries shortly to explore possible engagement." At that moment, the office door creaked open, and the private secretary poked his head in, weakly stating, "Sir, he is already downstairs." The Duke chuckled upon hearing this and finished his sherry. "It appears you have made progress. There are fewer superfluous words." The private secretary blinked a couple of times. "Mr. Arthur Hastings, the superintendent from Scotland Yard, requests an audience with you." "Oh." Sir Peel exchanged a knowing smile with the Duke of Wellington. "Let him in." Inside the office, Arthur sat on a chair, his police uniform drenched with rain, droplets trickling from his hair. His lips appeared slightly blue, and his hands, clenched on his knees, trembled slightly. Noticing Arthur's grave demeanor, Sir Peel exchanged a glance with the Duke, who was leisurely savoring his sherry, and gently inquired, "Officer Arthur, what troubles you?" Drawing a deep breath, Arthur spoke directly. I seek your authorization for a comprehensive investigation into the missing persons case in the St. Giles Parish, granting full powers to myself and my subordinates in the Greenwich precinct. The St. Giles missing persons case? It suddenly registered, and he rifled through several thick folders on the desk. After a few minutes, he extracted a report from the pile. Sir Peel skimmed it quickly, then placed it before Arthur. Is this what you refer to? A report from 2 months ago regarding the disappearance of several prostitutes and beggars in St. Giles. Arthur glanced down at the report, and his mind, having barely calmed after the rain, began to heat up again. He slowly grasped why Agares had previously forbidden him from pursuing this case. Arthur, can you guess why Scotland Yard has not investigated this matter? Trust me, do not meddle. One misstep could lead to your utter ruin. Some things are better left unknown. These scoundrels. Arthur took a deep breath, his emotions as still as a tranquil ancient well. Aside from the drowning of a few, nothing stirred within him. Sir, I must inform you, the St. Giles missing persons case involves more than just a few prostitutes and beggars. It concerns at least 45 individuals. Furthermore, the scope extends beyond London's West End. Just the day before yesterday, a murder related to the missing persons occurred within my jurisdiction. According to a confessor, those missing are linked to murder for body parts, and their methods are strikingly similar to the infamous Burke gang that shocked all of Britain 2 years ago. Presently, the citizens of London remain under the threat of death, as a new victim's body was discovered this morning at St. Thomas's Hospital. If we do not swiftly bring these villains to justice, I fear the rising number of disappearances will soon attract media attention, resulting in dire repercussions. Upon hearing this, Sir Peel furrowed his brow, glancing at the report in his hand before looking at Arthur and asking, "Are you certain of all this?" Arthur removed his hat and, touching the Scotland Yard badge, vowed, "I swear by my honor and conscience that every word I speak is true." Sir Peel, upon hearing this, slammed the report onto the desk, shouting towards the door, "Immediately send someone to Whitehall Street No. 4, and summon those lethargic inspectors from Scotland Yard to see me. I intend to question them rigorously as to why I still have a report from 2 months ago on my desk in light of such a significant case." Just as Sir Peel was fuming, the Duke of Wellington abruptly rose, pouring himself some sherry from a bottle sourced from Andalusia, filling a glass which he placed before Arthur. Startled by the sudden appearance of the goblet, Arthur turned to the unfamiliar elderly gentleman, inquiring, "What is this?" The Duke gestured towards the glass. "Have a taste, young man. Your expression suggests you have just returned from the battlefield." Arthur, taken aback, managed a forced smile. "I do resemble one just off the battlefield. Perhaps only there can one witness such horrific scenes." The Duke, intrigued, asked, "What did you witness?" Arthur hesitated. "I witnessed a dear friend perish beside me, helpless to intervene. I could only stand by and watch, utterly powerless. As a policeman, I believed my purpose was to prevent such tragedies, yet they continue to occur, one after another. This is my dereliction of duty. I feel immense shame and profound regret." Sir Peel, reflecting on Arthur's earlier remarks, suddenly recalled, "You mentioned a victim discovered at St. Thomas's Hospital this morning." The Duke interjected, "Young man, as a policeman, feeling unable to prevent crime is indeed a source of shame. However, you just stated that you wish to oversee the entire investigation. But I recall that St. Giles Parish falls under the West End of London, which should not be within your jurisdiction. Such overstepping, in military terms, would be deemed insubordination." Sir Peel, hearing this, slowly closed his mouth, merely smiling at the unfolding scene. Arthur inhaled deeply, rising to his feet, aware that the final trial had arrived. "I believe this cannot be considered insubordination." The Duke, swirling his glass, challenged. "Give me a reason." Arthur replied, "Your Grace, due to the urgency of the situation, I do not wish to lose half the battle before it has even begun." The Duke, taken aback, was astonished by Arthur's words, for they echoed his own famous declaration made in defiance of the army's orders during the Peninsular War. "How do you know who I am?" he asked, astonished. Arthur replied calmly, "To be seated comfortably in Sir Peel's office indicates your high status. The freedom to partake in the wine suggests a close relationship with him. Your mention of the military implies past service, and based on your age, your wavy hair and blue eyes, along with your well-tailored civilian attire, I can only surmise that you are the young man once nicknamed the Playboy." The Duke of Wellington, Arthur Wellesley, who triumphed in the Battle of Waterloo. Sir Peel, upon hearing this, could not help but rise to applaud Arthur. "Officer Arthur. What a splendid deduction." The Duke of Wellington, rarely expressing approval, nodded slightly, raising his glass to clink with Arthur's. "Young man, it appears that sending you to investigate cannot be deemed a breach of orders. You possess the requisite capability. With this, Sir Peel cast a knowing glance at the Duke. Your Grace? The Duke nodded in response. Mr. Hastings, you have earned this opportunity. We grant you special authorization. Arthur inquired. Is this a special authorization from the Home Office? No. The Duke of Wellington produced a pen from his coat pocket and took a sheet of paper from Sir Peel's desk, scribbling a few lines before folding it and placing it into Arthur's breast pocket. Go to Scotland Yard and inform them that the special authorization comes from the former Commander-in-Chief of the British Army, now the Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury, Arthur Wellesley. Robert, I must say, this young man Arthur indeed seems to possess some talent. He discerned my identity in a matter of moments. It is clear that entrusting this case to him will yield no issues. Sir Peel chuckled at this, remarking, I have always had faith in Officer Arthur's abilities. Not solely due to his reasoning today, but rather owing to his remarkable oratory skills. The Duke of Wellington looked puzzled. Oratory skills? Sir Peel nodded, gesturing to his own chest. Your Grace, if you wish to inquire about someone's identity in the future, perhaps it would be wise to stow away that pocket watch engraved with your name. At 4, Whitehall Street, within the Conference Hall of Scotland Yard. A throng of individuals encircled a lengthy conference table, every chair occupied, leaving no empty seat in sight. From east to west, the initial figures visible were 4 assistant commissioners overseeing significant departments of Scotland Yard, accompanied by their aides. Further along were over a dozen inspectors responsible for the maintenance of order across London's districts, though their expressions appeared composed. The slight tremors of their hands and their uneasy postures betrayed their apprehension. At the head of the table sat Colonel Charles Rowan, Chief of the Metropolitan Police, alongside Sir Richard Mayne, the Deputy Chief. Rowan surveyed each individual present with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, causing all who met his eyes to lower their heads in guilt, none daring to maintain eye contact. Observing this, Rowan felt a surge of frustration. With a loud clap, he struck the table and berated everyone present. Incompetence. A bunch of worthless fools. Who is responsible for the St. Giles parish? Step forward. Reporting. That would be my jurisdiction. Rowan's glare fixed upon him. Pointing at the report before him, he shouted, Clemens, what on earth have you been doing? Are you unaware of such a significant case in your jurisdiction? Were it not for Inspector Arthur from the Greenwich district keeping a vigilant eye, would you still be in the dark regarding the case of murder and body selling? Upon hearing this, Inspector Clemens swallowed hard and responded loudly, Sir. According to the documents from the Home Office, the funding for the Metropolitan Police primarily derives from local parish security taxes. You are aware of the tax payment status in St. Giles. I must first ensure the safety of those parishes with good tax compliance, as this is in the collective interest of Scotland Yard. Moreover, we nearly suffered a loss of personnel in St. Giles a few months ago, where the maze-like alleys pose a high risk for assaults on police officers. Given the current manpower I can allocate, I must make difficult choices. I submitted a request for a reasonable reduction in patrol personnel for the St. Giles parish 3 months ago, which was approved by the Home Office. Upon hearing this, Rowan leaned back in his chair. So, you believe you are doing a commendable job? Rowan scoffed. Well, at least you possess some sense of responsibility. I brought you out of the army because I recognized your potential. Clemens felt a slight relief at this. So, by your implication, I shall lead the investigation into this missing persons case? You certainly have a bold tongue. Did I grant you permission to speak? Rowan removed his gloves and hurled them at Clemens. Nonsense. Sir Richard Mayne, maintaining a serious demeanor, shook his head. Apologies, Clemens, but we have not received any directive from the Home Office for you to take the lead. This investigation will be directly overseen by the Home Office, with Sir Robert Peel in the highest command. Clemens felt a twinge of unease. And the actual operational command? Will that be under the Criminal Investigation Department? No. Mayne replied sternly, standing up. The Criminal Investigation Department is merely assisting with the investigation, following orders. Given that some body sellers have caught wind of the situation and are fleeing to various locations, Sir Peel, after reporting the case to the Prime Minister, ultimately decided that this investigation will be initiated by the Metropolitan Police in collaboration with the 3 major police districts nationwide. The direct operational head will be introduced to you shortly. I apologize, gentlemen, but the Chief and I must take the relevant materials to the Home Office to brief Sir Peel on the details of the case. We must beg your pardon for now. With that, both the Chief and the Deputy Chief rose and exited the conference hall. Before leaving, Rowan did not forget to admonish the senior officers. This time, we can only allow success and not failure. All districts must cooperate to the fullest extent. If this case falls apart, you shall all bear the consequences. With that, The door to the conference hall was slammed shut. After a prolonged silence, the hall was filled once more with the sounds of anxious breathing. What has gotten into him today? Can't you see? Sir Peel must be quite upset. If he has angered the Home Secretary, how long do you think the two chief officers can remain at Scotland Yard? He has never been on the front lines. His words sound like nonsense. Investigating a missing person and body-selling case is inherently challenging. The previous Burke case in Edinburgh took over 6 months to resolve, and it was only due to a tenant accidentally discovering the concealed body in the attic that the truth came to light. If the Scotland District had not encountered such fortuitous luck, wouldn't it have also been muddled through? How can it be the same? Have you forgotten the mantras often repeated by Chief Rowan? We are professional police officers, not amateur local constables or mere military police tasked with maintaining order. We must possess superior comprehensive qualities and more professional investigative capabilities. You only listen to his ramblings. Cases are not so easily resolved. If he wishes to take on more cases, he should allocate more personnel to us. My team struggles daily with routine patrols. At this point, the inspector seated next to Clemens nudged him with his elbow. Clemens, I must say, I agree with your viewpoint. Our funding derives from security taxes. Collecting the tax in St. Giles feels like a life or death struggle. Why should we concern ourselves with their affairs? Brother, unfortunate luck. The case happens to unfold in your jurisdiction. When misfortune strikes, it is truly inescapable. Upon hearing this, Clemens could only manage a forced smile, contemplating other matters. What can be done? It's simply the cards he's been dealt. The majority of London's West End is characterized by its commendable safety. Yet it is the notoriously filthy St. Giles parish that has fallen into my hands. By the way, do you have any updates? Who exactly is the individual in charge of the operation? We are at a loss as well. I was hoping to inquire further. It seems likely that an expert from the Edinburgh body-selling case has been dispatched, given that they have dealt with the Burke case and should possess relevant experience. The inspectors were murmuring among themselves when suddenly, the door to the conference room swung open. A figure with slicked-back black hair and a commanding presence strode in. Arms as straight as a sword, clad in a pristine tailcoat, with the officer's knife at his waist moving rhythmically with his steps. Arthur entered the meeting room amidst the astonished gazes of numerous inspectors and assistant superintendents, placing his round black hat squarely upon the conference table, followed by a resounding thump of the officer's knife upon the table's surface. The sharp sound startled everyone present, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and intrigue. The phantom of the Red Devil flickered behind Arthur, warning him, Arthur, I advise you not to pursue this case. You may become the target of public ire. Someone rose to accuse him. What do you think you are doing? Step aside immediately, that is the chief's seat. Has no one informed you that a high-level meeting of the Greater London Police is underway? You, a mere inspector, should promptly vacate the area. Others echoed, Inspector, please leave at once, and kindly close the door behind you. The mid-level police meeting occurs every Monday. This is an emergency session regarding the murder and body-selling case. Arthur regarded them in silence before clapping his hands towards the door. The sound of boots on the floor echoed from beyond the conference room, prompting the inspectors to turn and realize something was amiss. In a houndstooth pattern, pale red array, and adorned with yellow vipers, 3 burly men stood at attention before Arthur, saluting. By order of the Ministry of War of Great Britain and Ireland and the Scottish garrison, the 42nd Royal Highland Regiment Black Watch awaits your command. By order of the Ministry of War of Great Britain and Ireland and the garrison of England and Wales, the 5th Royal Infantry Wellington Guard stands ready for your orders. By order of the Ministry of War of Great Britain and Ireland and the garrison of England and Wales, the 10th Royal Infantry Yellow Viper is at your service. Arthur nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the assembled inspectors. May I take a seat? A sheen of perspiration glistened on the foreheads of the inspectors as they slowly nodded. Of course. Arthur reclined in his chair, hands clasped. Now, I request all inspectors to rise. Outside, torrential rain lashed London, and thunder rumbled ominously while lightning flickered through the windows of Scotland Yard. The booming thunder and sporadic flashes of lightning cast an unflattering light upon Inspector Clemens's face, though most inspectors bore similar expressions of dread, making his reaction less conspicuous. Upon exiting the conference room, the inspectors exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation. Did you not hear our young commander, Inspector Arthur, declare that military garrisons have been deployed to patrol the exits from London? The stations are also being guarded by military police. If we do not swiftly root out those engaged in the trade of corpses, we shall face dire consequences. What a bunch of fools. Why sell corpses of all things? Tonight, we must collectively work overtime to search the hotels in our jurisdiction. It is entirely possible that those profiting from the dead have retained some bodies. Are you out of your mind? Did you not hear our young commander say we should first investigate the hospitals? Corpses do not remain fresh for long. They must be transported promptly after a murder. We should examine the hospital's autopsy records, detaining anyone unable to clarify the source of the bodies. Hotels must also be searched. Isn't it said that murderers use that laughing gas? Oh, and opium tincture. Any items related to anesthesia found in hotels should raise suspicions. We must also interrogate shops and street vendors dealing in these substances. Any significant transaction records must be scrutinized. Graveyards should be inspected too. Those funeral teams may not be innocent either. This body-selling ring likely does more than just murder. Grave robbing for fresh corpses has been a practice since last century. Damn it, I know a few dubious grave diggers. I had been too lazy to deal with them, as they had become quite cunning, only taking the bodies and leaving the burial goods untouched. Even if apprehended, they would only be charged with illegal possession of a corpse and fined before being released. But now that we are cornered, I might as well turn them in. Are you too lazy to apprehend them? Those grave diggers are quite wealthy. I've heard that they can sell a body for 10 to 12 pounds. Are you sure you or your men have not accepted any benefits from them? As the inspectors engaged in fervent discussion, Clemens remained silent. He quickly bid farewell to his colleagues before hastily making his way to his liaison office at Scotland Yard. Upon opening the office door, he discovered a familiar figure waiting, Braden Jones, the sergeant who succeeded Arthur's former superior, Sergeant Wilcox. Clemens breathed a sigh of relief and promptly closed the office door. He removed his hat and placed it on the desk, inquiring, "You weren't seen when you arrived, were you?" Jones noticed a rare hint of anxiety in his superior's demeanor and asked, "What has happened?" Clemens pointed towards the door. "Your superior, Arthur Hastings, is in the conference room." "Hastings is here?" Jones's composure faltered. "How did he come to be here?" Clemens took a deep breath, furrowing his brow. "The Home Office has ordered a thorough investigation into the disappearances in St. Giles, and the War Office has dispatched military police for support. As for your superior, I am unaware of how he obtained authorization from the Home Office. He is now the operational commander of the investigation team, and all inspectors from other implicated jurisdictions must heed his command." Jones appeared visibly flustered. "We cannot allow an investigation into St. Giles. If he delves into this, won't our affairs be exposed as well?" Clemens slammed his fist on the desk. "Damn it. This group of body sellers nearly jeopardized everything I've worked for. Had I known it would escalate to this, I should have dealt with them decisively from the start. I barely managed to block the Duke of Sussex's request for an investigation, only to find myself caught in this predicament." Jones quickly asked, "Commander, what should we do now? Should we obstruct Hastings's investigation?" Clemens stood by the window, gazing at the torrential rain, his thoughts gradually calming and his mind clearing. He suddenly posed a question. "Have you not heard the saying? When the rooster crows, it does not cease until the morning is past. People always worship the rising sun and never pay homage to the setting sun. Your superior is currently in favor. Do not provoke his wrath, for opposing him will yield no favorable outcome. Clearly, Sir Pierre holds him in high regard, and those who favor us are not in positions of power. We must endure this storm. In my opinion, the Tory party cannot last much longer. As the Whig party ascends, we shall have our support." "What do you mean?" "We must actively cooperate with Inspector Hastings' investigation and not just comply. We must outpace him, identifying a portion of those selling corpses before he does. Only then can we implicate the missing individuals on that group of body dealers." Jones pondered. "You say that, but how do we proceed? This case is not easy to crack." Clemens inquired, "Where is Fred now?" Clemens calculated, seized the opportunity to release him quickly. That batch of goods can remain in prison for now, as they cannot escape. Let him leverage his underground connections to expose a few of the corpse sellers. Inform him that speed is of the essence. I urgently require those selling corpses." Upon hearing this, Jones swallowed hard, recalling his last encounter with Fred. What if Fred refuses? That fellow doesn't seem to be quite all there. Refuse? Clemens turned, glaring as he grasped Jones by the collar. "Tell him I still hold the evidence of his past offense in the Lifeguards. He may bluff with Wilcox, but he dares not do so with me. I have plenty of ways to deal with him. Remember to take a gun when you meet him. If he dares to refuse, eliminate him on the spot. Ultimately, the outcome remains largely unchanged. We would merely forfeit some extra gains. We can hand over Fred's corpse, and the missing persons case would be equally explicable." Jones gazed steadily at his superior, cold sweat pouring down his back. After a long pause, he finally saluted. "Yes, sir." The rain poured relentlessly over London through the night, and Arthur was nearly occupied all evening at the police station. from the westernmost XH of Hillingdon in Greater London to the eastern KD of Blackfriars, and from the northern Y of Enfield to the southern ZD and PY of Croydon and Bromley. It seemed that Greenwich Police Station had become the epicenter of Scotland Yard overnight. Sir, we have nearly completed the examination of hospitals throughout Greater London, but the results appear rather grim. The number of unexplained autopsy corpses exceeds our initial estimates. Currently, several inspectors are urgently interrogating, and based on the information we possess, most of these bodies are unrelated to the missing persons case. The inspectors initially judged that these corpses were likely stolen from graveyards by professional grave robbers. From our understanding, these robbers must have multiple stable channels of communication. They are likely informed in advance of bodies to be buried, waiting near the cemetery. Once the deceased's relatives depart, they swiftly pry open graves to steal the corpses and sell them to hospitals. Several inspectors inquired whether we should temporarily set aside the grave robbers case, as we have indeed captured a considerable number. If we interrogate them individually, it may delay the progress of the murder investigation. Arthur interjected. Set aside? How can we do that? The distinction between grave robbers and corpse snatchers is exceedingly vague. Who knows if the bodies were stolen or acquired through murder? A decade ago, there were only 8 anatomical schools in England, and now that number has doubled. Even after the conclusion of the Napoleonic Wars, during the strict enforcement of the Bloody Code, legally obtained cadavers were still insufficient to meet demand. There is no reason for demand to increase while the legal supply of cadavers diminishes. Yet these individuals persist in their ordinary grave-robbing business. If they can provide useful information, the Home Office and Scotland Yard may show leniency from a legal standpoint, sparing their lives. However, if they refuse to cooperate, we can still release them. But they had better not forget how the public in Great Britain perceives the crime of corpse theft, let alone the involvement of murder. In 1795, the corpse theft case in Lambeth ignited public outrage when the relatives discovered empty coffins in the cemetery, nearly resulting in the lynching of those grave robbers. It was only through intervention from the authorities that their lives were spared. In 1801, London citizens burned down the homes of those individuals, again prevented from becoming a large-scale violent incident only due to governmental intervention. Moreover, not just in England, the Scottish Constabulary has deployed military police at least 4 times in the past decade to prevent enraged public from storming Glasgow University. The reasons for this are likely understood by those doctors. Without our protection, they would have been bound to the stake and burned long ago. The entire public of Great Britain, along with various parish priests and archbishops, have long harbored discontent towards them. Inform them that if Scotland Yard can uncover the culprits behind the missing persons and murder case, then according to the Burial and Body Snatching Act passed in 1828, the doctors would be charged with illegal possession of a corpse, while the grave robbers would face grave robbing. Both charges can lead to fines and subsequent release. However, if they fail to clarify the origins of the corpses and the channels through which they acquired them, although Scotland Yard cannot legally punish them, I assure you that those who do not cooperate will find themselves on the front pages of various newspapers. When just and righteous London citizens come to burn their houses, assault them, or desecrate their family graves, they cannot blame Scotland Yard for failing to protect their lives and property. The young officer standing before Arthur broke into a sweat. But sir, can we speak this way? Aren't we supposed to uphold their dignity and honor? Nearby, Tony, with a dark expression, sized up the young officer and asked, Brother, are you new here? The young officer, nervous, stood at attention and saluted. Sir, I have been on the job for a month. Tony inquired, Have you read the recently revised regulations released by Scotland Yard? The young officer nodded. Yes, I have. Tony continued, Then tell me, what is the 3rd clause of the Hastings Principle? What is the 4th? The 4th states that the degree of public cooperation received by the police is inversely proportional to the amount of force and coercive measures needed to achieve police objectives. Have these individuals abided by the law? Report. No. Have they cooperated with the investigation? Report. No. The young officer was drenched in sweat. Yes, sir. Observing his demeanor, Arthur raised his hand. Tony, enough. Do not take your frustrations out on others. This is not his fault. Tony, realizing his overreaction, rubbed his face. Not only had Arthur been busy all night, but he had been as well. He patted the young officer's shoulder, apologizing. I'm sorry, perhaps you are indeed correct. When I first started, I thought as you do, but after spending time here, I realized that sometimes the right approach yields no results, while the effective method may not be right. What am I even saying? I am neither a legislator nor a judge. I am simply a police officer. Tom, upon hearing this, felt a pang of discomfort and comforted Tony. "Don't worry, Tony. With Arthur here, the case will surely yield a favorable outcome. You and Arthur have worked all night. Why not take a moment to rest inside? I will keep an eye on things here. If anything arises, I will call for you." Tony, with a heavy heart, nodded. "Perhaps I should indeed rest for a while. The world and dreams may allow me to feel a bit better." Arthur gazed at the receding figure of Tony, but chose not to follow him. Instead, he turned to the young officer and spoke. Tom, taken aback, remarked, "Arthur, are you not yet asleep?" Arthur shook his head and replied, "I cannot find rest." Having uttered these words, he beckoned the young officer, who seemed lost in thought, and they ventured outside together. Arthur discovered a secluded spot devoid of people, lit his pipe from his pocket, and inhaled deeply. As the thick smoke swirled around him, he inquired, "What is your name?" The young officer, standing before this legendary figure from Scotland Yard, saluted smartly and responded, reporting in, "My name is Charles Field." Chapter 35. Utilitarianism. The public carriage swayed as Arthur gazed out the window, while the young officer Field sat awkwardly beside him. Despite their similar ages, with Field being slightly older, an invisible pressure emanated from Arthur, perhaps due to his calm and expressionless demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Field finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Chief, how did you uncover the truth behind those cases? It has been the talk of the town lately, with people claiming the murder mystery at the inn was unraveled in just a few words. It is truly remarkable." "Remarkable?" Arthur leaned against the window. "If you apply yourself, you may achieve the same in the future. In murder cases, there are only a few underlying principles. Either it is driven by passion or by self-interest. While there exist individuals devoid of conscience, they are exceedingly rare. You might go a decade without encountering such a person. And those who commit murder out of impulse often defy predictable patterns. Nonetheless, those are exceptions. For the vast majority of cases, logical reasoning will suffice. Ultimately, as long as one exists within society, their actions will inevitably reflect some social characteristics. Of course, society evolves, and so too does human sociability, a fact worth noting." Field, intrigued, asked, "How does contemporary sociability differ from that of the past?" Arthur pressed his lips together and replied, "Have you not heard the proclamations of the clergy on the streets? Thus, crimes of passion have diminished, and honor-related killings have vanished, leaving only those motivated by greed and avarice. Although their discontent with factory owners is well known, their statements are not entirely rooted in justice. When faced with a case devoid of leads, examining the suspect's financial records often yields unexpected revelations. Moreover, the streets of London are rife with robbers, pickpockets, and thieves. From dawn till dusk, one can witness prostitutes soliciting customers. Some parliamentarians argue that such suffering can fortify their spirits, rendering them better individuals. Yet they neglect to mention that this hardship has resulted in a juvenile crime rate soaring to 30% in East London. They claim poverty stems from laziness, but fail to acknowledge that factory workers in London endure shifts exceeding 15 hours daily. You may not be aware, but I studied history at university. Therefore, I know that even in the so-called Dark Ages, the impoverished did not live in such dire conditions. Back then, they could still have a small stone cottage in the countryside and gather firewood at will. But now, collecting firewood in rural fields could very well be a criminal offense. As the land no longer belongs to them, farmers have lost their plots. As for the workers, I am aware that in Whitechapel, 2,000 to 3,000 families, over 10,000 people, are crammed into 1,400 dilapidated houses. And this is not just an isolated incident. Places like Battenberg Green or Street Giles are even worse. Many London workers commence their factory labor at the tender age of 6, and if misfortune strikes, they may be afflicted with ailments by their teenage years. Afterward, no one will offer them employment. They are left to roam the streets, where men resort to violence and women to prostitution. And we, the policemen, are compelled to incarcerate them and impose fines. Upon their first offense, they may still elicit some sympathy. The second time, perhaps some understanding. But by the third or fourth, the jury and magistrate will no longer show leniency. Thus, when a poor person commits their first crime, their fate is essentially sealed. They either face the gallows or are exiled to Australia, with no exceptions. They have reached such a state, and yet after their demise, their corpses are still subject to theft. As Arthur spoke, he felt a tightness in his chest, recalling the harrowing sights he had witnessed at St. Thomas's Hospital. Noticing Arthur's distress, Field hurriedly gestured, "You smoke. I do not mind." Arthur chuckled and shook his head, "But I do mind." Field gazed at Arthur, perplexed. "So, Is that why you wish to see those grave robbers, murderers, and those doctors executed? Arthur did not shy away from the question. From a moral standpoint, yes. However, legally speaking, a corpse is merely a corpse. We can only hang those who commit murder directly, but we cannot execute those who pay for the murders to occur. Field pondered for a moment and asked, "Is that right?" Arthur stared out the window as the rain continued to pour. "I cannot ascertain what is right. I am merely a policeman, instructed to uphold principles of justice, yet I remain uncertain about what constitutes true justice and equity. At least our current codified laws fall short. As I know many harbor grievances against them." The shadow of the red devil flickered behind him. After vanishing for a night, Agares appeared today in a notably different guise. He had discarded the pitchfork he usually carried and donned a long black robe, even accessorizing with a pair of spectacles. Perched on his shoulder was a raven with blood-red eyes, clutching a scroll of parchment inscribed with incomprehensible characters. Agares chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Arthur, why ponder so deeply? Your justice is justice, your principle is principle. As long as you are resolute, I can provide you with the murderer's location right now. The price is exceedingly fair and quite inexpensive. Let us swiftly resolve this case, and then stride toward a greater future." Arthur chose to ignore him, directing his gaze out the window. The road ahead appeared congested, slowing the carriage's pace. He pulled down the window and leaned out, recognizing the street before him. This was High Street in Bloomsbury, London, where he had spent 4 years of his life. Just as his head emerged from the window, a firm slap landed on the back of his head. Turning around, he encountered Elder's infuriatingly smug grin. "Arthur, my dear brother, I knew you would come today. Especially since the esteemed Jeremy Bentham, our intellectual mentor at University College London, is here to speak." Jeremy Bentham? Arthur momentarily fell silent, as if recollecting something. Utilitarianism? Chapter 36. Education at the University of London. Arthur and Elder stood in the venerable Carmarthen Square of the University of London, gazing up at the iconic structure. The octagonal building designed by the esteemed architect William Wilkins, who also conceived the National Gallery. Although it was still early morning, a throng of Benthamite supporters had already gathered beside the statue of Athena, eager to listen to the forthcoming lecture. The sight of visitors crowding the campus was not uncommon. For regardless of the newspaper critiques, the University of London remains the most accessible institution of higher learning in England, with its campus perpetually open to all. The university does not discriminate based on background, ethnicity, faith, or political beliefs. Anyone aspiring for education can enroll, provided they can afford the tuition of £23.06. While this sum may seem considerable, it pales in comparison to the exorbitant fees charged by Oxford, Cambridge, and the Inns of Court, as inscribed in Latin on a red wall. Cuncti adsit meritec expectant premia palmae, which translates to "let all who deserve rewards by virtue hasten to us." In more elegant terms, it may be rendered as "let all talented individuals come forth to be educated," or "let all who strive for excellence be welcomed." Arthur harbored complex feelings towards his alma mater. On one hand, he felt he had squandered 4 years there, especially since the institution failed to confer upon him a degree. Yet, on the other hand, he was grateful for the equal opportunity for education it provided him. His 4 years of study equipped him to engage in spirited debates with graduates from Oxford and Cambridge, and to converse easily with alumni from King's College, established by the conservative faction as a rival to the University of London, in an era where pursuing higher education was a formidable challenge. Arthur's gratitude for his university outweighed his grievances. It had taught him to view the world through an egalitarian lens and endowed him with the knowledge and capabilities to do so. At that moment, the campus was alive not only with visitors, but also with students hastening to classes and construction workers laboring on various projects. The presence of construction workers was a testament to the University of London's ongoing struggles with funding. Established over 4 years ago, the institution's unique open stance and controversial educational philosophy had led to chronic financial shortages. Although it occasionally received donations from progressive benefactors, the annual contributions were but a fraction of what Oxford and Cambridge received. Even King's College, founded later than the University of London, enjoyed a far more substantial budget, thanks largely to its royal patron, King George IV, and the support of prominent Tory figures. Due to its financial constraints, the construction on campus had been sporadic, taking over 4 years to nearly complete the educational areas, while decorative buildings, galleries, and libraries still awaited gradual completion. This steady progress was largely thanks to the fact that many of the designers involved were also progressives who worked for minimal compensation, sometimes even as volunteers. Had they charged market rates, the University of London might have faced insurmountable challenges, perhaps in 200 years. The architectural program here would indeed be renowned globally for its proximity to construction sites, as students could even attend classes directly on the worksite, thanks to their alma mater. Even students from the history and classical literature departments, like Arthur and Elder, possessed a greater understanding of architecture than their peers in architecture programs. While this might be somewhat of an exaggeration, it remained true that they were certainly more knowledgeable about construction sites than those specializing in architecture. As Arthur and Elder passed by the classical literature classroom, Elder eagerly tugged at Arthur to stop and peer inside. At that moment, the professor responsible for the class had just taken to the podium. The elderly professor, with his gray hair, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the rain from his face before he forcefully dropped a hefty tome, several pounds in weight, onto the lectern. The thud sent a cloud of chalk dust into the air, awakening the drowsy students below, who promptly straightened in their seats to face their instructor. Raising his hand to disperse the dust, the professor, his face flushed with exertion, bellowed, "What are Oxford graduates?" The students, exhilarated, erupted in unison, "Bastards." "And Cambridge?" They continued. "They are the same." The professor nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Today we are indeed spirited. Now, let us commence our discussion on the humanistic spirit within Shakespeare's tragedies, along with the poetic and romantic aesthetics they encompass." Arthur could not help but feel a flutter of anticipation at this. Beside him, Elder was nearly moved to tears. He pulled out a handkerchief to dab at his moist eyes, exclaiming, "Oh, I knew it. The education at the University of London is the finest not only in England, but throughout all of Britain, nay, the entire world." After a moment's contemplation, Arthur finally could not restrain himself from asking, "Is this the kind of hateful education you classical literature students engage in daily?" "Hateful education?" Elder frowned and shook his finger at Arthur. "Arthur, this is not hateful education. If we do not criticize Oxford and Cambridge, will they cease their opposition against us?" Arthur shook his head. "Of course, they will continue to oppose us. Our differences stem solely from divergent educational philosophies, and whether or not we criticize them is inconsequential." "Exactly." Elder chuckled, prodding Arthur playfully with his elbow. "Since it makes no difference whether we criticize them or not, why not do so? At least it feels good to vent our frustrations. We in the classical literature department have never indulged those fools. Have you forgotten? Our spiritual mentor at the University of London is Jeremy Bentham, championing equal education and utilitarianism, principles we uphold with great fervor." Hearing this, Arthur wiped the sweat from his brow. "Elder, that is not utilitarianism, it is snobbery. From what I understand, utilitarianism and snobbery are two entirely different matters. If Oxford and Cambridge were no longer obstructing our path, would you cease your criticisms?" "Certainly not," Elder replied. "If they were no longer in our way, it would indicate that our educational charter had been granted. Since we would have no further claims on them, I would be all the more inclined to criticize them vigorously." Arthur regarded him with a resigned shrug. "In my view, you should have attended Oxford. If you had, your impact on their educational reputation would have been far greater than your current presence at the University of London." "Arthur, how dare you? Attending Oxford would be akin to death for me. But if I had graduated from there, perhaps I wouldn't have joined the Royal Navy. Who knows? I might have even become a member of Parliament." Elder, in a fit of excitement, spoke fervently, gesturing animatedly against the wall. "Arthur, being a parliamentarian is far worse than serving in the Royal Navy." Just as he was about to engage Arthur in further debate, he suddenly noticed several individuals approaching from behind him. Taking a deep breath, Elder hastily removed his hat and greeted, "Mr. Horner." "Horner?" Arthur recalled that this was the surname of the principal. He turned to see the principal, accompanied by several deans, assisting an elderly gentleman, white-haired and leaning on a cane. As they made their way to the lecture hall, the old man stroked his forehead thoughtfully and suddenly pointed at Arthur with a smile, saying, "Young man, I remember you. The last time you posed a question to me, I failed to provide an answer. I intended to seek you out once I had clarified my thoughts, only to discover that you have already graduated. Look at you in that police uniform. It seems my assumptions were entirely accurate. The officer Arthur Hastings featured in the newspapers is indeed you." Upon hearing this, Arthur smiled and removed his hat, nodding as he replied, "It is a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Bentham."